Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. And Ayang's body flashed. He suddenly appeared beside Jinjo-Kago. He suddenly threw out a foot and kicked him. Although Jinjo-Kago blocked it with his own big sword, his body still flew out in a straight line without any resistance. Oh? Not bad, it was blocked with a weapon. Ayang raised his eyebrows and showed a trace of surprise. Before, he thought that Jinjo-Kago was useless, but from the look of it just now, he still had two brushes. However, if it were foreignly this level, it was not enough to compare with Ichigo. At this time, the four people on the side reacted, their bodies jumped, and they looked at Ayang, who suddenly appeared beside them, and also kicked him. Who the hell are you? We didn't have any conflicts before, right? What is your purpose? Looking at Ayang with a guarded look, Ryoruka asked nervously. Although she had strength that exceeded that of humans, she was still a girl in essence. Her actual combat experience was almost zero. Facing such a powerful enemy, it was impossible for her to not panic at all. No conflict? That's not right. Because of what happened here, the waitress in my shop can't go to work normally. How are you going to compensate me for my economic losses in this period of time? Waitress? Economic losses? When she heard Ayang's words, Ryoruka's brain froze on the spot. Why did she suddenly talk about this before the battle began? This kind of development was not right at all. Looking at the change in the expression on the young girl's face in front of her, Ayang rolled his eyes and revealed a smile on his face. What are you laughing at? All of a sudden a blush suddenly flashed across her face. Ryoruka pulled out her weapon and aimed it at Ayang. However, the weapon in her hand could not give people the slightest sense of nervousness. Instead, it made the smile on Ayang's face spread even more. I seem to have found another cheap labor. Ryoruka was still feeling strange about what Ayang suddenly said. Ayang's body suddenly disappeared from her line of sight. A sense of alarm suddenly rose in her heart. Before Ryoruka could do anything, a finger suddenly landed on her body. 6 rods prison of light. 6 pieces of light suddenly appeared, and Ryoruka immediately lost her ability to move. Chapter 241, Crushing Force. What a hint of surprise flashed across her face. Ryoruka raised all the strength in her body, intending to break free from Ayang's restraint, but it was futile. With her level, she was unable to deal with Ayang's binding at all. Ryoruka. In just an instant, one of her companions was subdued. Although the concept of companions was weak and the relationship between them was absolutely not harmonious, Yukio and the others on the side still let out a cry of surprise at the same time. Don't worry, it will be your turn soon. You. What are you planning to do to me? There was a flash of panic in her eyes. Ryoruka looked at Ayang and stuttered. Although the guy in front of her was not bad looking and was the type that she liked, she was still an enemy after all. Ryuka could not help but feel a trace of fear in her heart. Don't worry, at most, it is just like a tuning, setting up, and maintenance. With a wicked smile on his face, Maiyang looked up and down at the girl in front of him, and his eyes lingered on her legs. Kusu, I'll leave her to you. Didn't you say that you don't have enough people recently? It's still useful to take her back and teach her properly. Damn it, don't look down on people too much. You adults are always like this. With a self-righteous look, looking at the blade against his neck, Yukio suddenly stopped talking. A drop of sweat slid down his forehead. He could clearly feel the cold feeling coming from his neck. Damn it. Why didn't I already obtain great power? Why can't I even detect the other party's movements seriously? I have no interest in this kind of upright. Maiyang shook his head slightly. Then, he suddenly approached Yukio. The empty hand was placed in front of him. He raised a finger, and then a burst of impact came from his finger. Yukio's body was sent flying and landed in front of Toshiro Hitsugaya. So I'll leave it to you. Toshiro Hitsugaya, it's too good for the right person. Yes, Captain, I also think that this child is just right to hand over to you. In that case, do the two of you look quite alike? Matsumoto. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he looked at Matsumoto Rinjaku unhappily. This girl. Damn it. It's just a mere Shinigami. Don't look down on people too much. Several crystal walls rose from the ground and extended towards the bodies of Toshiro Hitsugaya and Matsumoto Rinjaku. Bang, with a wave of the Zanpakuto in his hand, he easily destroyed the attack of the other side. Toshiro Hitsugaya's eyes slanted and looked at the youth on the side, his eyes cold. The one who looks down on others is you. Do you think this level of attack can cause any damage to the captain? After saying that, Hitsugaya waved the Zanpakuto in his hand. A ball of ice crystal was waved out from Zanpakuto and wrapped up Yukio's body. In this case, you can't move anymore, right? Looking at the young man who was completely surrounded by his ice crystal and had lost his ability to move, Hitsugaya swung his arm and put Zanpakuto back into the scabbard. Ha! What a joke. Is this captain? Even such a small kid can become the captain. It seems that Soul Society has no one to use. Also, who do you think can no longer move? So, people like you are the most annoying. The figure that was surrounded by the ice crystals of Toshiro Hitsugaya gradually became blurred and then disappeared. At the same time, something similar to the crystal wall that had been destroyed by Toshiro Hitsugaya gradually took shape around their bodies and wrapped up the bodies of Toshiro Hitsugaya and Matsumoto Rinjaku. As for Suzuki Kusu, she had already carried Ryuka to the side before the enemy attacked. Tsukishima Shukuro, who had been standing on the side, suddenly had a flash of light in his eyes. He stepped on the ground and a green light flashed. His body appeared behind Suzuki Kusu and the weapon in his hand slashed down. The corners of his mouth curled up. Tsukishima Shukuro can almost see what happened after he cut this woman. The person who was cut by his own Book of the End will be changed by him. And if this woman is the person close to the guy named Maiyang, not only her past, but also the past of Maiyang. The weapon in his hand had yet to cut the opponent's body, and Tsukishima Shukuro suddenly had a strong sense of urgency in his heart. If he continued to attack before, he would definitely be killed. The contraction of the heart made Tsukishima decide to give up this attack. Sure enough, just as his body stopped attacking, a sharp slash flew in front of him, leaving a deep gully on the ground. It could be seen that if he had not stopped just now, he would have been killed by this slash. On this side, Tsukishima did not have time to make any other action or say anything. On the other side, Garyo could not help but jump out. When confronting him, he was actually distracted to attack others. He really looked down on people. Now, he was a new person who had obtained a new power. There is no telling the truth. Kiriko's originally old and weak body instantly swelled up, and her entire body was filled with explosive muscles. With an arrogant smile on his face, Kiriko let out a wild laugh filled with satisfaction. How is it? My, time tell no lies, can form a contract with the god of time. The simpler the conditions, the stronger the power can be obtained. And right now, I am simply asking for the strengthening of my strength. The current me is stronger than anyone else. You really don't know what to say. Shaking his head, Maiyang turned his gaze to the woman beside him. That woman seemed to be called Jackie. Her ability was, dirty boots. The dirtier the boots on the feet, the stronger the power. However, she did not seem to have any intention of making a move now. What? Don't attack together? If that's the case, you might be able to hold on for a while longer. Don't say it as if you are holding a winning ticket. Let's talk about it when you can defeat Tongtsai. It seems that I really met a group of silly and cute people. I was actually confused by that little bit of power. What did you say? What? With a flick of his arm, he flung the blood off Zanpakuto. Yang did not even look at the idiot that he had killed in one move. Now you can probably recognize the gap between us. Alright, I'll give you a chance to make a move, but only once. Remember to bring out all your strength. Looking at the woman in front of him with interest, Yang said, you are a group of opponents with a huge difference in levels. If we don't let the other party make a move, the battle will be too boring. Dirty boots. She instantly activated her complete technique. A thick smoke came out of a chimney that had appeared on her body because she had obtained Ichigo's power. Clusters of filth fell on Jackie's body, staining her body and boots with a layer of dirt. At the same time, a powerful force emerged from her body. Ha! Her body suddenly shot towards Yang. Jackie raised her leg and ruthlessly threw it at Yang's head. At this time, she gathered all her strength to kick. It seemed that the other party did not intend to dodge. Being hit by such an attack, no matter how strong he was, he would definitely not be able to escape unscathed. With this thought flashing through his mind, Jackie kicked Yang's arm with all his strength. Suddenly, a violent roar rang out. It was the sound of the air exploding. And at the moment when the sound exploded, an impact spread out from the place where their fists and feet met. The ground behind Yang also suddenly split open. At the same time that Yang blocked Jackie's attack, a knife suddenly appeared behind him. The timing of the cutting was almost perfect, which was the weakest point in theory. However, that was only in theory. Yang's Zanpakuto seemed to be waiting there, effortlessly blocking the sneak attack. Then, Yang turned his arm that blocked Jackie's attack. His palm suddenly stretched out, grabbed the opponent's ankle, and directly swung her body up. Seeing the moment of Tsukishima's attack, Shishigawara's body rushed over from one side, and the 3-7 on the glove shone in the moonlight. With his jackpot knuckle, as long as it hits the opponent's body, it can definitely cause huge damage to him, and if it hits the opponent's head, it can even achieve a one-shot lure. In his mind, he imagined himself hitting Yang's head, killing him, and then being praised by brother Tsukishima. Shishigawara suddenly felt a strong excitement in his heart. As the younger brother of brother Tsukishima, he had to share the burden for his big brother, so he had to defeat this guy opposite him. The imaginary situation in his mind did not come true. Before Shishigawara's body approached Kimura Yang, he saw a figure rapidly enlarge in his eyes. That face he had seen before was one of Tsukishima's eldest brother's companions. Bang! Yang let go of Jackie's foot and allowed her body to hit the body of Shishigawara. After both of them were sent flying into the battlefield, Yang twisted his body and turned the Zanpakuto in his hand, cutting towards the body of Tsukishima. With a flash, Tsukishima's body avoided Yang's attack and appeared in the distance. He looked at Yang with a smile on his face, looking like he was asking for a beating. Your movements are quite fast. It seems that you are a pretty good opponent. Opponent? If there is such a powerful companion like you in the past, it will definitely be a good thing. Past? Yang raised his eyebrows. I'm afraid you won't have such a chance. Not only the past, but even the future, I'm afraid you won't have it again. Chapter 242, Tsukishima Shukuro, you bastard, you actually dare to speak to big brother Tsukishima in such a tone. Hearing Yang's words, Shishigawara suddenly jumped up from the ground. He pointed at Yang and shouted angrily. Big brother Tsukishima was the strongest and most powerful person in his heart. It was absolutely unforgivable for someone to speak to big brother Tsukishima in such a tone. Instead of shouting here, it is better to rush up and attack. As he said this, in fact, Jackie also did this. She stepped forward and suddenly rushed forward. She raised her right leg high and then kicked hard at Yang's head with the whistling wind. Because of the previous short exchange, her boots were stained with even more dust, and the characteristic of her complete technique, dirty boots, was that the dirtier the boots were, the stronger the power they gained. Although the previous attack was effortlessly blocked by Yang, Jackie felt that her attack this time would definitely not be easily blocked by Yang like before, because the attack power this time was at least twice as strong as the previous one. Facing the kick head-on, Yang's expression was normal. He turned his feet, and his body slightly deviated before he was attacked, so Jackie's leg fell against his body just like that. His eyes moved, and Yang suddenly raised his left leg and swung a leg whip at Jackie's leg. Boom! The moment the two legs crossed, a violent wave of air suddenly spread out. In the midst of the violent rumbling of the two legs, there was an obscure sound of bones breaking. Ah! Jackie fell to the ground. She reached out to hold her right leg and let out a suppressed cry. The leg bone of her calf twisted into an extremely abnormal angle. The attack just now had already broken her leg bone. Although the user has already left the category of ordinary humans and possess great strength, it is still the standard of humans. It is not compatible with great strength. Your physical abilities are simply unable to deal with high-level battles. Glancing at Jackie who was lying on the ground, Yang turned his gaze. With their bodies that still belonged to the level of humans, it was simply not enough to fight Shinigami head-on. Even if they had powerful abilities, the shortcomings of their bodies had already doomed their defeat. What a surprise. With your character, I thought you would sneak attack. Facing an opponent like you, sneak attacks are meaningless. He held his weapon in his hand. Tsukishima spread out his hands with a smile on his face, as if he had no feeling of his companion's failure, and in fact, it was the same. He had never cared about these so-called companions from the beginning. Bastard, you are not allowed to talk to brother Tsukishima like this. With a fierce expression on his face, he put his two fists at his waist and rushed toward Naiyang along a straight line, the 3 slots shining on the boxing gloves. Although I really want to see how far your ability can go, in order to avoid unexpected situations, let's forget about it. Shishigawara's full bearing was an ability that could control luck apostrophe. Basically, his every attack was a critical hit. Naiyang did not want to gamble his own luck with that guy, so it was better to just directly eliminate him. With a raise of his arm, 3 huge sharp, pointed light beams flew out from Naiyang's hand and directly hit Shishigawara's body, nailing him to the tree behind him. Bastard! If you have the guts, fight me directly. Using this kind of move is too shameless. His hands and waist were fixed by the beam of light, firmly nailed to the tree. Although Shishigawara forcefully twisted his body, he found that it was futile. No matter how hard he tried, the 3 beams of light bound him tightly. In the end, he could only shout at Naiyang loudly. You actually didn't make a move. I am beginning to doubt whether you are Tsukishima or not. Ignoring Shishigawara, Naiyang looked at Tsukishima Shukuro with a surprised look. According to his impression, this guy should be a person with a bad character and was willing to do anything. It was really hard to imagine that such a guy would let go of the opportunity to attack twice. It's really interesting. From what you're saying, you seem to be very familiar with me. Tsukishima raised his eyebrows. He still had a smile on his face and asked Naiyang softly. Indeed, I was very familiar with you in past. Interesting. The weapon in his hand hung down and pressed against the ground. Tsukishima's arm moved and his weapon streaked across the ground, making a rustling sound. You discussed the past in front of me? In front of my Book of the End, when you know my ability. That's right. At the same time, we are discussing your future that is about to end. His body appeared in front of Tsukishima. Zanpakuto in his hand stabbed directly, but it was a simple straight stab, but it almost made Tsukishima unable to react. He suddenly twisted his body, and Naiyang's sword cut his head and cut off a few strands of his hair. Boom. Just as Naiyang was about to turn into a stab, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook. The ground where Naiyang was standing suddenly sank, and the part between his legs suddenly rose. The sharp mudstone seemed to pierce through Naiyang's body in the next instant. Trap. His eyes flashed. Naiyang moved his feet and calmly avoided the attack from beneath his feet. However, the moment he dodged the attack, Tsukishima Shukuro suddenly appeared behind him. The weapon in his hand was already on Naiyang's body. Got it. There was a flash of joy in his eyes, and the corner of Tsukishima Shukuro's mouth was slightly hooked. Such a powerful enemy, if he was pulled over by his ability, Jinjo must be very happy. The smile on his mouth suddenly solidified, and the feeling from the weapon told Tsukishima that he did not hit anyone at all, and at this moment, his heart suddenly had a bad feeling. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Tsukishima felt that the hair on his whole body suddenly stood up, his heart suddenly contracted, and a shadow of death shrouded him. Puff, a hand covered his shoulder. Blood flowed down his fingers and dripped on the ground. Although Tsukishima still had a smile on his face, he was extremely vigilant in his heart. Originally, even if he could not successfully hit Naiyang, he should not have been seriously injured by the counterattack. Moreover, what was going on with the figure that he hit? The third secret footwork, Void Cicada. A type of flash steps. It's very useful. As if he had seen through Tsukishima's thoughts, Naiyang said. What he used just now was the secret footwork he learned from Yoruichi. Although it was not a profound technique, it could play a great role every time he used it. Is that so? I see. Although he said so, Tsukishima Shukuro still had a few doubts in his heart. Even if the other party did have that kind of magical footwork, he could only avoid his own attack at most, not immediately counterattack, or even cause his own injury. That kind of response was as if he knew his plan in advance. With your ability, when your weapon cut through the ground, you must have already set up a trap in past. Then, when I took the initiative to attack, I suddenly triggered a trap. It is indeed a good plan, but if it is seen through by others, this plan has no effect at all. Mr. Tsukishima. Seeing that Tsukishima was injured by Naiyang, the Shishigawara nailed to the tree by Naiyang suddenly struggled violently. The waving fist touched the big tree behind him. It was clearly just a light touch, but the big tree was broken in an instant. The originally trapped Shishigawara immediately recovered. You bastard, go to hell. As he roared, the body of the Shishigawara suddenly rushed forward. Although he had been knocked down twice by Maiyang, he still attacked straight without any improvement at all. How tenacious. Maiyang shook his head as he looked at the Shishigawara that was charging towards him. But it's too brainless. I was knocked down twice, but I still don't know how to change my stupid attack pattern. A golden chain suddenly appeared from behind Maiyang and wrapped around the body of the Shishigawara who was running and suddenly stopped. After sliding forward for a distance, the Shishigawara was entangled by the golden chain and had no room to move. Bastard! If you have the guts to fight me head-on, what kind of ability are you relying on all this time? Although his body was tied up, Shishigawara still did not give up. He squirmed and rolled on the ground, his face full of resentment. If looks could kill, he had already successfully killed Maiyang. You are really a loyal little brother. How did you do it? Turning his head to look at Tsukishima's Book of the End, Maiyang asked in confusion. From this guy's spiritual power judgment, he was not controlled by Tsukishima through ability. In other words, all of his actions were spontaneous. Maiyang really could not understand how a vile character like Tsukishima could obtain this level of loyalty like his little brother. With a slight smile, Tsukishima did not speak. In fact, with his current state, even if he wanted to talk a little more, it was a bit difficult. Although he had detected it at the last moment and tried his best to avoid the vital part of his heart, in contrast, his long lobe had been seriously injured. Now, even his breathing became urgent. If he was an ordinary human, he should be dead now. Chapter 243, Make Up Your Mind, Captain. The space in front of him shattered, revealing the bodies of Tawashiro and Matsumoto Ranju, as well as Yukio, who was wrapped in ice crystals by Tawashiro and controlled to float behind him. Ah, it seems that the two of them are not over. Glancing at the two battles, Toshiro Hitsugaya walked to Suzuki Kusu and looked up at the battle of Ichigo Kurosaki in the sky. Before he came here, head captain also gave him an order, which was to confirm whether Ichigo Kurosaki still insisted on his choice after knowing the truth of the matter. The annihilation of the Quincy, which should have been wiped out in the battle 200 years ago, reappeared in Hueco Mundo. Their strength and purpose were now unknown, and according to Soul Society's judgment, the group of guys was likely to come back to provoke the battle. At this time, Ichigo Kurosaki's combat effectiveness seemed more important. The combat effectiveness of a captain level was self-evident for the battle that was about to break out. Boom. Ichigo Kurosaki's Zanpakuto collided with Zanpakuto of Jinjo. Did you fight well? You have already fought with me with all your strength. However, why are you fighting now? The hands exerted force, and the bodies of the two people each retreated, standing opposite each other several steps away. After hearing the words of Jinjo Kago, Ichigo Kurosaki frowned. What do you mean? As long as the user of Fullbring died, all traces of his ability would disappear. Although Tsukishima is not dead yet, facing such an opponent, he can't hold on for long. As long as he dies, everything that happens to your friends and family will disappear. Then, at that time, why will you fight? There is nothing that cannot be resolved between us, right? You can't answer it, right? No problem. Then, I will tell you something else. It is about the enemy that you should really fight. The enemy that I should really deal with. Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes suddenly widened, and a trace of shock appeared on his face, as if he had suddenly thought of something. That's right. Stop talking nonsense. I have had enough of your tricks to shake your opponents. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Ichigo looked at Jinjo Kago opposite him with a determined look, but the attack on his hand stopped. That's right. Ishita Ryu appeared behind Jinjo Kago, holding his own spirit bow in his hand, his eyes staring at Jinjo Kago's back. Once you see the situation is unfavorable, you can say something shocking truth. The purpose of creating psychological oppression is to create a situation that is so it is advantageous to cooperate with me. Is that right? You said the situation is unfavorable? Glancing at Ishita Ryu behind him, Jinjo's face showed a sneer. What did you see to make such a judgment? I am sorry, now I am more than enough to deal with you two people. You can try to attack me from behind. Even if I talk like this now, I can also block your attack. Ishita Ryu clenched his own spirit bow, but did not make any action, just staring at Jinjo Kago in silence. Kurosaki, do you know why you are handed over the license? Feeling Ishita Ryu behind him quiet down, Jinjo once again turned his eyes to Ichigo, showed his license, and asked Ichigo in front of him. What do you mean? When you are handed over the license, someone should tell you this. When the agent Shinigami is judged to be beneficial to Soul Society, he will give him the license. Listen carefully, Kurosaki, that is a lie. Ichigo's face suddenly flashed with a trace of emotion. Normally, it has nothing to do with whether it is beneficial to the Soul Society, whether you are beneficial or not. All will be equally handed over to the agency certificate. The official name of the agent license is Deputy Death God Fighting License, which is a certificate that allows the act of acting as a Shinigami in the present world. I know. However, have you ever felt its essence? The pupils suddenly contracted, and countless fragments flashed through Kurosaki Ichigo's brain in an instant. All along, his own license had no effect at all. Shinigami, who came to the Karakura city, had never heard of this thing. Do you want to say that there are other functions for the license? That's right. Looking at Ichigo Kurosaki, Jinjo's face showed a trace of mockery, not knowing whether it was for Soul Society, Ichigo, or himself. The function of the license is to monitor and restrain. Thanks to the license, Soul Society can control your position at any time. At least when you put the license next to you, your spiritual power will be suppressed. Don't you feel puzzled? Once your spiritual power is excited, he will even go berserk under the state of Shinigami, but he has never been affected in the form of a human. When you use the certificate to control the present, the certificate can actually burst out your spiritual power. When you finish training the present, you can actually hear the voice of your companion through the certificate. The certificate is a communication device connected to Soul Society. It is also spiritual power who absorbs and analyzes you, so as to restrain your items. In order to let you be monitored and restrained by Soul Society, I gave you the certificate. It is impossible that you have not noticed the difference, but just rubbed it unconsciously. After a heavy battle, the opponents who understand each other cannot deceive themselves. You just want to believe so, Ichigo. A drop of sweat slid down from Ichigo's forehead, because of what Jinjo said, his heart has been slightly shaken. On the ground, Toshiro Hitsugaya quietly looked at what happened in the sky. Kurosaki Ichigo's next decision was crucial, and witnessed that Ichigo Kurosaki's choice was one of the tasks given to him by head captain this time. I will tell you, the planner of this plan, Joshiro Yukitake, 13th Division Captain. The most peace-loving man of 13th Division of Imperial Guards has set us up. Ichigo, his goal is to monitor and control us, and use us as Soul Society's chess pieces. As long as you resist, immediately destroy that thing, except you, Soul Society. Everyone knows, no one will come to help you, Ichigo. Seeing the change in expression of Ichigo Kurosaki, Ishita Ryu's eyes flashed a trace of panic. Such a cruel truth, Kurosaki now could not bear it. He just recovered his own strength of Shinigami, with the help of Soul Society's companion. Don't listen. Kurosaki, shut up. Suddenly, a loud shout came out from his mouth, stopping Ishita Ryu's action. Ichigo Kurosaki lowered his head, making people unable to see his expression. The Zanpakuto in his hand was raised flat, and a stream of spiritual power rose. Bunkai. A strong spiritual power suddenly broke out, with Ichigo Kurosaki's body as the center. A spiritual power airwave spread around. Tell me to shut up? Why are you so angry? You want to kill me with your Bunkai because what I said provoked you? What are you going to do about that? Are you really going to turn a blind eye to the facts again? With a gloomy expression on his face, Jinjo Kugo provoked. Shut your mouth. With a calm expression on his face, Ichigo looked at Jinjo Kugo with a dull eyes. His anger seemed to disappear in an instant because of Bunkai. This time it is for you. It was said to Ishita before, not with you. Don't listen to him, Kurosaki. Please, you are too good at worrying. I said this not because I didn't think there was anything suspicious about what Mr. Yukitake said. I just didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to doubt him, so I kept my doubts aside. But one day, I realized something. Why do I feel that Mr. Yukitake is suspicious? Mr. Yukitake is smarter than me. If someone like him really wanted to deceive me, I wouldn't have noticed that I was deceived at all. But Mr. Fuju used such a reason to give me a license. I immediately realized that its purpose was probably not what Mr. Fuju said. But since Mr. Fuju said so, then I will pretend to be so. He intended to let me choose. What is there to choose? No matter how you think about it, there is nothing to choose. Looking up, Jinjo Kugo said in a disdainful tone. I chose that path, using my own hands to protect others. I need strength, all the time. I want to have the strength to protect people. When I need strength, Rukia gave me strength. Even if I lost my strength, everyone helped me recover. That is why I want to protect them and fight with you. TCH. After a moment of silence, Jinjo Kugo suddenly curled his lips, his body took a step back, and Zanpakuto in his hand suddenly stretched forward. It seems that there is no need to talk about it. I have no choice. I didn't want to kill you like this. Bunkai. A powerful spiritual power suddenly broke out. After Jinjo Kugo grabbed his Bunkai, his Zanpakuto appeared in front of Ichigo Kurosaki. The surface of the body was wrapped by something. It seemed that it was the thing that appeared on the surface of the body when Ichigo used the stealth technique before. I almost forgot that you are also the agent of Shinigami. Facing the new form of Genjo, Ichigo Kurosaki's face did not have a slight difference, but he still looked calm. Although the opponent's spiritual pressure was strong, Ichigo knew clearly that he could win. Although it has been 17 months since he lost his strength, the spiritual pressure that fills his body tells Ichigo that he can definitely win. Yes, but you still forget one thing. I told you before that we have two relatives who were attacked before we appeared, which is to say that I have the same strength as you. Is that so? Still a look of indifference, Ichigo Kurosaki raised a Zanpakuto in his hand. After regaining his strength, no matter if it was Zangetsu or Tensei Zangetsu, there were some differences in their forms. Even the Death Tyrant armor had some changes. In contrast, it was more powerful than before. His arm waved down, and a gust of wind suddenly blew in the air, blowing Ichigo's clothes. Let's end this chapter 244, Victory. Tell me quietly. It seems that Ichigo has made a decision. Then I will also cross you early. Seeing that Ichigo Kurosaki had made a decision over there and was ready to fight with Jinjo Kugo to the death, Maayang said to Tsukishima Shukuro opposite him. The opponent was just this level. He was tired of the boring battle. Solve me? It seems that you have made a mistake. Although his face was a little pale after being hit by Maayang previously, Tsukishima Shukuro did not show the slightest panic. Instead, a proud smile appeared on his face. During the fight just now, my Book of the End met your Zanpakuto. Oh, is that so? Maayang raised his eyebrows. My Book of the End is not only for humans. As long as it is something with a soul, it can be used. Through my ability, I have already mastered all of your cutting techniques, because all of them were cultivated together with you. Hearing Tsukishima Shukuro's words, Maayang could not help but reveal a sneer. What? You don't believe me? Seeing the smile on Maayang's face, Tsukishima Shukuro's heart suddenly jumped. Why did the other party still show such a smile even after hearing such news? Did he have any other moves? No, all his cutting techniques had been mastered by him in the ability just now. His moves could not be useful to him at all. Swish, the figure in front of him suddenly disappeared, and Tsukishima Shukuro no longer had time to ponder the reason why Maayang showed that expression. According to the moves of Maayang that he had mastered, he would appear behind him. Forcing himself to turn around, sure enough, he saw Maayang's body appear behind him. Tsukishima Shukuro did not hesitate to pass through his armpit and directly stabbed Maayang's body. With his ability, he should not deliberately aim at the vital points. As long as Maayang was stabbed by his knife, the battle would end. His body leaned to the side, dodging the attack of Tsukishima. Zanpakuto, which was in Maayang's hand, moved forward, but was dodged by Tsukishima in advance. He clenched his left fist tightly, and just as he swung his fist, Tsukishima's blade was already coming at him. Maayang's heart jumped, and he hurriedly withdrew his fist and retreated. He did not dare to take the risk of being hit by the attack and clash head-on with Tsukishima. As long as he was stabbed by his blade, he would be finished. I already said that your moves are useless against me, because I have been practicing with you in past. I know your attack pattern very well. Do you think that a move that is completely seen through by others will be useful? Your attack pattern is completely in my grasp. Looking at Maayang, who took the initiative to distance himself, the smile on Tsukishima's face became even wider. The other party's strength did not have an overwhelming advantage, and he had also grasped all of the other party's attack patterns. If he persisted, victory would only be a matter of time. Sure enough, you have grasped my attack pattern, but do you think that just because you have grasped my attack pattern, you are holding the victory ticket? Ridiculous. Do you think you can still win? Even if you liberate your Zanpakuto, it is useless. Whether it is your Hueco, or the Heighten, after Benkei, all of them are useless to me. Hearing the words of Tsukishima on the opposite side, the smile on Maayang's face gradually disappeared. He did not use Shikai and Benkei in front of him at all. He could clearly know his name, and it seemed that he still underestimated his ability. What? Are you worried because I can order your Zanpakuto to break himself? I have already said that you have no chance of winning. Raising his head and looking at Tsukishima Shukuro opposite him, Maayang's mouth suddenly curved up. There is a saying that I don't know if you have ever heard of. It is called one simple strength fell 10 techniques. All the muscles in his body tensed up in an instant. Maayang moved his feet and his body directly appeared in front of Tsukishima Shukuro. The Zanpakuto in his hand chopped down. So fast. Just as Maayang finished his words, Tsukishima Shukuro did not have time to think about what Maayang said. He saw Maayang appear in front of him. His speed was at least twice as fast as before. The Zanpakuto in Maayang's hand chopped down, bringing with it an imposing aura, causing Tsukishima Shukuro's eyebrows to jump. This kind of momentum almost made him suffocate. Although the weapons of the two had not yet been exchanged, Tsukishima Shukuro clearly felt that the power of this slash was at least twice as strong as before. Bang! Maiyang's Zanpakuto cut on Tsukishima Shukuro's weapon, and a blast of air suddenly burst out. Tsukishima Shukuro's arm went soft, his feet also swayed, and almost fell to the ground. The power of this slash was greatly beyond his expectation. Without giving Tsukishima time to react, the two attacks collided and separated. Zanpakuto in Maiyang's hand waved again. Boom! The momentum of the previous attack was stronger than that of the previous one. Maiyang's Zanpakuto ruthlessly struck the blade of Tsukishima Shukuro. Puff! The lung lobes that had been injured in the chest were affected by the two attacks. Tsukishima Shukuro immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. It was only two exchanges, and he was already unable to bear the heavy burden. Boom! Another slash came down, and Tsukishima Shukuro's feet went soft, directly fell to the ground, and his knees fell hard to the ground, and the ground suddenly cracked. Cough, cough! The blood in his mouth was out of control, and Tsukishima Shukuro's hands almost lost consciousness. Even if he had tried his best to support his weapon with his hands, he could not resist Maiyang's almost uninterrupted attack. He now clearly felt the meaning of what Maiyang had said before. One simple strength fell 10 techniques. Since the opponent was already familiar with the moves and could not win through the moves, he might as well use the simplest method to defeat the opponent. It was just a simple slash, but after possessing overwhelming strength and attacking speed, Tsukishima Shukuro could not resist Maiyang's attack at all. Dang! The weapon in his hand suddenly broke. Under the powerful slash of Maiyang, Tsukishima Shukuro's weapon finally could not bear it and broke in his desperate eyes. Then Maiyang's Zanpakuto waved down without any obstruction. A red line appeared on Tsukishima's body, extending from the left temple to the waist. Big brother Tsukishima Shishigawara, who was tied up by Maiyang's Bakudo, suddenly let out a roar of grief and indignation. He almost watched helplessly as his beloved brother Tsukishima was killed by Maiyang in the most violent way, and grief and anger instantly filled his whole body. Bastard! I will kill you. The Bakudo on his body was broken, and Shishigawara stood up and rushed to Maiyang crazily. Even if he gave up his life, he would kill Maiyang to avenge his brother Tsukishima. Dong! Ouch! A figure flashed, and a heavy punch landed on the stomach of Shishigawara. His stomach churned, and he spat out a mouthful of acid. Shishigawara's eyes immediately collapsed, and he almost lost consciousness. Just one punch had caused him to lose all ability to resist. Bang! With a wave of his hand, a hand knife slashed at the back of Shishigawara's head. After knocking him out, he fell to the side. Maiyang did not want to kill this kid. He was different from Tsukishima Shukuro and the others. Not to mention the others, just what Tsukishima Shukuro did with his ability, Maiyang would never let him go. Using his ability to cut off the fetters between others, this kind of despicable thing was simply unpardonable. Maiyang had long put him on his killing list. But Shishigawara was just a middle school student with extraordinary ability. At most, he was just a little punk. Because of the longing and worship of the capable people, he was involved in these things. What's more, his behavior did not have any substantial effect on Maiyang. Bang! Jinjo Kago's body fell from the air, falling just not far from Tsukishima Shukuro. Then Ichigo's body fell from the air, looking at the body of Jinjo Kago lying not far away, and Tsukishima Shukuro not far away from Jinjo Kago. It was because of these two people that his life became a mess. They laid a trap to help him get the power of the modern technique, and then took it away, which also involved his family and companions, taking away the fetters between himself and his family and companions. However, it was also because of them that he recovered Shinigami's strength and was able to rely on his own strength to protect his family and companions again, and was able to fight with his companions hand in hand again. Now, he took back Shinigami's strength, his family and companions also returned to normal, and Jinjo was just a former agent Shinigami. It's over. Zanpakuto took back his waist, and Maiyang flashed to Suzuki Kusu. Ryoka, who was tied up by Bakudo, was still in shock at this time. Whether it was the battle between Ichigo and Jinjo Kago or the battle between Maiyang and Tsukishima, it was a one-sided situation, and Tsukishima and Jinjo Kago were now all dead. Matsumoto, Kachiki, put away the body of Jinjo Kago. Also, write a report about what happened tonight and submit it to head captain. Yes. Hearing Toshiro Hitsugaya's order, Matsumoto Rengeku and Rukia walked to Ichigo together. Seeing the expression on Ichigo's face, Rukia stood on tiptoe and patted him on the shoulder. She knew that Ichigo must have a lot of thoughts now. After every battle, he would show such a confused expression. It was not like he was the winning side at all, but this was the reason why Ichigo made her feel different. Don't worry, I am fine. Feeling Rukia's concern, Ichigo Kurosaki felt warm in his heart and squeezed out a smile on his face. Toshiro Hitsugaya, here is handed over to you. Mayang turned around, then suddenly thought of something, turned to Toshiro Hitsugai and said, "Gather at my side after dawn, we are going to Hueco Mundo." Chapter 245, Blood Bastard. What do you want to do to me? Even if you catch me, don't think about doing strange things to me. I won't be interested in a guy like you. Ryoka took 2 steps back as soon as she was released by Mayang. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at Mayang with vigilance. As she spoke, Ryoka's face suddenly turned red, and her eyes kept wandering around. Huh? Who is this girl? An arrogant voice suddenly came from the side, and his tone was full of displeasure. Huh? Feeling the dissatisfaction in the voice of the visitor, Ryoka turned her head warily. Now that she had been caught in the base camp, she had to be careful about everything. She shuffled and dragged a pair of human characters. A white towel hung around Hori's neck, one hand holding her nose. She raised her head and looked at Ryoka, who had returned with Mayang and the others. It really makes me unhappy. Her eyes lingered on Ryoka's legs for a while. Hori turned her head away, and the displeasure on her face became even greater. What? Who are you talking about, you little midget? Sensing the meaning in Hori's eyes, a vein popped up on Ryoka's forehead. She was not a weak person to begin with. It was only because she had been captured that she had some misgivings. However, it was only limited to her misgivings. This little midget actually dared to look at her like that. She did not know how powerful her, Dokugamin Ryoka, was. Oh, it seems like another newcomer has joined. Moreover, it is an arrogant fellow. Interesting. You are the arrogant one. Don't use such an arrogant tone. Be careful that I will kill you, Apache. The 2 of you shouldn't act flirty like this in front of a newcomer. You will be seen as a joke. Bastard son. Who was flirting with this stupid lion female gorilla? Seeing the 3 people walking into the backyard, Ryoka's face suddenly showed a trace of shock. Although the 3 people in front of her tried to hide her spiritual power, she could only feel a little, but it was absolutely not wrong. They were fake. Isn't this guy with Shinigami? Why does he have a rancor here? Don't say more, be quiet. A faint voice came from behind the 3 people, and then a golden-haired elder sister appeared in Ryoka's sight. Seeing the figure, Ryoka's body could not help but stiffen. Golden long hair, wheat-colored skin, fiery figure, and exquisite facial features. The person who came was definitely one of the top beauties Ryoka had seen in the past few years. More importantly, the spiritual power he felt from the person was even more powerful and pure than Jinjo. Moreover, that spiritual power was the same as the previous 3 women. It was hollow. This girl is called Ryoka. In the future, she will be working in our shop. I will hand her over to you now. I hope to see a qualified employee after I come back from Hueco Mundo. Don't casually decide other people's matters, bastard. Hearing Mayang's words, Ryoka's face flashed with a trace of anger. What did this guy think of himself? He actually said such words so easily. It was absolutely unforgivable. He had to be locked in her own doll room forever. Don't worry, I will definitely teach her properly. Just as Ryoka finished speaking, a hand suddenly placed on her shoulder, and a soft voice sounded beside her ear. Feeling the heat that blew past her ear, Ryoka's body couldn't help but soften, and a blush appeared on her face. What a sensitive little girl. Noticing the change in Ryoka's body, Sun suddenly walked in front of her, put his head in front of her, and exhaled a breath of hot air in Ryoka's ear. The blush on her face deepened, and Ryoka's body felt weak, as if she was going to collapse on the ground. There seems to be something interesting. Who is this? Lilynette suddenly poked out half of her body from the window on the 2nd floor. When she saw Ryoka surrounded by a few people, her face suddenly showed a curious look. She seemed to have found something fun. This is the interesting thing you are talking about. By the way, how is Stark's body? That guy's fine. After jumping down from the window and casually answering Mayang's question, Lilynette walked to the front of Ryoka and then frowned. This woman was taller than herself, and her figure was better than herself. It was really uncomfortable. However, she was a newcomer. Thinking of this, Lilynette's face showed a smile again. A little under his feet, he jumped directly into Stark's room from the window, and looked at Stark lying on the bed with his head in his hands and looking out of the window. Kimura Mayang's heart was relieved, and it seemed that he was recovering well. Why don't you go through the front door this time? Looking at Mayang, who jumped in from the window and blocked his sight, Stark's face flashed a trace of surprise, and then strangely said, "You still have the energy to complain. This means that your body has recovered quite well. This way, I can be at ease." Walking to the window, he pulled a chair over and sat down. Suzuki Kusu, who entered the room, sat beside Mayang. As for Harable, who followed closely behind him, she walked to the corner and stood against the wall. She crossed her arms over her chest, his expression cold and aloof. Your mental state has recovered quite well. Now, you can come and have a good chat with us. Regarding your experience in the Hueco Mundo, I want to know all the details. I think you will also be very interested, Kisuke. Of course. Nobody know when, but Kisuke has appeared on the windowsill of Stark's room. Although he still has a consistent smile on his face, his eyes show unprecedented seriousness. Not only me, I think everyone here is very curious, so, can you tell me everything about the situation at that time, Stark-san? In just a few words, Stark's room is already full of people. Not only the Visored, but even Toshiro has returned here, of course, including Kurosaki standing beside Kisuke and the black cat Yoruichi on the shoulder. Has the matter over there been dealt with? Leave the matters over there to Matsumoto and Kachiki. Compared to that, the matters over here are more important. With his arms crossed, Toshiro Hitsugaya leaned against the wall. His face was a little serious, but he did not look out of place. Really, you actually ran into my room. Speaking of which, love, your shoes have not been taken off. Do not wear shoes and climb to my bed. These are small things. I am still more curious about your matter. Anyway, you should not be beaten like this. As for Stark's strength, love is still relatively clear. When he was preparing for the battle against Aizen, he and Rose joined forces, so that he could barely suppress Stark. With such strength, no matter what, Stark should not be easily defeated. I think this guy is completely sleeping because of these 2 years. This kind of guy without any enthusiasm will not feel strange even if he is killed. With both hands in his trouser pocket, Hori has a proud look. Think of her, Hori, since the last war, she has been practicing well. Now the strength is no longer the same as before. A guy like Stark who only knows to sleep all day, the strength is still above herself. It is really unbearable. He reached out and scratched his head. A trace of blush flashed on Stark's face, but it was just a flash. Indeed, for him, fighting is really too troublesome. Cultivation is too troublesome. It is better to sleep. Sorry to disturb you for a moment, Stark. When you were fighting the enemy, did you feel anything strange? Interrupting Hori, Kisuke stared at Stark and asked, his eyes full of seriousness. If you really want to say it, when the enemy is fighting, there will be a layer of faint lines on their body. Moreover, those lines seem to have 2 systems. When the lines appear, the enemy's attack power and defense ability will be significantly improved. As expected. Hearing Stark's words, Kisuke suddenly said this. His head was slightly lowered, and his head was buried under the shadow of the hat, so that people could not see the expression on his face. What's wrong? You seem to know something. Blood. Kurosaki, who stood beside Kisuke, suddenly opened his mouth and said. His face was calm, but there was a hint of unspeakable in the depths of his eyes. Blood is a skill unique to Quincy in order to adapt to high-intensity combat. By directly injecting Rishi into the blood vessels to enhance the body of the Quincy, who appeared to be weak as a human. The Quincy of pure blood is born to use the ability of blood. The ordinary Quincy can also learn through cultivation. Looking up at Kurosaki, a trace of understanding flashed through Ma Yang's eyes. Not noticing the gazes of the other people in the room, or perhaps ignoring the gazes of the others, Kurosaki leaned against the wall and continued, blood of the Quincy is divided into 2 systems, blood vein, and blood artery. Blood vein is responsible for defense, and blood artery is responsible for attack. The 2 blood belong to different systems, so in battle, the Quincy cannot use the blood vein and the blood artery at the same time. After saying that, Kurosaki closed his eyes and leaned against the wall. His face was calm, and the room fell into silence. Well, now all the information that can be known in this situation has been known. What we have to do next is to go to Hueco Mundo and get more information about the enemy. Ma Yang suddenly stood up, broke the peace in the room, and turned his eyes to Harable on the side. Stark has not recovered yet, so I'm going to need you and Kusu accompany me to Hueco Mundo. Chapter 246, Enemy Track. Hueco Mundo was still a lonely scene. There was an eternal and unchanging waning moon hanging in the sky. The ground was covered with sand, adding a bit of desolation to Hueco Mundo. A dark crack suddenly appeared in the sky of Hueco Mundo, and then a few figures came out from it. It was Ma Yang and his people who came to Hueco Mundo to investigate the Quincy incident from human world. Feeling the abnormal or brewing in Hueco Mundo, Ma Yang frowned slightly. Hueco Mundo had a strange feeling, which was different from the last time he came here. Although he could not feel anything specific, it gave Ma Yang a strange feeling. What is it? Have you noticed something? Noticing the strange look on Ma Yang's face, Hitsugaya asked. Ma Yang's reaction made him feel nervous. No one knew what the current situation was like. Perhaps it had already become the base camp of the Quincy. After all, whether it was the modern world or Soul Society, there was no trace of that group of people. No, I just have a strange feeling that we might catch some important information this time. Looking around, Maayang revealed a trace of thinking. Haribel's Garganta did not have any luck to lead them to the enemy. Now they could not detect the enemy at all. It seemed that they had to investigate carefully. Kusu. I know. Bunkei, paper 1,000 spiders. A wave spread around with Suzuki Kusu as the center, and Zunpacto in her hand also became a pure white jade Zunpacto. I said, there is no need to bring me at all, collecting information to investigate, you few are enough. Taking advantage of the time when Suzuki Kusu used his ability to explore the surrounding situation, Ekamaru-jin retracted his gaze and looked at Maayang and said, although he complained, his tone was as relaxed as ever. If I put you in the modern world, I will not be at ease. Moreover, considering that there might be a battle, you are an excellent fighting force. Excellent fighting strength and so on. It always sounds uncomfortable. In any case, I have been working in your store for more than a year. Don't call me that. Two hands were waving in his wide sleeves, Ekamaru-jin said with dissatisfaction, as if he was really dissatisfied with Maayang's guard against him. He directly ignored Ekamaru-jin's action. Maayang had long been accustomed to his behavior. Although he wore a smile all day long, perhaps only in the face of Matsumoto Rangeku, the smile on Ekamaru-jin's face was really from the heart. Even he could not see through the heart of this fox. How is it? Seeing Suzuki Kusu open his eyes, Maayang did not have time to speak, and Toshiro Hitsugaya asked anxiously. Their action this time was related to the important action of the entire Soul Society. There is nothing unusual in my scope of investigation. There is no spiritual power except us. This is already the biggest abnormality. Hearing Suzuki Kusu's words, Haribel, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Although the Hueco Mundo does have very little life, in terms of the vast and boundless range of the Hueco Mundo, that little bit of nothingness is not enough to reach the apex. However, Nan, your scope of detection is not small. If there is not even a little bit of emptiness in your scope of detection, this is already very abnormal. It is indeed like this. Kusu, have you noticed some traces? Traces? There are indeed some traces that I care about in the southwest direction. Let's go. 5 figures quickly rushed in the direction Suzuki Kusu pointed. Since there were traces, I believe that we will soon be able to find some clues. However, what was strange was that the place they landed was clearly the place where Stark was attacked, but there was no trace left. Even Stark's spiritual power could not be felt. It was less than a day since the battle happened. It seemed that the enemy also had some technology that they did not know. This matter was troublesome. This is the place. Stopping, Maayang squatted down, his fingers touching the ground slightly. Judging from the traces left on the ground, there were many Rancor passing through here, and the strength was not weak. However, what made Maayang more concerned was that there seemed to be something strange mixed in these Rancor's spiritual power, which was different from the Rancor he knew. Jin, when you were with Aizen before, did you feel this kind of spiritual power? No, although Aizen did a lot of experiments and created many different hollow, I have never met this kind of spiritual power, which is completely different from what I have seen before. His eyes slanted, and he saw Suzuki Kusu nod slightly to himself. Maayang was shocked. It seems that Ekamaru-jin did not lie. So, does it mean that in more than a year after Aizen left Hueco Mundo, Rancor of Hueco Mundo has different evolutionary methods? Haribel. Yes. Hearing Maayang call out her name, Haribel nodded and took out a large package from behind her. She took out some equipment and put them away. Then she connected to the modern world. There's already news so soon? It really is Kimura-san. Kisuke's face suddenly appeared on the screen. With a smile on his face, he used a small paper fan to cover his mouth. His eyes curved into a crescent moon. It seemed that he was in a good mood. I have indeed found some information. I have collected some remnants of spiritual power. I will leave the rest to you. Looking at Kisuke's smiling face on the screen, Maayang put the collected spiritual power into a groove of the equipment. It was better to leave this professional matter to Kisuke to deal with. Very good. I will take over your equipment next. Please do not resist. And when I am analyzing, please do not make the next move. I will be able to completely analyze the enemy spiritual power in 2 hours at most. As he spoke, various data flashed on the other screen. Kisuke, who was far away in the modern world, had taken over their equipment and began to operate and analyze this unknown spiritual power. Hearing Kisuke's instructions, Maayang nodded and sat down on the spot, waiting for Kisuke's analysis results. Originally, Kisuke wanted to come with Maayang and the others, but considering that the current situation was unclear, in order to prevent them from encountering any accidents in Hueco Mundo, Maayang decided to let Kisuke stay in human world. In this case, even if there was an accident, there was still room for relief. It would not be like the last time when several captains were trapped in Hueco Mundo. Standing with his hands crossed over his chest, Toshiro looked at the situation of Hueco Mundo. This was his first time coming to Hueco Mundo. Before this, he learned everything about Hueco Mundo from other places. Now it seemed that Hueco Mundo was slightly different from what he imagined. He never thought that Hueco Mundo would be such a desolate situation, and it was simply different from Soul Society. His eyes fell on Ikamaru-jin on the side, and Toshiro frowned. No matter what, he still could not have a good impression of this guy. Although he always had a smile on his face, it gave a sense of danger. Although he had felt the cold aura in him less and less recently, but about what this guy had done before, Toshiro still could not be relieved. Even if he knew that he was hiding beside Aizen for Matsumoto. Oh? Feeling the gaze of Toshiro Hitsugaya on his body, Ikamaru-jin turned his head and looked at Toshiro Hitsugaya, with a bright smile on his face. What's wrong? Hiren Maru, Captain? No, nothing. Turning his head, Toshiro Hitsugaya felt the difference between Hueco Mundo and Soul Society. The concentration of Rishi here was even richer than that of Soul Society. Considering that the possibility of a battle was high, he must be familiar with the surrounding environment before the battle. Looking up at Toshiro Hitsugaya and Ikamaru-jin, Ma-yang smiled slightly. This relationship between the two has not been a day or two. No matter what kind of secret, Ikamaru-jin once helped Aizen to shoot Hinamori, and the relationship between Matsumoto Renjaku and Ikamaru-jin made the relationship between them more complicated. For these things, Ma-yang does not intend to intervene, it is better for them to solve it themselves. However, Ma-yang's fingers moved on the ground. The sand crossed between his fingers, giving him a strange feeling. Eyes narrowed, the scene in front of him slowly distorted, and several pictures flashed in front of Ma-yang. Boots with rivets. What did you say? Hearing what Ma-yang said in a low voice, a trace of doubt flashed in Hitsugaya's eyes. No, nothing. Ma-yang shook his head. Even if he said it, it was useless. This kind of thing was not important at all. Relatively speaking, Gisuke's analysis result was more important. Kimura-san, you can already roughly know the situation of the enemy. Ma-yang was thinking about Gisuke's result. Gisuke's voice came from the communication device on the other side. His speed was far beyond his previous expectations. Spiritual Power's master is undoubtedly Rankar. But I don't know why, the spiritual power was a mix between Rankar and Quincy. In short, the enemy may be Rankar with Quincy ability. How is this possible? Yes, this kind of thing is really unusual. After all, Hollow and Quincy are completely opposite existences. Spiritual power of the two should not coexist, but the result of the analysis is so. If it is possible, I hope you can capture a living experimental body for me. I need more data to analyze. That's true, but there are no research materials you require now. Halfway through his words, Ma-yang suddenly stopped. At the same time, Suzuki Kusu also made a gesture to him. An enemy was coming. It seems that your request will be fulfilled soon, Gisuke. In his sight, several figures quickly approached. Chapter 247, Stolen Bankai-shua. The figure flashed, and just as Ma-yang noticed that someone was coming, several figures appeared in front of them. Rankar? Seeing the mask on the face of the person, Toshiro Hitsugaya frowned. Although Shinigami and Hollow have always been opposing existences, Aizen has been sealed. Why are these Rankar coming now? Their posture is obvious provocation. No, they are not the same as ordinary Rankar. Carefully feeling their spiritual power, this may be the Rankar that Gisuke said mixed with the power of Quincy. Ma-yang suddenly said. He felt a familiar feeling from these people. Although they were not the same person as the previous collected spiritual power, there were many similarities. Their spiritual power was obviously a type of person. It is rare to have a reasonable person. You are called Ma-yang, right? We have information about you. After hearing Ma-yang's words, a person whose left eye was wrapped in bandage took a step forward and said with an arrogant face. Step down, Eburn. You talk too much. You have no right to order me. If you say this, His Majesty will be angry. Hearing the other party's words, the Rankar named Eburn immediately shut his mouth, a trace of fear flashing across his face, as if he had remembered something terrible. It seems that you are the one in charge. Can you introduce yourself a little? Ma-yang asked, looking at the person who spoke later. There was a row of small visored rivets on the person's face. Obviously, it was also an Rankar. And judging from the mask left on his face, the degree of his broken face was very high. Lotus Friggin. With an arrogant smile on his face, the face suddenly stretched out his hand, and a pendant suddenly slipped from his wrist. As for our identities, use your own eyes to see them clearly. That is. Seeing the pendant slide down from Loda's wrist, Toshiro Hitsugaya suddenly exclaimed, although I have only seen it once or twice, That thing is indeed similar to what Ishita Ryu uses, that is the equipment of Quincy. Ah. It seems that the identity of the enemy is clear. It is exactly the same as what Gisuke said. A thick barrel suddenly appeared in Loda's hand. The dark hole emitted a dangerous aura. Boom! Just as Ma Yang was feeling strange about the enemy's weapon, a blue light beam shot out from the opponent's hand. It was extremely fast and emitted a violent fluctuation. The power of that attack could not be underestimated. But this is not enough. He stretched out his left hand and caught the beam of light in front of the other party's frightened eyes. Then, he swung his arm and threw the other party's attack away. Ma Yang's face was indifferent. This level of power was not enough for him to dodge. Is this all you have? If the guys behind you are also at this level, then you should just admit defeat. You have no chance of winning at all. It's not up to you to decide whether you have a chance of winning or not. Loda said, unconvinced. However, a trace of nervousness flashed across his face. Ma Yang's strength had greatly exceeded his expectations. It turned out that he saw someone here and wanted to come over to take credit. Unexpectedly, he encountered a big problem. The enemy's strength was far beyond his expectations. Damn it. He let out a low cry of unwillingness. Loda's eyes swept around and suddenly fixed on Suzuki Kusu. The pure white Zanpakuto, and the powerful spiritual power. This woman must be Suzuki Kusu. Although there is not much information about her, one thing is certain. She will use Bankai. Moreover, her Bankai form is a pure white like jade Zanpakuto. Great, this time it is not completely fruitless. His Majesty will definitely reward me. Suzuki Kusu, standing behind Ma Yang, suddenly frowned. It seems that you have thought of some wonderful idea. It doesn't matter, I can wait for you. Noticing that the other party's face suddenly flashed with a hint of joy, Ma Yang opened his mouth and said. He stood still on the spot. In this situation, he needed more information about the enemy. Moreover, he did not think that the other party had any ability to threaten him. Haha. Your arrogance will be the root of your regret. Lotus had yet to make any movements when Eburn, who had been standing behind him, suddenly let out a burst of wanton laughter. He jumped out from behind Lotus with an arrogant smile on his face. He held a metal disc in his hand. A ball of light emitted from the disc, and a strange fluctuation spread out. Eburn, you bastard. Haha, only a fool will leave you. I will not let go of this opportunity. Her Bankai is mine. The disc in his hand suddenly burst out a light, covering the body of Eburn, and a sense of suppression emitted from his body. What is that? In the air, with Eburn's body as the center, a black sky curtain opened. Looking at the black thing, Ma Yang's heart suddenly rose a-throbbing. He did not know why, looking at the black thing in the sky, he felt a strong sense of crisis. Not good. After detecting the intention of the other party, Suzuki Kusu's face suddenly changed. The other party actually wanted to seize her own Bankai. With her Bankai ability, if it were taken away by the enemy, the consequences would be unimaginable. There would be no secrets on her side. With a move in her heart, Suzuki Kusu just wanted to remove her Bankai. Several beams of light suddenly shot down from Eburn's side and surrounded Suzuki Kusu's body. Suzuki Kusu's body suddenly shook, and her face revealed a panic, and her Bankai could not be removed. What's wrong, Kusu? Seeing that Suzuki Kusu was surrounded by the light column of the other party, and his face showed a frightened expression, Ma Yang asked. Stop him, he wants to use that disc to seize my Bankai. Seize Bankai. Suzuki Kusu's voice echoed in the ears of several people. Bankai would actually be seized? As the most powerful ability of Shinigami, and also the logo of Captain-level Shinigami's strength, Bankai, it will actually be seized by the Quincy with an inexplicable device. Melt. The sea, turn into clouds, white clouds, turn into rain, raindrops, turn into mist. All tangible things, turn into intangible things. In the end of our joy, pour glass to the ground. With an irrepressible joy on his face, Eburn spat out a long line of words. Don't think about it. Ma Yang placed his hand on his own Zanpakuto. His feet moved, and his body flashed. He appeared directly beside Eburn. Ma Yang suddenly unsheathed his sword. A gorgeous saber light flashed. Poo blood splattered. A trace of astonishment flashed through Ma Yang's eyes. A corpse fell from the sky. Ha! I got her Bankai. A burst of laughter came out of his mouth. Eburn held the metal disc tightly in his hand, and on the ground, Suzuki Kusu's face was abnormally pale. His hands were clenched tightly, and his eyes were full of despair. The Bankai that he had gone through difficulty and spent nearly 100 years to practice was actually taken away by the enemy. More importantly, how can the enemy who has his own Bankai deal with it? There are actually people who are not afraid of death, but I don't know how many people can block the knife for you. Seeing that things had become a foregone conclusion, Ma Yang's face suddenly calmed down. For the sake of His Majesty's great plan, they are ready to become cornerstones at any time. With a smile that could not be concealed on his face, Eburn raised the disc in his hand. As long as there is this thing, everything is worth it. So, are you ready to fight with your companions, Bankai? It should be me asking you. Are you ready to die? Maiyang's eyes narrowed, and a murderous aura echoed in the air. Go. Eburn, report the news here to His Majesty. Beside him, Loda's face suddenly changed, and a powerful spiritual power suddenly burst out from his body. His body flashed and appeared in front of Eburn. Although he was dissatisfied with Eburn stealing his own Bankai, for the sake of His Majesty's great cause, he was ready to sacrifice himself. Following Loda's movements, several people who were covered all over also flashed and blocked in front of Maiyang. He absolutely could not let Maiyang kill Eburn. Who wants you to help? Hurry up and get to the side, leave Loda's. I have now obtained Bankai, let me get rid of this. Swoosh, the blade flashed, and the words of Eburn came to an abrupt end. Just as he was speaking, the people in front of him had all fallen. Other than Loda's, who still had a breath left, the rest of them had all died. Bastard! A cry of unwillingness came out from his mouth, and the expression on Eburn's face kept changing. The enemy's strength was too strong. Loda's, who was almost the same level as him, could not even walk one move in the hands of the other party. Perhaps, other than the stern Ritter, no one could fight with him. He had to retreat, otherwise, there was no meaning in seizing this Bankai. Thinking of this in his heart, a black shadow appeared in front of Eburn. You want to run? Don't even think about it. Seeing Eburn's actions, Maiyang's eyes turned cold. Just as he moved, Loda's body suddenly rushed in front of him. You overestimate yourself. There was no fluctuation in Maiyang's eyes. With this guy's strength, he could not even stop him for a moment. Boom! Just as he raised his Zanpakuto in his hand, Loda's body suddenly exploded. A wave of fluctuation accompanied by smoke appeared, enveloping Maiyang's body. Bastard! He let out an angry cry. Maiyang also did not expect Loda's to use this kind of method. They were clearly two people with a gap between them, yet they actually sacrificed themselves for the other party at a critical moment. Was this awareness of the enemy? This kind of enemy was truly too terrifying. Chapter 248, The True Form of Their Enemy. Just you wait, His Majesty will soon lead our Wandenrick to trample Soul Society. Enveloped by a black shadow, Eburn turned to look at Maiyang, his eyes filled with hatred. Although he usually did not get along well with Loda's, at this moment, a sense of sorrow still rose in his heart. Shoot him, Kamishini no Yari. A saber light suddenly shot out from below. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Eburn. There was no time to react. A sharp pain suddenly came from Eburn's arm. A howl came from his mouth, and Eburn reached out to cover his arm. The arm that was originally holding the disc had been cut off and fell from the air. Hit. Silver hair fluttered in the air, and Ikamaru-jin had a sly smile on his face. Zanpakuto, who was holding in his hand, waved, and the blade twisted and cut down on Eburn's body. Damn it! Bastard! A reluctant cry came out from his mouth, and a black shadow in front of Eburn spread out, enveloping his entire body. Zanpakuto, the Ikamaru-jin, streaked through the air, but he did not cut anything. Did he escape? Taking back his own Zanpakuto, Ikamaru-jin's face showed a trace of thinking. The enemy's movement method was something he had never seen before, and the appearance of the black shadow was also never seen. It seemed that he could appear in the sky at will, but he did not know if this was also applicable in other places. If that was the case, it would be bad. Is the enemy using this thing to take away Kusa's Bankai? Walking to the side and picking up the disc from the broken hand of Eburn, Toshiro Hitsugaya's face flashed a trace of thinking. He did feel the spiritual power of Suzuki Kusa's Bankai from this disc, but he was still a little difficult to accept. The Bankai that Captain-level Shinigami worked hard to practice was actually taken away by the enemy by a small disc. Fortunately, Ikamaru-jin, you caught up the situation just now. As long as you are a little slower, the enemy will take this disc and escape. Back to Suzuki Kusu, handed the metal disc to her, and Toshiro Hitsugaya turned his eyes to Ikamaru-jin and said, although he was still a little concerned about what Ikamaru-jin had done before, but Toshiro Hitsugaya also knew that it was not the time to care about that. Thank you. She thanked Toshiro Hitsugaya and Ikamaru-jin. Suzuki Kusu's face showed a trace of a surviving expression, holding the disc that took her Bankai tightly in her hand. Fortunately, it was not taken away by the enemy, otherwise it would be done. Well done, Jin. Do you want me to give you a raise? Landing from the air, Maiyang looked a little relaxed. Although he still didn't catch the enemy alive in the end, he at least knew an important piece of information. Forget about the salary, you should give me a little more vacation. With a smile on his face, Ikamaru-jin waved his hand and said, Kimura, what should we do now? Toshiro Hitsugaya's face is serious, interrupting the communication between Maayang and Akamaru Jin. Now the enemy has escaped, and has used a movement method that has never been seen before, and there is no way to track it. Moreover, Suzuki Kusu's Bankai has been seized by the enemy with his disc. What should we do now? Continue to investigate, or go back now? Now, Toshiro Hitsugaya, you and Kusa go back first. Although you have not obtained all the information of the enemy, the few pieces of information now are enough. You must inform Soul Society at the first time. According to the enemy's words just now, their target is indeed Soul Society. No one knows when they will launch an attack and must inform Soul Society as soon as possible. Moreover, Kusa's Bankai has been taken away and sealed in this small disc. It must be solved as soon as possible. The disc in Kusa's hand should be handed over to Kisuke to analyze. This is taken back to Soul Society and handed to Kurotsuchi Captain. With their level, I believe that they will soon be able to analyze the enemy's technology and find a way to crack it. It must be solved before the war begins. Said that, Maayang threw a metal disc to Toshiro Hitsugaya, which he found on the body of the remaining DOS who died. Although he chose to self-destruct, even the body was not left, but the metal disc was intact. I know, then what are you going to do? Taking the disc and putting it in his arms, Toshiro Hitsugaya looked at Maayang and asked. The enemy will not only be these few. The people who come are just Rancor with the power of Quincy. I believe that there will be Orthodox Quincy. In the Hueco Mundo, the three of us will stay here and continue to investigate. I know. Hitsugaya nodded and replied. In this case, this was the most correct decision. Looking deeply at Maayang, Suzuki Kusu's eyes flashed a trace of loss. He thought that he could stay with Maayang and help him all the time. Unexpectedly, he had to go back at the beginning. Don't be lost. You have more important tasks. We must know the principle of the enemy's ability to take away Bankai as soon as possible. In the coming war, if there is no Bankai, we can't fight with Quincy at all. I know, just can't fight with you, so I am a little sad. Shaking her head lightly, a gentle smile appeared on Suzuki Kusu's face. However, I will soon appear by your side again. This time, I will definitely not let you fight alone. With a smile on his face, Maayang turned to look at Hannibal. Open the garganta. A dark crack appeared beside Suzuki Kusu and Toshiro Hitsugaya. On the other side of the black cavity, the sign of Kisuke Stores could be vaguely seen. Hannibal directly opened the black cavity and connected it to the door of Kisuke Stores. Let's go. The body leaped and directly jumped into the black cavity. A blue channel formed by Rishi was formed under his feet. Toshiro took the lead to human world. He must hurry up. This metal disc must be handed to Captain Kurotsuchi as soon as possible. You saw the battle just now, Kisuke. Seeing Hitsugaya and Suzuki Kusu run into the garganta, Maayang suddenly turned to look at the instrument on the side and asked. On the screen of the instrument, it was Kisuke's slightly serious face. The instrument here had a special camera of Kisuke. He could observe everything here through the camera. In other words, he had seen everything that happened just now, including the enemy's words. Except for their spiritual power, he was no different from being at the scene. Of course. How do you feel? It's very bad. With a few moments of contemplation on his face, Kisuke's look was absolutely not relaxed. There are a few things that need to be paid attention to. One is naturally the kind of disc that can seize Bankai from the enemy. There is no limit to the seizing of Bankai, or as long as it is a person with a metal disc, they can freely seize the Bankai of Captain. Second point, what is the movement method of the enemy, the kind of black shadow that suddenly appeared? Honestly, even I have never seen it, so there is no way to know. For the time being, there is no limit to the appearance of the enemy's black shadow. If it can appear at any place, it is bad. The third point, what does the enemy mean by His Majesty and Wandenrick? Since it is an empire, then where have they been hiding for so many years? Who is the emperor they are talking about? Moreover, it is still unknown whether there is any unknown connection between this name and their way of moving. The last thing I care about is that the will shown by the enemy has not appeared yet, but the fighting will shown by these miscellaneous soldiers is enough to shock me. If the enemy are all such fanatical soldiers, Soul Society will be in danger. Against these soldiers, it really worries me to what extent they can do. Maayang was silent. He and Kisuke looked at each other through the screen. For a moment, he was silent. Although most of the team members of 13 Division of Imperial Guards had experienced a lot of battles, it was really worrying to fight this kind of battle. Interesting. Akamaru Jin's mouth suddenly pulled up, revealing a dangerous arc, and a line appeared in his hand. Boom! Looking at the smoke that rose because of the attack not far away, Maayang frowned slightly. The previous battle had just passed, but he did not expect that the other side would come again. And this time the enemy was much stronger than before. Feeling the fluctuations of battle here, I thought there were some fish that escaped the net, But from spiritual powers feeling, it did not seem like it. I just did not expect it to be such a harvest. At some point, Zanpakuto in Ikamaru-jin's hand had shrunk back to his original form. His face showed a bit of caution as he looked at the figure that gradually appeared in front of him. As the smoke dispersed, a figure slowly appeared in front of them. The stiff military uniform was covered with a white short cloak. The person was wearing a standard suit of Quincy. He wore a military cap on his head and a pair of round glasses on his nose, making it impossible to see his expression clearly. The thin face and thin lips made Ma-yang frown. This guy did not look like someone who could be easily dealt with. Ma-yang, Ikamaru-jin, Haribal, you are all people His Majesty asked to pay attention to. Even if he was talking, the person was still meticulous. His whole body was full of military aura. After seeing this, Ma-yang could not help but frown again. He did not know if the enemies were all like this. Chapter 249, Volstandard Destroy the Quincy? Looking at Ma-yang and the other two people, the face of the newcomer was still calm. It seems that you are not ignorant of our affairs, but this is also no wonder. After all, it is not easy to do little things in your eyes. Ma-yang was silent. Although the enemy had finally appeared, they still had to be careful. I have a proposal. Seeing that Ma-yang was silent, Ikamaru-jin and Haribal just stood quietly behind Ma-yang, not saying a word, and the opposite person suddenly stretched out a finger in front of him and said, "Join us. As far as I know, you don't belong to Soul Society. If you join us, you..." Swish, a blade light flashed across the face of the Quincy, and a strand of hair slowly fell. It seems that the negotiations are broken. Looking at the hair slowly drifting down, the Quincy eyes flashed a cold light. Although I myself have no obsession with Shinigami, compared with Shinigami, I still hate you more as a Quincy. After all, your existence will pose a threat to her. Jin waved his hands casually, and said with a relaxed look, but in fact, it was him who almost killed the opposite Quincy. What an elusive character, but what you said is not wrong at all. For Quincy, I also owe a little favor. Taking out Zanpakuto from his waist, Ma-yang did not hesitate at all. Although he did not have much experience with Quincy before, he had no timidity and powerful strength. He was fearless. There is really no way. The pendant hanging on his waist suddenly emitted a light, blue light flashed, and a knife suddenly appeared in the hands of Quincy. "Let me kill a few of you." He reached out and pulled out his weapon. The tip of the sword pointed straight at Ma-yang. There was no emotion in Quincy's eyes. Whether it was the tension of the upcoming battle, or the excitement of killing the opponent and the fear of being killed, it was obvious that the other party was a pure warrior. In the face of the battle, there was no emotion showing. It's really strange. The Quincy actually learned to use the sword as a weapon by Shinigami. Looking at the weapon of the opposite Quincy, Ma-yang said something unknown. "Do you really think so?" His face was calm, and there was no other emotion on his face. A few light spots suddenly flashed above the tip of the knife in the hand of the Quincy master, and then several beams of light were launched from the tip of his knife, facing Kimura. Ma-yang's body shot over. With a calm expression on his face, he waved his Zanpakuto, and a saber light flashed. The light beams that shot toward Ma-yang in the form of arrows were directly cut into pieces, turning into specks of sparkling light that dissipated in the air. "I see. You can eliminate my holy killing arrow with the power of swinging a sword. You are indeed powerful enough to be proud of." Seeing that his attack was easily resolved by Ma-yang, Quincy's face showed a trace of surprise. But that was all. For the strength of Ma-yang, he had expected it. To be exact, for all the strong people who existed in the world now, they had more specific information. He did not think that he could defeat Ma-yang just by this. Swish. In a flash, several figures dressed in white military uniforms appeared around Ma-yang and the other two. Each of them held a spirit bow in their hands, and between their fingers, there were faint light arrows. Hiron Kyaku. I didn't expect that even ordinary soldiers could master such technology. Ordinary Shinigami cannot use the same level of flash steps. Ma-yang frowned slightly. The ordinary Quincy naturally did not have enough strength to make him vigilant, but if he considered the battle between Shinigami and Quincy, he could not help making Ma-yang serious. He had to consider what might happen after the battle between Shinigami and Quincy. Kamishini no Yari. A bright knife light suddenly shot out from Ikamaru-jin's hand and directly penetrated the body of a Quincy soldier. After a successful hit, Ikamaru-jin's mouth was slightly hooked, and his face showed a dangerous smile. The body swayed, the arm was flung, and Zanpakuto in Ikamaru-jin's hand directly cut the body of the unlucky soldier, and the sharp knife light directly cut the bodies of several Quincy around him, leaving several broken bodies falling from the sky. Although he doesn't care about the lives of those low-level Quincy soldiers, His Majesty will definitely be unhappy if they die too much at one time. With such a thought flashing through his mind, a line appeared on the body of Quincy, his feet moved, and he was going to take advantage of Ikumaru-jin to launch a beautiful sneak attack. It's really outrageous. However, if your Quincy is at this level, I am relieved. Before the body of the Quincy moved, Ma-Yang's body suddenly appeared beside him, and the cold blade of Zanpakuto in his hand tightly attached to the neck of Quincy. With a turn of his arm, Ma-Yang's Zanpakuto cut off the neck of the Quincy. Feeling Zanpakuto on his neck, the Quincy's face did not change at all, but his eyes turned, and then the lines on his body changed slightly in an instant. Bang! Ma-Yang narrowed his eyes. What a pity, it seems that you can't really hurt me at all. Although Zanpakuto cut on the neck of Quincy, Ma-Yang's Zanpakuto did not cut the body of the other party at all. Is that so? Ma-Yang's palm tightened, and the Quincy keenly felt the change of Ma-Yang's breath behind him. His feet moved, and his body directly appeared in the distance, his eyes full of vigilance. Although the attack just blocked Ma-Yang's attack, he did not dare to look down on Ma-Yang at all. At the moment when Ma-Yang spoke, his heart raised a creepy feeling. Seeing that Quincy was running away, Ma-Yang did not catch up. Although he already knew that Quincy had something like blood, he also knew that in the state of blood vein, the defense of Quincy would be greatly improved, but Ma-Yang did not expect that the defense of the opposite side would be improved to such a degree. Although his previous slash did not go all out, it was absolutely not easy to block. Got it. Just as the Quincy flashed away from Ma-Yang, Ikumaru-jin's eyes flashed a glimmer of light, and the shinso in his hand suddenly became longer, and the moment his body fell, it suddenly pierced his waist. The body suddenly shook, and the Quincy adjusted his body at the moment when Jin's Zanpakuto tried to stab him, and then avoided Ikumaru-jin's attack and appeared in the distance with vigilance in his eyes. Sure enough, the Quincy can't use the blood vein while using the blood artery. Taking back his own Zanpakuto, Ikumaru-jin was still smiling, but only in this short period of time. They have confirmed several pieces of information they had learned before, about the blood. In my opinion, their blood vein, or blood artery, have no meaning. The Zanpakuto in his hand naturally sagged, and Ma-Yang stepped toward Quincy. As he stepped forward, the momentum of his body gradually became stronger, and a momentum of palpitation rose from his body. Even if he used the blood artery, he could not escape from my pursuit. Even if he used the blood vein, he could not block my attack. As soon as the voice fell, Ma-Yang's body appeared in front of the Quincy. The blade of Zanpakuto in his hand had appeared on the head of the Quincy. The sharp blade almost cut the head of the opposite side. Under the blade, there was a pair of horror eyes. Puff, the body was slightly tilted, avoiding the blood sprayed by the opposite side. Ma-Yang looked at the opposite Quincy calmly, leaving a deep scar on the shoulder of the opposite side, almost cutting off the left arm of the other side. A smart decision, knowing that even if you use the blood vein, you can't block my slash, so you decisively use the blood artery. Although you still can't avoid my slash, you at least avoided the fatal injury. His body bowed slightly, his left arm drooped weakly, and the Quincy was no longer as calm as before. There were a few drops of sweat on his thin cheeks, and his face was dignified. With his hands hanging down, Ikumaru-jin stood in the distance and watched quietly. Ma-Yang had been seriously fighting and did not need him to fight at all. As long as he waited quietly for the end of the battle, his confidence in Ma-Yang's strength was even stronger than that of Aizen before. The expression on his face gradually calmed down, and there was even a smile on his face. It seems that you have some powerful backup. Ma-Yang raised his eyebrows and said. You should know this power, it is called Vollständig. Hearing the words of the opposite Quincy, Ma-Yang was suddenly shocked. The so-called Vollständig, he knew a lot. Whether it was what he saw in the manga in his previous life, or what he saw and learned through other channels in this life, he was not unfamiliar with the kind of power, which could be said to be comparable to Shinigami's Bankai. However, the Vollständig is not a kind of power that can be exerted by sacrificing his own strength, just like the last Mugetsu of Ichigo. Is the opposite Quincy already prepared to die? Just as Ma-Yang was thinking in his heart, a pillar of light suddenly burst out from the opposite Quincy, forming a huge pillar of light in the air. The surrounding Rishi suddenly issued a strange fluctuation. All Rishi around the Quincy is disturbed by his power. Chapter 250, Masculine. It's really ugly. Looking at the opposite Quincy whose image had changed grayly, Ma-Yang said. There was a pentagram on the top of his head, and a pair of wings appeared on his back. The Quincy at this time was completely different from before, especially the momentum of his body, which was completely different from before. But the strength is not to be underestimated. Ugly. The head was slightly tilted, and there was a sneer on his face. After the transformation, there were several vertical lines in the eyes of the Quincy, which gave Ma-Yang a strange feeling. Indeed, in the eyes of you Shinigami's violent people, our appearance as a sacred executor will certainly look ugly and terrible. While speaking, A large mass of Rishi suddenly gathered on the blade of the Quincy. The surrounding Rishi all converged in the direction of his blade, and even the sand formed by Rishi in the Hueco Mundo turned into Rishi, converging toward the blade of the Quincy, and converged into a huge ball of light in the blink of an eye. This guy. Seeing the scene in front of him, he was stunned by the knowledge of Kimura Maayang. Although it is said that the ability of the Quincy Master itself is the subordination of the spiritual sun, that is, the way to control the fighting of the spiritual sun, but this level is too much, it's exaggerated. Even the sand made of spirits can be absorbed and utilized by being reincarnated into spirits, which is simply appalling. Prepare to accept it. The power of my complete Volstandig, Bisky Eel. Spiritual power on the blade accumulated to the extreme, and Quincy uttered a roar, the sword in his hand pointing straight at Maayang, and a terrible attack shot out from his sword. With a flash of light in his eyes, Maayang crossed his arms, and a layer of pale blue light appeared above Zanpakuto. With a wave of his arm, the attack that came head-on was cut into two by Maayang's slash. Falling far away, there was a sudden violent explosion, and a violent air wave came from the distance, blowing Maayang's clothes. It seems that you have no ability. Although your strength is indeed much stronger than before, there is still a distance between you and me. This boring battle should be drawn quickly. You have no value. Said coldly, Maayang's feet flashed, and his body suddenly appeared in front of the Quincy. Seeing Maayang who suddenly appeared in front of him, the Quincy was suddenly shocked. Even if he had used the Volstandig, he could not catch the trajectory of Maayang's movements. Looking at the Zanpakuto that had been enlarged in front of his eyes, Quincy's eyes widened. At this time, even using blood would have no effect at all. If nothing else, he could not keep up with Kimura Maayang's action. Even if you use the blood artery, it doesn't make any sense at all, so it's better to drive the blood vein with all your strength. Thinking in his heart, a layer of lines appeared on the body of Quincy, and he instantly used the full power of the blood vein, which was his strongest defense. At the same time as he used the blood vein, the body of Quincy also moved. Although he knew that he could not avoid Maayang's attack, he could not completely give up dodging. Puff, there was a resistance coming from Zanpakuto, but it still cut the body of the opposite side. Looking at Quincy, who took half a step back and drooped half of his shoulder, Maayang chuckled. Although the opposite side's blood vein was stronger than the hero of Rancor, it was just that, under his own blade, there was no effect at all. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a sense of nervousness suddenly rose in Maayang's heart. With a twist of his waist, the Zanpakuto in Maayang's hand was flung backwards, and the rapid swing of his sword even caused the sound of air exploding. Boom! A wave of air exploded. Maayang took a few steps back, his eyes slightly vigilant. The strength of the enemy was not to be underestimated. What? You were beaten so badly, Quilch? A voice suddenly came from the smoke, and the smoke gradually dispersed, revealing the figure inside. Seeing the figure appear, Maayang frowned slightly. He wore a brown mask with a pentagram emblem on his head. His neck was tied with a bow tie, and his waist was tied with a star emblem belt. He had a slightly raised short beard and a strong physique. The appearance of this guy was similar to the enemy described by Stark. Masculine? Seeing the person who appeared behind Maayang, a trace of surprise flashed through Quilge's eyes. Although he was also a member of the Stern Ritter, inside the Stern Ritter, everyone's relationship was not harmonious. Especially masculine. As a member of the Wandenrick, who was also a prominent member of the Stern Ritter, he did not have the demeanor of a knight, let alone the accomplishments of a soldier. His character of being in the limelight was not at all compatible with him. Why did this guy save him? Although he had doubts in his heart, Quilge did not hesitate at all. In just an instant, he had already retreated far away. Although he was injured, it did not affect his movements at all. Is he also a Quincy? Ignoring Quilge who retreated, Maayang set his eyes on the person who appeared later. If he did not guess wrong, this guy was the enemy that Stark met before, the so-called enemy that is not easy to kill. However, why is it like this? The previous Quincy who used swords as weapons, not to mention, at least his attack is still a long-range attack similar to bows and arrows, and the guy opposite is completely a close combat type enemy. Is this guy the enemy that His Majesty said needs to be paid attention to? Tilting his head and looking at Maayang, a trace of doubt flashed in the eyes of Masculine, who looked simple and honest. But it looks like there is nothing amazing. Is it you who hurt Stark? Ignoring the other party's words, after looking at it, Maayang suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Stark? It seemed that Maayang had asked a question that caught him off Masculine. Masculine was slightly stunned, then a smile appeared on his face. He seemed simple and honest, but in fact, he said viciously, is it that useless Rancor? He runs quite fast. I heard that he is an expert, but in front of me, the hero of justice, he can only run away. As he spoke, as if he suddenly thought of something, Masculine paused and then said, "Are you his companion? I thought he was dead." Just as Masculine finished speaking, a fist struck his cheek. An irresistible force came from his face and sent his body flying. What? As his body flew in the air, Masculine's heart was filled with shock. With his strength, he did not even have the time to react before he was sent flying. Moreover, the power coming from his face was truly extraordinary. Even the power that he was proud of was not superior to his opponent. The shock in his heart had not yet been suppressed, and his body was still flying in the air. A figure suddenly appeared behind Masculine. A layer of green light appeared on Ma Yang's fist, and then it ruthlessly smashed into Masculine's head. Boom! His body seemed to have turned into a meteor. Masculine's body suddenly smashed into the ground from the air, leaving behind a huge crater. Only after his body fell did a burst of air explosion sound come from the air, as well as the sound of his body suddenly smashing down. Seeing Masculine being shot down by Ma Yang without any ability to resist, Quilge's eyes flashed, and his feet moved slightly. Although his personal relationship with Masculine was not good, if he were to watch him get killed, he would be in even more danger. Moreover, this was indeed a good opportunity to sneak attack Ma Yang. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a stream of spiritual power gathered in his hand. Just as Quilge was about to do something, a Zanpakuto descended from the sky, and a cold light flashed on the blade. Turning his body to the side, the Zanpakuto stabbed into the ground in front of him, raising a large cloud of dust. The expression in Quilge's eyes kept changing. He looked in the direction of the blade, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. Although Ikumaru-jin had a smile on his face and looked very sunny, his appearance was particularly terrible in the eyes of Quilge. He could feel the hidden cold-killing intent behind that smile. "Sorry, Kimura is a little busy now, let me play with you for a while," Ikumaru-jin said in a relaxed tone, as if the person opposite him was not his enemy, but a friend who had been friends for many years. Silently withdrawing his own Zanpakuto, the next moment, Ikumaru-jin's body has appeared in front of Quilge, and the Zanpakuto in his hand waved down to the other side's head. With a raise of his arm, he used a knife in his hand to block Ikumaru-jin's attack, and Quilge's heart slowly calmed down. Although it was more difficult to fight with Ma Yang, but only to deal with Ikumaru-jin, Quilge felt that he could still do it with his own strength. Just as Quilge relaxed in his heart, the corner of Ikumaru-jin's mouth suddenly rose, revealing a trace of a strange smile. Seeing the smile on Ikumaru-jin's face, Quilge's heart suddenly jumped, and a dim knife light bloomed in front of him. Sizzle, his body retreated, and Quilge's head tilted, a few drops of blood dripping from his face. The head slowly turned back, leaving a long and narrow scar on Quilge's face. Although he dodged at the last moment, his face still left a big scar, and this was under the condition that he activated the blood vein. "Oh, I actually failed." With a flash of the knife, Ikumaru-jin took back his Zanpakuto and crossed in front of him. The residual blood on the blade was particularly conspicuous, reflecting the ugly face of Quilge. "But don't worry, next time I will cut off your head." Chapter 251, Immortal Quincy Bastard, the information is not accurate at all. He reached out and touched the blood on his face. His eyes were gloomy, and his heart gradually sank. According to the information collected by their Wandenrich, Ikumaru-jin was only a captain-level Shinigami. When facing their stern Ritter, he should not have the advantage at all. However, it was this person who was evaluated as an ordinary captain class, who was marked internally as someone who did not need to be particularly concerned, who actually broke his blood vein. This kind of strength was too different from what the intelligence said. When you are distracted in battle, are all Quincy like you? Isn't it too unprofessional? Ikumaru-jin's whisper suddenly sounded in Quilge's ear, but it was particularly cold in Quilge's ear, as if he was stared at by a poisonous snake. Puff, blood sprayed. Even if he urgently used a Hiron Kyaku and switched his blood to blood artery, Quilge was still hit by the Zanpakuto of Ikumaru-jin, leaving a scar on his body again. Because you know you can't defend, so you chose to dodge? Your judgment is right, but your speed is still a bit lacking. With a symbolic smile on his face, Ikumaru-jin directly revealed the weakness of the other side. Even if he used the blood vein, he still couldn't resist the destructive power of the spear, and he would still be injured in the attack, and in that case, he could not avoid Ikumaru-jin's attack at all. But if he gave up on defense, if he turned to use blood artery, as long as he was hit in the vital point by Zanpakuto of Ikumaru-jin, he would be dead. His Zanpakuto was too fast. With a gloomy face, various thoughts flashed through his mind, but he never thought of a good way. It seems that not only the battle over there, but my side is also about to end. His eyes turned slightly and looked at the battlefield of Ma Yang on the other side. The later Big Quincy was hit on the head by Ma Yang. There was no reaction until now. It seemed that he was dead. I really don't know how Stark was defeated. How can it be? Mr. Masculine was actually defeated in an instant. Don't lose, sir. Come on, big star. Stand up quickly. A bald little fatty stood on the edge of the hole created by Masculine's fall. He clenched his fists and shouted, just like a little fan. Is this ability that Stark said? Standing in the air, Maayang's sight saw through the dust and saw the Quincy lying on the ground. At the same time that the little one spoke, the body of the Quincy, who had been dying and lying on the ground, suddenly poured out a force from the body of the Quincy. He suddenly stood up from the ground. Not only did the injury on his body recover, but it seemed to be much stronger than before. Starflying kick. A voice suddenly came from the ground, and then a figure suddenly sprang out, breaking the smoke in the sky. Masculine's legs were tight, and he flew towards Maayang. Feeling the speed of the other party, Maayang's eyes narrowed slightly. At this speed, his strength would not be weak. Maayang turned his arm and blocked Zanpakuto's blade in front of him. After all, this was a good opportunity to measure the strength of the Quincy. He had to feel the level of the enemy. Bang! A powerful force came from Zanpakuto, and Maayang's arm couldn't help but tremble. The force was very strong, but it could still be endured. I didn't expect you to be able to launch a counterattack after suffering such an injury. After taking a few steps back, Maayang calmly said. I am, masked masculine. Their support is my strength. All the muscles in his body were tight, and Masculine said loudly with a smile on his face. As long as there was the support of his fans, the super big star as a friend of justice would never fail. No matter what the enemy was, they would be defeated by his own hands. This has been verified many times. I see, support? The power of Quincy is really strange. Shaking his hand, Maayang's face changed into a look. By the way, what is the you are talking about? As expected of a villain. A Shinigami's villain, do you want to get information from the hero of justice? But as a big star, I won't casually reveal our secrets. Although he looks like a fool, he is very tight-lipped. It seems that I can only kill you and then investigate myself. A mere villain, you really boast shamelessly. You actually dare to say that you want to kill the hero of justice. Yes, do your best. Defeat him, big star. After hearing the fans' call, my whole body is full of strength, and the power that is constantly gushing out of my body is like burning me to ashes. After letting out a loud cry, the power on Masculine became stronger. He stepped on the ground, and his body was like an arrow leaving the bow. He shot toward Maayang with a cloud of smoke and dust. The air also made a burst of sound. Big star? He's like a clown. With a cold look in his eyes, Maayang reached out with his left hand and pressed down on the other party's head. What? Feeling that his collision was actually held down by Maayang with one hand, a trace of disbelief flashed in Mask's eyes. After the support of his fans, his strength was now several times stronger than before, and he was actually suppressed so easily by Maayang. Come on, big star. Seeing that Masculine was pressed by Maayang on the head and could not move forward, James, who was standing in the distance, suddenly opened his mouth and shouted. The moment he opened his mouth, almost visible to the naked eye, the muscles on Masculine suddenly expanded a size. Maayang suddenly felt that the strength in his hand had become a little stronger. HMPH. With a cold snort, Maayang waved the sword in his hand, and a light green blade light shot out from his Zanpakuto. Puchy, a bloody crack suddenly appeared on James' body, extending down from the top of his head and splitting his body in half. Big star. Damn it. He actually attacked innocent fans. Seeing the end of his die-hard fan, James, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He twisted his body and stood in front of Maayang. His fists were clenched in front of his chest, and the veins on the back of his hands bulged. A star-shaped pattern appeared on his fist. Look, it appears together with anger. The star crest that appears on the fist. This is exactly the star card chosen by God to strike the villain. A villain like you who attacked innocent fans is the most unforgivable. Take my punch. The star kills the iron fist. The entire arm was covered in blue veins. Masculine's fist fiercely swung down at Maayang's head, bringing with it a burst of explosive sound. Judging from the momentum alone, it was no longer inferior to Yoruichi's hand-to-hand combats. How is it, villain? When the star crest appears, my attack power will become 10 times more ordinary. This is the so-called Iron Fist of Justice. Die obediently under justice. With a happy smile on his face, Musk fiercely swung his fist. He seemed to have already seen the scene of Maayang being smashed in the head by him and spilling brain matter. A villain, a star. It really makes people lose their appetite. Also, don't talk about the so-called justice with a self-righteous look. His body turned to the side and grabbed the other side's arm. Maayang's eyes were cold, and his right hand moved. A knife light flashed, and blood splashed. Ah! Bastard! You dare to cut off my arm? Holding his broken arm, Mask screamed with a painful face, and bright red blood flowed down his fingers. His eyes bulged out because of the intense pain, and his whole face became distorted. Even if there is a powerful force, you are just a weak guy. Don't say that you have completely mastered your own strength, you can't even use it skillfully. If Quincy is a guy like you, I am relieved. Damn it, you bastard. With a malicious look on his face, Masculine stared at Ma Yang with his eyes wide open, looking as if he wanted to eat Ma Yang up. You, a mere Shinigami, a mere villain, how could a superhero like me lose to you, don't you think so, James? That's right, James, who had been cut into two by Ma Yang, suddenly shouted, waving his arms as if nothing had happened and loudly supporting Masculine, who had lost a hand. What? This is still not dead? Seeing James, who had been cut into two and still maintained a vigorous life force, Ma Yang could not help but be shocked. There was actually such a guy. His body was still broken into two, but compared to him, the virtual super speed regeneration was nothing. However, with a flash of his eyes, Zanpakuto quickly waved the sword in Ma Yang's hand. A knife light flashed, and James, who had been cut into 2 pieces, directly turned into 18 pieces. Come on, Super Big Star. Although his body had been cut into pieces, every piece of James had become an independent individual, and his mouth was still calling out to Masculine loudly. Woo, a huge amount of energy continuously surged out of my body. Boom, star energy has been replenished. The clothes all over his body burst apart, leaving only a pocket cloth wrapped around his key parts. Masculine's body was full of explosive muscles, and there were many star-shaped badges on his body. His face was also covered with complicated patterns, and a terrible momentum was emitted from his body. Villain Shinigami, your scenes are over. Go to hell. Chapter 252, Double Kill. The scene is over? This sentence should be given to you. You really are an idiot who can't see the situation clearly. Hearing what Masculine said, Ma Yang revealed a sneer on his face. The ability of this guy opposite him was almost completely understood. In other words, there was no meaning for him to exist anymore. The one who can't see the situation is you, Shinigami. The muscles all over the body bulged, full of visual explosive feeling. Masculine twisted his body, and a powerful force gathered on his arm. Take this move, this is my killing move to gain true strength, Star Capture Fall. As Masculine's voice fell, his fist suddenly swung out, and an attack was swung out from his arm. The arm was raised, and the cross was folded in front of him, blocking the attack from the opposite Quincy. Ma Yang's eyes showed a hint of seriousness. This level, ordinary captain would not be able to withstand it. How is it? I, who have obtained true strength, can even defeat a villain a kilometer away. Is that all? He reached out and patted his clothes. There was not even a scratch on Ma Yang's body. He suddenly raised his arm and raised the Zanpakuto in his hand high. A ball of green light flashed on the blade. In the light green light, there was a powerful spiritual power, which made people tremble. Danger. Although I don't know what this move of Shinigami's is, I can clearly feel that this move of his is very dangerous. And dangerous things must be eliminated. Just as he finished speaking, Masculine's body suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. A pentagram made of Rishi suddenly appeared above his head, and behind him. A pair of wings formed by Rishi appeared, just like the previous Quilge. It could be called the final form of a Quincy, the Volstandig. However, no matter what kind of danger it is, in front of the super big star wrapped in God's might, it will all disappear without a trace. You will be destroyed by me and turned into dust. As he spoke, Masculine's body danced in the air, outlining the shape of a 5-pointed star. Take this, the shining star. A pillar of light in the shape of a 5-pointed star shot out from the air, carrying a terrifying force as it attacked Ma Yang, who was on the ground. Just as Masculine was preparing his moves, Ma Yang suddenly let out a sharp cry as he raised Zanpakuto high up in the air. The things around him seemed to feel an invisible force, constantly trembling. A dazzling light suddenly flashed in Ma Yang's eyes. Facing the pillar of light shot out by Masculine, Zanpakuto suddenly swung out his hand, and a cyan slash shot out from his Zanpakuto. The cyan slash collided with the light pillar in the shape of a 5-pointed star of Masculine, effortlessly tearing apart the impact of Masculine, and rushed towards Masculine with an unstoppable momentum. What? How is this possible? Seeing that his most proud move was actually torn apart by a slash, Masculine's eyes were full of disbelief. This was really beyond his expectations. How could it be? The big star. Staring blankly at Masculine, whose body was torn apart by Ma Yang's slash in the air, James, who had been cut into several small shapes on the ground, let out a low wail. Damn it. He let out an unwilling cry, and a blood-red mark appeared between Masculine's eyebrows, and then his body disintegrated in the air, turning into ashes and disappearing. Don't die, big star. Really? Looking at James, who was still in disbelief and constantly shouting, Aizen revealed a sneer. He had already been completely wiped out. It would be useless no matter what he did. Although something incredible had happened before, and the seriously injured guy suddenly recovered under the support of this little thing, the current situation was not something that could be achieved by recovering. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Aizen's face suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the sky. A familiar spiritual power gradually appeared there, and he was slowly becoming stronger. How is this possible? He looked at the vague outline in the air in horror. The guy who had been destroyed had really come back to life again. The big star and James are of the same mind. Only one person is alive, and the other will recover. Hearing the words from James behind him, Aizen was shocked. He was indeed careless. He knew that Masculine could recover through James' support, but he did not kill him decisively. He thought that as long as he killed Masculine, he would not be afraid of him recovering. He did not expect that such a thing would happen. Thunder roar cannon. With a swing of his arm, his palm aimed directly at James. A cold light flashed in Aizen's eyes, and a blue pillar of light suddenly shot out from his palm. Under the palm of his hand was James' frightened face. Bang! A figure suddenly appeared in front of Aizen. A tough fist blocked the ghost that Aizen had sent out, protecting James, who had no resistance at the critical moment. The heroic big star came back from heaven with more powerful force under the call of his fans. Are you ready to be punished? Damn villain, in order to protect your fans, the big star will not give you any more opportunities. Die, Shinigami. With a shake of his body, he directly opened the complete holy body. The momentum of Masculine was more than a level stronger than the previous battle. This level of strength made Aizen secretly surprised. He did not expect that after death, his strength would become stronger. I really did not expect that you Quincy are so different from what I understand. But rest assured, the next time I fight with you, I will not have any luck. I will completely crush you, and even the dregs will not be left. Putting his hand on the hilt of his own Zanpakuto, Aizen said as he walked forward. The Zanpakuto in his hand slowly pulled out of the scabbard. As Aizen stepped down, a strong momentum slowly accumulated on his body. When he finished his words, the momentum emitted by his body had made the hearts of Ikamaru-jin and Quill-jin in another battlefield tremble. In order to thank you for teaching me a lesson, I will let you die a quick death. As soon as he finished speaking, Aizen's feet flashed, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Swish! A dazzling saber light suddenly blossomed in the air. The layers of saber light were like a peacock spreading its tail, easily capturing everyone's attention. And under the extremely bright saber light, there was a strong killing intent that made people's hearts tremble. Just by the residual attack, it made the people on the side feel cold all over, and a fear rose from the depths of their hearts. When his feet landed on the ground, Aizen's face was calm, and he slowly and leisurely returned the Zanpakuto in his hand to the sheath, with a calm and light expression. A breeze blew, and the clothes on Aizen swayed gently in the wind. Behind him, there was a deep gully that could not be seen. As for Masculine and James, this time, there was really not even a speck of dust left. Looking at the terrible scene caused by Aizen's strike, Quill-jin, who was facing off with Ikamaru-jin, flashed a touch of horror in his eyes. This degree of destructive power was really unheard of, and the most terrible thing was Aizen's reaction. It seemed that he still had a lot of strength left. In this way, how strong his real strength was really unknown. Chapter 253, The Rain is Coming. An unknown place. The palace covered in ice and frost suddenly existed in an unknown space. The architectural style was completely different from Soul Society, revealing a strange feeling. The sunlight that shone from nowhere fell on the palace, reflecting the cold light. At the side of a majestic door, there were people standing. They were wearing white standard cloaks, covering their faces under the cloaks. It made it impossible to see their faces clearly. They were all filled with a mysterious feeling. At the front of the crowd, a majestic and domineering figure stood. Behind him, the blood-red cloak moved without wind, leaving a dense black hair. The thick black beard on his lips added a bit of tyranny and dominance to him. Huh? The man standing at the front suddenly opened his half-closed eyes and raised his eyebrows slightly. What's wrong, Your Majesty? A man beside the man asked as he moved half a step forward. Although he was asking, there was no trace of emotion on the face of the man who asked the question. His light blue eyes were deep and calm, like a calm lake. Coupled with the golden hair hanging down from his forehead, he revealed an elegant temperament. Even if there was no expression on his face, he still gave people a feeling of nobility. Masculine is dead. Oh? Hearing His Majesty's answer, the blond man's indifferent eyes showed a little surprise, but it was just a little bit. Although the death of a powerful member of the Stirnritter was a big deal, it was only that much. At most, it was just a little surprise to him. It seems that there is a mistake in the information. He reached out and touched the headset in his ear. After hearing the information from the other side, the blonde man looked at the Emperor in front of him and reported, Ma Yang, who was originally judged to have lost his threat, has now been proved to have strength far beyond captain level. Even Akamaru Jin, who is in the same line, also has the combat power beyond ordinary captain. The two members of Stern Ritter who went to stop them before, namely Quilge and Musk, are now dead, and Quilge has sent back the messenger of the battle. After reporting the information received, the blonde man looked at the Emperor in front of him. You're worrying too much, Hasqualt. Isn't this better? They are still in Hueco Mundo, and now they are facing Quilge. In this case, what happens next is not up to them. Just take advantage of the fact that he is unable to rush to Soul Society now. I will lead the Stern Ritter to Soul Society and ruthlessly ravage them. A bloodthirsty light flashed in his blood-red pupils. The black-haired man suddenly raised the cloak behind him, and his whole body emitted a terrible evil aura. The bodies of the people standing behind him trembled uncontrollably, and then a high momentum emitted from each of them. As for Hueco Mundo, let Gremmy deal with him. Even with Hasqualt's indifference and calmness, a trace of surprise appeared on his face when he heard the name that came out of His Majesty's mouth. His Majesty actually sent that monster to deal with Nyang. In this way, the Hueco Mundo would be messed up by him. However, as His Majesty's best assistant, as long as he carried out His Majesty's orders seriously and firmly. In the crowd behind him, a guy with curly bangs on his forehead suddenly showed a touch of relief after hearing the words of His Majesty in front of him. He also did not expect that His Majesty would release that monster for the sake of this battle. That guy should be locked up all the time. However, it was probably the only fortunate thing that he did not need to fight with that guy on the same battlefield. Otherwise, with that guy's character, he would definitely make everything a mess and he would also be affected. Stern Ritter, attack. Can they actually snatch our Bankai? In the main room of the 13th Squadron, all the captains were present, and all of them had cautious expressions on their faces. Toshiro Hitsugaya, who came back from the virtual circle from the modern world, has told all the information he currently knows to head captain. Of course, the most important thing is that Quincy can seize Shinigami's Bankai. It must be known that the highest level of combat power in Shinigami is captain. The reason why he can be above countless other Shinigami in Siriader is because of the existence of Bankai. This is also an important evidence of their captain. Of course, Kenpachi's Araki is not included in this. Now it is suddenly told that Quincy has a device to seize Shinigami's Bankai. How can they not be shocked? And according to the information brought back by Toshiro Hitsugaya, Quincy has a strong power. Even the captain-level Shinigami can never defeat the enemy without using Bankai. Captain Kurotsuchi, now I need you to tell me how long you need to crack the enemy's device, and the ability to analyze the enemy. Yamamoto Genryusai, who stood at the front, suddenly opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed in the depths of his calm eyes. All the captains present could clearly feel the suppressed anger in Yamamoto head captain's heart. In the face of this state of Yamamoto Genryusai, Kurotsuchi Mayuri also put away his usual attitude and looked unprecedentedly serious. I have never seen this device before. It is a completely new technology, but in 3 days at most, I can completely analyze this device. Well, I will give you 2 days to find a way to restrain the device. Yamamoto head captain, Gizuki also has such a device in his hand, and it is a device with Suzuki Kusu's Bankai that has been seized. I think Gizuki should be able to study it clearly soon. In this way, we may be able to use more energy to explore other abilities of Quincy. Yes, but even so, we can't completely ignore this matter. We can't pin all our hopes on Gizuki Urahara. Captain Kurotsuchi, you have to continue to carry out this matter, but you can put more energy on other things. I know. Looking at Toshiro Hitsugaya with dissatisfaction, Kurotsuchi Mayuri took back his eyes and said, now is not the time to quarrel, but this guy dares to question his ability. After this matter is over, he must be good. Boom. Both hands grabbed his walking stick and stamped on the ground. Yamamoto Genryu's eyes suddenly opened, and there seemed to be a flame burning in his eyes. Although the enemy has not officially fought with us, but there is no doubt that the war is about to begin. We don't know when the Quincy will appear, and we don't know how they will start to attack, but from now on, 13 Division of Imperial Guards has officially entered the state of war. Each division is to carefully patrolling their respective jurisdiction areas, and cannot relax the slightest vigilance. In addition, 2nd Division is responsible for the communication of the information in the whole Siriite AI, and also eliminating the hidden dangers in the Siriite AI, to ensure the stability of the court. According to the report of 2nd Division, 3rd Division is ready to support all aspects of the battlefield at any time, and 4th Division members are all to stand by in the Siriite AI, absolutely cannot be mobilized. 5th Division members are responsible for sending the seriously injured division on the battlefield to 4th Division for treatment. 8th Division is responsible for investigating all the preserved information about the Quincy, and must get more advantageous information before the battle begins. 12th Division analyzed the ability of the enemy in the shortest time and informed all division members. The responsibility of 13th Division has not changed. Even if there is a battle, absolutely cannot ignore the hollow. The rest of the 6th, 7th, 9th, 10th, 11th Division, prepare for battle with all your strength. Now is the time for you to protect the Syriite AI. Even if the bones are broken, you must protect the complete and dignity of Soul Society and 13th Division in the next battle. As for me, I will personally lead all the members of 1st Division to hold the center. Dismissed. Chapter 254, Pierced. It's really worrying. Nanao-chan walking out of the team's main room, Kiraku Shunsui reached out to press his bamboo hat and looked up at the sky. Blue sky and white clouds were still the peaceful sky of Soul Society. If it was before, now Kiraku Shunsui must be thinking about where to hide and quietly sleep, or holding the wine pot to find someone to drink 2 cups. But at this moment, he could not find any leisure mood. War. The mouth softly revealed the arrival of the war, and Kiraku Shunsui's eyes showed a trace of caution. Even with his lazy character, he knew how dangerous the next thing was. Even Aizen's rebellion was far from it. He also knew about the war 1,000 years ago. Once that person was involved, the next thing was already related to the survival of the whole world. Retsuo Nohara walked with her eyes closed in the last face of the captain's. Her face was still calm, but her palms hanging on the sides of her body were unconsciously clenched. The frowning eyebrows also responded to turmoil and uneasiness in her heart. As one of the members of the first generation of 13 Division of Imperial Guards, she clearly knew the horror of the man, and it was because of this that she felt a sense of uneasiness about what was about to happen. Ha! With an arrogant smile on her face, Kenpachi Zaraki strode toward the direction of 11th Division. He did not care about anything else about this war. The only thing he knew was that there would be an unprecedented battle next, and many powerful enemies would appear. He could also fight with many powerful fellows, and this was the time for their 11th Division to show. Looking at Kenpachi Zaraki's back, Toshiro Hitsugaya frowned. As the only captain who has been in contact with the enemy, he deeply knows the horror of the enemy's strength. That so-called, the strength of the people inside is absolutely not weaker than any captain. If there are more than 20 enemies of that strength, Soul Society is finished. Hueco Mundo looks like you're going to fight to the death. Sensing the change in his aura, Ikamaru-jin smiled slightly and his aura changed. Even he couldn't remember how long he hadn't fought seriously. His character determined that he would always be like a poisonous snake, hiding in the dark and waiting for the opportunity. The fox mask on his face covered all the emotions in his heart. No one could figure out the true feelings in his heart. However, from now on, he no longer needed to hide. What he needed to do now was to become a sharp knife and cut off everything in front of him. Because in this world, there was the most important person to him. Kamishini no Yari, dance step. He held his own Zanpakuto with both hands and placed it in front of his chest. The blade was facing Quilge on the opposite side. Ikamaru-jin's eyes, which had been closed all the time, suddenly opened. There seemed to be a trace of scarlet light flashing in his cold blue eyes. Being stared at by those eyes, Quilge only felt like falling into hell. His whole body was cold. Just as Ikamaru-jin opened his eyes, Quilge was shocked by the cold killing intent in his eyes. When they were in a deadlock, a cold light flashed between Ikamaru-jin's hands, and Zanpakuto in his hand became longer in an instant, with a cold killing intent stabbing to Quilge's body. A gloomy breath came head-on. Quilge suddenly came back to his senses from his absent-mindedness, and then his pupils suddenly contracted, and the white blade still stuck to his cheek. Puff! At the critical moment, he tilted his head, but Quilge was still unable to completely dodge Ikamaru-jin's attack. The cold blade cut Quilge's cheekbones, tearing a large piece of the bone on his face, revealing a large piece of flesh on his face. The whole person looked particularly miserable. Damn it! He took 2 steps back. Quilge's face was full of anger, not only because he was injured by Ikamaru-jin, but what made him more worried was the future of their Sternritter and the Wanenrick. With his understanding of His Majesty, once he learned that there was such a fighting force that could affect the whole war, and now appeared in the void circle that had been controlled by them, His Majesty would definitely take advantage of this time to attack Soul Society. Perhaps at this moment, His Majesty had appeared in the sky of Soul Society. I'll use my life and trap these 3 people in the Hueco Mundo. With this thought in his mind, a trace of determination flashed through Quilge's eyes. Swish! Before his body could do anything again, another attack flashed in front of Quilge. Blood strike. The previous matter had been confirmed, and it had no effect on Ikamaru-jin's attack. If he didn't want to die, it was better to use it obediently. After all, in this case, maybe he could escape. Sure enough, when Quilge used it, Ikumaru-jin's blade only passed by his face, but did not hurt him again. Quilge did not have time to breathe a sigh of relief. Another knife light appeared in front of him. Damn it! How is this possible? How can his speed suddenly become so much faster? Quilge's forehead was full of sweat. He struggled to avoid Ikumaru-jin's slash. Even if he had used it to the limit, he still could not defend against Ikumaru-jin's attack. His attack was too fast. Not only the speed of his attack, but also his movement speed was also equally amazing. Swish! Ikumaru-jin's figure suddenly appeared in front of Quilge, holding his short Zanpakuto in his hand and slashing down from above. It was too late to escape. Dang! The sword in his hand suddenly lifted up and blocked in front of him, blocking Ikumaru-jin's slash. Quilge relaxed slightly in his heart and finally caught up, not being cut by his Zanpakuto. Got it. The Zanpakuto in his hand was blocked by Quilge, but the corner of Ikumaru-jin's mouth suddenly hooked up. Shit. Seeing Zanpakuto in front of him facing his Ikumaru-jin, the pupil of Quilge suddenly shrank. This guy's Zanpakuto could freely stretch and shrink, and the speed of stretching was very fast. If he was aimed at by his Zanpakuto like this, a touch of bright white became bigger and bigger in the eyes of Quilge. The dark white knife light contained a cold killing intent, which almost made Quilge feel desperate killing intent. Puff! The figure quickly retreated. The clothes on his body were destroyed in the battle, making him look a little embarrassed, but at this moment, Ikumaru-jin had a smile on the corner of his mouth. Although he was indeed affected a little, but compared with the other side, it was much better. His left arm was drooping weakly, and there was a trace of defeat on his face. Even if he reacted at the last moment and dodged at the first time, one arm was still broken, and the next battle was even more difficult. Chapter 255, Shrift. It seems that this boring battle is finally going to end. Looking at Quilge, who had his limbs crippled not far away, Ma-yang said softly. Since the first time he was hit by Ikumaru-jin, the ending was already determined. In this level of battle, as long as there was a slight disadvantage, he would die. Standing behind Ma-yang with his hands folded in front of his chest, Harable had no expression on his face and just looked coldly at the battle over there. For her, whether it was Shinigami or Quincy, they were all enemies and had nothing to do with her. Suddenly there was a strange feeling in her brain, and Harable's eyebrows slightly raised. The current Hueco Mundo was different from before. It was basically the headquarters of Quincy. Now there were only 3 people in the enemy's hinterland, and Harable could not be careless. Therefore, since she came to Hueco Mundo, the probe nerves in her brain had always been in a state of activation. Just now, her probe nerves suddenly detected a trace of incongruity, but there was no substantial information detected. What's wrong? Sensing Harable's abnormality, Ma-yang turned his head slightly and asked. No, it's nothing. Since there was no definite feeling, it was better not to say it out. Perhaps it was because he was too nervous. As he thought about this, Harable shook his head slightly and suppressed the feeling of disharmony in his heart. Looking at the slightly strange expression on Harable's face, Ma-yang's eyes flashed with a hint of realization. It seemed that not only him, but Harable also felt a trace of disharmony just now, as if he had forgotten something. Don't worry, my Bankai is very fast. With a strange smile on his face, Ikumaru-jin pointed the tip of his Zanpakuto to Quilge, who was not far away. Under normal circumstances, he disdained to kill this kind of guy who had lost the ability to resist, but now it was a war. Kamishini no Yari. A bright white light flashed in his hand, but just as Ikumaru-jin's hand burst out a dazzling light, Quilge, who was lying not far away from him, suddenly moved. A pair of wings made of spirit particles spread out behind Quilge, and countless tiny spirit lines formed by spirit particles connected to his limbs. With the help of those thin threads, Quilge, who had been crippled, instantly disappeared from the spot at an extraordinary speed, and then appeared behind Ikumaru-jin. The sword in his hand pointed to Ikumaru-jin's back, and Quilge showed a strange expression on his face. Although he was dead, at least, at the last moment of his life, he wanted to give his last strength for the future of Wandenrick. Ikumaru-jin, who had his back to Quilge, had no panic on his face. Even the enemy who should have been disabled suddenly stood up and disappeared in front of him at an abnormal speed. His Zanpakuto, which had been stretched out, had recovered his shape at some point, with a sly smile on his face. The Ikumaru-jin Zanpakuto passed through his armpit, and the tip of the blade was impressively facing Quilge. In Ikumaru-jin's hand, his Zanpakuto burst out dazzling light again, and at the same time, Quilge's face was full of enthusiasm, shooting out a ball of light from the tip of his blade. Pucci, the sharp blade easily penetrated Quilge's chest, destroying all his vitality. Long live the Wandenrick. A wisp of blood slipped from the corner of his mouth, and Kikiluji's face was filled with a satisfied expression. Although he had indeed died, his attack had also indeed hit the enemy. What is this? Looking at the thing that was like a cage that trapped a Kamarujin not far away, Ma Yang's eyes flashed a trace of astonishment. It looks very similar to Shinigami's Gido. Harable said, but this is definitely not Gido. The composition of this rishi is completely different from Shinigami's Gido. Perhaps it can be said to be the opposite. Ma Yang said. This thing should be the unique skill of Quincy, but he did not know that this was a move that all Quincy could use, or the unique skill of the dead Quincy. Looking at a Kamarujin in the cage, Ma Yang's eyes flashed with a trace of caution. He could see that a Kamarujin was seriously attacking and trying to destroy the cage, but the result was very unsatisfactory. Even when a Kamarujin attacked the cage did not have any damage. A Kamarujin attacked so fiercely, but we can't hear any sound outside. It seems that thing has the ability to isolate sound. Yes. Anyone trapped by Quilja's prison, no message can be transmitted to the outside world. A voice suddenly sounded behind Ma Yang. Puff, a cold light appeared, accompanied by drops of blood falling to the ground. Who are you? It was unknown when Zanpakuto had been unsheathed. At this time, he was hanging by Ma Yang's side. There was a trace of blood on the blade. Looking at the enemy retreating into the distance, Ma Yang was slightly shocked. Before the enemy spoke, he actually did not notice it at all. As if he had seen through the thoughts in Ma Yang's mind, the old man with a strange face grinned and said. There was a hint of a smile on his face, as if he was mocking something. Let's continue with the previous topic. Quilja's shrift is J. Quiljoki, the jail. If you are hit by his ability, you will be trapped in the Rishi cage. That thing is very difficult to destroy. Shrift, J? It seems that I have heard some incredible news. Ah, it has been so long since the battle. I thought you already knew about these things. It seems that I accidentally leaked the information. There was a trace of surprise on his face, but he immediately restrained it. The person changed into a nonchalant expression. But it doesn't matter. Yes, it doesn't matter. No matter what you say, it won't change the fact that I want to kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Yang had already appeared in front of the strange old man. Huh? A trace of astonishment appeared on Ma Yang's face. He raised his Zanpakuto in front of him. Why did the enemy that should have existed disappear? Wait. Who is the enemy? Fortunately, I took into account his speed. Otherwise, there would be another wound on my body. Not far in front of Kimura Ma Yang, the eccentric Quincy reached out and touched his chest, with a look of fear on his face. Chapter 256, Ma Yang's first victim. There was a trace of blood on the Zanpakuto in his hand, and there was indeed a new piece of information in his mind, but he couldn't remember the appearance of the enemy. This strange feeling made Kimura Ma Yang burst into his heart. Chill, what happened just now? Sha 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 sha. A strange laughter came from the front. Looking at the guy opposite him, Ma Yang suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. He felt a familiar feeling from the strange guy opposite him. However, he had indeed never seen that guy. In his impression, there was no such person. Who are you? As soon as the words left his mouth, the strange feeling in Ma Yang's heart became even more intense. The dots in his heart became more and more, and this scene always gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Sha 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 sha. Although I don't know how many times I'll have to say it again, let me tell you, in our first meeting, I'm the Vanishing, Ginail Lee. Although he had a ridiculous face, at this moment, the expression of the Quincy was undoubtedly serious. You cannot see me, feel me, or even keep me in memory of my existence. What? Just as Ma Yang was talking, the enemy in front of him suddenly disappeared without any warning. It was even impossible to know what method he relied on to disappear. In front of Ma Yang, his body suddenly disappeared. This is definitely not something that can be done by the Quincy's, Hiron Kyaku. His eyes still stayed in the direction of the previous enemy. Ma Yang's eyes flashed a trace of seriousness. At the beginning, he could still feel the existence of the enemy over there, so he thought it was something like a cover-up, but then he could no longer feel the existence of the enemy. That guy. His mind suddenly became blank. He still had some impression of what had happened before, but Ma Yang could no longer recall the appearance of the enemy. Sha 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 sha. In front of Ma Yang, the strange old man stood there and let out a strange laugh. His body seemed to be in a different world from theirs. Although he stood in front of Ma Yang and Harable did not notice it at all, as if there was no one in front of them. That's right. You guys can't feel my existence at all. My ability has 3 forms. Form 1 is the disappearance of figure. Form 2 is the disappearance of existence. Under Form 2, the enemy cannot attack my body at all. At most, they can only feel the illusion left behind by the vision. And when I use Form 3, my existence will directly disappear from the enemy's consciousness. In other words, you will forget my existence. After his body twisted, the old man with a strange face appeared in front of Maang again, with a strange smile on his face. Then, let's do it again. The first time we meet, I am, the Vanishing, Ginail Li. This guy. Looking at this guy in front of him, Maang frowned. For some reason, when he saw this guy in front of him, he felt a sense of familiarity, but there was no memory of him in his mind, as if he had forgotten something important. Without waiting for Maang to slowly recall, the strange old man in front of him suddenly took out a dagger. He leaped and pounced towards Maang. The blade in his hand flashed with a cold light. The weapons of Quincy are really strange. Shouldn't you use the bow and arrow? Looking at the enemy in front of him pouncing towards him, Maang teased. A hint of ridicule flashed across his face. Looking at the other party's movements, he knew that he absolutely could not hurt himself. This was Maang's intuition after experiencing countless battles. The Zanpakuto in his hand drew a strange angle and slashed down diagonally at Ginail. Maang seemed to have already seen the scene of the other party's blood spraying out. Although there was indeed a strange feeling in his heart, this level of attack was simply like sending him to his death. Swish, a sound that broke through the air entered Maang's ears. His expression immediately changed greatly. The attack that he thought was full of confidence actually missed. When Zanpakuto chopped down, it seemed as if there was nothing in front of him. However, in front of Maang, the old man with a strange expression was indeed holding a dagger and stabbing towards his neck. He tilted his head, and the dagger flashed with a cold light as it cut across Maang's neck. The cold blade caused goosebumps to appear on Maang's neck. He suddenly raised his right leg, and a layer of green light flashed on his leg. Zayu, another sound of air breaking rang out. His right leg, which had been accumulating strength, still missed. Maang's expression changed slightly, and with a flash of his feet, he directly appeared in the distance. His eyes looked cautiously at the enemy opposite him. When the enemy's blade cut across his neck just now, that cold feeling could not be wrong, but why did his 2 consecutive attacks fail? He could only attack by himself and not be attacked. This kind of thing absolutely did not exist. His body should be able to change between the real and the fake, but the speed of conversion is too fast, at least faster than the speed of my previous attack. In that case. Puff, what? A blood-colored crack extended from his forehead, and blood continued to spray out from the crack. Ginail rolled his eyes up and looked at the blood that had been left on his forehead. His face was full of disbelief. With his ability, as long as there was a little time, he could make his body disappear. In this way, no matter what kind of attack the enemy used, no matter what kind of attack they used, they could not attack him, but now? How is this possible? It's so far away, and you didn't move at all. The eyes that were already very big became bigger, and Ginail looked at the body of Maang who was gradually disappearing in front of him, and his face was full of shock. Is this a remnant of vision? An illusion? Only found out now. It's too late. Maang, who had appeared behind Ginail at some point in time, said and pulled his Zanpakuto out of Ginail's body. Damn it. Ginail looked at Maang's Zanpakuto, which had penetrated his heart, in a trance. Bright red blood spurted out from his chest, and his tone was full of unwillingness. He clearly had many hidden methods that he had not used, but because of a moment of carelessness, it ended just like this. With deep resentment, Ginail fell into the darkness. Chapter 257, The Visionary. What's going on? Turning to look at the body of Quilge who was still lying on the ground, Maang had a flash of doubt in his heart. If the Quincy was killed, the dead body should be visible. Why did the body disappear after Ginail was killed? Oh, it was killed so quickly, but it was also expected by me. After all, it is just a vision of mine. Wearing a robe, wearing a hat on his head, hiding all his body behind the clothes, with his hands in his pockets, he looked like a middle school student going out for a stroll. The person had a pure smile on his face, but the words he said could not be associated with the middle school students. Looking at your clothes, you must also be from the Stern Ritter. Looking at the young man in front of him, Maang held Zanpakuto in his hand tightly. Although the other party looked harmless, Maang still felt a sense of danger from the young man in front of him, which was more dangerous than the previous few people. He was obviously so weak, and no matter how you looked at him, he did not look like a person who was good at fighting. Why did such a guy give me an extremely dangerous feeling? Forget it, let's try it first. Turning his palm, Zanpakuto in his hand crossed, Maang moved his feet, and the sharp blade cut toward the neck of the new enemy. Ping! As soon as Maang moved, a flame suddenly appeared in front of him. The fiery flame appeared out of thin air, beating chaotically in the air, turning into a ring that surrounded the new Quincy. Seeing the flames that suddenly appeared around the body of the Quincy, Maang stopped. Puchy, there was a strange feeling under his feet. What his feet stepped on was not the ground at all, but more like a swamp. A wave of air burst out from Maiyang's body, shaking off the mud that trapped him, and then a barrier made of rishi appeared under his feet. With a step, Maiyang's body sprang into the air. Plop! His body suddenly drilled into a ball of water, and the water pressure from all directions let Maiyang know he was indeed in the water now, but it was really abnormal for water to appear in the air. Was it an illusion? Using some strange ability to make people hallucinate? It's not an illusion. As if seeing through the thoughts in Maiyang's mind, the young Quincy standing on the ground said with a smile on his face, "It's not something like a spell, but reality. I can turn imagination into reality, Grammy. It is your honor to fight with me, because I think that I am the strongest in the Stern Ritter. Turn imagination into reality? What a cheating ability." A resplendent saber light suddenly blossomed in the air. The large ball of water that was wrapped around Maiyang instantly dissolved under the saber light. Bang! Maiyang's body suddenly fell from the sky and fiercely smashed in front of Grammy. A dense and dazzling light shone on Zanpakuto in his hand. As Zanpakuto waved, all the flames around Grammy disappeared. "Since it is imagination, let me split your imagined head in half." As Zanpakuto waved his hand, there was a misty light and shadow, and in a trance, it was as if there were millions of Zanpakuto slashing at Grammy's head at the same time. Puchy! A huge wound appeared in front of Grammy, almost cutting his body into two pieces. "It's so dangerous. Fortunately, I avoided the head at the last moment, otherwise I would really be killed." Grammy, who was half kneeling on the ground, still had his hands in his pockets. Although his body had almost been split in two, there was no nervousness on his face. "However, you are really amazing. I clearly imagined that my body would be tougher than steel. I didn't expect it to be cut off so easily by you." As he spoke, Grammy's body had already returned to its original state. Other than the blood stains on the ground, there was no sign of injury at all. "Do you still have the ability to heal?" Maiyang frowned as he looked at Grammy, who had recovered to his original state. He suddenly felt troubled. Facing an enemy who could easily heal his injuries in an instant was not something to be happy about, no matter how he looked at it. "This is not heal." With a smile on his face, Grammy still looked relaxed. Maiyang's attack just now seemed to have no effect on him at all. "However, if you insist on saying this, it is not wrong. However, I just imagined that the injury was healed." Looking at Grammy, who patted his clothes with a relaxed face, Maiyang's face was ugly. For such a guy, if he could not attack quickly, it would be difficult to affect him. However, even if that kind of cheating ability could not be used without limit, there should be some kind of restriction. Nonsense ability. You must think so, right? A person like you must be able to understand the fact that you can't defeat me no matter what. Grammy spread his hands in front of him, his eyes narrowed, making people unable to see his expression, but the mocking smile on his face made Maiyang feel uncomfortable. "I don't even need a finger. I can kill you with my brain." Before Maiyang could move, he suddenly felt a tremor under his feet, and then the ground they were standing on suddenly rose up, and the place they were stepping on also turned into a hard ground. "Although there are no spectators around, if I want to kill someone like you, there must be a gorgeous stage." Just the thought in his mind instantly produced such a huge stone, standing on the desert of the Hueco Mundo, and the methods that Grammy showed were terrifying. Ping! A large ball of lava suddenly appeared behind Grammy, and the hot lava changed shape behind him at will. "Since the fire just now has no effect on you, come and try the lava. This is much hotter than the previous fire. Moreover, liquid things are more difficult to destroy than the previous fire. It is only difficult to destroy." There was no sign of retreat on his face. Maiyang waved his hand and a huge slash flew out. Chapter 258, Meteor Fall. Bang! Boom! The sound of a series of bullets echoed in the air, accompanied by the dancing of countless bullets and the flashing of fire. There was also the occasional sound of artillery bombardment. Almost every instant, countless artillery fire poured out. His body floated in the air as if he couldn't withstand it, but he cleverly avoided every bullet. Although there was no strain on Maiyang's face, it seemed that he was also restricted in the field. He couldn't make any counterattack at all and could only passively dodge. "Haha, look! With my imagination, even such a thing can be easily accomplished." At this time, Grammy had fallen into great joy. He had no time to distinguish the specific situation of Maiyang. Just seeing that Maiyang had no strength to fight back, he felt that he had locked onto the victory. "So what?" Hearing Grammy's words, Maiyang raised his eyes and said lightly. As his voice fell, his body suddenly disappeared from Grammy's vision. Countless blades of light suddenly blossomed in front of Grammy. The shells shot from the weapons in front of him were all turned into pieces in an instant. "Die!" A cold light flashed in his eyes. Maiyang coldly spat out two words. No matter how strong the other party was, if he did not give him a chance to react, he would be killed in an instant. The moment Maiyang's Zanpakuto fell, A thick iron wall suddenly appeared in front of Gremmy. Swoosh, dash Zanpakuto in Ma Yang's hand cut off the iron wall in front of Gremmy without any obstruction, but the speed of waving the knife inevitably weakened a bit. For the contest between experts, even a breath of time was enough, and just as Ma Yang's Zanpakuto was delayed, Gremmy's body had already flashed to the side. Oh, oh, oh. It's really amazing. No wonder His Majesty specially sent me here. I almost killed by you. Gremmy, who took 2 steps back, still had a faint smile on his face. The previous thrilling scene had no effect on him at all. He had his own self-confidence. Even in the stern ritter that composed entirely of monsters, he was recognized as the most absurd of all. His existence was even deemed as dangerous. In that case, I'll give you something special. As he spoke, Gremmy, who was standing in front of Ma Yang, swayed. Then, under Ma Yang's shocked eyes, an identical Gremmy appeared beside the original Gremmy. Looks like this isn't some simple clone technique. Feeling the aura of the newly appeared Gremmy, Ma Yang revealed a trace of caution. This was definitely not an ordinary clone technique. This split person seemed to have strength that was not inferior to his main body at all. Of course not, this is I, the other me. I can use my imagination to create life. In the current situation, both sides cannot be cut down, and neither side will die. Moreover, my imagination will directly multiply. Looking at one of the Gremmy who was sent flying but was not injured at all, Ma Yang's expression changed slightly. His imagination could actually reach such a level. He really did not expect to meet such an amazing guy. The current situation was really a bit tricky. Then, I'll give you something you haven't cut before. Gremmy said with a malicious smile on his face. Just as his voice fell, a huge pressure appeared above their heads. At the same time, a huge shadow shrouded the heads of Ma Yang and the others. You must be joking. Ekamaru-jin, who was still trapped in the cage, looked up and saw what appeared in the sky, and the calm expression on his face suddenly disappeared. If he was just trapped in the prison, he was not worried at all, because he was confident to break free, but now this thing, even he could not keep calm. This power was simply beyond his imagination. Hunt, Tabaron. When she saw what was in the sky, Haribel, who had been watching the battle from the side, could no longer watch the battle in peace. She directly unleashed her resurrection at the first time, and a powerful spiritual power emitted from her body. Flash. Boom, without the slightest hesitation, after resurrection, Haribel released her most powerful attack at the first time. The golden flash was waved from Haribel's hand, and it hit the thing that appeared in the air effortlessly. With a loud bang, countless gravel fell from the sky and smashed huge potholes on the ground. However, the thing in the sky continued to fall without being affected. The previous flash could not even stop it from falling. How is it? Even if you can avoid such a big meteorite, the guy trapped by Quilja's prison will definitely not be able to escape. If he is hit by this kind of thing, he will definitely turn into ashes along with the prison. All of you will die under the great destructive power of this meteorite. Only I will survive in the ruins. This kind of thing is too cheating. Looking at the meteorite that completely covered the entire sky, Ekamaru-jin's face showed a helpless look. In the end, would he end up like this? It was too bad. If Rainjaku knew, she would definitely laugh at him. There are not many people like you even in the Quincy division. At such a critical time, Ma Yang could still remain calm. After looking up at the huge meteorite in the sky, he put his attention on Gremmy and asked. Of course, didn't I say that I am the strongest in the Stern Ritter? Still with a faint smile on his face, Gremmy added, assuming. Yes, it's just an assumption, it's not an imaginary thing, it's useless to assume that you can kill me right now, the meteorite is an existing fact, it won't disappear, and of course, with your ability, you can't kill me now. The meteorite fell here and wiped out all 3 of you, leaving me alone to survive in the ruins, just as I imagined, there is nothing you can do, Kimura Ma Yang. Chapter 259, Beyond Imagination There's Nothing We Can Do? The corners of Ma Yang's mouth curled up slightly, as if he had heard something funny. How ridiculous. I really don't know when my strength has been underestimated to such an extent. With a few chuckles, a terrifyingly powerful spiritual power slowly rose from Ma Yang's body. His body did not make any movements at all. It was just a simple release of spiritual power. The gravel around Ma Yang seemed to have been affected by some kind of power and slowly floated up. Even Gremmy, who had been maintaining his confidence, was shocked when he felt this power. Buzz, 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 buzz. A sharp and ear-piercing sound came from Zanpakuto in Ma Yang's hand. At some point in time, his Zanpakuto had already been wrapped in a layer of silvery white spiritual power. Those silvery white spiritual power were vibrating at a frequency that was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. Traces of pitch-black cracks strangely appeared around Zanpakuto. From those cracks, there was an extremely dangerous feeling. This kind of power. How is this possible? Seeing the abnormality on Maiyang's body, Gremmy seemed to have suddenly thought of something. His face suddenly revealed a look of disbelief. Although it was not to the extent of panicking, such news was enough to shock people. Why can you still use the power of Bankai without Bankai? Moreover, you should not be able to use Bankai anymore. Yes, who knows? With a cold face, Maiyang's feet swayed and directly flew into the air. He only saw Maiyang's arm waved, and then a silver knife light like a silver river hung from the sky, dividing the whole world into two halves. Click. With an inaudible sound, the meteorite that had fallen from the sky split into two under Gremmy's shocked eyes, falling in two different directions. In the crack of the meteorite, a hollow crescent moon emitted a dark light. How did this guy do it? Looking at the back of Maiyang, who was standing in the air, Gremmy's heart flashed with a trace of doubt. Although he did have a terrible ability, even something like a meteorite could be easily created through his imagination, but if he had to rely on his own strength to split the huge meteorite into two, there was no way. No, not just him. In the entire Stern Ritter, there were few people who could do this. Even His Majesty. Just as Gremmy was thinking of this, the figure of Maiyang, who was standing under the moon, suddenly disappeared from his sight. Not good. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he didn't even have time to think about anything. A blade light as dazzling as before appeared again, and this time, the target of the blade light was him. The moment the blade light flashed, in the eyes of Gremmy, everything in this world seemed to have slowed down. The Zanpakuto in front of him slowly fell down, and he could even see the black cracks that appeared along with the downslash of the Zanpakuto. However, what slowed down was not only the Zanpakuto in front of him, but also Gremmy's everything, including his body's movements, and even his thoughts. However, all of this was only the world in Gremmy's eyes. In Haribel's eyes, Maiyang's movements were simply incredible. She could only vaguely see a dazzling bright white blade light. Although Gremmy watched Zanpakuto the downslash inch by inch and then cut through his body, he could do nothing. Even the thoughts in his mind became extremely slow. He could only watch helplessly as the Zanpakuto cut off his body. Then he felt the pain slowly transmit to his nervous center. Damn it! Everything in front of him suddenly returned to normal. The strange flow of time from before was instantly restored. Everything in front of Gremmy returned to normal. The intense pain was transmitted to his brain in an instant. However, even his head that relied on fighting had been cut in half. With a bang sound, along with the splash of blood, Gremmy's body was cut in two and fell to the ground. How can this be? I have two bodies now. How can you hurt me? Although his body had been cut into two pieces, Gremmy still had some consciousness for a while. After understanding everything that had happened to him, Gremmy struggled to turn his eyes to the side. How is this possible? Not far away from Gremmy, another Gremmy corpse was lying there. At this time, he turned his eyes and looked at each other, feeling the horror of each other. In that instant just now, Maiyang had actually cut off two of Gremmy's bodies at the same time. However, how did he manage to get rid of two of his own bodies at the same time? Although it's a bit troublesome, it's finally over. Putting Zanpakuto back into his waist, Maiyang revealed a relaxed expression. Over? What are you talking about? A familiar voice came from all directions of Maiyang. The number actually increased again. Seeing the few Gremmy that appeared around him, Maiyang moved his hand and Zanpakuto appeared in his hand again. At the same time, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the Quincy were all such tenacious fellows? The previous one was like this, and this time was also the same. No matter what, they could not be killed. Fortunately, I had a backup plan. Otherwise, I would really have been killed by you this time. When he appeared in front of Maiyang again, Gremmy's face unconsciously carried a touch of relief. If he had not thought about his own body before, it would have been really terrible this time. After all, Maiyang's blade cut him from head to toe. A more clone, right? Looking around, Maiyang's face revealed a trace of understanding. Since he already knew his methods, then he would definitely not give him a second chance. My imagination is now 6 times what it normally is. In other words, my current strength is 6 times what it was before. You are finished, Maiyang. Gremmy, who had been relatively calm, suddenly revealed a trace of madness on his face. After the series of setbacks before, even if his current strength became as strong as he said, he was no longer as calm as before. Several Gremmy who were surrounding Maiyang stretched out their hands at the same time, and a dark space suddenly appeared behind Maiyang. Maiyang's body suddenly trembled, and a terrifying gravity seemed to tear his body apart. Chapter 260, The War Begins. This is haha, since there is nothing that you can't cut off, then I will use something invisible to deal with you. You will be wrapped in the space of the universe and die. As Gremmy's voice fell, the black formless substance behind Maiyang suddenly expanded. In just a blink of an eye, it covered Maiyang's entire body. Ha 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 ha. In the space of the universe, body fluids will forcibly evaporate from the eyeballs and the adhesive membrane of the mouth. The blood that is exposed to the space of the universe will start to boil. If you try to breathe, your lungs will be destroyed. The body tissues will slowly collapse, welcoming the arrival of death. However, all of this is based on the fact that your consciousness can last until that time. Looking at Ma-Yang, who was trapped in the universe space, Gremmy's expression twisted. Ma-Yang was finally killed by him. This kind of situation was almost unsolvable. No matter what kind of person it was, they would definitely not be able to survive in such a harsh environment. Is this your trump card? You really disappoint me. Ma-Yang's indifferent voice suddenly came from the black space. Under Gremmy's horrified eyes, he slowly walked out step by step. There was not a single scar on his body. How is this possible? Being in the space of the universe, no matter who it is absolutely impossible to come out unscathed like this. So this is all you have? Just seeing things that are beyond your imagination, you have already panicked like this. It seems that I really overestimated you before. A guy like you should not have many opportunities to fight, right? That's why you are so flustered when you encounter a little thing. Looking at Grammy, who was already in a mess, Ma-Yang's face showed a trace of disappointment. After a few years of silence, he thought that he could fight happily. Who knew that this would be the case? This guy only had a lot of strength, but in the end, he was just a little brat. However, this is war. No matter who the enemy was, as long as he wielded the weapon in his hand, it would be enough to destroy it. Thinking of this, he raised his Zanpakuto above his head, and a silver-white light appeared again. Soul Society. At this time, the Siriate AI was full of tension. Since the first meeting of the team not long ago, the captains of each team issued an all-out alert to the below, ready to fight at any time. The situation has been clear, and all the people of the entire 13 Division of Imperial Guards know that the destroyed division in the rumor has come back. What they are about to face is a cruel war. It does not matter whether it is right or wrong, it does not matter whether it is righteous or evil, only victory or destruction. 11th Division Jurisdiction Area. Hey, although you are just a guy who just graduated this year, but you are also a member of 11th Division. How can you tremble in fear when there is going to be a battle? Get up, bastard. A slightly older team member looked at the young team member who was patrolling with him and patted him hard on the shoulder. This guy, in the end, is still too young. Although he has also experienced some exercise, he still can't be compared with the old members of 11th Division. They are the combat team of 13th Division, the battlefield is their stage. How can they tremble because of the coming of war? Who said I was afraid? I was trembling with excitement because I was going to fight. Although he said that he would not admit defeat, the trembling body of the team member and the pale face were enough to show everything. For the war between the two ethnic groups, even the combat madmen of 11th Division could not help but feel fear. Well? Hey, you two. What are you doing? Get up. A voice suddenly came from behind them. Ah yes, turning his head, after seeing a shiny bald head, the two 11th Division members' bodies trembled unconsciously and said loudly. This was the Madarame Kaku and the Iasukawa Yumikika. Even in the entire 13 Division of Imperial Guards, they are well-known existences. Well, I don't remember that our team has cowards. Whether the other party is Hollow, Rancor, or Quincy, we have to do just the same thing, that is to kill them. Enjoy the next war, bastards. After saying something casually, Madaramu carried his Zanpakuto on one corner of his shoulder, and the two of them continued to walk forward with Iasukawa. Really, Quincy or something, come out quickly, I have been waiting impatiently. This won't do, Kaku. Although there was a smile on his face, the faint killing intent in Yumikika's eyes from time to time revealed his true state of mind at this time. Even if you say anything, the Quincy will not suddenly appear in front of us. I know, just, what is that? Halfway through his words, a strange feeling suddenly rose in Kaku's heart, and he suddenly looked up at the sky. In the field of vision, a figure stood above Soul Society. It was not only Kaku who found this matter, but also a large number of 13 Division of Imperial Guards Division team members who found this guy of unknown origin. Onomiya team member shouted as soon as he found the person, and immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the surroundings to the person in the sky. It's okay. There is a soul-concealing membrane on the periphery of Siriate AI. This guy can't come in. Everyone, don't panic. Seeing that the team members around them seemed to be showing signs of panic, a chief immediately shouted loudly, trying to calm down the team members who were panicking around them. No. One of the team members stretched out his finger and pointed at the guy in the sky with a hint of fear on his face. This guy is already inside the soul-concealing membrane. Boom. Dozens of light pillars suddenly rose in different places of Soul Society. Each light pillar emitted a rich aura of spiritual droplets. What is this thing? Looking at the pillar of light not far from them, Kaku's eyes showed a hint of caution. The war had begun. Chapter 261, Strong Enemies. The majestic king of Quincy, Hueco, stood in the sky of Siri-Itai, looking at Soul's Society and the others who were busy below. His eyes were dull, and he did not know what he was thinking in his heart. Pathetic. Ravage the Soul's Society, my stern ritter. Boom! As Hueco's voice fell, more than a dozen light pillars with strong rishi fluctuations appeared in the street of quiet spirit court below. Buzz! The moment those spiritual energy pillars appeared, everyone in the 13 Hall of Protection was alarmed. All the captains and vice-captains rushed out of their respective offices at the first possible moment. That terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation was absolutely not something that ordinary team members could deal with. This. What is it? Light. Light pillar? 8th Division member Osaka Mizuki looked at the spiritual light pillar in the distance and his eyes showed shock. As a rookie who had joined the 13th Division of Imperial Guards for less than a year, just hearing the news of the war had already shocked him. Originally thought it was impossible for the enemy to break into the Siri-Itai. People like him who had just graduated and had little combat power would not really go to the battlefield. Who knows, the war has only just begun, and they have already been involved. No. No. That's not right. That's not glowing. Although Hara Ikutaro, who graduated a few years earlier than Osaka Mizuki, forced himself to remain calm, the few drops of sweat that quietly slipped from his forehead still revealed the panic in his heart at this time. That's not glowing, it's burning. That's a blue pillar of fire. A pillar of fire? The surrounding team members all looked at him, unable to understand what he said. How could the words of a pillar of fire be like that? It can't be wrong. In the legends, Quincy can control rishi. The pillars of fire in the distance are high-concentration rishi burning, and each of them is emitting a strong rishi fluctuation. It's terrible. This concentration of rishi. Damn it, how many experts are there looking at the pillars of light standing in the Siri-Itai? Everyone's expressions turned ugly. The captain's office. Captain Commander Chojiro Sasaki suddenly appeared behind Captain Commander Yamamoto. Kneeling on one knee, there was a serious look on his face. What did the Captain Kurotsuchi say? The enemy's invasion method is unknown, but there are powerful rishi fluctuations in those rishi columns, and the rishi concentration is quite terrible. In addition, Kisuke has sent a message, asking us to hold on for a moment, and we must not use Bankai. Soon there will be something that can suppress the Quincy. Is that so? After listening to the report of Chojiro Sasaki, Captain Commander Yamamoto's face did not show any expression. He just stood on the balcony and looked at the chaos in the Siri-Itai. His eyes were slightly narrowed, and the back of his hand holding the crutch was exposed. It showed that his heart was not calm at this time. 3rd Division Jurisdiction Area. A beam of light happened to appear in front of Kira Izuru, who was patrolling Rishi Investigation Division. Is it not done yet? Although he did not release his Zanpakuto for the time being, he was undoubtedly in a completely alert state at this moment. Just this beam of spiritual light in front of him that emitted terrifying fluctuations was already incredible, not to mention the enemies that might be hidden inside. Sorry. But the concentration of spiritual droplets is too high, the number measurement device is in a mess. A member of the Technical Development Bureau who stayed behind the 3rd Division team member had a few drops of sweat on his face. He was holding a machine in his hand and kept pressing it. It was the first time he had seen such a high concentration of spiritual droplets. Do you think it is inside? Reku. Kira looked cautiously at the light pillar in front of him, and his face was heavy. It was not a good sign that the enemy directly invaded the base camp at the beginning of the war. Although they would have the home advantage in this way, the initiative of the battlefield was completely controlled by the other side. Whether they wanted to fight or retreat, it was completely dependent on the enemy. Yes, there is no other place. The 3rd seat of 3rd Division, Riku Togekushi, also had the same cautious expression. They all knew what it meant to be directly invaded by the enemy. What was more, they did not know the enemy's method of invasion at all. This meant that such a tactical enemy could continue to use. Come out quickly. I have been waiting for a long time. If you are yawning when the enemy appears, don't regret it if you are scared and bite your tongue off. You monkey. It seemed that they wanted to ease the heavy atmosphere, and the 5th and 6th seats of 3rd Division joked with each other. Report. I managed to analyze the spiritual power. The compatibility rate of spiritual power with the sample is 93, it is the Quincy. Hearing the loud words of the Rishi investigation class behind him, the eyes of several people of 3rd Division suddenly froze. I see. Let's go. Seeing the hazy figure revealed from the spirit column, Kira's face moved and shouted, then he raised Zanpakuto in his hand and ran forward. Boom, a fiery pillar of light suddenly shot out from the front, and the blazing pillar of fire instantly pierced through Kira's body. There was no time for him to react at all. Woo. Poop, a mouthful of blood sprayed out from the air. Kira's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion, and his body powerlessly collapsed to the ground. The aura on his body also disappeared in an instant. As the vice captain of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, he was actually killed in an instant without even seeing the enemy. The strength of the Quincy was so powerful. Vice Captain Kira, it's a sneak attack. Too despicable. Seeing Kira was actually killed in a face-to-face, the other 3 chiefs of 3rd Division were angry. Carry out Shike, don't let him escape. Blow it, Flute. Destroy it, Jin. Roll it up, Shunsun. Boom. The 3 of them had just released their respective Zanpakuto. Before they could make a move, a figure wrapped in a cloak rushed out from the beam of spiritual light. His 2 hands pressed firmly on the heads of the 2 chief officers. Then, he suddenly smashed into the ground. Immediately, blood splashed out. Hueco, who was shocked in his heart, had just turned his head when he saw a blood splash in front of him, and then his body fell back weakly. Seeing the most powerful deputy captains and chief officers were all killed by the Quincy in a single move, without even a bit of resistance, the remaining players suddenly trembled and unconsciously took a few steps back. Sorry, the order we received was to kill all of you. Looking at the 13th Division of Imperial Guards team members who had regained the courage to rush forward, the Quincy mouth pulled out a trace of a ferocious arc. Chapter 262, Hopeless Situation. Technology Development Bureau. Looking at the huge dots of light that appeared on the radar in front of him, Akin's face was full of cold sweat. In Siriite, there are 16 enemies spiritual power. However, it is also possible that the location of spiritual power is due to the battle. The phenomenon of spiritual power disappearing in Shinigami's side has occurred. The police officers who are going to investigate have died before sending the information. Akin, the deputy captain of the 3rd Division, spiritual power disappeared, and the 3 chiefs of the same team disappeared. 25 team members have died in the West 6-1. 61 died in the 2-4 area. Damn it. He punched the table in front of him fiercely. Although he had tried his best to keep calm, Akin still could not help but feel a trace of panic in his heart. It had only been 7 minutes since the invasion, but nearly 1,000 people had died. This was too exaggerated. How could such a war continue? Akin tilted his head slightly and looked at the captain's office on the other side. A trace of confusion flashed through his heart. Although as long as he had the advantage in terms of high-end combat strength, Soul Society would not lose in this war. But, thinking of the information he had learned before, Akin's heart rose a trace of haze. The Quincy is in control of the device that can seize Shinigami's Bankai. Before cracking that thing, the captain's combat effectiveness can't be played at all. However, the enemy with this level of strength, even if the captain, if he can't use Bankai, it is impossible to win easily. Hurry up, Mr. Kisuke. Looking at the screen in front of him that can contact Kisuke, Akin whispered. Kurotsuchi captain has been ordered by head captain to study other things about Quincy. Now in this case, how to break through the dilemma depends on Kisuke's research. As long as he can develop the restraining method as soon as possible, Soul Society can at least maintain the invincible situation. North District 27 team members died. Vice Captain Kira's spiritual power has also disappeared. As Hell's butterfly danced in the air, messages were sent to the captains and vice captains in the Siriite AI who were in the middle of the battle. Is that so? I got it. With his eyes lowered, a layer of shadow covered Rose's face. Around him, there were team members who had lost their breath. They were in the corpses of many team members of 13th Division of Imperial Guards, and Rose's whole body was emitting a cold aura. It seems that there is no good news. Who is dead? The Quincy with a strange hairstyle stood opposite Rose, tilting his neck and asking. Although facing a captain of 13th Division of Imperial Guards, there was no tension on his face, as if in his eyes, the captain-level character was not enough to make him feel nervous. Is there a need for me to answer you? His eyes were half open and half closed, and Rose's face was full of gloom. Even the tone of his voice was full of bone-chilling cold. Of course there is. Hearing Rose's words, the Quincy who was wearing a blindfold and completely covered the upper half of his face suddenly grinned, revealing a mouthful of teeth that made people vomit. The place where spiritual power disappeared just now was the location of Basbi. If no one died, it meant that he had messed up. Gently raising the Zanpakuto in his hand and standing in front of the Quincy, a stream of spiritual power on Rose's body quickly accumulated. Although he could not use Bankai because of the scruples in his heart, as a figure who had been promoted to captain 100 years ago, he did not lack the means to fight against the enemy. It really isn't artistic at all. Rose's eyes fell on Zanpakuto in front of him. His tone was full of melancholy, like a low hum. Seeing Izuru constantly stimulates my inspiration. Standing near him, as long as I hold the guitar in my hand, the melody will overflow like tears. If Izuru is missing, my guitar would be sad too. Sorry, I really don't understand the topic of your art. The Quincy stretched out his 5 fingers in front of him, and the aura of his body changed in an instant. But don't worry. Don't cry any more about your friend. Because within the next 5 minutes, you'll be dead as well. The other hand gently stroked his own unpacked toe. The gentle posture was like playing an instrument, and Rose's face had some inexplicable emotions. Rose suddenly raised his head. His eyes were filled with killing intent that could not be concealed. Seeing so many of his subordinates die miserably at the hands of the Quincy made it impossible for him to conceal the killing intent in his heart. There was no need to conceal it. What he needed to do was to kill all the enemies in front of him. Don't think that you can return alive and kill me. In the sky, 2 powerful auras collided in an instant. What did you say? Quincy attacked Soul Society? Although he had heard from Kisuke on the phone before, Ichigo Kurosaki still found it hard to accept the news until now. But, isn't there only Ishida left? They are different from Ishida. A trace of inexplicable meaning flashed in Yoruichi's eyes. Now is not the time to talk in detail. In short, Soul Society is facing the biggest difficulty now. It is difficult to resist the attack of Quincy only by the captain of 13 Division of Imperial Guards. Although Soul Society has not asked for help for the time being, I think I should still tell you. As for what you want to do, Urahara-san suddenly opened his mouth to interrupt Yoruichi's words. Ichigo Kurosaki looked at Kisuke, who was busy with something on the other side, his eyes full of determination. Please prepare the realm gate for me. I want to go to Soul Society. As expected. Putting down the thing in his hand, Kisuke turned to look at Ichigo Kurosaki with a smile in his eyes. The realm gate has been prepared for you. You can go down now. Sorry, the 2 of you can't go with Kurosaki. Suddenly reaching out to stop Orihime and Sato, who were planning to follow Kurosaki Ichigo, Kisuke's eyes flashed with a hint of inexplicable meaning. Because he was in a hurry, he did not install the Rishi converter on a dimension portal. This time, only Kurosaki can pass. Chapter 263, Choice Ichigo. Just as Ichigo was about to enter the realm gate, Yoruichi suddenly called out to him. What's wrong, Yoruichi? Ichigo turned his head, a hint of doubt on his face. Before you go to Soul Society, I have something to tell you first. While speaking, Yoruichi's face was full of seriousness. Do not use Bankai. The enemy has unknown means and can take away Shinigami's Bankai. Take away Bankai? Hearing the words spoken by Yoruichi, not only Ichigo, but even Orihime and others who came to send him on the well, also cried out. The surprise brought to them today was too much. Bankai, Shinigami's strongest ability, is also an important certificate as a captain. According to the information they heard before, every Shinigami who learned Bankai will be recorded in the history of Soul Society. This kind of means that Shinigami thought by relying on the Quincy actually has a way to take it away. Yes, this has been confirmed. Kusu's Bankai has been taken away by the enemy. What? Miss Kusu? At this time, several people remembered the Suzuki Kusu they saw when they first arrived at the Urahara shop, but at that time, because they suddenly heard the news from Kisuke, they were too surprised, so they did not care much. Now that they thought about it, the aura of Suzuki Kusu was really a little strange. In this case, Mr. Kisuke is now busy cracking that kind of thing. After listening to Yoruichi's words, there was a flash of realization in the eyes of Orihime. No wonder even if it were for open to the realm gate, Kisuke was completely handed over to Mr. Tessai. It turned out that there was more important things to be busy with. Yes, but even if it is Kisuke, therefore, Soul Society is very dangerous now. Can you understand me saying this, Ichigo? After hearing the meaning of Yoruichi's words, Orihime and Sato Yasutara both showed a trace of worry on their faces. The current Soul Society was really too dangerous. Was it really safe for Ichigo to go alone? In the face of a group of unknown enemies, as the captains of Soul Society's highest combat strength, they could not exert their strongest ability without any scruples. In the absence of Bankai, it was a difficult thing. After all, if there was no powerful strength, Quincy would not dare to attack Soul Society. Although he was clear about Soul Society's current situation, there was no fear on Ichigo Kurosaki's face. On the contrary, his eyes became even more determined. After 2 years of retrieving Shinigami's strength, he was not as simple as just recovering Shinigami's strength. He could clearly feel that the powerful spiritual power contained in his body, even he himself did not know how strong he was now. Don't worry. With a bright smile on his face, Ichigo Kurosaki turned around and jumped into the realm gate without any hesitation. Don't let anything happen to you. Kenpachi, Byakuya, Tawashiro, Kaku, Yumakika, Renjaku. The faces of Soul Society's group of companions crossed through Ichigo Kurosaki's brain one by one, and finally fixed into Rukia's smiling face. Ichigo Kurosaki stepped on the ground, and the speed of his forward could not help but increase a bit. Seeing Ichigo Kurosaki's figure disappear into the realm gate, Yaruichi took back her eyes and turned to look at Orihime and Sato standing beside her. Just now, because Ichigo was here, there were some things that I did not say directly. This time, Kisuke did not install the Rishi converter on a dimension portal not only because of time. As her eyes swept over the bodies of Orihime and Sato Teiyu on the well, a light flashed in Yaruichi's eyes, and no one knew what she was planning in her heart. There are some things that need to be done together with the strength of the two of you. In the room of the Urahara shop, Suzuki Kusa did not follow up to see Ichigo Kurosaki off, but stayed in front, cooperating with Kisuke's research. After all, she was the only one who had her Bankai taken away. With her help, it was somewhat helpful to the device of the Quincy. Looking at Kisuke, who was constantly busy, Suzuki Kusa turned slightly and his eyes fell on Ishita Ryu. The body stood in the same place, Ishita Ryu's eyes were scattered, and the whole person did not know what he was thinking. The breath on the body was also floating, apparently a great blow. Ishita Ryu, who had always considered himself as the last Quincy, had completely carried out the honor and responsibility of the Quincy. When he suddenly heard this news, it was already a good performance for him to have such a performance. He didn't know when, but his face was already sweating a little. Ishita Ryu's hands hanging on the side were sometimes clenched and sometimes loosened. Obviously, at this moment, Ishita Ryu was full of struggle in his heart. Ishita-san. Raising his head slightly, Kisuke's gaze fell on Ishita Ryu, who was at the side. A trace of deep thought flashed through his eyes, and the face hidden under the shadow of the hat made it impossible to see his true thoughts. As if he had just woken up from a dream, Ishita Ryu raised his head, and there were a few traces of blood in his eyes. It was obvious that the thinking just now had consumed a lot of his mind. I know that the current situation makes it very difficult for you. We won't force you to make any decisions. No matter what, it is better for you to make the decision yourself. Although his mind was still in great shock, Ishita Ryu still tried his best to gather his thoughts and calmed his mood, and his eyes were also barely calm. Sorry, Urahara-san, Suzuki-san. The corner of his mouth pulled out a forced smile. Ishita Ryu raised his foot and walked out of the door of the Urahara shop, walking slowly in the direction of his home. I wonder what kind of decision he will make. He retracted his gaze from Ishita Ryu's back. Suzuki Kusa looked at the thing in front of Kisuke. Kisuke's research seemed to be about to end. There seems to be nothing here that needs my help. I'll go back and take a look first. Also, there are some things that I need to tell them. Suzuki-san. Kisuke called out to Suzuki Kusu, who was about to get up and leave. A strange light flashed through her eyes. If possible, can I trouble you to ask Yukio and Ryuka to come over to my side? There are some things that I need their help with. No problem. Although it was a bit strange for Kisuke's request, Suzuki Kusa still agreed without hesitation. She knew that Kisuke was definitely not a person who spoke without thinking. In order to deal with the most dangerous situation, it is better to make plans early. Looking at the direction where Suzuki Kusa left, Kisuke said in a low voice, with some confusion in his tone. However, it is best not to reach that step. Chapter 264, Renji's Battle. What the hell is that monster? Looking at the monster-like Quincy opposite him, the team member of 13 Division of Imperial Guards trembled. Although his hand was holding Zanpakuto, this Zanpakuto, who could usually calm his mind, could not bring him any sense of security at this time. The arm holding the knife trembled uncontrollably. Our attack has no effect at all, but all the people who were pierced by his shining thorn are all dead. Another team member said with cold sweat on his face. His arms were also trembling slightly. Such an enemy was much more terrifying than Hollow. The unknown always gave people fear. And why? Why do people who slowly die constantly cry out in pain? His body unconsciously took a few steps back. Looking at the terrifying enemy approaching step by step, one of the team members finally could not suppress the fear in his heart and turned to run. Run. This guy is not someone we can deal with. As the first person fled, more and more team members turned their heads and fled. Each and every one of them wished that they had 2 more legs than others. Don't be afraid. Don't run. Looking at the fleeing team members, Fujino Masayoshi shouted loudly. As the person in charge of the 6th Division, he was still a chief officer. At this time, it was time for the 13th Division to advance bravely. No matter what was said, they could not retreat. Even if they were to die, they had to die in battle. Our mission of the 13th Division is not to protect our own lives. Rather, even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we have to protect Siriite AI. No matter how much Fujino Masayoshi shouted, the team members around him still fled one by one. In the face of life and death, those people only cared about their own lives. As a chief officer, No one would listen to his orders. He was the only one left to face the approaching enemies. Do not retreat. Looking at the enemy who had come in front of him, Fujino Masayoshi closed his eyes in despair. He knew that with his strength, even if he rushed up, he would not be able to cause any damage to the enemy at all. It was even impossible for him to even touch the enemy's body. However, retreating without a fight was definitely not something he could do. Bing the Quincy raised his arm, and a spike of light appeared in front of him. At this time, a slash fell from the sky and ruthlessly fell between the Quincy and the team member. Very good, very good. Ah. Vice Captain Abarai. Leave it to me next, you go quickly. While speaking, Renji's eyes stared at the Quincy below. The aura on the body is extremely terrible, just from spiritual power, it is absolutely not inferior to himself. Moreover, the means of attack are unknown, very strange. The cognition of this Quincy in front of him flashed in the eyes of Renji. The arm shook, and the Zabumaru in his hand directly cut off the head of the Quincy. The thin arm gently lifted, and the hand of the Quincy suddenly emerged a strange pattern. Only relying on a pair of meat bombs, directly blocked the slash of Renji, and even flicked Renji's Zabumaru aside. The attack had no effect at all. Taking back his own Zanpakuto, Renji jumped down and his eyes noticed the lines on the back of the Quincy hand. This thing should be the blood vein, that Mr. Kimura said, in the face of my chop, it can actually be perfect defense. However, no matter what kind of defense it is, there should be a limit, so in the subsequent exchanges, my attack speed will increase by another level. I am 6th Division Vice Captain, Renji Abarai. What's your name, Quincy? In the face of Renji, the opposite Quincy stopped and looked at Shinigami opposite him. His eyes were calm, and he did not know what he was thinking about. As not. A low voice came, and without waiting for Renji to say anything, Quincy's arm was raised, and several shiny spikes suddenly appeared in his hand. With the swing of his arm, it flew toward Renji's body. With a flash of his feet, Renji suspended dodging, facing the unknown attack. He did not want to use his own body to test it. However, death has flash steps, and Quincy also has Hyankyaku, which is not inferior to his flash steps in terms of movement, not to mention that the person who uses it is a person whose strength is even higher than Renji. Just as Renji's footsteps just fell, the whole body wrapped like a mummy, as Not had appeared in front of him, holding a shining spike in his hand, directly stabbing at Renji's body. The attack of Quincy is not limited to the bow and arrow, even if it is a close combat, it can be fought with a good color. Although he was caught by the enemy, there was no panic on Renji's face. The arm on the side was pulled, and the snake-tailed pill that had been released before suddenly retracted. The spikes on the tip of the blade emitted a faint cold light. If As Not stabbed the spikes in his hand into the body of Renji, Renji's Zanpakuto would also pierce his body. Only for a moment, As Not thought of his response. A light flashed under his feet, and his body directly appeared in the distance. The weapon in his hand was not stabbed after all. Unlike Soul Society who rushed to fight in a hurry, they had been preparing for 1,000 years for this battle. There were many good cards in their hands that could be used. There was no need to exchange injuries with Shinigami. Moreover, it wasn't like he didn't have any results. PFFT, a stream of blood suddenly spurted out from Renji's shoulder, and a short spike was inserted on his shoulder. Damn it. When looking at the wound on his shoulder, Renji's eyes flashed a trace of haze. When did the enemy attack? He did not notice at all. It seemed that there was a big gap between the two. The two hands opened slightly and made a hugging gesture. More than a dozen glowing spikes appeared in front of As Not and the spearhead was facing Renji. Being aimed at by so many spikes, Renji's heart suddenly felt cold, and in a moment, a sense of fear rose in his heart. Shaking his head hard, shaking off the fear in his heart, Renji held Zanpakuto in his palm tight. Fear and whatnot, go to hell, this is war. In front of the enemy. Even if he had any emotions now, it could only be anger. Chapter 265, Fear. Damn, is it poisoned? Feeling that his hands and feet were like frozen, Renji's heart could not help but think. You found out, right? Seemingly seeing through the thoughts in Renji's heart, As Not opened his mouth and said, his eyes were as deep as the lake water, so that people could not see the depth. Do you think that might be poison? No. This is actually something that you have forgotten a long time ago. His tone suddenly became high-pitched. As Not raised his arm and his fingers unconsciously danced. Think about it. Become stronger. After becoming a vice captain, you will have to rely on the weapons in your hands to knock him down one by one. That should be the feeling you have forgotten for a long time, right? The most important feeling in life is. Speaking up to this point, As Not's originally high-spirited tone suddenly slowed down. His voice became a little low, and his eyes flashed with a kind of heart-palpitating brilliance. Fear, fear. Hearing what the opposite Quincy said, Renji's eyes flashed slightly, and a very absurd feeling rose in his heart. Would he feel fear? It's really amazing. It's just a vice captain, and he can bear it for so long. If it's just an ordinary Shinigami, as long as he is shot by my arrow, he will scream and go crazy because of fear, and then die because he can't bear the inner torment. Anyone who is shot by my arrow, all the feelings will become fear. At this time, if the enemy takes a step, will there be something fatal? If you hold the knife, or pull out the knife, hold it high, or swing it down, when the enemy speaks to me, will he cast any terrible spells at the same time? If he moves his fingers, or moves his sight, or even breathing, anything will make you suspicious. You can't concentrate on thinking. But you can rely on your own will to persevere. It is really surprising. Asnot looked at Renji, and his eyes showed obvious amazement. As a vice captain, Renji could do such a degree, which really surprised him. If it was captain, he would naturally not be too surprised to do such a degree, but Renji was just a vice captain, and he was a vice captain with relatively shallow qualifications. However, that is only surprise, far less than fear. In the depths of your heart, it has been completely occupied by fear of me. Don't joke. How is it possible to fear that kind of thing? Before I kill all of you, Quincy, my heart will not have any extra emotions. Stepping on the ground, Renji's body rushed forward straight, and Zanpakuto in his hand threw it toward the head of Quincy. As I said, your slash is invalid for me. The arm was lifted, and the blood vein was launched in an instant. It was just a simple block, and as not directly blocked the attack of Renji, with the slash of Renji, it could not break through the defense of his blue tit. Between the defense, a few light thorns appeared in front of his Death Note again, and quickly shot into Renji's body. Puff, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and Renji's body quickly retreated. Fear can be overcome by experience. The more accustomed the strong to fight, the easier it is to produce such an illusion. However, fear with a reason was nothing. It could be contained through willpower or experience. As long as there was a reason, as long as the source was cut off, the fear could be removed. However, there was no reason for true fear. Because it is not based on feelings, but on instinct. True fear. No reason, no boundaries. It is like a lot of insects crawling on the body, no one can get rid of instinct. With a low voice of Asnot, in a trance, Renji seemed to feel countless disgusting insects squirming on his body, the sticky touch, which was crazy. All the mouth suddenly issued a furious howl. Although fear flashed in the eyes of Renji, Zanpakuto in his hand still waved out without hesitation, and ruthlessly swung toward the enemy in front of him. How many times do you want me to say it before you understand? Your slash is useless to me. How is it possible? There was a surprise in the tone of Ace Note. Looking at the wound left on his wrist, the surprise in his heart could not be concealed. The slash that should have been completely ineffective against him actually cut his own body. His slash could actually break through the defense of blood vein. Huchi, 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 breathing heavily, Renji's eyes were full of blood, and the whole person looked a little ferocious. For people like me, fear will only make me more crazy. Shouting loudly, Renji waved his own Zanpakuto in his hand and waved it out. Sizzle, another wound appeared on his Death Note's wrist. The defense of the blood vein was completely useless. Renji, who had fear in his heart, the power of the slash in his hand became more amazing. The power of each slash was much stronger than before. Every time he attacked, he could leave a wound on Asnot's hand. This guy is like a mad dog. Although he is afraid in his heart, the fear aroused his fierceness. Although he was hit by Renji in succession, there was no panic expression on Asnot's face. Even if he did break through his Blitzen defense, Renji still had no way to cause more damage to him. Those small wounds were not important at all. However, if he is allowed to attack like this, even if it is me, it will be very troublesome. With such a thought flashing through his mind, the action of Asnot suddenly became faster, his hands opened, and several light thorns appeared in front of him. The pink petals suddenly floated down from the air, and the dreamy scene made the movements of Renji's hands pause. But these dreamlike cherry blossoms made Asnot's body unconsciously tense up. In his eyes, under the dream scenes of the falling cherry blossoms, what was hidden was the killing intent that made people palpitate. Dang, the cherry blossoms floated down and actually blocked all the light thorns of Asnot. Retreat, Renji. A figure appeared in front of Renji at some point, holding Renji's Zanpakuto in his left hand and a hilt in his right hand. His tone was cold, but Renji's movements suddenly stopped. Leave the rest to me. The cool breeze blew. Byakuya Kuachiki was still expressionless, but there was a murderous look in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 266, Byakuya's Fear. Byakuya Kuachiki. A pure white Captain Hori, a white and crystal star-shaped pliers on his head, silver wind gauze wrapped around his neck, and a handle in the hand of a white finger glove. With a cold expression on his face, and the killing intent in his eyes, Byakuya Kuachiki appeared in the middle of Renji and not caring about the possibility of being hurt by the two people. I thought you would not dare to come, Byakuya Kuachiki. Looking at Byakuya Kuachiki with a high and cold temperament, there was a trace of unknown meaning in his eyes. What reason do I have to not come? The tone of his mouth was extremely cold, even colder than usual. White's words seemed to freeze everything around him. After knowing him for so long, this was the first time that Renji saw his captain so angry. As if he did not feel the cold aura emitted from Byakuya, Asnot lifted his foot and walked forward as if he did not notice it. As soon as the arm was lifted, several wounds suddenly appeared on the arm of Asnot. Don't act rashly. Renji could barely break the blood vein with all his strength, but it was not a problem at all in the hands of Byakuya. It was just a simple attack that broke the defense of the opposite side and hurt his body. Looking at the wounds on his hand, Asnot's eyes flashed a trace of surprise. Although he knew that with Byakuya Kuachiki's strength, it was inevitable to break the defense of his blood vein. After all, even Renji Ibarai, who was his deputy captain, broke his own defense. However, never would he have thought that he would be able to break through his defense so easily. However, just this alone was not enough. He opened his hands and countless light thorns appeared in front of him. Each of them emitted a strong aura. Be careful, Captain. His attack will make people fear. Fear? There was no change in the mood on his face. Even the eyes did not change at all. Byakuya Kuachiki seemed to have not heard the reminder of Renji. He held Zanpakuto in his hand, his body forward, his arm waved, and the pink cherry blossoms all over the sky blew toward the opposite side. It seems that you don't believe it at all. Seeing Byakuya Kuachiki rushing to himself without any concealment, there was a glimmer of light in the eyes of Asnot. It was these people who did not believe that they would have feelings like fear. The stronger the person, the more confident he was and believed that he would not be afraid of anything. However, fear was irresistible. His eyes suddenly widened, and a trace of morbid excitement flashed in his eyes in an instant. Asnot waved his hands, and the light thorns in front of him all flew toward Byakuya Kuachiki's body. Puff, sizzle, countless tiny scars appeared on the body of Asnot. The power of Senbon Sakura was terrible. Even if there was no Benkei, the destructive power was still very considerable, and the number of attacks was absolutely desperate. In contrast, the two light thorns stabbed Byakuya Kuachiki's body, but under Kachiki Byakuya's rich combat experience, all of them did not hit the fatal parts. Compared with the opposite Asnot, it was really a subtle injury that could be ignored. Although it seemed that he was at a disadvantage in the previous fight, but the mouth of Asnot let out a low laugh, not worried about the wound on his body at all. This guy. Looking at Asnot, who was laughing opposite him, Byakuya Kuachiki's eyes showed a trace of caution. The principle of the system came to the latest chapter. If he had to say what he did not want to face the enemy the most, then he was undoubtedly a madman. Everything of that kind of enemy was unpredictable. No one knew what he would do in the next second of the battle. The battle with that kind of person would always have all kinds of changes. At this time, Asnot, who was injured but made a low laugh, was obviously such a madman in the eyes of Byakuya Kuachiki. However, no matter what kind of person the enemy was, the only thing he should do now was to kill him. Trample Soul Society's territory and trample on the dignity of 13 Division of Imperial Guards. This group of people is undoubtedly the biggest villain. Bursting a trace of uneasiness in his heart, Byakuya Kuachiki waved his knife forward. This is a life and death battle, and finally can only end with the death of one side. Damn, the captain was attacked by him. Seeing that Byakuya Kuachiki was hit by the light thorn of the other side in the confrontation, there was a flash of anxiety in his heart. Although he always had the greatest trust in the captain in his heart, the strange self of the enemy was personally experienced before. It evoked the fear hidden in the depths of his heart. This power was simply like a joke. Can the captain really resist it? Do you feel it? Your hands and feet feel like they are frozen. Seeing Byakuya Kuachiki's slightly flashing eyes, a glimmer of splendor flashed in Asnot's eyes. No, not poisoned, but fear. Fear again? Hearing the words of the other party, there was a flash of disdain in Renji's eyes. It was the same as what Renji said before, but how could fear work on himself? In this world, there is no battle without fear. However, that feeling has been overcome when I crossed the boundaries of countless life and death so far. I never suppressed the psychology of fear, but accepted fear in battle, and after crushing it, I constantly gained the strength to move forward. The face remained unchanged, and Byakuya Kuachiki held Zanpakuto in his arm without trembling. A mere fear had no meaning for himself. What a proud guy. Are all Shinigami as stubborn as you? Whether it is you or the previous vice captain, all of them think that they can overcome fear by relying on their own experience and willpower. They are really a bunch of ignorant guys. I thought that you had already understood my ability when you were hiding on the side. Then let me say it to you again. He stopped and looked at Byakuya Kuachiki with a hint of expectation in his eyes. As Not was faintly expecting in his heart, expecting this person who gave a very high valuation of the organization to bring him a surprise. The fear with reason is nothing, it can indeed be overcome by experience and willpower. However, there is no reason for real fear. Because it is not based on feelings, but on instinct, just like what you see now. With the explanation of As Not on the opposite side, Byakuya Kuachiki's body suddenly stopped, and he seemed to see Rukia turning from a beautiful woman into a white bone. Hisuna died in front of him with pain. Chapter 267, The Iron. He let out a painful howl, and with great perseverance, he suppressed the various thoughts in his heart that made him faintly afraid. Zanpakuto in Byakuya's hand waved, and the pink cherry blossom with a sad killing intent rushed to the body of As Not. Your heart is already in chaos. With a movement of his feet, his body easily appeared in the distance. Ace Note looked at Byakuya Kuachiki, who had lost his mind, and whispered. Although he was injured because of Byakuya's attack just now, but As Not was not worried at all. He was injured now, but Byakuya Kuachiki's situation was not better than him, even more dangerous, because his heart had been shaken, and the sword in his hand could no longer be as resolute as before. You should understand that you can't win against me in your current state without Bankai. Looking at Byakuya Kuachiki opposite, As Not spat out this sentence. After hearing his words, Byakuya Kuachiki's body suddenly became stable, and the mind that had been in disorder suddenly calmed down. Is this your purpose? Lure us through battle, wait for our captain to use Bankai, and then seize it, so that you can easily wound Soul Society. I really did not expect that you have already known about this. Hearing Byakuya Kuachiki's words, As Not's pupils contracted slightly. What happened now was beyond his expectation. The war had just begun. How did the enemy know this information? No wonder even if he fought so hard, he firmly did not use Bankai. It's a pity that we already know your depth, so before we find the corresponding means to restrain, we will never use Bankai. As long as the captain still has combat power, you will unconsciously have more scruples. The current battle has become a battle of time. Let's see if you destroy Soul Society first or we find the means to restrain. Then kill you with Bankai. Pa, it is a really worthy of being the head of the four nobles of Soul Society, the head of the Kachiki family. This analysis is really clear. Suddenly reaching out and clapping his hands, he opened his mouth to praise Kachiki Byakuya's analysis, but there was no praise in the tone of As Not. However, since you know that we can seize your Bankai, I don't know if you have heard of the ultimate move of ours. Hearing As Not's words, Byakuya Kuachiki's face changed greatly and he could no longer keep calm. According to the previous information, the final move that Quincy had is, Volstandig. Thinking of such a situation, Byakuya Kuachiki's face became more and more determined. He had a reason to never lose, so, even if he risked his life, he absolutely could not fall. Damn it. Looking at the enemy in front of him, Toshiro Hitsugaya clenched his teeth. He was still too weak. What? Are you going to give up just like that? The youth looked at the opposite of him, without any emotion on his face, and raised his arm. A sharp claw made of metal was held in his hand. It was the sharp claw, which had troubled him a lot in the previous battle. The sharpness of the claw was no less than that of Zanpakuto, and the combat experience of the other side was also above him. It was really a hard battle. Then, it's my turn to attack. As soon as he finished speaking, his opponent's body flashed and he suddenly disappeared from Hitsugaya's line of sight. Hiren Kyaku. Hitsugaya didn't need to think too much about the reaction he had gotten from countless battles. The possible attack routes of his opponent naturally flashed through his mind. He waved his hand, and several sharp ice cubes flew out along with Zanpakuto. Group of birds' icicles. Do you still not understand? Your level of ice is useless against me. Have you not seen what happened before? There was no intention of resisting Hitsugaya's attack at all. As he spoke indifferently, his body directly resisted Hitsugaya's attack and appeared in front of him. The sharp claws in his hand suddenly swung out. Dang! Hitsugaya raised Zanpakuto in his arm and blocked the enemy's attack. At the same time, he used his other hand to press against the back of the knife. Hitsugaya's face showed a bit of difficulty. In the case that his ability was useless, the disadvantage of his body size could not be avoided. In the face of an enemy, his height always made him lower. In this state, it was not conducive to the use of strength. Humphrey. With a cold snort, King Du moved his feet and kicked Hitsugaya's body away. Damn it. After quickly adjusting his body and stabilizing his body, Toshiro Hitsugaya held his Zanpakuto with both hands, and his whole body was concentrated in an instant. Taking a deep breath, a bright light suddenly burst out in his eyes. Toshiro Hitsugaya stepped on the ground and rushed forward. Your attack is useless to me. I am the Eye of Thirstern Ritter, Kangdu the Iron. Looking at Toshiro Hitsugai's attack, a trace of disapproval flashed on his face. As Kangdu, his body is not injured by ordinary people, so even if his attack ability is not outstanding in Stern Ritter, there are still few people who can beat him in a frontal battle. After all, just by relying on his body that could not be injured, he was already in an invincible position. As he turned a deaf ear to Kangdu's words, the divine light in Hitsugai's eyes was restrained. His eyes were filled with determination as he looked at Kangdu. As Zanpakuto waved his hand, a dazzling blade light suddenly slashed down from his Zanpakuto. Puff, dash a wound appeared on Kangdu's body, and blood sprayed out. The bright red blood reflected Kangdu's face that was full of disbelief. How could you? Feeling his body that had been cut open, Kangdu still looked incredulous. After all, his body was like steel, and it was actually cut open by someone. It seems that this move taught by Senior Kimura is quite effective. Turning around and looking at the wound on Kangdu's chest, Hitsugai's eyes flashed with a trace of splendor. It seemed that Kimura's strength far surpassed his predictions. His cutting technique had probably already reached an unimaginable level. However, Soul Society's current situation was really not good. It would be great if they could provide support. Sensing that spiritual power was colliding everywhere inside Soul Society, Hitsugaya frowned. Chapter 268, The Overkill. Bang. 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 Oh bang. Damn it, is this guy a devil? Looking at the Quincy who was wantonly destroying in front of them, Shinigami's eyes were full of undisguised fear. Black hair, a beautiful face, and a hot figure. After wearing the uniform of Quincy, it was even more attractive, but the means of the Quincy in front of them made Shinigami tremble. It was the seemingly cute girl opposite him. In just a few minutes, she killed most of Shinigami, and countless members died in her hands. Ha ha ha. With a bright smile on her face, and a little excitement in her eyes, she looked like a girl who got an interesting toy, but the smile on her face was no different from a demon in the eyes of the surrounding Shinigami. Compared with them, the girl in front of her was more like a demanding Shinigami. Every time the short saber in her hand swung out, it would take away a few lives. Moreover, every person who died a tragic death was blown into pieces. The surroundings of the young girl were already covered with countless broken limbs and wreckage. Pa! A large hand suddenly stretched out from the side and firmly grabbed the young girl's wrist, stopping the attack she was about to attack. Even a young girl like you is a soldier of the Quincy. Looking at the Quincy in front of him who looked like an innocent girl, Kamemura Sejun's eyes flashed with a hint of heaviness. The team members who were killed around them were all the team members of their 7th division, all of whom were his loyal subordinates. Even a little dog like you can be a captain? It seems that Soul Society's hands are severely lacking. The corner of her eyes slightly glanced at the hand holding her wrist. The cold light flashed in the eyes of Bambietta and then her eyes fell on the body of Kamemura Sejun. The corners of her mouth were slightly hooked, and her eyes flashed with an interesting look. Bing! A burst of explosion suddenly erupted from where the two people came into contact. Kamemura Sejun's body hurriedly retreated. Looking at his palm that was injured by the explosion, his eyes revealed a trace of caution. Bang! A corpse slammed into the wall. It pierced through the wall. He really can't take a hit. A huge body approached from afar. The burly figure was almost 3 meters tall. There was a thick iron chain wrapped around his waist. His thick facial features and the thick beard on his face added a bit of a valiant aura to him. It's all to deal with weaklings like this. It makes me very tired. Looking at the gradually approaching Quincy, the face of the executioner flashed a trace of seriousness, but there was a deep worry under that seriousness. These enemies that appeared now, each of them had strength comparable to Captain, but Soul Society's side, because of the other party's ability to take away Captain's Banchi, did not dare to fight with full strength. In this case, Soul Society's current situation was very bad. Cut it out, Kei's Shini. In a low voice, the spirit of words came out, and 2 double-edged sickles connected by a chain suddenly appeared in his hand. Even if he doesn't like his Zanpakuto, he will not hesitate at all in the face of the life-or-death juncture of the Soul Society. Now the primary consideration is how to save his life under the attack of the enemy and defeat the enemy. Oh, it seems that I finally met a good person. You should be the vice-captain. Although it is a little worse than my expectation, it is also good. He reached out and stroked his hair back, then twisted his neck, and a hint of tyranny flashed in the eyes of the Quincy. I am Driscoll Bursey, O of the Star-Crossed Knights, the Overkill. As long as I constantly kill the enemy, my strength will constantly become stronger. On the way here, I have killed hundreds of people. It will be better to kill you again. Bastard. Hearing what the Quincy master opposite said, Shuai Hisagi's eyes suddenly turned red. The people who died were his subordinates. Some of them are even friends who he have known since he was a student. They were all killed by this guy. The rage in his heart burned fiercely, waves of anger rushed into his heart, making him want to tear the enemy in front of him into pieces. Looks like the people I killed have a close relationship with you? Noticing the change in the mood of Shuai Hisagi, a trace of interest flashed through Driscoll's eyes. He took out a long light spear in his hand, emitting a strong spirit particle fluctuation, making Shuai Hisagi opposite him nervous. In that case, let me send you to reunite. The light spear in his hand suddenly shot out, emitting a terrifying fluctuation. Driscoll was right. After killing hundreds of Shinigami team members, his strength had increased by more than a little. Bang! Bang! Shuai Hisagi raised his Zanpakuto and pushed the opponent's attack to the side. However, Shuai Hisagi's expression became very ugly. Although he had blocked the first wave of attacks from the enemy, through the exchange just now, he had already felt that there was still a huge gap between him and the enemy with his current level. It seems that you have also felt it. There is a huge gap in strength between us, like a chasm. Being keenly aware of a change in Shuai Hisagi's mood in an instant, Driscoll spoke to strike his confidence. However, a mere vice-captain, even if he loses to me, it is nothing. However, I originally thought that there would be a good opponent. Who knew that such a weak guy would be so boring? In that case, I will deal with you next. He took out a long spear from the ring guard on the back of his hand. Compared to the previous one, the shape of the flying spear this time was much more complete. There were even some detailed patterns on it. Looking at the weapon made of spirit particles, this was already very amazing. Sensing the terrifying fluctuations coming from the flying spear, the expression of Shuai Hisagi changed greatly. This level was not inferior to that of Espada in the previous battle. He absolutely could not resist it. Was he going to die just like that? Looking at the spear that was flying towards him, a trace of despair flashed through Shuai Hisagi's eyes. Boom! A figure suddenly fell from the sky and fiercely stomped on the ground. His body twisted and he stretched out his left hand. Just by relying on one arm, he actually caught the opponent's attack. Under the astonished gazes of Shuai Hisagi and Driscoll, he bounced it in another direction. This is... Looking at this familiar figure in front of him, a glimmer of light suddenly flashed through Shuai Hisagi's eyes. Ichigo Kurosaki, he had actually arrived at such an urgent moment. With him joining in, the current situation would definitely improve greatly. Chapter 269, Ichigo's Advent. Ichigo Kurosaki? Looking at the blonde youth in front of him, Driscoll was slightly stunned. Then, he suddenly opened his mouth and said with a proud smile on his face, my luck is really too good. Ichigo Kurosaki, the first of the 5 special combat powers, this is the enemy I'm looking forward to. Ha 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 ha. If I can kill you, not only is it an incomparable military service, but even my strength will rise greatly because of killing you. Looking at the opposite Quincy, who was laughing wildly, Ichigo's eyes were full of gloom. Although he had heard from Kisukirahara that Soul Society was now being invaded by Quincy, he did not expect that in such a short time, Soul Society had been ravaged by this group of people. There were broken houses everywhere, and the bodies of the team members scattered everywhere. The entire Soul Society was full of turmoil of spiritual power, and there were spiritual powers collisions everywhere, as well as the morning soul inheritor of a team before death. Bastard! The Zanpakuto in his hand was tightly held. The anger in Ichigo Kurosaki's heart could not be suppressed, and there was no need to suppress it. For this group of enemies who unscrupulously destroyed Soul Society, there was nothing to say. They were even worse thugs than Aizen. What he could do now was to defeat the enemy with the sword in his hand and protect Soul Society. I will never let you go. With deep anger on his face, Ichigo Kurosaki moved his feet and his body instantly appeared in front of Driscoll. Zanpakuto in his hand chopped down. Boom! The blue spiritual power overflowed, and the huge slash completely drowned the enemy's body. With a backhand put the Zanpakuto in his hand on the ground, Ichigo Kurosaki closed his eyes and felt spiritual power in Soul Society. Fortunately, Rukia and others are all fine. Boom! A powerful spiritual power suddenly exploded in front of him, attracting Ichigo's attention. He's actually still alive. Feeling the powerful spiritual power in front of him, Ichigo's face revealed a shocked expression. He had attacked with hatred just now, but the other party was still able to fight after being caught unprepared by his Getsuga Cross Moon Fangs. The enemy was indeed not simple, as expected of someone who could destroy Soul Society to such a degree. You are really a powerful guy. If I kill you, my strength will be much stronger. The smoke dissipated, revealing the figure of the Quincy. However, behind the Quincy at this time, a pair of wings made of rishi slightly opened, from the wings, emitting a strong rishi fluctuation. Under that fluctuation, even the surrounding buildings were affected. Ichigo could even see a part of the buildings broken down into rishi. What is going on? In the legend of the modern world, Such wings should belong to angels, but at this moment, what appeared in front of Ichigo Kurosaki was completely the existence of demons. This is the Volstandig. Hearing the name mentioned by the other party, Ichigo Kurosaki's pupils contracted slightly. This was not the first time he had heard of such a name, and he had heard of it before. If it is you, you are indeed qualified to let me use Volstandig. However, you will die obediently, and I will accept this credit. He stretched out his arm, and a long spear made of rishi suddenly appeared in the hands of Driscoll. Feeling the spiritual fluctuation on it that was very different from before, the face of the Shuai Hisagi was greatly changed. Be careful, Ichigo Kurosaki. It's too late. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Driscoll swung his arm, and the spear in his hand suddenly stabbed out. The surrounding air suddenly became hot. The speed of his thrust was so fast that it almost made the surrounding air burn. Eyes focused, Ichigo Kurosaki lowered his body. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed Zanpakuto, who was inserted into the ground. He clenched his hands tightly, and a powerful spiritual power burst out from his body. Zanpakuto pulled up from the bottom up, and the blue spiritual power was like water. Boom! A violent shockwave suddenly erupted, and waves of air pushed away the Shuai Hisagi, who was standing to the side. What a powerful and monstrous reading! Holding his hand in front of him, Shuai Hisagi's eyes were filled with shock. He already knew that Shinigami, acting as Ichigo Kurosaki, was powerful enough to match the captain. However, only when he truly fought with him would he know how strong he was. First division, this spiritual power is. Yamamoto Genryu's eye suddenly turned to look at a direction and his eyes narrowed. Second division, sent intelligence. Shinigami agent Ichigo Kurosaki has arrived at Soul Society and is now fighting with Quincy. Little devil. Although his mouth was disdainful, Chojiro Sasaki, who was standing on the side, noticed that the hand of the head captain holding the crutch loosened a little. Although he was dissatisfied that Soul Society's dangerous situation actually needed a human teenager to rescue, the head captain also knew that in the current situation, it was a lucky thing to increase the combat power of a captain level. With only Kurosaki Ichigo alone, their side could lose at least hundreds of ordinary players. How's Captain Kurotsuchi doing? No reply. Where's Kisuke? No reply as well. Head captain lowered his eyes and could not see any emotions, but Sasaki could clearly feel it. At this time, the anxiety in head captain's heart was very weak, but head captain was indeed anxious about Soul Society's current situation. Such emotions would never appear on head captain in the past. However, there is a message from Hueco Mundo. Hearing Sasaki's next words, Yamamoto head captain's eyes suddenly widened, and a slight change of emotion appeared on his face. Maiyang applied to allow him to take rank Harable, and the former Soul Society traitor Akamaru-jin to go through the gate of Siriite Ai to help the battle. His face returned to its previous calm, and head captain slowly closed his eyes. I'll allow it. Seeing that head captain's aura had returned to calm, a hint of relaxation flashed in his eyes. He reached out and gestured to the communicator behind him. As long as he added 3 more powerful forces, Soul Society would be safe. Hueco Mundo, I really didn't expect that even this body was created by imagination. So, your original body is just a brain? Looking at the head on the ground in front of him, Maiyang's tone was a little emotional. Imagination, what a terrible ability. Could it be that all Quincy were all such interesting guys? Hey, no matter what, Kimura, the one you just defeat now is too outrageous. Akamaru-jin came over and casually glanced at the head on the ground. He waved his hands and said to Maiyang in a strange tone. Is that so? There might be something even more ridiculous. To Akamaru-jin's words, Maiyang waved his arm and a crack appeared beside them. Let's go, Soul Society still has someone waiting for us. Chapter 270, Prelude to Counterattack. So that's how it is. He let out a soft sigh, and a smile suddenly appeared on Kisuke's face. Although he had 2 large dark circles under his eyes, it could not hide the elegance in his eyes at all. Is the research done? Seeing the expression on Kisuke's face, Yaruichi was slightly stunned, and then asked with some joy. Well, what we have to do next is to deliver these things to the captains. I'll go. No. There are some other things must be done by you. Then what you said is. It's me. As the voice fell, several figures appeared in the Hurahara shop. Sorry for the inconvenience, Miss Kusu, and Mr. Stark. What do you mean? Did you miss us? Hori rubbed his nose in dissatisfaction and raised his head to question Kisuke. Because, there are important things that need your help to investigate, Hori-chan, these are some of the more interesting things. You can find anyone you want in that kind of thing. Why do you have to find me? Because in my impression, this is something only you can do. Bang. He kicked Kisuke hard on the leg, and Hori's face turned slightly red, looking proud and delicate. Don't always use such an excuse to make me do things. Bastard, tell me, what is it? Idiot. Idiot. Huri is actually shy. What a straightforward personality. Seeing Huri's reaction, Lisa and Love, who came with several people, began to complain one by one. Well, because Huri-chan and others have something to help with, this time only Miss Nan and Mr. Stark can go to Soul Society this time. How about it? Can you? Of course it's okay. Suzuki Kusu's face showed a faint smile. I have no problem. Although it is very troublesome, the last time I was beaten so badly. If I can't return it, Lilinette will never forgive me. He reached out and rubbed his head, making his hair a mess. Although Stark still looked listless, it can be seen from his eyes that he has been serious. This war is extraordinary. Then I am relieved. With the two of you and Kimura who rushed to Soul Society from Hueco Mundo, Soul Society should be able to survive this time. Kimura also went. That is great. It seems that I can relax a little. Hearing the news from Kisuke's mouth, Stark's face became more relaxed. This thing is what I developed, something that can help Shinigami take back Bankai. Take back Bankai? Hearing Kisuke's words, Suzuki Kusu's face was slightly moved. As Shinigami's strongest means of Bankai, it was actually seized by the Quincy in the battle. Such a battle was too passive, and it was because he was afraid that Bankai would be taken away. So at this time, the war will fall into such a level. Soul Society's side is completely at a disadvantage in the battle. After all, the enemy is not a target that can be defeated without needing Bankai. And now, Kisuke has developed a method to take back Bankai. As long as it is confirmed to be feasible, the captains can use Bankai to change the disadvantage in the current battle. Exactly. After the previous research, I understand the weakness of Quincy to seize the principle of Bankai, and then use that weakness to stop the plunder of Banchi, and then retrieve the seized Bankai. He reached out and pointed to a pile of black pills on the table over there, and Kisuke's face flashed with wisdom. This is the Shadow Potion, something that can completely stop them stealing your Bankai. You should also know that Rankar's Resurrection is to release the soul power that is suppressed into the shape of a blade to obtain a huge power. Bankai can be said to be almost the same form of ability as them. If you can seize Captain's Banchi, you should also be able to seize Rankar's Resurrection. However, none of Rankar's Resurrection was taken away. It is impossible for the Quincy to not be interested in Rankar. In fact, they have captured a lot of Rankar's military force. These are what you saw in Hueco Mundo. They also want Rankar's power as combat force. Knowing this, but not seizing the Resurrection, there are two reasons to see. The Resurrection cannot be seized, or the Resurrection will be detrimental to the Quincy. Suzuki Kusa took a deep breath, took Kisuke's words, and her eyes flashed. Yes. Glancing at Suzuki Kusa and expressing affirmation of her words, Kisuke then said, according to the relevant research of Hollow, it is impossible to deduce the reason that can seize Bankai but cannot seize the Resurrection. In this case, it is better to think that it is not conducive to Quincy. Kurotsuchi Captain once told me that he has always been concerned about one thing about Quincy. That is, the extreme hostility of Quincy to Hollow, is not like what they say, it is because of resentment. The so-called hostility is because of different thoughts. It is impossible to continue to hate the object of no will and thought. There is only one reason for endless hostility, that is the fear from the bottom of the heart for the object that will bring life danger. The fear of Quincy against Hollow, yes. Looking at the disbelief on the faces of the people in front of him, Kisuke's face did not change, and then said, the so-called Quincy is a race that has no resistance to the Hollow at all. Everything of the Hollow is poison for the Quincy. After being eroded by the Hollow, not only will the spiritual pressure weaken, but the soul will collapse, resulting in death. There is no way to go to the Hollowification like Shinigami. Because of this, if you can absorb some Hollow strength, and treat the Bankai as Hollowification only for a moment, the Bankai will become poison for the Quincy. How do I use this? Just touch it with your body. Without any hesitation, Suzuki Kusa reached out to the pill. A strange power was immediately absorbed from her finger into her body. Pa, with a crisp sound, a crack suddenly appeared on the disc that absorbed Suzuki Kusa's Bankai. A familiar feeling welled up in Suzuki Kusa's heart. With a gentle smile on her face, she stroked her own Zanpakuto. A very different feeling rose in Suzuki Kusa's heart. It was clearly just a period of time away from his own Zanpakuto, but it seemed to be a century apart. Moreover, she seemed to have a new understanding of her ability. It seems that there is no problem. How about it, Mr. Akin? Did you hear our words clearly? All heard. Then, can I ask for your help? Of course, this is a big matter that concerns the entire Soul Society. Now that Captain is not here, I can be fully responsible. However, before that, can I ask a question first? Please speak. The things you developed are based on the fact that Captain need to use Hollow strength in the instant of Bankai, so as to avoid it being taken away. Then can I think that Ichigo Kurosaki, who has hollow strength, and the captains of the 3rd, 5th, and 9th Division, can now use Bankai and will not be taken by the enemy? Of course. Lock on all the positions of the captain and the vice captain, get rid of the rest of the modified insects. Immediately prepare for Tente Ikura, convey the news to all the captain and vice captain level that we have found a way to prevent the Bankai from being taken away. Ichigo Kurosaki and the 3 captain who can use holification can use their Bankai normally. Also, Maayang is coming to Soul Society from Hueco Mundo with a Kamarujin and Rankar Harable from Hueco Mundo. In Human World, Suzuki Kusu and Rankar Stark are coming. They have pills that can prevent Bankai from being taken. In various places of Soul Society, the captains who were fighting were slightly stunned, and then a smile appeared on their faces. Can you use Bankai directly? Reaching out, he tore off his torn clothes. Ichigo Kurosaki wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and showed a smile on his face. Bankai. Oh, the prelude to counterattack is playing. Feeling the sudden burst of spiritual power, Kiraku Shunsui tilted his head and said. Chapter 271, Grimmaniel, do you really think that way? Fight back? On the other side of the spring water, a Quincy said with a calm face. Even if he knew that Shinigami could use Banchi, he did not panic at all, as if it was an insignificant thing. Oh, I almost forgot that your Quincy also has the ability to compete with Shinigami's Bankai. If I remember correctly, it is called Volstandig, right? It seems that you know quite a lot. I wonder which bad-mouthed guy leaked the news. He had short white hair, a beard, and a pair of square eyes on his face. He was wearing a buttoned coat with a tie inside. Although his face was slightly old, the aura he exuded could not be underestimated. Moreover, Kiraku Shunsui knew that such a guy must have extremely rich combat experience, which was very difficult to deal with. However, even if you know more, it will not have any effect on the final result. The result of this battle, at the beginning, is already doomed. Yu Shinigami will eventually withdraw from the stage of history. Suddenly raising his hand, the white pistol in his hand shot out a ray of Rishi light, and a 13 Division of Imperial Guards Division member in the distance died on the spot. If I am not wrong, this Shinigami is here to send you pills to prevent Bankai from being stolen. Yes, but your reaction is really fast. You really sacrifice the lives of your team members in vain. What a pity. What? In your eyes, is such a reaction already fast? As soon as the voice fell, the old Quincy eyes suddenly flashed a glimmer of light. Kiraku Shunsui only felt the front of his eyes flash, and the figure of Quincy had already swayed behind him. Kiraku Shunsui moved his feet, his body suddenly twisted, his arm swung, and Zanpakuto in his hand waved back. A trace of Rishi light flashed under his feet, and the body of Quincy instantly went around. Kiraku Shunsui wiped his clothes, and the figure of the other side appeared in front of Kiraku Shunsui again. Oh, I thought I could attack. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Holding Zanpakuto in his hand, Kiraku Shunsui's old face showed a trace of helplessness. He did not expect that the war had just begun. He met such a troublesome guy, really can't make people happy. Is that so? The corner of his mouth was slightly pulled up. Quincy seemed to want to make some expression, but in the end, he just spat out 2 words, then his feet moved, and his body disappeared from Kiraku Shunsui's side again. It's not okay to always play a routine, Mr. Quincy. Although he said this, his tone was slightly contemptuous, but there was no relaxation in Kiraku Shunsui's eyes. As a master who has been through hundreds of battles, he will never make such a mistake. Under his action, there must be a deeper intention. Step back, wave the blade, keep up, and wave the blade again. While dealing with the opposite Quincy, Kiraku Shunsui was on guard in his heart, and at the same time divided a part of his mind to sense the situation in the court. Now, not only Ichigo Kurosaki, but even the captain of the 3rd, 5th, and 9th Division can also use Banchi, which is absolutely a great excitement for Soul Society. After another round, the eyes of Quincy suddenly flashed a glimmer of light. The light under his feet flashed, and the speed increased several times in an instant. And the figure constantly flashed, even with the eyesight of Kiraku Shunsui. For a moment, he could not accurately grasp the movements of the other party. His head suddenly cooled, and an extremely dangerous feeling appeared in Kiraku Shunsui's mind. Kiraku Shunsui felt bad, his feet moved, his body turned, but the sense of danger lingered in his heart. Grimmaniel God step. Bing, the pistol in the hand of the Quincy shot at Kiraku Shunsui's head. Irony, white. The corner of his eyes swept a touch of white, and Kiraku Shunsui's eyes flashed with a trace of wisdom. As he whispered, he suddenly waved the Kaden Kikatsu in his hand. A drop of bright red blood dripped from Kiraku Shunsui's earlobe. Although he tilted his head at the last moment, The enemy's attack still grazed his ear, leaving a scar on his body. Puff, a clear wound appeared on Quincy's chest and abdomen, and blood kept spurting out from his wound. Holding his abdomen with one hand, blood kept dripping from between his fingers. The Quincy left Kiraku Shunsui far away, looking at the other party with a trace of hidden fear. Oh, it is really surprising. Is this realization of your fear, Quincy? Looking coldly at the opposite Quincy, Kiraku Shunsui said, completely different from his smiling face. There is no smile in his eyes, completely indifferent. This is war. You should have known it clearly when you began to act. Since it is war, there is bound to be someone to sacrifice, and this person may be anyone. Naturally it is you and me. If you do not have the consciousness of facing death, it is better not to join the battlefield at the beginning. The consciousness of death? That kind of thing, I have long had it. It seemed that he wanted to hide the uneasiness in his heart, but Quincy lost his composure and shouted. The roaring posture formed a sharp contrast with his stiff clothes. Hee hee. Kiraku Shunsui chuckled, seemingly dismissive of the reaction of the other party, but he put his attention on the pair of light wings behind the other party. It was a pair of wings made of rishi, emitting violent rishi fluctuations. It was also because of the appearance of the pair of wings that the other party's speed was greatly enhanced in an instant. This must be the so-called Vollständig. Although it was a question, Kiraku Shunsui's tone was very sure, apparently recognizing the move used by the opposite Quincy. Yes. Oh, speaking of which, after fighting for so long, I have not yet introduced myself. It is rude, so I will go first. With a little smile on his face, Kiraku Shunsui looked at the opposite Quincy. 13 Division of Imperial Guards 8th Division Captain, Kiraku Shunsui. Stern Ritter, Robert Acutron. Robert, is it? Then, it is your turn to say a color. Ha 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 ha, what a fool. Knowing that we can seize Benkai, and even dare to carry out Benkai. In this case, I will not be polite to accept your Benkai. There was a brutal smile on his face. Driscoll took out a metal plate from his waist, and a black mass suddenly appeared and wrapped Ichigo Kurosaki's body. Pa, what is going on? Looking at the black curtain in front of him, Driscoll's face flashed a trace of disbelief. Why couldn't he seize Ichigo Kurosaki's Benkai? Do you think I will be brainless enough to know that it will be seized, yet I still use Benkai? You cannot control it. Ichigo Kurosaki's body suddenly appeared in front of Driscoll. A black trench coat made a rustling sound in the wind. His cold face was full of determination. His hands tightly grabbed his Zanpakuto. A black spiritual power wrapped around his Zanpakuto, and the surging spiritual power made Driscoll change color. Getsuga cross moon fangs. Zanpakuto suddenly waved his hand, and a powerful slash came down on Driscoll. The black crescent moon seemed to split the whole world in half. The soaring spiritual power made everyone in the Siriate AI look at him. TSK, Ichigo really likes to show off. Hirako Shinji slightly turned his head and looked at spiritual power who was rushing into the sky. He smiled, seemingly pleased and helpless. Let's hurry up to Hinamori. Otherwise, the limelight will be stolen by someone else. After speaking to Lieutenant Hinamori Momo behind him, Hirako Shinji suddenly accelerated his pace and rushed in one direction. There was a powerful spiritual pressure that was wreaking havoc, and there was even a violent explosion. Chapter 272, Stark joins the fray standing with his sword in hand, looking at the body of the Quincy who had been cut in two in front of him. Ichigo's eyes flashed a trace of forbearance, even if he was in an enemy position. For each person, he always had a trace of kindness in his heart. However, when his eyes swept across the ruins around him, the trace of kindness in Ichigo's heart was immediately wiped away by him. He could not forgive this group of Quincy who ravaged Soul Society like this and caused countless deaths of Shinigami. Boom! A pillar of flame suddenly came from the distant building. Ichigo's face changed, and the flame light column flashed past his face, and the hot flame almost ignited his hair. His eyes flashed, and he looked at the opposite side. A figure stood tall on a wall. The Quincy with his hands in his pockets looked down at Ichigo with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Haha, it's Ichigo Kurosaki. I'm really lucky. He stretched out a finger to aim at Ichigo Kurosaki and made a shooting posture. The Quincy's mouth rose, and his face showed an arrogant expression. However, you won't be so lucky the next time. The eyes were cold, and the stretched fingers suddenly became hotter. Traces of flames came out of the fingertips of Quincy, emitting a terrible temperature, and the air around his fingers seemed to be affected by the high temperature, showing a strange distortion. Flaming finger, 1. As the voice fell, a blazing flame shot out from the fingertips of Quincy, which was the same as the flame that was shot before. A trace of determination flashed across his face. Ichigo Kurosaki's body did not dodge. He raised Zanpakuto in his hand and waved his knife. He suddenly hit the opponent's attack. Boom! The flames scattered and splashed on the ground. The broken wall that burned Soul Society was burned. It made a bang sound. Ichigo looked coldly at the opposite Quincy. His heart gradually sank. The guy who was killed before was not a problem. It could only be said that he barely reached the level of the captain. It was not difficult for him to defeat him. But the guy in front of him now, although just a tentative fight, his strength was definitely not weaker than any captain. As expected, it is one of the 5 special combat powers mentioned by His Majesty. It can easily block my flaming fire finger, not too shabby, Ichigo Kurosaki. Jumping down from the wall, his feet flashed, and Quincy's body appeared in front of Ichigo Kurosaki. He pointed to his head, and the tone of Quincy was as arrogant as ever. Stern Ritter, H, the heat, Basby. As he spoke, Basby stretched out 2 fingers of his right hand. Since the opponent issue, in order to show respect to you, let me use this to deal with you. Flaming finger, 2. Getsuga cross moon fangs. Boom boom. Yes, do you really think you can withstand my attack? Puppy dog. Bambietta waved her hand. She looked at the left side of Kamimura on the opposite side. There was a group of Shinigami lying around them. They were the soldiers who had been affected in the previous battle. They were either dead or seriously injured. His entire body was covered in wounds, but the eyes of Sajin Kamimura were full of determination. His expression did not waver at all. This was a war that concerned the survival of the entire Soul Society. His own life was not important at all. It's really unbearable looking at the opposite side of Kamimura. Bambietta was a little helpless. Such a cute puppy was really a little reluctant to kill, but why was he so reckless? Tenjin. A huge slash fell from the sky, striking the body of Bambietta. No matter what, you won't listen. Your attack is too heavy, just like your body. As she said this helplessly, Bambietta waved her hand, and a spirit wave shot up. Boom. The instant the wave of spirit particles shot out from Bambietta collided with the attack from Kamimura, a violent explosion erupted. Waves of air rose up, blowing away the reckless Shinigami on the ground and rolling him to the side. Puff, dash. There was a stuffy feeling in his chest, and Kamimura spat out another mouthful of blood. Although his face was still calm, his spirit was inevitably exhausted. I already told you, I am the Stern Ritter, the explode, Bambietta base turbine. You can't defend against my explosion. Because it's not that the thing I send out will explode, but the thing that comes into contact with my spirit particles will become a bomb. She looked at Kamimura in front of her with a smile on his face. He seemed to enjoy this kind of battle. Every time she saw the enemy being helpless under her ability, she would feel an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Attacking Soul Society, trampling on the dignity of the 13th Division. Even if I have to risk my life, I will defeat you. After receiving the Bunkai medicine, there was no relief on Kamimura's face. Although he can indeed use the Bunkai now, but after the battle just now, he has learned that the enemy he is facing is by no means a character that can be easily defeated, and the opponent's ability has a great impact on his Benka. However, even if we know we are no match for them, we must do our best to keep the enemy here. This is the spirit of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. There was a flash of determination on his face, and the long sword in the left hand of Kamimura waved, and spiritual power quickly improved. Bunkai boom. Before he could use his own Zanpakuto Bunkai, a crack suddenly appeared in the air of Soul Society, 2 figures flashed out from inside, and at the same time, a blue attack suddenly shot out and bombarded the body of Bambietta. This fluctuation is Sero. Feeling the fluctuation of spiritual power, who was different from Shinigami and Quincy, the face of the Sajin Kamimura changed slightly and suddenly turned his head. Attacking a woman really doesn't fit my character. Following a lazy voice, a figure descended from the sky. Stark held a short gun in each hand, reached out and rubbed his head, slightly distressed. So what if she's a woman? Don't you often attack me? A tender voice came from the gun in Stark's hand. Lilynette. You are just a kid, not a woman. Bing. The gun in his hand was uncontrollably smashed on his head, and Stark suddenly shouted again. Captain Kamimura, I think you can leave her to us. Suzuki Kusu. Looking at the other figure that appeared, Sajin Kamimura immediately felt relaxed. If she came here now, it meant that Maiyang was coming as well. On Maiyang's side, there was a force that could almost change the entire situation. With their participation, Soul Society's side would definitely be able to reverse the current situation. This is really too much, to actually make my clothes tattered. Bang. Bang. The deep voice of Bambietta came out from the raging fire. The repressed tone made people clearly feel the anger hidden under her calmness. It was as if she wanted to destroy everything in the surroundings. Don't be too self-righteous. Shinigami boom. A beam of Rishi light suddenly appeared, and the violent Rishi fluctuations made Suzuki Kusu and the other 3 people all change their faces. Even Lilynette, who was playing with Stark, stopped. Stark's body swayed and came out of the opposite side of Bambietta. Looking at the girl floating in the air opposite him, there was a rare solemnity in his eyes. Such a spiritual power was really not to be underestimated. Quincy, Volstandig. A pair of wings formed by Rishi appeared on her back, and there was also something like a hat made of Rishi on her head. The eyes of Bambietta were silent, but in that silence, there was a terrible force that would erupt at any time. I really don't want to use this. If I use it, the battle will end in an instant. Chapter 273, Assemble Sai. In the end I'm forced to use it, huh? Not far from the circle of Stark, a female Quincy looked at the uncontrollable wings on her back and said in a distressed tone. Is everyone so serious? But it is so tiring to say that I don't want to use it. Another female Quincy is lazily lying on a wall, raising her legs to swing. I don't want to use it either. It seemed that she was very unhappy with the wings that appeared behind her, and the female Quincy who spoke before gnashed her teeth. It seems that Bambietta used her Volstandig. Another female Quincy appeared, with a pure and lovely look, and even a little adorable. Of course, just the fact that we can't run away is enough for her to be angry. A little girl suddenly turned her head from the side and said, holding an ice cream in her hand, and there was still a trace of food on the corner of her mouth. Huh? Is that little Bambi using it? It's so scary. That kid is an idiot, so she will definitely destroy everything around her. However, several powerful spiritual power appeared over there. Do you really not want to go and help her? The cute Quincy thought about it and said. Of course we have to go, we can also get some credit in doing so. After all, with that many enemies, how can she take all of them? Leaning away from the attack of the other side, Stark's figure flashed, constantly dodging the attacks of the other side. Although it did not look awkward, it was also too busy to fight back. In his mind, he remembered the information about this female Quincy that Kamemura had said before. Stark felt slightly distressed. Although he had to participate in the battle, he was still not good at fighting. Haha. Damn bastard. Didn't you break my clothes very arrogantly before? Why do you only know how to dodge now? Every time the wings behind him were waved, they would attack Stark. Bambietta's body did not move. She just stood in the same place and forced Stark to retreat step by step. Really, I don't like it. Fighting. As soon as his eyes turned, Stark's body suddenly disappeared in the sight of Bambietta, and then a blue flash suddenly shot out from behind her. Boom. The body flew out of the explosion, and Bambietta's figure was slightly embarrassed. Although at the last time, she hit Stark's Sero, but at that time, the distance was too close. Not only did she not hurt the other party, but she was also hit by the explosion. Damn this guy, go to hell for me. Her face suddenly became very ugly. After Bambietta screamed, countless Rishi attacks shot out from her body and bombarded all four directions. With the characteristics of her ability, after this move, their surroundings would be razed to the ground. Benkei, paper 1,000 spiders. Countless threads suddenly appeared and spread in all directions with Suzuki Kusu's body as the center. The white threads blocked all the attacks of Bambietta, and suddenly burst out like fireworks. This woman. Looking at Zanpakuto in Suzuki Kusu's hand, feeling the other side's powerful spiritual power, Bambietta's face changed slightly. Although she was confident in her own strength, she was not confident enough to challenge 3 captain-level enemies at the same time. Several Miss Quincy hidden there, I think you can come out. How did you find us? After hearing Suzuki Kusu's words, 4 figures came out from behind a wall. The little girl Quincy held an ice cream in her hand and asked Suzuki Kusu curiously. Although your spiritual power was hidden well, your complicated thoughts completely exposed your existence. Thought? Yo, Bambi, you look a little embarrassed. Bastard. Candace, Minnie, Lil Dotto, Gigi, you 4 girls dare to leave me alone, and after these death gods are dealt with, I will take care of you. Hey, 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 hey. You've got a better attitude. We came here especially to help you. It's so lively here. Beach, we seem to have come to the right place. At this time, a frivolous voice suddenly sounded. Hiroko Shinji came out of the scene. Oh, it has been a long time, Kusu. Squatting on the wall, Hiroko Shinji raised his hand and greeted Suzuki Kusu, with a cynical smile on his face. Seeing the strange Zanpakuto in Hiroko Shinji's hand, Suzuki Kusu suddenly understood in her heart. Stark and Kamemura also moved their faces slightly, closed their mouths, and looked at it without a word. Although we are now in a hostile position, I think it is better to introduce it before the battle. Lazily glancing at several female Quincy on the opposite side, Hiroko Shinji's eyes slightly narrowed, and a smile on the corner of his mouth seemed to hide something. I am Hiroko Shinji, captain of 5th Division, over there is the Sajin Kamemura of 7th Division, and the present world Suzuki Kusu and Stark. So, Do you also have to introduce yourself? I heard that each of you have a representative identity of Shrift. What an annoying smile, Shinigami. Remember, I am T, the Thunderbolt Candace Catnip. Me Nina's Mkulin. Z, Giselle Gel. G, Lil Tato Lampard. It's hard to split the number of people. It's a bit troublesome. Looking at the 5 people on the opposite side, and then looking at the 5 people on her side, Suzuki Kusu's face was slightly heavy. Miss Quincy named Gigi, may I know what your ability is? Suzuki Kusu's face suddenly showed a smile, as if she was facing an old friend who was familiar with her and asked kindly. Hearing Suzuki Kusu's question, Gigi was stunned for a moment. She probably did not expect the other party to ask such a straightforward question. Then her face showed a playful smile, her body hid behind, and she made a face at Suzuki Kusu. I won't tell you. So, what is your ability, Lil Tato? Who will tell you, Auntie? What is your ability, me Ninas? Candace said not to tell others so easily. Although she did not ask anything, a satisfied expression appeared on Suzuki Kusu's face. Who has the time to listen to your daily chatter? All of you, go to hell. Bambino was the first to be unable to hold back. She let out a loud cry, and Spiritual Power's body floated around as if she was nurturing some terrifying attack. It seems a little late to attack now. Zanpakuto in his hand circled around his palm. Hirako Shinji looked down at the Fuquincy with a disgusting smile on his face. The playful smile like a cat catching a mouse made Bambino feel upset. Do you smell a strange smell? As soon as Hirako Shinji finished his words, the Fuquincy felt that the scene in front of them suddenly changed, and everything around them was reversed. Even what Hirako Shinji said could not be heard clearly. Although it took a long time because there are more people, it was still a success to pull all of you in. Welcome to the inverted world. Here, everything you see will turn up from top to bottom. It is impossible to adapt to the battle. Inverted world? Oh, have I not told you? This is my Zanpakuto's ability. Damn it, I got hit. Sensing the strange changes around her, after listening to Hirako Shinji's explanation, several Quincy all changed their faces. Sorry, although killing women is inconsistent with my character, but I have no choice. Chapter 274, Turn the World Upside Down. Hearing a sound in front of her, Bambietta's expression suddenly changed, and he swung his hand backwards. According to what Hirako Shinji had said before, everything she saw was the opposite. How smart. When his body appeared in front of Bambietta, Zanpakuto, which was in Hirako Shinji's hand, waved hard, and in the next moment, a spray of blood seemed to spurt out and spray everywhere. Do not underestimate me. Her body suddenly shook, and countless attacks shot out from the wings behind Bambietta. They all attacked in all directions. In a situation where she could not distinguish between the front, back, and left, her choice was to destroy everything in front, left, and right, the embodiment of destruction. Seeing Bambietta's action, Suzuki Kusu smiled slightly. Zanpakuto shook slightly in her hand, and countless white threads suddenly appeared around Bambietta, wrapping her up like a cocoon. Boom. 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 A muffled sound rang out. The white cocoon that was wrapped around Bambietta suddenly expanded and turned into a strange shape. However, it did not crack. As the explosion disappeared, it gradually shrank back to its normal size. Don't look down on us, you stinking woman. A trace of irritation flashed across Candace's face. There seemed to be lightning flashing on her body. Her body flashed and she appeared next to Suzuki Kusu. The outstretched palm of her hand flashed with lightning. A terrifying power was brewing in it. As I said, everything you see is reversed. Hirako Shinji's body moved, and his hands held the knife and waved down. Puff, damn it. She reached out to cover her wound, and Candace's eyes were full of anger. The damn Shinigami actually injured her. The speed is very fast. In such a situation, you can still avoid my attack. Not bad. Taking a few steps back, Hirako Shinji held his own Zanpakuto in his hand and looked at the opposite Quincy with a little solemnity in his eyes. I thought it was a woman, so I paid attention to it when I attacked. I didn't expect that I underestimated you. While speaking, Hirako Shinji's body moved forward little by little, but Candace did not dare to act rashly. The other party's ability was too strange. Before she knew it clearly, she could only make a simple move. It was better to deal with the myriad changes without changing. Stop, not forward. It is a very smart decision. However, this will not change your ending. A snow-white saber light suddenly chopped down in front of Candace. Her body shook, and a pair of wings appeared on her back. Candace reached out to hold a thunder-shaped Rishi saber and waved it behind her back. I forgot to tell you. What you see is also the opposite. A strange smile appeared on Hirako Shinji's face. The body that was originally behind her disappeared, reappeared in front of Candace, and the Zanpakuto in his hand chopped down. When I don't only have a sword as my weapon. With a sinister expression on her face, she looked at Hueco Shinji, who had a look of disbelief. Candace suddenly exerted strength in her hand, and at the same time, she activated her ability. A strong electric current came from her knife and passed to Hueco Shinji, which immediately made his body tremble. After being hit by tens of thousands of volts of electric current, your body won't be able to move. The smile on her face became even wider. The Rishi knife in Candace's other hand ruthlessly chopped down. It seemed that she saw Hueco Shinji's body was cut in half, and Candace's eyes were full of excitement. I am really sorry. The tens of thousands of volts of electric current is not enough to paralyze my body. Just as Candace thought that her attack was very likely to succeed, Hueco Shinji flashed a smile on his face, and his body disappeared from the sight of the other party again. At the same time, a voice sounded in Candace's ear. Not good. Feeling Hueco Shinji appear behind her, a trace of panic flashed in Candace's eyes. If she was hit again like this, she would really be finished. Her body moved in an instant, as if turning into a lightning bolt, trying to avoid Hueco Shinji's attack, but she was still hit on the shoulder by the opponent's Zanpakuto, and an arm was almost cut off. Swish! Just as Hueco Shinji was about to pursue the victory, a knife light suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his way. This is... Looking at Shinigami in a dead tyrant suit in front of him, Hueco Shinji's eyes flashed a trace of surprise. The other party was definitely Shinigami. Although he could not call his name, he had indeed seen the other party in Siriate AI. But, why did the other party attack him now? Hey Candace, I just saved your life. Gigi opened her arms and jumped in front of Candace, with a playful smile on her face. Damn that guy, I will blow him into a pulp. Feeling the pain of the wound on her shoulder, Candace's eyes were full of hatred. Gigi, help me cure it. Huh? Can I? When he heard Candace's words, Gigi's face suddenly showed an extremely excited expression. She even drooled a little, and her eyes shone with a strange light. Idiot. Don't look like a happy idiot. Don't use blood to treat it. This degree should be able to do it. Okay. Hearing the other party's answer, Gigi's spirit suddenly became low, and she flew to the ground listlessly, pulling a Shinigami. Forget it doesn't matter. Anyway, they are all Quincy. If they don't die, they can't become zombies. She kept comforting herself, but the loss on Gigi's face was still obvious. As she moved her hand, the balls of flesh wriggled like they had life, flying to Candace's body and healing her wounds. Don't be so impatient, a cell like you won't be able to analyze such a complicated ability. Lil Tato also fell from the sky and stood beside Candace. The words that came out of her mouth were very vulgar, which was very inconsistent with her cute appearance of a child. What did you say? When you are in a disadvantageous situation, you still want to go up and fight with others. Are you an idiot? You should have let Gigi trap them, and we should escape first. What the hell is going on? Looking at Shinigami in front of him who was rushing towards him one after another, Hueco Shinji's eyes were tangled. Among the people who rushed over, there was no lack of subordinates. Facing these familiar faces, he could not do anything. The Quincy named Gigi, her shrift is, Z, the zombie. She can turn people who are stained with her blood into zombies who only obey her orders. Just as Hueco Shinji was worried about Shinigami who attacked him in front of him, Suzuki Kusa's voice came from the side. You know a lot, Shinigami. Chapter 275, Roadblock. Oh my, when did Dangai become like this? Looking at Dangai, which was completely different from the original, Ekamaru-jin reached out and pulled his hair, with a strange smile on his face. It should have started when the Quincy reappeared. They have destroyed countless hollow in Hueco Mundo, which has caused the distortion of the world. If we don't take measures quickly, the world will be destroyed by collision. Looking at the turbulence in the Dangai, Ma-Yang's face was calm, but his eyes exuded a kind of heart-racing calmness, as if he felt Ma-Yang's mood. Ekamaru-jin's smile was also slightly restrained, and he followed Ma-Yang in silence. The three people walked quickly in the dim Dangai, only hearing the sound of clothes flashing. Pa, the footsteps suddenly stopped. Ma-Yang's eyes turned to one side, looking in a direction without any emotion. There was a massive restraint twisted there. It looked nothing different from everything around. Get out, even if you hide, you can't hide the smell of the Quincy on you that I hate to smell. Hearing Ma-Yang's words, Ekamaru-jin's face was slightly stunned, subconsciously turned his eyes to that side, but he did not see anything. Although there was a strange feeling, no matter how he looked, he did not see anyone. Harable did not say a word. She just stood quietly behind Ma-Yang, but a hand was already on the hilt of her sword. She knew that Ma-Yang would not talk nonsense. Since he said it, there must be something over there. Not long after Ma-Yang's voice fell, a shadow on the ground suddenly squirmed, and a figure climbed out of the shadow, like a ghost. Is it you who killed Grammy? Sure enough, you have some ability. I hid so well that you found me. The body climbed out of the dark shadow on the ground little by little and saw the Quincy costume on the other side. Ekamaru-jin and Harable suddenly tightened their faces. The other party was indeed a Quincy, but he could hide from their perception. It was definitely not a simple thing. However, since I am here, all three of you can't pass here. What a big tone. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Looking at the opposite Quincy, Ma-Yang frowned slightly. In this war, all the Quincy had their own special abilities. Those abilities were all incredible. Fighting without knowing what the other party's ability was really not a happy thing. After all, he was used to having all the information of the other party before the battle. If only Kusa was here. Looking at the strangely dressed Quincy in front of him, Ma-Yang could not help but think of this idea. If he had Suzuki Kusu's ability, he could definitely know the enemy's ability easily, and if he could learn the enemy's ability before the battle, he could at least increase the odds of winning by 2 points. Oh, if you don't believe it, you can try it. Don't worry, I won't fight back. While speaking, the Quincy raised his bare feet and took a step forward. Ma-Yang and others had not made a move, but he actually wanted to force them to make a move. Kamishini no Yari. A silver knife light suddenly shot out, and the speed did not give the enemy any time to react. Ekamaru-jin's Zanpakuto shot out, and the blade looked like it was going to pass through the body of Quincy, but the moment it approached the other side, the direction changed strangely. The blade should have been straight forward, but in front of the other side, it turned a corner, deliberately avoiding the other side's body. The pupil suddenly contracted, and Zanpakuto in Ekamaru-jin's hand changed back to his original appearance in an instant. His eyelids drooped slightly, and he looked at Zanpakuto in his hand, but Ekamaru-jin's heart was set off a wave. His own Kamishini no Yari actually turned just now. It was not only Ekamaru-jin who was shocked, Ma-Yang and Harable were also shocked by what happened before. The moment Zanpakuto approached the other side, he actually avoided the other side's body and even turned a corner. Look, not to mention you, even Zanpakuto can't pass through me. While speaking, the Quincy did not stop. Step by step, he approached Ma-Yang and others, his face still looking like he was going to die, but Ma-Yang did not dare to look down on the other side at all. The other side's ability was too strange. My shrift is, W, the wind, Nyanzal Yzal. As soon as the voice of Quincy fell, Ekamaru-jin and Harable both made a move at the same time, and the two waved at the same time. In his hand, Zanpakuto shot again and aimed at Nyanzal's head, and Ekamaru-jin's face curved with a sly smile. Just as Ekamaru-jin attacked from the front and pulled the other side's line of sight, Harable appeared behind him. A layer of golden light flashed on the top of Zanpakuto in his hand. With a wave of her arm, a slash left the body and cut down on the other side's body. Really, it's useless. His hands were still in his clothes, and Nyanzal looked relaxed. He didn't care about the joint attack of Ekamaru-jin and Harable at all. Obviously, he didn't think that their attack would hurt him. Sure enough, when Harable's attack was about to fall on him, the attack was suddenly affected by an inexplicable force, and the direction was instantly distorted and thrown aside. Ma-Yang's arm moved, and a slash flew out from his body and collided with Harable's distorted impact. The two forces instantly offset each other. This was in the Dangai. If the movement was too big, there might be some serious consequences, especially now that Soul Society, Human World, and Hueco Mundo were not stable. As the Dangai that was connected to the bond, there could not be any problems at this time. There are often people who say that my speech and teeth are not clear enough. The enemy discovered by refers to the enemy discovered by instinctively. Not only the enemy seen by the eyes, even if you can't see, the enemy is the enemy. No matter where you attack from, no matter how you attack, you will avoid my body. As he spoke, Nyanzal raised his arm and pointed a finger at Zanpakuto, who was in front of Ekamaru-jin. His heart tightened, and Ekamaru-jin's Zanpakuto instantly changed back to normal, but there was a small gap at the edge of Zanpakuto's blade. Seeing that gap, Ekamaru-jin's eyes narrowed. I see. Chapter 276, Roadblock 2. There is nothing to be afraid of. In this state, no one can hurt me. A pair of wings quietly appeared on his back, gently flapping. Feeling his powerful strength at this time, Kotatsu's heart was more stable. He opened the Quincy, blood vein, and he would definitely not die easily. There was no emotion in his silver eyes. Ma-Yang raised his arm, and Zanpakuto was instantly wrapped in a layer of silver light, and the blade emitted a strange fluctuation. It's useless. A ray of light swept towards Ma-Yang. That was equivalent to an extension of Nyanzal's body. Other than Nyanzal himself, nothing else could get close. It would only be repelled and broken. If it swept by that thing, Ma-Yang's body would definitely be cut into two in an instant. You are right, it's useless. The silver light in his eyes suddenly flourished. The moment Nyanzal's attack approached Ma Yang's body, Ma Yang's foot moved and his body instantly disappeared from the other party's sight. By the time Nyanzal reacted, Ma Yang's body had already appeared in front of him. Zanpakuto raised his hand high, the silver light on the blade flashing. It's useless. With just your Zanpakuto, you won't be able to touch me. In the midst of Nyanzal's arrogant laughter, Ma Yang raised his hand and waved down his Zanpakuto. Looking at Ma Yang, who was still a few steps away from him, Nyanzal was stunned at first, and then the smile on his face became even wider. What? He said that he was so powerful, but he was still afraid of his own ability. He didn't even have the courage to approach him. However, to actually make a move so far away from him, could it be that he still didn't understand? He had already seen through the method he used to attack through the wind apostrophe. Right now, he was rejecting anything. The silvery white light in his eyes flourished. The Zanpakuto in Ma Yang's hand slashed down from afar. His speed was slow, as if something was in the void in front of him, Zanpakuto, blocking his movements. This feeling, what is going on? Just as Ma Yang's Zanpakuto waved down, the smile on Nyanzal's face suddenly disappeared. His brows furrowed. Although Ma Yang was indeed very far away from him, the moment the other party brandished his blade, his heart suddenly tightened, as if something very important to him was about to lose. A drop of sweat slid down Ma Yang's forehead. A light flashed in his eyes, and Ma Yang waved his arm. A trace of silver light flashed on the tip of Zanpakuto's knife. Bing, his body suddenly fell from the sky and fell to the ground. The pair of wings on his back also suddenly disappeared. There was an indescribable panic on Nyanzal's face. He felt the power that had disappeared from his body. The intense fear grew crazily in his heart like weeds, and instantly filled his heart. Suddenly raising his head and looking at Ma Yang standing in front of him, Nyanzal's eyes were full of horror. The unknown always brought fear to people. You! What did you do to me? I will kill you. Kill me? Nyanzal's pupils contracted slightly, and his body unconsciously trembled. He was dead. However, he was not dead at this time. The one I killed was you from the past. As if he had seen through Nyanzal's thoughts, Ma Yang said. Hearing Ma Yang's words, Nyanzal's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of light. It seems that you already understand. Ma Yang's face was slightly pale. It was clear that the move just now was not a move he could casually use. That kind of move consumed a lot of spiritual power, and it still had a certain effect on his body. Find the wiki from the river of time and then kill you. Although it won't kill you directly, it will also greatly reduce your strength, just like now. Looking at Nyanzal, who was lying on the ground, a bright light flashed in Ma Yang's eyes. Although the other party was now powerlessly lying on the ground and seemed to have lost all his strength, he did not carelessly approach the other party. No one knew what kind of trump card the other party was hiding. It would be a pity if he was killed because of a moment of carelessness. Shing, with a flick of his arm, a silvery white slash shot out from Ma Yang's Zanpakuto. The moment the slash was sent out, the surrounding air fluctuated violently. Boom. It seems that it was the right decision to not get close to you carelessly. Looking at the slash that had avoided Nyanzal's body and passed by him, Ma Yang's face revealed an expression that was beyond his expectations. What a difficult guy. I thought this would lead you to take the bait. Who knew that you would be so cautious? With a disappointed expression on his face, Nyanzal stood up. Although the aura on his body was indeed much weaker, it was not as powerless as before. Spreading his hands, Nyanzal's eyes wandered, a faint smile on his face, and the aura fluctuation emitted from his body was not any worse than before. Although I am very cautious, his body suddenly disappeared from the original place, and at the same time, a blade light appeared. Ma Yang's Zanpakuto suddenly pierced through Nyanzal's head, directly stabbing into the other side's head. The strength was so great that it almost knocked Nyanzal's body away. His body flashed in front of Nyanzal. He reached out and grabbed the hilt of Zanpakuto's saber. A handful of blood suddenly spurted out and fell to the ground. With a twist of his wrist, the blade light flashed, and a crescent moon appeared at the neck of Nyanzal. It's not like you can deceive me with just a bluff. With a swing of his arm, he wiped away the blood that remained on Zanpakuto. Then, he sheathed his saber. Ma Yang turned his head to look at Nyanzal, who had been decapitated on the ground. Then, he walked forward. At this time, the situation in the Dangai was not something he could stay in for a long time. Just as he lifted his foot, Ma Yang's feet suddenly shook and he almost fell down. Damn it! Is the side effect so great? Although it is the first time I used it, such a violent side effect is beyond my expectations. Feeling the weakness coming from his body, Ma Yang revealed a bitter smile. Sure enough, the domain of time was not easy to step into. Are you alright? Hearing the familiar voice, a trace of surprise flashed across Ma Yang's face. He raised his head and looked at the familiar figure standing not far away from him. Didn't I tell you and Ikamarujin to leave first? Haribo did not answer Ma Yang's question. When he saw Ma Yang's slightly pale face, Haribo already understood his current situation. Walking to Ma Yang's side, he pulled his arm and placed it on his shoulder. Haribo's feet flashed continuously, and he quickly left the Dangai with Ma Yang, rushing in the direction of Soul Society. Really? I don't know how to say you. Looking at the face of Haribo who was close to him, Ma Yang was silent at first, then shook his head and revealed a helpless smile. Chapter 277, Untouchable. There was no emotion in his silver eyes. Ma Yang raised his arm, and his Zanpakuto was instantly wrapped in a layer of silver light, and the blade emitted a strange fluctuation. It's useless. A ray of light swept towards Ma Yang. That was equivalent to an extension of Nyanzal's body. Other than Nyanzal himself, nothing else could get close. It would only be repelled and broken. If it swept by that thing, Ma Yang's body would definitely be cut into two in an instant. You are right, it's useless. The silver light in his eyes suddenly flourished. The moment Nyanzal's attack approached Ma Yang's body, Ma Yang's foot moved and his body instantly disappeared from the other party's sight. By the time Nyanzal reacted, Ma Yang's body had already appeared in front of him. Ma Yang raised his hand high, the silver light on the blade flashing. It's useless. With just your Zanpakuto, you won't be able to touch me. In the midst of Nyanzal's arrogant laughter, Ma Yang raised his hand and waved down his Zanpakuto. Looking at Ma Yang who was still a few steps away from him, Nyanzal was stunned at first, and then the smile on his face became even wider. What? He said that he was so powerful, but he was still afraid of his own ability. He didn't even have the courage to approach him. However, to actually make a move so far away from him, could it be that he still didn't understand? He had already seen through the method he used to attack through the wind apostrophe. Right now, he was rejecting anything. The silvery white light in his eyes flourished. The Zanpakuto in Ma Yang's hand slashed down from afar. His speed was slow, as if something was in the void in front of him, Zanpakuto, blocking his movements. This feeling, what is going on? Just as Ma Yang's Zanpakuto waved down, the smile on Nyanzal's face suddenly disappeared. His brows furrowed. Although Ma Yang was indeed very far away from him, the moment the other party brandished his blade, his heart suddenly tightened, as if something very important to him was about to lose. A drop of sweat slid down Ma Yang's forehead. A light flashed in his eyes, and Ma Yang waved his arm. A trace of silver light flashed on the tip of Zanpakuto's knife. Bing, his body suddenly fell from the sky and fell to the ground. The pair of wings on his back also suddenly disappeared. There was an indescribable panic on Nyanzal's face. He felt the power that had disappeared from his body. The intense fear grew crazily in his heart like weeds, and instantly filled his heart. Suddenly raising his head and looking at Ma Yang standing in front of him, Nyanzal's eyes were full of horror. The unknown always brought fear to people. You! What did you do to me? I will kill you. Kill me? Nyanzal's pupils contracted slightly, and his body unconsciously trembled. He was dead. However, he was not dead at this time. The one I killed was you from the past. As if he had seen through Nyanzal's thoughts, Ma Yang said. Hearing Ma Yang's words, Nyanzal's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of light. It seems that you already understand. Ma Yang's face was slightly pale. It was clear that the move just now was not a move he could casually use. That kind of move consumed a lot of spiritual power, and it still had a certain effect on his body. Find the wiki from the river of time and then kill you. Although it won't kill you directly, it will also greatly reduce your strength, just like now. Looking at Nyanzal, who was lying on the ground, a bright light flashed in Ma Yang's eyes. Although the other party was now powerlessly lying on the ground and seemed to have lost all his strength, he did not carelessly approach the other party. No one knew what kind of trump card the other party was hiding. It would be a pity if he was killed because of a moment of carelessness. Shing, with a flick of his arm, a silvery white slash shot out from Ma Yang's Zanpakuto. The moment the slash was sent out, the surrounding air fluctuated violently. Boom. It seems that it was the right decision to not get close to you carelessly. Looking at the slash that had avoided Nyanzal's body and passed by him, Ma Yang's face revealed an expression that was beyond his expectations. What a difficult guy. I thought this would lead you to take the bait. Who knew that you would be so cautious? With a disappointed expression on his face, Nyanzal stood up. Although the aura on his body was indeed much weaker, it was not as powerless as before. Spreading his hands, Nyanzal's eyes wandered, a faint smile on his face, and the aura fluctuation emitted from his body was not any worse than before. Although I am very cautious, his body suddenly disappeared from the original place, and at the same time, a blade light appeared. Ma Yang's Zanpakuto suddenly pierced through Nyanzal's head, directly stabbing into the other side's head. The strength was so great that it almost knocked Nyanzal's body away. His body flashed in front of Nyanzal. He reached out and grabbed the hilt of his Zanpakuto's saber. A handful of blood suddenly spurted out and fell to the ground. With a twist of his wrist, the blade light flashed, and a crescent moon appeared at the neck of Nyanzal. It's not like you can deceive me with just a bluff. With a swing of his arm, he wiped away the blood that remained on his Zanpakuto. Then, he sheathed his saber. Maiyang turned his head to look at Nyanzal, who had been decapitated on the ground. Then, he walked forward. At this time, the situation in the Hueco Mundo was not something he could stay in for a long time. Just as he lifted his foot, Maiyang's feet suddenly shook and he almost fell down. Damn it! Is the side effect so great? Although it is the first time I used it, such a violent side effect is beyond my expectations. Feeling the weakness coming from his body, Maiyang revealed a bitter smile. Sure enough, the domain of time was not easy to step into. Are you alright? Hearing the familiar voice, a trace of surprise flashed across Maiyang's face. He raised his head and looked at the familiar figure standing not far away from him. Didn't I tell you and Ikamarujin to leave first? Haribel did not answer Maiyang's question. When she saw Maiyang's slightly pale face, Haribel already understood her current situation. Walking to Maiyang's side, she pulled his arm and placed it on her shoulder. Haribel's feet flashed continuously, and she quickly left the Dangai with Maiyang, rushing in the direction of Soul Society. Really? I don't know what to say to you. Looking at the face of Haribel who was close to him, Maiyang was silent at first, then shook his head and revealed a helpless smile. Chapter 278, Iron Fist Bankai. Daiguren Hiren Mauru. With Tawashiro Hitsugaya's Bankai, the temperature suddenly dropped. A pair of ice wings appeared behind him, holding his own Hiren Mauru in his hand, and a cold flow in the eyes of Tawashiro Hitsugaya. Before, because he could not use Banchi, he was suppressed by Quincy for so long. Now it is finally his turn to fight back. Moreover, from spiritual power who came from the court, other captains should also start to fight back now. Seeing that Tawashiro Hitsugaya actually has Banchi, a trace of doubt flashed in the eyes of Kangdu. He clearly knew that his side had the technology to seize Bankai. In the previous battle, even if it was difficult, there was no Bankai. Why did he choose Bankai at this time? Is it because of the black pill before? Although his heart was full of doubts, Kangdu still touched the badge on his body at the first time. It was a device that could seize Shinigami's Bankai. A light flashed on the chest badge in his hand, but nothing happened. Tawashiro Hitsugaya still maintained the posture of Bankai. What's going on? Why can't his Bankai be seized? During the time we were in a stalemate, Soul Society has cracked your technology. Now your badge is completely useless. Don't think about taking away our Bankai. In other words, you are finished, destroy the Quincy. Zanpakuto in his hand gently swung, bringing a burst of cold air. The momentum of Tawashiro Hitsugaya gradually increased. The sky above his head surged with a gust of wind, and a large amount of dark clouds gathered. With Tawashiro Hitsugaya as the center, the temperature in a large area around him quickly dropped. What a big boast, Mr. Shinigami Captain. With a flip of his palm, several metal claws appeared on the back of his hand, and the cold light in the eyes of Kangdu flashed. His hands were closed, and his hands emitted a violent Rishi fluctuation. Snake Strength Claw. The fierce spiritual power released, transforming into a ferocious python head. The huge snake head roared and rushed towards Tawashiro Hitsugaya. With an indifferent expression in his eyes, Tawashiro Hitsugaya held Zanpakuto in his hand, the blade pointing straight at Kangdu. Where Zanpakuto's blade was, two ice thorns appeared, forming a cross shape. The cross flower is the emblem of the Hiren Mauru. I am sorry that I couldn't get you a 5-star. In the frightened eyes of Kangdu, a cold breath was released, and the water in the air solidified instantly, forming a huge cross-shaped ice rack. And his body was in the center of the ice rack. It's over. Looking at the Quincy who was frozen by his own attack, Tawashiro Hitsugaya was relieved and fell from the air. As soon as his body relaxed, his feet staggered and he almost fell to the ground. Feeling the exhaustion of his body, Tawashiro Hitsugaya revealed a bitter smile. Because he had been delayed for too long, even if he defeated his opponent, he now had no strength to continue fighting. Matsumoto. Looking at Matsumoto Renjaku lying not far away from him, a trace of guilt flashed through his eyes, and then his body fell forward weakly. Pounce, reaching out a hand to catch the body of Tawashiro Hitsugaya, Kensai looked at the Quincy who was frozen not far away. Well, it is really a hard battle. Looking at the injuries on Tawashiro Hitsugaya, Kensai shouted in the direction of the Quincy, Hey, Mashiro. Hurry up and take Matsumoto Vice Captain over. Their injuries must be sent to 4th Division immediately. Stupid Kensai. Please call me Super Level Vice Captain. Standing on the ice pillar that the quincy was sealed in, Kunamashiro looked curiously at the quincy in the room. After hearing Kensai's cry, he stood up and made a dissatisfied lawsuit. After that, his body suddenly jumped down from above. Boom, kicking on the ice pillar, Kunamashiro's body suddenly rushed down to the ground and landed beside Matsumoto Ranjaku. He picked up the body and walked to Kensai. "Hey, stupid Kensai, look, the one on little Ranjaku's chest is much bigger than mine. Don't talk to me about this with all seriousness." With a slight blush on his face, Kensai shouted at Kunamashiro in embarrassment. "What is it?" Boom, a powerful spiritual power suddenly burst out, causing the air to flow, blowing the bodies of Kensai and the others, and the footsteps that were originally raised suddenly fell. Turning around and looking at the quincy standing in the middle of the air, Kensai turned his head and complained to Kunamashiro with an unhappy face, "This guy, who told you to use so much force, to release the enemy?" Kensai casually tossed Hawashiro Hitsugaya to Kunamashiro. He stared at Kangdu, who had escaped. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He twisted his neck, and his two fists collided. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. "I'll leave Captain Hitsugaya and Vice Captain Matsumoto to you. I'll be there soon." "Soon after?" "Don't be too arrogant, Shinigami. You should all stay." Hearing Kensai's contempt, a trace of anger flashed in Kangdu's eyes. His body shook, and the surrounding rishi suddenly fluctuated violently. A pair of light wings appeared behind him, and the momentum of his body suddenly became several times stronger. "Is this the Volstagg of Quincy? I thought it would be boring, but now it seems that it won't happen." Watching Kunamashiro leave with Tawashiro Hitsugaya and Matsumoto Ranjaku, Kensai's fingers hooked, Zanpakuto was thrown into the air, his arm waved, holding his own Zanpakuto, and the spiritual power on Kensai's body fluctuated. Bunkai. Tekkentukukes. A pair of sharp-toothed knives were like boxing gloves on his hands, and the knives were connected with the treads, completely wrapping Kensai's two arms, connected to the back. Even the back was wrapped in armor, and the whole person gave a fierce temperament. "My battle style is completely different from that of Hitsugaya. You have to be mentally prepared. Don't be killed in an instant." A hint of coldness flashed through his eyes. Kensai stomped his foot, and with a boom, he left a huge hole in the ground. Meanwhile, Kensai's body instantly rushed into the sky. Boom, the two fists collided and suddenly burst out a violent impact, and after the impact, a hurricane spread in all directions from where the two fought, and the surrounding buildings were suddenly plowed into the air. "My Iron Fist Tekkentukukes is not a simple punch." As soon as Kensai's voice fell, the body of Kangdu in front of him suddenly made a burst of crackling sound, and a trace of pain flashed on his face. "My Zanpakuto can pour explosive force into the fist. When it hits the enemy, the explosive force will pour into the enemy's body indefinitely. You can still stand after receiving a punch from me. You are not bad, but this is over." As soon as he finished speaking, Kensai's body shook, and he threw out another heavy punch. At this time, Kangdu's body was in a stiff state, and he was unable to dodge at all, forcibly receiving Kensai's attack. Boom, there was a violent sound coming from his body. Kangdu's body flew out like a cannonball. Although his ability was Iron Skin, Kensai's attack could send the explosive force directly into his body. His steel-like body could not help him at all. Chapter 279, Onami Boss. His body fell from the sky. Kensai looked at the big pit in the distance, twisted his head, and showed a smile on his face. It seemed that he met a good opponent. "Come out, the ability of Quincy is not only this little." Boom. The soaring spiritual power suddenly broke out, and under the terrible spiritual power, the surrounding things slowly turned into rishi and dissipated. "Oh? Not bad, spiritual power like this." Sensing that spiritual power had become much stronger, a trace of excitement flashed through Kensai's eyes. As expected, he did not disappoint her. Only this kind of battle was interesting. The previous battle was too weak. "I hope you can still smile later." Feeling the pain coming from his chest, a trace of hatred flashed through Kangdu's eyes. He had actually injured the body he was so proud of. This Shinigami was unforgivable. With a thought, Zanpakuto, who had lost his masters scattered on the ground, floated up and circled around Kangdu's body. His speed became faster and faster, forming a whirlwind of swords and blades. "I am the Eye of the Stern Ritter, the Iron Kangdu." His arm suddenly waved forward. Zanpakuto, which was around him, immediately flew forward like a soldier who had received the order. The scene of the tens of thousands of swords striking at the same time was quite intimidating. The strict sword chi crisscrossed. Even Kensai revealed a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Spiritual power gathered on his body, and Kensai threw out a punch. Boom, dash, a violent explosion sounded, and with the wave of Kensai's fist, a large gap appeared in front of him. No matter how many weapons flew over, they were just the lowest level of shallow blows. Boom! Hearing the sound behind him, Kunamashiro suddenly stopped moving forward. Oh, Kensai seems to be fighting very fiercely over there. I want to go and see. Looking at Matsumoto Renjaku and Toshiro Hitsugaya, who were behind him, a trace of struggle flashed through Mashiro's eyes. Although he really wanted to go over now and fight the enemy with Kensai, the two of them were in a precarious situation. If he ignored them, there would definitely be a problem. Damn it. Really, Mashiro super acceleration. She reached out and wiped her face. A pure white mask appeared on her face. Her spiritual power rose sharply. She was almost comparable to a captain, but there was an extremely obvious trace of spiritual power in that group of spiritual power. With a forceful stomp, a huge hole suddenly appeared under her feet. At the same time, Kunamashiro's body suddenly rushed forward. It was only after her body left that there was a violent explosion in the air, even leaving a layer of visible ripples. Just after Kunamashiro left, a dark-skinned, fat guy sat on a tray and floated over. He held a short scepter in his hand and looked in the direction of Kunamashiro's departure. A sinister smile flashed in his eyes. Hey, 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 hey. A laugh of unknown significance came from his mouth, and the Quincy dressed like a clown followed the direction of Kunamashiro's departure and headed towards the location of 4th Division. TSK, even in such a situation, she was still able to escape. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Hirako Shinji turned his head and spat out a mouthful of water. His face was somewhat dissatisfied. The 4 team leaders and a vice captain on their side had taken the initiative to escape. It was really too shameful. Captain Kamemura, where are you going? Your injuries have not been treated. With his back facing Hirako Shinju, he waved his hand. Kamemura silently advanced in one direction. Although his body was covered with big and small wounds, he could not allow himself to waste any time at this juncture. This was the juncture of life and death for Soul Society. Even if he died, he would die in battle. Forget it. That's his personality. Holding Hinamori Momo, Hirako Shinji shook his head. Everyone had their own persistence. Just like how others could not change him, he could not change anyone. The more it was like this, the more they would firmly carry out their beliefs. How was it? Did you gain anything from the battle just now? Hirako Shinji turned to look at Suzuki Kusu and asked. Not to mention fighting strength, in the war, Suzuki Kusu's ability is absolutely the most useful. No matter how careful the enemy is and how tight-lipped they are, as long as there is Suzuki Kusu's ability, they can always get some important information from the other side. Several Quincy of the other side, the ability is corresponding to explosion, gluttony, strength, thunderbolt, zombie. The most troublesome one is the zombie, the Quincy called Gigi. As long as anyone is stained with her blood, Shinigami will become her subordinate zombie, under her control. Although their agility will fall, but still cannot be underestimated. If she controls 1 or 2 captains, the battle will be difficult. It is indeed very tricky. Thinking of Shinigami, who just attacked him without caring about his own death, Hirako Shinji's eyes flashed a trace of the gloom, and anyone who was attacked by his original subordinates would not feel good. Then, do those Shinigami soldiers controlled by the other side have a chance to recover? You have to ask Captain Kirotsuchi or Kizuke. However, this battle is not without any gains. Not to mention that we have grasped their abilities. Although the 5 of them have escaped, they will definitely not feel good. At least, they will not be able to continue fighting for a short period of time. Then we are now. After packing up her things, Hinamori looked at Hirako Shinji and hesitated for a moment before asking. Now? Of course, we are going to find the enemy's boss. Go deep into the hinterland of Soul Society and release his spiritual power without any restraint. How can we let him continue like this with such a provocative attitude? Looking at a direction of Soul Society, Hirako Shinji corner of the mouth hooked up, revealing a smile, but the sweat on his face slipped unconsciously. That kind of powerful spiritual power, even if he was so far away, still made his mind tremble. Just looking at spiritual power, he knew that the boss of Quincy was definitely not a simple character. Feeling the powerful spiritual power over there, Suzuki Kusu shook the Zanpakuto in her hand. She actually felt that his palm was sweating. This kind of performance, it had been a long time since she had seen it now. Even she herself was almost unable to remember it. Fighting or something, it is really troublesome. Although the mouth said so, Stark's eyes are full of solemnity, and in the depths of his eyes, there seems to be a trace of fighting spirit surging. Feeling such a spiritual power, even he cannot help but surge with fighting spirit. Chapter 280, Dangerous Ability. Damn Shinigami, he actually beat me like this. In a hidden place, the 5 women of the Stern Ritter dodged. Although they successfully escaped from the encirclement of Suzuki Kusu and others, they also paid the corresponding price. They were all in a mess, Even Gigi was hit by Stark's Sero, and her clothes were messy. It's not that Bambietta is too useless than yourself. If you killed the puppy captain from the beginning, it would not be like this. Looking at Bambietta, who was angry over there, Gigi tidied up his clothes and waved his hand. He still had a smile on his face. He was no match for Shinigami, and the strategic retreat did not make her angry. Bastard! What did you say? Hearing that Gigi actually questioned her, there was a flash of anger in Bambietta's eyes, and he looked at Gigi with anger in his eyes. As the E of the Star-Crossed Knights, the explosion Bambietta base turbine, her character was just like her ability, extremely hot, and if there were any unhappy things, she would not be able to help but want to get angry, because she was in a bad mood and countless Quincy soldiers died under her hands. Calm down, bitch, if not for Gigi, we would have been killed now. It was unknown where the snacks in her hands had been thrown to, but there were many wounds on Lil Toto's body. She looked a little embarrassed. When she saw that Bambietta and Gigi seemed to have a tendency to quarrel, she immediately said, but it seemed to be useless. On the contrary, it made Bambietta's mood worse. Bastard! She clenched her fist and a trace of lightning flashed. A stone was hit and turned into pieces. Candace's face was full of anger and humiliation. She was actually beaten by Shinigami. In the end, she relied on Giga's ability to escape with great difficulty. It was too humiliating. How could she let go of such hatred easily? However, those people are really strong. It is already good that we can escape. Nina's tilted her head and said neutrally. In their previous state, they were tricked by the enemy and lost the initiative. It was already a blessing to be able to escape. It was simply wishful thinking to defeat the other party. Don't overestimate others. But it really is like this. We are no match for those few people. I already said not to increase the morale of others. She glanced at the two people who were arguing like fools. Lil Toto retracted her gaze and looked at Gigi and Bambietta. Hey, Gigi, how did that woman know your ability? Did Shinigami already know so much about our information? I don't know. That Shinigami is very strange. She kept talking to me during the battle and seemed to be able to see through my attack. She didn't hit her once and was almost intercepted by her in the end. She said. Hearing Gigi's words, Bambietta immediately thought of Suzuki Kusu, who had given her countless hardships in the battle, and his face showed a gnashing expression. That bitch. Next time, you must give her to me. I will blow her up. Don't talk big too early, bitch. If I am not mistaken, that woman is Suzuki Kusu, the woman who has always been with Miang. She is not a weak woman. Humphrey. Miang, if he dares to come, I will kill him together. Huh? As soon as they finished speaking, they suddenly felt a trace of spiritual power's fluctuation and immediately restrained their auras. This kind of spiritual power is hollow. They looked at each other, and their eyes all revealed surprised expressions. This was clearly Soul Society, so why did spiritual power appear one after another? It should be visored. Among Shinigami, there are a few people who possess the power of the hollow. They are called visored. They are prey. They exchanged glances and saw the eagerness in each other's eyes. They had just experienced a sullen battle, and this was a good time to vent their anger. Just as they were about to show themselves, they suddenly felt another group of spiritual power. It was the spiritual power they were familiar with. The few people who were about to move immediately froze. This spiritual power is What is that disgusting fellow trying to do? You run really fast, Shinigami. Looking at Kunamashiro, who was advancing quickly in front of him, there was a strange smile on P's face. However, my love is beyond everything. No matter how I escape, my love will still catch up with you and be hung up by my rope of love. His hands closed and formed a shape of a heart. As the voice of the Quincy fell, a wave of the shape of a heart suddenly shot out from his palm and chased Kunamashiro, who was constantly moving in front of him. Dong. A heart suddenly imprinted on Kunamashiro's back. Her originally rapidly moving body suddenly stopped. She suddenly stepped on the ground, leaving a deep hole. Slowly turning her body, a trace of confusion flashed through Kunamashiro's eyes. She threw away Toshiro Hitsugai and Matsumoto Rinjaku in her hands without hesitation. The clarity in her eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by a trace of confusion. Lord P. There was a strange blush on his face. Kunamashiro slowly approached P. Although he is in the same camp as us and is now dealing with Shinigami, it is still very disgusting. This guy. Looking at P over there, Ninas could not help but say. There is only one heart and only one body. If you are stared at by my eyes, your heart will be divided into two, and the divided heart and body will become mine at the same time. Stern Ritter, L. The love Wakabrada makes a grand appearance looking at Kunamashiro, who had been controlled by his own ability. Peppy's eyes flashed with a hint of pride. Oh? Her eyes flashed. She saw Toshiro Hitsugai and Matsumoto Rengeku thrown to the ground by Kunamashiro. P's eyes flashed. It was a captain and a vice captain. Although they were injured now, if he could control them, he would be able to gain the most credit in this war. Thinking of this, P's face showed a sad expression. The love in the heart of Shinigami, who has been abandoned by his companions, will be reduced. The bonds between companions are still no match for the power of love. He abandoned his former companions because he loved me. Ah! How passionate is this love? After the speech, he put away the hypocritical expression on his face. P looked at Toshiro Hitsugai and Matsumoto Rengeku. His hands were folded into the shape of a heart. His face showed an excited expression. He was about to have a captain and a vice captain as subordinates. Chapter 281, Manipulation. A light wave shot out from his hand. It looked like it was about to hit Matsumoto Rengeku and Toshiro Hitsugai's bodies. A figure suddenly flashed, and then Peppy's attack missed and shot to the ground. Oh, let me see who it is. It is you few. It is clearly a Quincy, but you helped Shinigami in the battle. Is this your choice? I will report this truthfully to His Majesty. Put away your disgusting face, otherwise I can't guarantee that I will not eat you, although it is not something delicious. Although Lil Tato was short, the words she said were very arrogant, not giving Peppy any face. With their current lineup, there was nothing to be afraid of. Don't try anything funny. Otherwise, I will blow your body into pieces. There was a flash of light in her hands. Bambieta's eyes flashed fiercely. It seemed that she could not help but want to go up and give it to Peppy. Wow, I got too powerful Shinigami. There were little stars in her eyes. Gigi had a sick smile on her face. She waved her arm and cut her body. A long scar appeared on her arm. Blood sprayed out and fell on Dong Shileng and Rengeku. The bodies of the two people became gray at a speed visible to the naked eye, like corpses. 4th Division, sensing the strange reaction coming from a place not far from the team building, Aizen's body shook, and a trace of hesitation flashed in her eyes. Then she suddenly got up, took her Zanpakuto and walked outside. Aizen. A faint voice suddenly sounded from behind him and called out to Aizen. Captain. Turning around, Aizen looked at Retsuo Nohana with a struggling expression on her face. I understand your current mood. The companions are attacked not far away by the enemy and may die in the next moment. But the rescue is not what we should do. Before the war began, Captain Commander ordered that no matter what, 4th Division could not be mobilized. Our 4th Division is in charge of treatment. If even we are in a deep battle, this war, 13th Division of Imperial Guards will be finished. But I said no. The tone was still flat, but Retsuo Nohana's tone was unquestionable. What we have to do now is to believe in our companions, and then treat them with all our strength when the wounded are sent to 4th Division. Aizen looked at Retsuo Nohana standing by the window and looking at this guy outside. Finally, she stopped moving and sat on the chair weakly. Although looking out from the window of 4th Division, Soul Society's sky was still as clear as ever, but spiritual power, which was violently colliding everywhere in the court, clearly told everyone that the current Soul Society was in a state of war. Boom punches and kicks intersected, and a violent impact burst out. The circular fan-shaped impact almost flattened all the surrounding buildings, but Kensai did not notice the miserable situation around him at all. To be exact, he did not have the time to pay attention to those. At this moment, his eyes were staring at the familiar figure opposite him. His heart was filled with anger. On the night more than 100 years ago, they fought with their companions because of Aizen's calculations. They fought with their swords. Even because of their own origin, their companions did not dare to make a move. In the end, everyone was forced to leave Soul Society and hide in human world for 100 years. Since that day, he secretly vowed not to fight with his companions anymore. But now... Bang! Reaching out to block Kunamashiro's kick, Kensai's body could not help but take a step back, and his face was very ugly. It was impossible for him to fight with all his strength, but it was different for Mashiro. It is too sad. War is extremely sad at any time. It is because of love. Do you think war is caused because of the justice that both sides believe in? It is not. War is caused by love. Love for his wife, love for his children, love for his parents, love for his friends, love for the Lord, love for God. Faith is also love, and with love, even war could be beautiful. Seeing this scene in front of him, Peppy's eyes flashed with abnormal excitement. Every time because of his ability, his companions who had been relying on each other would turn against each other. He would have an indescribable sense of excitement. The excitement from inside out almost made him unable to control himself, making his soul tremble. Bang! At the moment before the fight, Kensai hesitated again. Kunamashiro's foot suddenly kicked him on the head, kicking his body far away. He smashed countless buildings all the way, plowing a deep mark on the ground. Spit. Getting up from the ground, wiping the corners of his mouth and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Kensai's eyes gradually turned cold. If this went on, not to mention defeating the Quincy, it would be good if he could survive here. Although the Quincy keeps saying things like love, but it is probably the ability to control people. As long as the manipulated person can't move, there is nothing to worry about. In other words, as long as Mashiro's movement is restrained, there is no problem. And the key to deal with that ability is that as long as the manipulator is killed, the connection of the puppet will be cut off. Looking at Mashiro with a white mask and rushing to him again, Kensai's eyes turned and grabbed Mashiro's leg, pressing her body to the ground. A light flashed in his hand, and Mashiro's body suddenly froze in place, unable to move. Fortunately, there is this thing that Kimura gave me. Looking at the silver-white shackles left on Mashiro's hand, Kensai's eyes flashed with a trace of relief. He was not good at Kido. If not for the portable Bakudo that Aizen gave him a long time ago, it would be difficult to trap her. Then, it's your turn now, Quincy. He turned to look at the Quincy in the distance. Kensai was murderous, without any cover. The other party's approach had touched his bottom line. In the face of such an enemy, he would not hold back at all. Oh, your eyes full of killing intent are really terrible. As he spoke, Peppy reached out and put his hand on his chest, forming a shape of love. His voice was slightly low and strange. Chapter 282, Kensai vs. Bambi. A heart-shaped seal suddenly flew out and shot towards Kensai. His head tilted, effortlessly dodging the opponent's attack. Kensai's eyes were cold, and the spiritual power on his body became more and more serious. Circles of ripples appeared around his body, circling around him. Terrifying. As if sensing Kensai's state, Peppy said in a low voice, but there was no fear on his face. His hands did not stop. One heart-shaped attack after another flew out, covering all parts of Kensai's body. His figure floated and dodged the opponent's attack. Kensai's feet suddenly shook, and his body suddenly appeared in front of the opponent. He kicked the opponent's head. Dodging blindly was not Kensai's style. It was the same as his appearance. His combat style was also extremely tough. He believed in the best defense is offense. Only by attacking could he maintain a victory. Although his body was fat and it seemed that it was a bit difficult to move, Peppy's movements were very agile. Before Kensai's body approached him, his body had already flashed to the side. In the process of dodging, he also took the time to launch a counterattack. His figure was short and his footsteps turned. Kensai's burly body did not restrict his flexibility. His feet slid a few times and he appeared in front of Peppy again. Spiritual power gathered on his fist. A strong suppressive force was contained in the glove and mercilessly hit Peppy's body. Bang! He flew backwards almost without any resistance. Peppy was not a person who was good at close combat. After being close to Kensai, who was very good at close combat, it could only be a tragedy. Boom! Just as Kensai had sent Peppy flying, an attack suddenly struck him. With a backhand punch, it collided with the enemy's attack, but suddenly there was a violent explosion. His figure flashed and retreated to a distance. Looking at the wound left on his arm, Kensai's pupil shrank. Even if he attacked, he could not block the enemy's attack, but left such a wound on his hand. Moreover, the explosion just now, rather than the enemy's attack that would explode, it was more accurate to say that his body suddenly exploded. Looking at the sudden appearance of the Quincy, Kensai's expression did not change. Even if it was a woman, since she was an enemy, he would not show mercy. He did not have the idea of being tender to women. Although I hate that disgusting fellow, the war has just begun. Every member of the Stern Ritter is a precious combat force. Bambietta waved her hand. She was in high spirits. There was no trace of her previous sorry state. With the help of the Gigi, her injuries had completely recovered. Seeing that someone had taken over his fight with Kensai, Peppy's eyes turned. He decisively hid to the side and quietly observed the development of the battle. If he could hide in the corner and take advantage of the situation, it would naturally be better. You guys really come one after another, huh? Looking at the Bambietta that appeared in front of him, Kensai moved his wrist. There was no fear on his face. Although the other party's ability seemed a little strange, he was not afraid. It seems that you are also eager to try. Let me return the humiliation I suffered on you. As he said this, Bambietta produced a standard short knife in her hand. As she waved her arm, a series of explosions occurred wherever the blade passed. Do we really have to go there, Candy? Stupid Minnie, what are you talking about? Of course we have to go there. Don't tell me you don't know the importance of destroying the other party's medical unit in a war? Are you really brainless? Glancing at the pair of breasts that made people feel inferior, there was a hint of hidden jealousy in Candace's eyes. Such a figure really made many women jealous. But, I heard that it is very dangerous over there, and the top said that it is best not to get close. Although she knew that Candace was right, Destroying the other party's medical unit in the war, in a strategic sense, was definitely no less than killing a few captains. Nina still had some hesitation in her heart. After all, the danger over there was specially pointed out. With the three of us, what problems can there be, right, Lil Tato? I'm just going to find some snacks. Don't drag me into this. It was still full of vulgarities. Lil Tato slowly followed behind the two. Although there was Bambietta, Gigi, and Peppy over there, the battle would become very interesting, but it was still more important to find some snacks. TSK. Looking at Lil Tato, who had no energy behind her, Candace spat with dissatisfaction, and then took the lead to the direction of 4th Division. As long as the other side was destroyed, then no one could ignore their credit. The stain that had been defeated before could also be washed clean. Her face was full of confidence. Candace took Lil Tato and me Nina's. The three slowly walked toward 4th Division, like a fool who hit the edge of the blade. Even if the edge was covered by the scabbard, it could not be denied that the sword was definitely one of the sharpest swords of Soul Society. Cough cough. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Kensai's current condition was absolutely not good. Being locked in place by the chain of explosions, even if he had trained for a long time, his incomparably powerful body would almost be unable to withstand it. You are much stronger than the big dog from before, but you can't defeat me just by relying on this. Although Bambietta was a little bruised, she was obviously not injured like Kensai. At this time, she looked at Kensai with a little hidden excitement in her eyes. The other party's ability was also related to explosion, which made her feel like she had met a confidant. Although this confidant was an enemy, it was because of this that her desire to destroy was aroused. What could be more exciting than destroying a person who is similar to her? You are talking about Captain Kamemura, right? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Kensai's eyes flashed a trace of worry. This Quincy had fought with the Captain Kamemura, but now she was fighting with himself, and it seemed that there was nothing serious. I know what you are thinking, but the big dog is fine. He was saved by several troublemakers, but this time you are not as lucky as him. This time, no one will come to save you. The aura on her body gradually changed, and a pair of wings floated behind the current Bambietta. The excitement in her eyes soared even more. I heard that you have a method called holofication. Use it too and let me see it. Chapter 283, Ekamaru Jin's weakness. Boom. The body was once again hit by the other side's crit. Kensai's eyes were gloomy. In the current situation, he was not at an advantage, and this was in the case that the other side only had one person to attack. He did not forget the disgusting Quincy before. He would never believe that the other side was directly killed by his attack. Bang! His body fell and smashed a big hole in the ground. Kensai had not thought about how to deal with the next attack, and a cold breath suddenly appeared behind him. With a step, he appeared not far away. Looking at Hitsugaya, who was holding Zunpacto in his original position, Kensai's eyes were clouded. Why did the captain of Tosen Kaname attack him? Moreover, wasn't he injured? Damn. Gigi, didn't you say that you would give it to me alone? Looking at Hitsugaya, who suddenly attacked, there was no surprise in Bambietta's eyes. Instead, he shouted in another direction, his tone full of dissatisfaction, like a big sister who had been robbed of her toys. But Bang is too slow. I can't wait. A figure suddenly pounced on Hitsugaya from behind, holding his body and showing a playful smile to Bambietta. Then he turned his eyes to Kensai, with a smile that chilled Kensai's heart. Moreover, Mr. Captain can't wait anymore. His eyes fell on Hitsugaya again, and a trace of thought flashed through Kensai's eyes. He had felt strange about Hitsugaya's dark skin before, and there was no sign of intelligence in his eyes. He looked like a puppet, just like Bei, who had been controlled before, but there was a trace of difference. Not only that, but all the injuries on his body had also recovered. However, since Captain Hitsugaya had appeared, it meant that... Swish, the figure flashed and appeared far away, and the original place was swept by a cloud of smoke and instantly shattered. Sure enough, not only Captain Hitsugaya, but even Vice Captain Matsumoto had become like this. Looking at Matsumoto Rinjaku, who was in the same condition as Toshiro Hitsugaya, Kensai's eyes were full of caution. The current situation was too dangerous for him. He was not so confident to fight against 4 opponents of the same level with his own strength. Yes, if so many people are still unable to kill you, it is too shameful. As soon as his voice fell, Bambietta's body suddenly flew to Kensai, and spiritual power suddenly emitted a violent fluctuation, causing the rishi around him to be restless. Shua, a bright white knife light suddenly appeared, and the blade that crossed the sky directly pierced through the neck of Bambietta. There was no time for her to activate the blood vein. Blood kept flowing from her neck, and there was blood flowing from her mouth. There was a burst of hey-hey sound in her mouth. Even someone as powerful as a Quincy was no different from an ordinary person when death approached. Plop, the Zunpacto on the neck suddenly disappeared, and Bambietta's body fell from the sky. Zanpakuto on the neck seemed to have never appeared, but the blood constantly sprayed out reminded what had just happened. Kill one first. Ikamaru Jin held his spear in his hand, his eyes slightly opened, sweeping from Matsumoto Rinjaku, and looked at Quincy with undisguised killing intent in his eyes, the delicate wife of the bloody butcher on the short knife. Ikamaru Jin. From not far away, Bambietta glanced over. There was no fluctuation on Gigi's face, as if the one who was killed was not his companion. His eyes fell on Ikamaru Jin. Ji showed a bright smile, which was also an interesting opponent. Hey! Hiding in the dark, Pepe's face revealed a wretched smile. Sure enough, hiding on one side was the right decision. Otherwise, how could there be such a good opportunity? His hands quietly placed in front of his chest, forming a shape of a heart, aiming at Ikamaru Jin in the middle of the air. Compared to being on guard against himself, even when fighting against Bambietta, he had to be careful of his sneak attack on Kinsai. This Ikamaru Jin did not know his ability, and the possibility of his sneak attack succeeding was much higher. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, before he could make a move, Pepe suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger. Not good. The other Shinigami. A heavy blow suddenly hit Pepe's back, and the unprepared body was directly kicked out. Shua, at this moment, Ikamaru Jin's body moved and suddenly disappeared from where he was. Shua, not only Ikamaru Jin, but also Gigi, to be precise, Hitsugaya Toshiro and Matsumoto Rinjaku, who were controlled by Gigi, acted. Although she doesn't like Pepe, but when her side is at a disadvantage, Gigi knows that one more person will bring more strength. If Pepe is also killed, she will be alone against the two captain-level characters. Seeing Matsumoto Rinjaku in front of him, who was waving at him, Ikamaru Jin's heart suddenly tightened. Now he is far from being strong when undercover beside Aizen, and his heart is not strong enough. There was a sudden chill behind him, and Ikamaru Jin knew that it was Toshiro Hitsugaya's higher and Mauru. The cold light in his hand flashed and mercilessly waved to Toshiro Hitsugaya. Ikamaru Jin did not show any mercy to him, even if he was the boss of Kijaju. When in his hand, Zanpakuto crossed his arms and let out a sigh of relief. He blocked Ikamaru Jin's attack. Toshiro Hitsugaya's head tilted to avoid Zanpakuto, who was controlled to become a zombie, but he still had his own fighting consciousness. Behind him, Matsumoto Rinjaku's Zanpakuto cut down, and a gray smoke wrapped around Ikamaru Jin's body. The corner of his mouth showed a wry smile. Ikamaru Jin shook his feet and once again appeared in the distance. He didn't want to make a move on Rinjaku. It seemed that he saw what Ikamaru Jin thought in his heart. Under the control of the Gigi, Matsumoto Rinjaku followed behind Ikamaru Jin. Her hands kept on, and Zanpakuto waved to Ikamaru Jin one after another. When Matsumoto Rinjaku was directly holding Ikamaru Jin, Toshiro Hitsugaya attacked from the distance from time to time. The front was pinned down by Matsumoto Rinjaku. Although he was not the opponent of Ikamaru Jin, it was not easy to subdue her without hurting her, let alone that Toshiro Hitsugaya had been on the side. It was already very difficult to keep undefeated. Looking at the three people fighting on the side, Gigi had a bright smile on her face, her feet moved, and her body fluttered to the distant Bambietta, with inexplicable light in her eyes. Chapter 284, Retsuo no Hana 4th Division Captain Room Aizen felt the three spiritual power who were constantly approaching 4th Division. A trace of tension flashed on her face. The three groups of spiritual power, each was comparable to Captain, without any concealment. They approached the direction of 4th Division without restraint, as if telling Shinigami that they were about to invade and were arrogant. Captain. Looking at Anohana, there is a struggle in the eyes of Aizen. She has some understanding of the past of Anohana, but it is because of the past of Captain that she does not want these Quincy to continue to approach the range of 4th Division. The current Anohana is the captain of 4th Division of the Medical Division. Her hands should only be used for treatment now, not to dye the blood of the enemy again and become the executioner that will make herself strange. Don't worry, Aizen. Suddenly standing up, Retsuo no Hana still has a gentle smile on her face. She reached out to take her Zanpakuto and walked out of the room, leaving only Aizen a determined back. The meaning revealed in the back made Aizen's heart suddenly twitch, as if it was grasped by an invisible hand, and it seemed that something important would be lost. 1st Division. After sensing the few spiritual power near 4th Division, Captain Commander Yamamoto's eyes shook, and the face that had not changed any emotion before changed for the first time. As Captain Commander, he had experienced countless battles in the past thousands of years. He knew better than anyone the importance of the medical 4th Division. Therefore, before the war, he gave the order to Anohana that no matter what happened, they would never send 4th Division. Who knew that 4th Division did not move, but there were enemies sent up. Retsuo Anohana, I don't know if you can still be the Ichiru. That can shock the whole Soul Society after 1,000 years of silence. Just as Yamamoto Captain Commander thought of this, A terrible spiritual power suddenly broke out on the side of 4th Division. At the same time, there was also a sharp sword intent. Feeling the terrible aura, all of Soul Society, whether it was Quincy or Shinigami, were shocked. Is this what you call a soft persimmon? Candy. Looking at the woman opposite him with an ugly face, Lil Tado's face was gloomy as if it could drip into the water. He thought that it was a good idea to attack the other side's medical division. After all, the strength of the medical team could not be too strong. But who knew that there was such a terrible woman in there? Just releasing spiritual power made her mind tremble, and the sharp sword intent seemed to tear her body, and this was in the state of the other side's Zanpakuto who was not unsheathed. Damn woman. Candace's face was also very ugly. He did not expect that there would be such a terrible opponent here, which was more terrible than the woman he met before. Was the female Shinigami also terrible? The woman named Suzuki Kusu almost killed them. What would this woman do? 3 Miss Quincy? It's a pity that we are both women. I didn't want to lay my hands on you. Although he said so, Retsuano Hanazoru was firmly locked on the 3 people opposite, and at the same time, she put her palm on Zanpakuto. Although her tone was still gentle, the killing intent in her voice did not hide the top genius of the League of Legends at all. Is this really Captain Anohana? Behind, watching the back of the Captain Anohana. The members of 4th Division all had an unbelievable look on their faces. Captain Anohana spoke gently and was very gentle when dealing with people. In addition to a little black-bellied, there was nothing different, but spiritual power, who was strong and terrible, was telling them that Captain Anohana was very strong, even stronger than many captain. At least this level of spiritual power, they had never felt in other captain. Originally, Captain Commander ordered that 4th Division cannot be mobilized, so you can only let you act wantonly in the Syriite AI, but since you have come out of 4th Division, I can only apologize. As her voice fell, Retsuano Hanazoru suddenly became sharp. The Zanpakuto in her hand was suddenly unsheathed. Along with a dazzling knife light, Retsuano Hana body appeared in front of Candace. Zanpakuto crossed a half circle and slashed horizontally at Candace's body. Eddie. There was a flash of horror in their eyes. Although after feeling Retsuano Hana's spiritual power, the threat level of the other party was increased several levels, they did not expect to underestimate the other party. Retsuano Hana's strength was far beyond their imagination. Damn it. A pair of light wings flashed behind her back. There was a flash of lightning on Candace's body. She appeared in the distance now, but there was a huge wound on her waist. Her whole face paled. If she had not directly activated Volstandig at the last moment and used her own sacred text ability, she would have died in that heat just now. Shua, Shua, Shua. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, a few cold lights flashed directly on her body. The sharp hidden weapons entered her body, making Candace's situation worse. It is not a good habit to be so careless in battle, or is it that your Quincy is only at this level? He turned his head and looked at Candace, whose face was as pale as a vegetable. Anohana's face seemed to be under the shadow, with a trace of gloom. Compared with the gentle appearance before, they were 2 people. If it is really like this, then I am too disappointed. She leaned his body and let go of mean Ninas who rushed over from the side. The hand of Anohana swept Zanpakuto, and a blood light flashed, directly sweeping the other side from the air. With a swing of her arm, the blood left on Zanpakuto was thrown away. Anohana seemed to become more gloomy, but in the depths of her eyes, there seemed to be a vague excitement flashed, as if something terrible was slowly awakening in her heart. Minnie. Seeing that another companion was seriously injured, Lil Tado's face was gloomy. Full of confidence to find trouble here, who knew that the battle had just begun to lose 2 people, and most importantly, they could not see the dawn of victory at all. Is it gone? Goodbye then, Quincy Masters. It's a pity, and you're just a child to boot. Don't look down on us. Smelly Bic.H. With a roar from her mouth, Candace's body suddenly burst out a violent rishi fluctuation, the wings on her back were fluttering, and the rishi around her constantly gathered toward her body. It was the ability brought by the Volstandig, to the limit, the affiliation of rishi. Crackling, there was a burst of thunder sound on her body, and Candace, regardless of her weak body and pale face, forcibly activated her ability, trying to fight with Anohana. Chapter 285, Kimura Ayang's arrival. Her face grew darker and darker, but her eyes became brighter and brighter. The lightning that erupted from Candace's body was reflected in the eyes of the Anohana, making her eyes brighter and brighter. A trace of hidden excitement quietly emerged on her face. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and at the same time, the momentum of her body became more and more terrifying. Go to hell. Lightning flashed on her body and burst out with a shocking momentum. Candace's body carried an indomitable momentum and rushed to the Anohana like a moth flying into a flame. Minnie, looking at Candace's determined back, A trace of reluctance flashed across Lil Tato's face. Although they often argued, they had a friendship of hundreds of years after all. With her perception, she naturally knew that Candace was definitely not a match for this captain. Candace. Inez struggled to stand up from the ground. Her eyes were half open as she looked at Candace, who was fighting to the death in the air, and there was a bit of pain in her eyes. Her eyes became brighter, and Zanpakuto in the hand of the Anohana raised slightly, and the spiritual power on her body became more solid, and Zanpakuto actually emitted a faint light. It's over. His lips parted slightly as he spat out these words. Anohana's body flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Candace. In her hand, Zanpakuto slashed at her neck with misty light. A pure swordsman did not have any extra probing and showed no mercy when attacking. If he wanted to attack, he would kill with one blow. Shua, just as Zanpakuto was about to land on Candace's body, Candace used all her strength to release a move that was about to land on the body of Anohana. A figure suddenly cut out from the side and plunged into the battle circle of the two people. Dang! Zanpakuto, which was wrapped up by the silver-white spiritual power, descended from the sky like a white bolt of lightning, striking Anohana's Zanpakuto. The slender blade, the tip of the double-edged blade, and the familiar spiritual power. The pupils of the Anohana suddenly contracted, as if she was surprised by the action of the person. On the contrary, seeing that the attack of the Anohana was blocked by Zanpakuto, who came out of nowhere, there was a trace of surprise in the eyes of Candace, and then a bright smile bloomed on her face. The determination in her eyes was replaced by surprise. Although I don't know what happened, you are dead, Smelly. Her eyes were filled with viciousness. Spiritual power, which covered Candace, gathered in her hands and exploded with dazzling lightning. Along with the explosion of lightning, his body was moved by several pairs of light wings on his back and quickly flashed to the side of Anohana. She waved it. The body of the person suddenly turned in the air. The ecstasy on Candace's face had not subsided, but she felt a terrible force suddenly hit her shoulder. Boom! A terrible explosion suddenly burst out in the air. A circle of ripples spread out in all directions. Looking at the huge hole left on the ground and Candace in the middle of the pit, Lil Tato's face was very ugly. After suffering such an attack, she did not know whether she could survive. No. Now, she should be worried about himself. Suddenly, she turned his head and looked at the two people in the air. Her eyes swept across the body of Anohana and fell on the person who came later. Although this woman was also very strong, the guy who came later was obviously more terrible. First, you stopped me and then you knocked down the Quincy. What are you trying to do? Maayang? Putting away his Zanpakuto with a calm expression, Anohana's face suddenly returned to its usual insipidity. She spoke to Kimura Maayang in front of her in his own unique tone. Horrible, don't let them escape. He did not answer Retsu Anohana's question. Maayang turned to Harable behind him and then turned his eyes to Retsu Anohana. Feeling the cold sword intent from the other side, a complex look flashed in his eyes. He could feel that there was a terrible thing brewing in the body of the other party. It was something called destruction or killing. That feeling was even richer than that of Kenpachi Zaraki. I just think that as the captain of the medical team, you should not come out of the battlefield and fight with people head-on. Hearing Maayang's words, Retsu Anohana's body trembled slightly, and the hand holding Zanpakuto suddenly tightened, as if someone touched something. Moreover, your hands do not have to be stained with blood again. Even if there is, it can only be left on the patient when the treatment is done. Her body suddenly shook, her shoulders shook gently, and Retsu Anohana suddenly closed her eyes tightly, her lips tight. Seeing the other side's reaction, Maayang no longer said more, suppressing all kinds of thoughts in his heart, and looked at the three Quincy on the other side. Oh? You are not dead yet. It seems that your Quincy body is not as weak as I imagined. Looking at the three female Quincy opposite, Maayang said with a smile on his face. After fighting several Quincy in a row, the Quincy did not have much mysterious colors in his heart. Although each of them had special abilities, the basic abilities would not be much different. Who the hell are you? With a strong vigilance in his eyes, Lil Tato looked at Maayang and said coldly. Just one blow made Candy lose his ability to move. Although there was no attention from Candy, and the factor of previous injury, this degree was too exaggerated. Not only that, when Candy was hit from the sky to the ground, she also injured Inez, who had fainted on the ground. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or the other party's design. If he deliberately designed it, it would be too terrifying. Maayang? Maayang? How is that possible? Hearing Maayang's name, Lil Tato's eyes suddenly showed a trace of disbelief. Maayang was powerful. When His Majesty knew that he had not lost his power, he had already included the other party in the Special Combat Force, but it was absolutely impossible for him to come out of this place now. Quilj, Masculine, and Grimmy. After spitting out the names one by one, Lil Tato's face changed inexplicably. These were all people who went to the Hueco Mundo to kill Miang. Since Miang came here now, did they all die? Although they were both Quincy, their previous relationship was not harmonious. Lil Tato did not have any special feelings about their failure or death. However, the strength of those guys was not simple, especially Grammy, the guy who had been locked up by His Majesty. Even in the Stern Ritter, he was definitely a target for people to fear. Yes, all of them are difficult to deal with. After getting Miang's affirmation, Lil Tato's face changed again, and then her eyes turned around and began to think about where to escape. Such an opponent was absolutely not something she could deal with. Even if she and Minas were in good condition now, they should not think about winning. As for now, it was a great fortune that she could successfully escape. Chapter 286, The Captains fall one after another. Knowing the gap between the strength of both sides, so considering the retreat at the first time is really a wise decision. However, the so-called Quincy is only this level. Don't be too arrogant. Shinigami. As if stimulated, Lil Tato looked cold, one hand patted on a heart-shaped thing on her side, and then a bow appeared in her hand. At the same time, a pair of wings appeared behind her, and the rishi around her constantly gathered to form an arrow. Go to hell. We, the members of the Stern Ritter, seem to be at a disadvantage. It's fine. It seemed that he did not care about his own disadvantage at all. Hueco had no expression on his face. After 100 years of dormancy, all of us of the Stern Ritter seem to have forgotten what war is. Let Shinigami's people eliminate a group of people who are not capable enough for me. Use their lives to build the cornerstone of a new world. Ha! You are the boss of these guys. Throwing several bodies on the ground and shaking the blood on Zanpakuto, Zaraki Kenpachi's face showed a bloodthirsty smile. The enemy on the opposite side was very strong. Such a guy should be very cool. This guy. Feeling the strong spiritual power and a strong fighting spirit of Kenpachi Zaraki, Hasqualt's face showed a slight change. Kenpachi Zaraki, I have heard about you. This monster can defeat 3 members of the Stern Ritter. The strength is really not to be underestimated, worthy of one of the 5 great special forces. Ah. Special forces? What is that? Forget it, I don't know what it is. However, I am not here for you, this little minion. I am here, but to fight with you. With an arrogant smile on his face, Kenpachi Zaraki flashed to the front of Hueco, and the Zanpakuto in his hand was mercilessly cut down, and the sword was pulled. Kenpachi Zaraki, one of the special forces, is so vulnerable. It seems that I have overestimated you. He picked up Kenpachi Zaraki by the neck with one hand. There is no scar on Hueco's body, even the clothes are not damaged, even if it is as strong as Kenpachi. In front of such an enemy, it is like a baby without any resistance. Bunkai. Kakaju Tenjin Maiaulu. A dark shadow suddenly shrouded over Hueco, and with a burst of spiritual power, a huge slash fell from the sky. Turning around and moving, Hasqualt's sword flashed. Pa, the huge Zanpakuto in the hands of the warrior king suddenly broke, and at the same time a huge wound appeared on his body, almost splitting one into 2 pieces. The next moment, Zanpakuto in the hands of Kamemura was broken into 2 pieces, and a deep wound appeared on his body, blood splashing. Captain Kamemura. No, this kind of thing like being distracted in battle. A voice suddenly came from behind, Hirako Shinji pupils suddenly contracted, and Zanpakuto in his hand waved back without hesitation. Is the Stern Ritter defeated by this level of enemy? It is really ridiculous. Suddenly there was a sharp pain in his chest, Hirako Shinji's body fell back, and his eyes reflected the figure of a long golden hair with a cold expression. Damn it. He was killed without even touching the enemy, it is really shameful. Captain. Looking at Kamemura and Hirako Shinji who were killed in a flash, Hinamori Momo's body could not help trembling. How could this be? The captain actually. Has he lost his will to fight? What a fragile Shinigami. Looking at Hinamori Momo who was on the verge of collapse, Hasqualt had no emotion on his face. He slowly pulled out the sword at his waist. However, the order we received was to completely ravage Soul Society and destroy all the enemies. Dang. Raising his hand to block the attack, Hasqualt slightly raised his eyes, and his indifferent face showed no surprise of being attacked at all. Suzuki Kusu, it seems that the members of the Star-Crossed Knights are really incompetent. Obviously, you are the first to kill the target. Right, then it is really an honor. While speaking, Suzuki Kusu's body suddenly retreated, and then a blue flash came from the distance. Vice Captain Hinamori, first give Sun and Kamemura Captain an emergency treatment. Yes. Shinigami, who claims to be a world mediator, actually works together with Hollow. This is really a irony. Looking at Stark who is holding 2 guns not far away, Hasqualt's face is still indifferent. Well, although fighting is very troublesome, if it is for the sake of partners, there is no way. Moreover, such a strong enemy, it is almost impossible to fight easily. So, it is really troublesome. His mouth constantly complained, but Stark swept past the laziness of the past, and his face showed a rare solemn expression. Unlimited sorrow. Bunkai. Paper thousand spiders. Captain. Captain. What's wrong? Captain, are you alright? I'm fine, Aizen. The corner of her mouth rose, and Retsuno Hana showed a familiar smile on her face. Great. Captain has returned to her original self. It's great. I thought. Reaching out to wipe off the tears at the corner of his eyes, the feeling that had gripped by Aizen suddenly relaxed. Aizen had some understanding of the past of Captain Anohana. If Maayang had not suddenly appeared to stop Captain Anohana, in order to protect Soul Society, Captain Anohana would probably turn into her old murderous self and could not come back with the identity of 4th Division Captain. That kind of result was unacceptable to her. What a gentleman. Standing in the courtyard and feeling spiritual power leaving far away, Anohana suddenly had this feeling in her heart. Giving up the title of Kinpachi, she was just the captain of the medical team, contributing her strength to Soul Society. This kind of life lasted for thousands of years. Although she occasionally remembered the years of fighting, missed the pleasure of dancing on the blade, the fun of fighting. However, this kind of dull life was also very good. War, quickly ended. Feeling the intense collisions in various places in the Siri Itai, Anohana whispered and rubbed Zanpakuto on her waist with a trace of sadness in her eyes. If possible, I really don't want to fight again with a knife. Chapter 287, yet another fodder according to the command of Captain Commander, 4th Division only needs to stay behind. Putting Zanpakuto back into his waist, Maayang's breathing was slightly rapid. Even he, after several fierce battles in a row, felt that his body was not able to support himself. I naturally understand the importance of 4th Division. His face recovered his usual smile, feeling the messy spiritual power of Maayang. Anohana Retsu said, then, let me treat you first, Mr. Kimura. Although I want to say that I don't need it, my body is about to reach the limit. Then, I'll have to trouble you, Anohana Captain. What? Feeling the sudden weakening of several groups of spiritual power in the distance, Maayang's face changed greatly. Shinji. Stark. And Kusu. Just as his body was about to move, a hand pressed on Maayang's shoulder. Anohana Retsu shook her head and looked at Maayang deeply. No, Mr. Kimura, you can't defeat the enemy that they joined hands in a short time. With your current body, even if you rush over. I can. Holding Retsu Anohana's hand and taking it off his shoulder, Maayang's eyes were firm. I understand my strength, so I will say, I can. Turning his head to take a deep look at Retsu Anohana, Maayang moved his feet and quickly rushed to the direction where Hueco Shinji and spiritual power were weakened. Roar along with roar, a shockwave suddenly hit Maayang. Cut. Feeling the sharp pain from his shoulder, Maayang frowned. Although he had relaxed his guard because he was too worried about the situation on Suzuki Kusa's side, being hit by this level of attack, his current physical condition was really not good. Kuopyakaku, it's actually Maayang. We are really lucky. Don't you think so, Gabriel? No, you are wrong. This is not our luck, but this guy's luck is good. If he can be killed by us, even if he dies, he should be content now. GGGGGGG, you are right. It is his honor to be killed by us. No. He thinks that it is his honor. Only the two of us. He may not think so. Maybe he is still thinking of killing us. Shinigami is always so self-righteous. You are the self-righteous ones, right? Trash. Worried about the situation on Suzuki Kusa's side, Maayang showed no mercy. The powerful spiritual power burst out like an overwhelming storm. With a wave of Zanpakuto in his hand, a huge silver white slash fell in the direction of the two Quincy. It's terrible, no wonder His Majesty told me to be careful. As he said this, one of the Quincy bodies suddenly swelled up, like a giant ape. Two huge forelimbs pressed on the ground, and a huge roar came out of his mouth. Then a shockwave several times stronger than before shot out from his mouth and collided with Maayang's slash. Rumble. A violent impact burst out, with the place where the two attacks collided, everything within 100 meters was destroyed. It's really terrible. Can a casual slash have such power? The giant ape Quincy said with a little panic on his face. No, the strength of the other party has dropped. The blow just now was really big, and the strength of spiritual power is rare. However, this is clear about his weakness. We have seen his information and should know that with his strength, if he is at his peak, the power of the slash should be stronger, and the attack just now seems to be a bluff. His current strength is less than 1 out of 10. Do you think I am right, Maayang? Raising his hand to block the attack from Maayang, the Quincy had a smile on his face, as if everything was under control. What a wonderful analysis, even I can't help but applaud you. The face did not change. Maayang tiptoed and continued to approach the Quincy who spoke. Zanpakuto in his hand constantly waved, and the knife pointed to the vital points. According to the experience of fighting with the previous Quincy, each of these Quincy had a special ability, which they called Shrift. And these two Quincy, the one who can become the giant ape, the way of attack should be the sound wave, which belongs to the direct attack type. This Quincy is easy to deal with. The real tricky is the strange ability, just like this Quincy who keeps talking, has not yet felt what her special ability is, and it is because of this that he is more vigilant. Do you feel that your strength is very strong? No, your strength is false and not real. Every time you wave the knife, it will make you further realize the real yourself, the powerless self. With Maayang's attack, the chatter Quincy dodging became more and more difficult, but her mouth did not stop, and she kept talking. Why did you suddenly stop attacking? Do you realize your own weakness and powerlessness? Looking at Maayang with a playful look, the chatterbox Gabrielli spread his hands. Sure enough, it's another strange ability. Is it questioning? Your ability? Huh? Your ability is probably the ability of language like questioning or opposing. Zanpakuto naturally drooped down, and Maayang had a relaxed posture, as if he had seen through everything. From the beginning, you have been constantly questioning everything. Whether it is your companion's own point of view or your companion's approval of your point of view, everything will be questioned by you. And I can probably feel that while you are constantly questioning all of this, your strength is slowly improving. This can be seen from the situation when you deal with my attack. Therefore, your ability is probably to improve your own strength by questioning others' point of view. Looking at the face of the opposite chatterbox, who gradually became ugly, Maayang felt relieved and waved his hand to add, "Oh, by the way, about your ability, there are probably doubts about others and weaken the strength of others. But it doesn't matter. After such a long time, even if you can weaken my strength a little, it is not a big deal. What's more, during this period of time, I have recovered a little strength. Compared to the part where you become stronger, there are probably more. Sorry, I heard you talk so much, but I haven't had time to ask your name, and I am going to say goodbye, Ms. Quincy." The body suddenly appeared in front of the chatterbox Quincy, and the tip of Zanpakuto's sword in Maayang's hand was already on the other side's chest. This speed. There is no time to react. How can it be so fast? Feeling the sharp sword intent released by Zanpakuto, who was pressed against her chest, the chatterbox Quincy was cold as if he had fallen into an ice house, only feeling a breath of death enveloping her whole body. Chapter 288, The King Moves. Don't ignore me. Shinigami. Just when the talkative Quincy was about to be killed by Kimura Maayang, the giant ape Quincy let out a roar. His body grew a little bigger, a pair of light wings appeared behind him, and the spirits around him for a while. Restless, gathered towards him, a terrifying force gathered in the big mouth. "Gabriel, you will die with this Shinigami, so all the credit will be mine alone." With such a thought in his heart, the giant ape Quincy attacked mercilessly, gathering all the strength of his body, without any scruples about his companions who might be affected by his own attack. At the same time, the release of the full power of fear of Maayang was changed to a specialized attack. With such an attack, even if it is Maayang, as long as he can withstand my blow directly, he will die. Roar. With a roar, a terrible shockwave burst out from the mouth of the giant ape Quincy. How can it be? The pupils suddenly contracted, and the giant ape Quincy was shocked. At the moment when his attack was sent out, Maayang, who was about to kill the chatterbox Quincy in his sight, suddenly disappeared, leaving only the gray-faced chatterbox Quincy. Is there no such record in your intelligence? Half squatting, the Zanpakuto in his hand stabbed down, effortlessly running through the head of a giant ape Quincy. Maayang's speed comparable to God of Flashy or Uchiha. Rumble. The powerful shockwave accurately bombarded the chatterbox Quincy body, and the violent impact blew the clothes on Maayang's body. To be able to keep his life in such an attack, what a tenacious vitality, this is worthy of praise. Pulling Zanpakuto out of the brain bag of the giant ape Quincy, he threw off the blood stained on it. Maayang turned to look at the other side of the chatterbox Quincy, who was struggling to survive. At this time, the other side no longer had the previous unrestrained style, but collapsed on the ground like a dead dog. Although he was not dead, he could do nothing but wait for death with horror. Ho, ho! Although the chatterbox Quincy used the shrift in the last moment, and pushed it to the extreme, but only barely kept her life. What's more, she was injured in the throat by the attack just now, and now she can't speak at all. It is sad, presumably as a noble Quincy, you don't want to live in such humiliation. Then, let the merciful Shinigami free you. Taking a step forward, in front of the chatterbox Quincy, Maayang waved Zanpakuto in his hand, and a stream of blood flew out, ending the life of the chatterbox Quincy. Sorry, I still don't know your name in the end. I wonder how Kusu and the others are doing. Kimura, how are you? Just as that thought flashed through his mind, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind Ma Yang. This was looking at the familiar figure behind him. Ma Yang's pupils constricted. He could clearly feel spiritual power in the distance, but what was with this Kusu in front of him? The exact same face, the exact same figure, and even the spiritual power that was emitted from his body was exactly the same as Suzuki Kusu. What was going on? First Division Room. Dong. The cane in his hand slammed on the ground. Yamamoto Genryu's eye looked solemn, and the feather on his body moved without wind. Chojiro, you stay in the team building, and I will personally fight. Yes. Boom, a vast spiritual power suddenly broke out. The hot breath contained in spiritual power instantly covered the entire Soul Society. Even the air seemed to be ignited by spiritual power. Whether it was Shinigami or Quincy, all the people in the battle stopped moving. What terrifying power! The strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, truly lives up to his name. Oh my, old man Yama is angry. Just feeling his spiritual power makes me have goosebumps, as if I were cut in the head and scolded by him. It was still a frivolous tone, but the whole person was serious. Kiraku Shunsui held the double knives and looked at the Quincy who had been fighting for a long time. I can't read anything at all. Suzuki Kusa barely stood, and the strength of the enemy almost made her feel desperate. This blonde Quincy named Hasqualt was too powerful. He directly killed Hirako Shinji and Kamimura in one shot. He could confront him for so long, which was completely the reason why the other party did not take it seriously. The most important thing was that although Bankai was not seized, his own Bankai ability was completely ineffective against him. Bankai, paper 1,000 spiders. Zanpato's Bankai takes a step further on the basis of Shikei. Not only can he spread around, read the information of the enemy, predict the attack of the opposite side, and can even read a part of the inner thoughts of the target. Since learning Bankai, whether it is Kimura or other captain, including Captain Commander, she can read a part of their inner thoughts, and it is the same when facing Aizen, it is the same when facing Hollow, and when facing other Quincy before, it is the same. Even the leader of Quincy standing not far away, Hueco, can slightly perceive the information in his heart. However, in the face of this man in front of him, her ability was useless. Don't waste your energy. Everything you do, everything you think about, and everything that is about to happen, all of it is revealed in His Majesty's eyes. Bathed in the setting sun, Hasqualt had a cold expression on his face, holding a double-edged sword in his hand. No hard work will be in vain. Although I can't read his mind, at least, under the power of Bankai, I can predict his attack and then counterattack. Although her body was covered with scars, Suzuki Kusu's eyes were full of determination. Even if she could not defeat the person in front of him, but every time she wielded her sword, she must make a contribution to this bloody battle between Shinigami and Quincy, even if it was just a little insignificant. Boom, the figure wrapped in flames fell from the sky and heavily fell to the ground, revealing the figure of Captain Commander Yamamoto. I haven't seen you for 1,000 years, Hueco. Let me kill you. Chapter 289, Bankai Zanken no Teki. I haven't seen you for 1,000 years, Hueco. Let me kill you. The killing intent in Captain Commander Yamamoto's eyes was not concealed. Even in the face of Aizen, he did not show such obvious and strong killing intent. You dare to come to His Majesty alone, you underestimate your enemy too much, old man. Go to hell. Several figures of Quincy suddenly appeared behind Captain Commander Yamamoto, shouting and rushing up. Boom. Captain Commander's Zanpato waved, and the flames rolled back, instantly swallowing the Quincy who rushed up. Idiot. There was no sympathy for the encounter of his subordinates, but Hueco opened his mouth to sneer, stepping into my battle, the end is like this. Hearing Hueco not care about the life of his subordinates, Captain Commander Yamamoto twisted his neck, and his eyes were a little cold. Why, do you have something to say with that look in your eyes? The knife light flashed, accompanied by a terrible flame to slash at Hueco's face. Even if he resisted in a hurry, it left a deep wound on his arm, and blood spilled. It has not changed at all, Hueco. However, you should also know that your nasty behavior of despising your subordinates has to stop here. Even though he was injured in the shorthand just now, Hueco looked like he did not care at all. He seemed to look at Captain Commander Yamamoto, who was wrapped in fire in front of him with some nostalgia, and said, but the posture of this fire possession is quite similar to the past. Nonsense. Stepping forward, out in front of Hueco, with Zanpato in the hand of Captain Commander Yamamoto, a terrible flame burst out. Even Hueco had to retreat 3 points and pulled out the weapon hanging on his waist. You finally drew your sword? You speak as if you have been waiting for me to draw my sword. Why do you think I have to wait? Captain Commander Yamamoto, spiritual power, who had enveloped the entire Siri Itai, became stronger again. The air of Soul Society, who had originally become a little hot because of his spiritual power, became even drier. Just to crush your flesh, blood, sword, and even your soul, and crush it into powder. With the Captain Commander's declaration of killing, the terrible flames that had originally wrapped around his body and knife suddenly disappeared. Bunkai, Zaka no Tiki. Bunkai. The battle with Suzuki Kusu had stopped when Captain Commander Yamamoto arrived. Hasqualt looked at Yamamoto Genryu's eye holding Zanpakuto in his hand, which was completely different from the previous image. It was really difficult for him to connect it with Yamamoto Genryu's eye Bunkai. After the disappearance of flame, the charred wood-like knife is Bunkai? Don't underestimate the enemy. Feeling Hasqualt's doubt, Hueco said, it is to seal all the flames into the Bunkai in the knife. Once it is waved, it is the end. It is a sort of fire that can burn the object of hit with explosive flame. You have seen this Bunkai once 1,000 years ago. Is it still the same as before? Is it like 1,000 years ago? You can try it with your flesh and blood. At the same time, Soul Society. His throat was dry. His lips cracked. The higher in Mauru was completely useless. Seeing that the water on the vase on the table had evaporated in a flash, a trace of worry flashed across Retsuo Hana's face. This kind of power, just like 1,000 years ago. Captain Commander, please decide the winner as soon as possible, before Soul Society is destroyed because of your own strength. Bastard. Bastard. At the same time as Ma Yang spoke, Suzuki Kusu who was facing him repeated. What an excellent ability, isn't it? Suzuki Kusu playing with a Zanpakuto in her hand, she looked at Ma Yang who was facing her. Even something like read mind can be done. It's really an excellent ability. However, in terms of excellence, my ability is better. What do you think? Imitating other people's abilities and imitating other people's appearances. What a vile act. No matter what you say, now that you have become like this, you won't be able to attack without mercy. After all, I am Suzuki Kusu apostrophe. Suzuki Kusu's twisted expression flashed across her face, and then she smiled like a flower as she slowly walked towards Ma Yang. The Zanpakuto in her hand naturally fell down. Damn bastard. Sensing the thoughts in Ma Yang's heart, the smile on Suzuki Kusu became even brighter. Just like that, she became the most difficult target to deal with, and then slowly tortured the other party, making him slowly walk toward death in pain, hesitation, grief, and despair. It really makes me want to vomit. Spiritual power, who had become even more disheveled, gradually calmed down. Ma Yang's eyes gradually became cold. His hand holding the knife no longer hesitated, and a fierce momentum emanated from his body. Kusu is not a disgusting bastard like you. Facing the face that was exactly the same as Suzuki Kusu's, the Zanpakuto in Ma Yang's hand swung down without hesitation. Dang how heartless. Even the person she treasured the most in his heart could actually attack without mercy like this. Raising her hand to block Ma Yang's attack, Suzuki Kusu had a hint of surprise her eyes as she mocked. However, even if you fight seriously now, you may not be my opponent. With your current state. Even in the face of a serious Ma Yang, Suzuki Kusu was not afraid at all. It was true that the Ma Yang in his peak state was very strong, but Suzuki Kusu was not weak either. Moreover, what she was facing now was only a Ma Yang who had experienced many battles and his body was close to the limit. Under the power of this Zanpakuto, all of the attacks of the other side could not be hidden. As long as Ma Yang's strength and speed did not reach a level that could absolutely crush him, he would definitely not lose. And now, Ma Yang, who was in a weakened state, was absolutely unable to reach that level. So, the real Kusu is definitely not a guy like you. Taking a deep breath and spitting it out, Ma Yang's entire person relaxed in an instant, and the Zanpakuto in his hand slowly lifted up. It's useless. You should know that before this Zanpakuto's power, all your attacks will be, what? The whole person's head suddenly emptied, and all the thoughts were abandoned in an instant. Zanpakuto in Ma Yang's hand drew a perfect curve, splitting the Suzuki Kusu in front of him in half. The real Kusu will not be so excessive to rely on Zanpakuto like you, it's just a fool's way. Life slowly passed, revealing the real Quincy form, a bald Quincy with an eye in the middle of his eyebrows, Lloyd. Chapter 290, The Charred Remnant. What's going on? It was clearly cut, but there was no flame coming out. Looking at the gap on his cloak that had been cut, Hueco's eyes were full of doubts. Did his Bunkai really change compared to 1,000 years ago? But there is no one that has no connection with Zanpakuto's Shikai and Bunkai. His Bunkai ability is flame, this can't be wrong. Then where are the flames? These thoughts turned in his mind, but his body did not stop, avoiding the attack of Shanbun Captain Commander. Although he can't see the flame, he absolutely can't be cut by Zanpakuto. Hueco dodged sideways, and Captain Commander Yamamoto's chop fell to the ground. As far as the blade reached, everything disappeared, leaving only a deep and bottomless ravine. Longsword of the remnant flame, east, rising sun edge. Concentrate all the heat of my flame on the tip of the blade. Reduce all creation to ash. With absolute confidence in his own strength, Captain Commander Yamamoto did not hide his ability, stepped out in front of Hueco, and Zanpakuto in his hand waved again. Even the essence of your Quincy defense cannot resist. Boring. After learning the ability of Captain Commander Yamamoto, Hueco's face was calm. After avoiding the attack of Captain Commander Yamamoto, the sword in his hand suddenly fell. If you don't touch your sword, I will cut you directly. The corner of the mouth showed a sneer. In the face of Hueco's attack, Captain Commander Yamamoto did not dodge. How could it be? Looking at the sword in his hand that was only half broken, Hueco's eyes were full of astonishment. When he cut down, not only did he not hurt Yamamoto Genryu's eye, but his sword was destroyed. A terrible flame instantly wrapped around Yamamoto's whole body. In the raging fire, Captain Commander Yamamoto stood with the saber in his hand. He looked like a demon from hell, exuding a terrible aura. Longsword of the remnant flame, west, remnant sun prison garb. This is a real 15 million degrees. You can't even touch me. Just like me after Benkei, my body and blade are all like the sun. Not far away, looking at Captain Commander Yamamoto, he was wrapped in flames, like a demon. Asqualt's face was dark and dark. 15 million degrees middle dot. Such a high temperature that was close to the limit was impossible to see with the naked eye. Was it an illusion? No. It's his spiritual power. That overwhelming power is like a real existence, making his raging spiritual power like a flame. Come on, end it, Hueco. Soul Society and I will turn into ashes with you, and all of this. With such a gesture, Yamamoto Genryu's eye walked forward slowly. In the case that he completely released his strength and showed such strength, any enemy in front of him would be burned to ashes. Even if it was Hueco, it was vulnerable, just like 1,000 years ago. It burned like a blazing fire. Eyes, hair, throat. If not for the blood vein, even at this distance, he would have already been reduced to ashes. What? Just watching? After using Benkei and showing such a posture, Captain Commander Yamamoto was full of a tyrannical aura. Compared with the image of the stern elder in the past, he was more like an executioner who specialized in killing. No, that is too difficult. The sword is broken, there is nothing to do, and it is reasonable to not move. In fact, you can escape, although you will be caught and killed by me. Hearing Captain Commander Yamamoto full of killing intent, Hueco pulled his hand and a huge Rishi light arrow shot to Captain Commander Yamamoto, but it was easily blocked. Indeed, the sword has been broken, and you still have the bow and arrow left. Come on. In the face of Captain Commander Yamamoto, Hueco stretched out his arm and Rishi gathered. What is it? It is useless to this old man. Do you think the Quincy's tactics are only the Quincy cross and the holy arrow? Saints praise. As Hueco's voice fell, a saint with Rishi suddenly appeared and wrapped the figures of Yamamoto Genryu's eye and Hueco in it. The concentration of Rishi in it was terrifying. Even in the current state of Yamamoto Genryu's eye, it felt a hint of threat. The powerful defensive curse of Quincy attack and defense, once stepped in, will be killed by light of God. It's all useless. Even if he fell into such a powerful attack and defense curse technique, Yamamoto Genryu's eye still did not have the slightest panic. Zanpakuto in his hand was inserted into the ground, and spiritual power on his body had a wave of fluctuation. Corpse souls, the ashes of the dead scattered in my flame, the hands of the deceased, for the time being, share the joy of battle. Longsword of the remnant flame, south, great burial ranks of the 10 trillion fire dead. With the end of Yamamoto Genryu's eye, the bones made of ashes drilled out from the ground, shattering the impact created by Hueco. The black skeletons, holding various weapons, like the devils from hell, rushed to Hueco, who was shocked not far away. What the hell is this great burial ranks of the 10 trillion fire dead? The ashes of the dead under the old knife, aroused the heat of my blade, the dead awakened, like my hands and feet, chasing after my enemy, until it turned to ashes. Standing among the many black skeletons made of ashes, Yamamoto Genryu's eye held the knife in one hand and looked at Hueco. Ha! A Shinigami ironically awakens the dead. The despicability of the Shinigami is really not to be underestimated. Yamamoto Genryu's eye Shigakuni. Do you think you can stop me by relying on these? Rishi gathered at the foot. Hueco's body suddenly jumped up, ignoring the skulls that were like ghosts, and went straight to Yamamoto Genryu's eye. All the skeletons who jumped up halfway and tried to stop him on the road were all beaten to pieces by the attacks he casually waved. Seems like you eyes are just for show. The face of the deceased whose arm was broken by you and turned his head off. He just stood there quietly and watched Hueco move forward like a clown. Captain Commander Yamamoto had no emotion on his face. This is Shaldritz. Algra. Hubert. Hearing Yamamoto's words, Hueco looked at the skeletons who blocked his way. The faces were all his former subordinates and died in the hands of Yamamoto Genryusai in the war thousands of years ago. Chapter 291, Golden Lightning Palace. How is it, the feeling of being confronted by our former subordinates? Seeing that Hueco became a little hesitant because he recognized his former subordinates, Captain Commander Yamamoto had a flash of doubt in his heart. In his impression, Hueco was not a guy who cherished his subordinates. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, you bastard. However, these are not important. Turning around and pulling a little distance away from Hueco, Zanpakuto in Captain Commander Yamamoto's hand tightened. Wait. Where are you going? Don't be noisy, I just want to open some distance. You can come and kill me, but you have to defeat your subordinates first. Bastard. It's over, Hueco. Turning around, Yamamoto Genryusai momentum is like a deep abyss, although all over the body is wrapped up by the sun, but it gives off a piercing chill, and the cold eyes almost freeze Hueco. Looking at the former subordinates who surrounded him tightly and wanted to kill him at all costs, Hueco let out a painful roar in his mouth. It seems that you have not lost your humanity yet. Don't say it as if you understand everything. I said it. Do you think you can stop me with this? There was a flash of struggle in his eyes, Hueco's whole body strength surged, and the bones surrounding him instantly turned into ashes, and his whole person jumped up in an instant and rushed toward Yamamoto Genryusai. I can see the tears in your eyes, Hueco. It is painful. If you don't destroy the dead bodies of your subordinates, you can't get close to me. You hate it. I am vicious to recall the dead subordinates back to the battlefield. But this is far worse than the pain and hatred of Shinigami who was killed by you. Zankan-no-Taki's last terrible power surged as Captain Commander Yamamoto waved his arm. Long sword of the remnant flame, north, heaven and earth and in ashes. Even the time to react was not left for Hueco, and the terrible attack instantly cut him in the waist. Zanpakuto in his hand slowly restored to his original state. The terrible high temperature of Captain Commander Yamamoto gradually subsided. The terrible spiritual power, who shrouded the whole Siri-Itai, slowly calmed down. The heat in the air gradually subsided. In addition to Hueco, no one in the enemy could be worthy of Captain Commander Yamamoto to deal with. Moreover, any power has a price to pay. To control that terrible power, even Captain Commander Yamamoto, who is known to be the strongest in 1,000 years, has to pay a lot of price, let alone with his old body. Even if he just liberated this short period of time, it has brought a great load to his body. Strength can't compare? I am very sorry, Hueco. Captain Commander Yamamoto, who had turned to leave, suddenly stopped and an ominous feeling rushed to his heart. Who does the leader need to apologize to losing the war that he personally triggered? Who else does he need to apologize to? Those uncoordinated places in the previous battle instantly rushed into the heart of Captain Commander. Yes, Hueco has never been a person who cherishes the life of his subordinates. How can he hesitate because of the resurrection of his former subordinates and blocking his way? With that person's style, no matter who it is, as long as they are in front of him, they will be killed by him without hesitation. Bastard! Who the hell are you? The dividing line of time and minutes ago. 1st Division Captain Room Chojiro, you stay here and this old man will personally fight. Yes, sir. Watching as Genryusai Shigakuni rushed to the battlefield, feeling the spiritual power, which was rioting and colliding everywhere in the Siri-Itai, Chojiro Sasaki felt as if he returned to the time when he followed Lord Genryusai Shigakuni thousands of years ago to go to war. No matter what kind of enemy he faced, Lord Genryusai Shigakuni always rushed to the front. No matter what kind of enemy he faced, Lord Genryusai Shigakuni could always defeat him. No one could resist the Zanpakuto who cut everything, and no one could resist the Shinigami who was sweeping unmoving. And himself, just like before, followed behind Lord Genryusai Shigakuni, carrying his belief as his left and right hand. Pang! A figure suddenly flew up and crashed into the wall. Genshiro. Looking at Okikiba Genshiro, who slid down from the wall and collapsed on the ground, whose life and death were unknown, a trace of pain flashed through Chojiro Sasaki's heart. He instantly pulled out his Zanpakuto and pointed to the enemy. Dark red cloak, thick black hair and beard, deep eyes, just standing there, it brought a great sense of oppression to Chojiro Sasaki. Hueco. He read out the name of Hueco word by word. Chojiro Sasaki's heart suddenly calmed down. Even in the face of the enemy leader, he did not feel fear and tension. Even in the depths of his heart, there was a trace of joy and excitement. At this moment, it was the moment when he, as the left and right hand of Lord Genryusai Shigakuni, carried out the life of his own people. Only, if the person in front of him was Hueco, then who was fighting against Lord Genryusai Shigakuni at this time? It's useless. Feeling the small movements of Chojiro Sasaki, Hueco opened his mouth. In front of me, you should not imagine that you can send a message to Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. However, it is really a familiar face, Chojiro Sasaki. It is a great honor for an inconspicuous guy like me to be remembered by the leader of the Quincy. The power that had been lurking in his body surged out little by little as he unsheathed his Zanpakuto. It had been tempered for 1,000 years and hidden for 1,000 years. Now was the time to use that power. Benkei, Kokogan Ryo Reiko, Golden Lightning Palace. The powerful spiritual power burst out, and violent lightning flashed everywhere. The sky suddenly turned dark, and the rumbling thunder sounded in the air. A splendid palace appeared in the air. From time to time, there were flashes of electric arcs on it, and each arc exuded a dangerous aura. Excellent ability. Feeling threatened from Chojiro Sasaki in front of him, Hueco could not help looking at him. To be able to spread the name of Soul Society 2,000 years ago, you really are not a simple thing. However, you are really hidden. Whether it was in the war 1,000 years ago or in the light of 1,000 years ago, I have never seen you show such strength. The idle talk ends here, Hueco. Since Lord Genryu's Ushigakuni is not here, I will be the one to kill you. The Zanpakuto in his hand continued to fly in the air, and Chojiro Sasaki emitted a kind of destructive aura, which made people palpitate. Interesting. What makes you think that you can defeat me with only this level of strength? Chapter 292, Offerpuff. Half kneeling on the ground, Chojiro Sasaki spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His whole body was full of scars. In the air, Golden Lightning Palace, which was closely connected to him, also became a mess. Although it was still flashing with lightning, it was no longer as powerful as before. Damn, is this it? Struggling to stand up, feeling the pain from all over his body, and the empty spiritual power in his body, Chojiro Sasaki's eyes flashed a trace of unwillingness. Sharpening for 1,000 years, hiding for 1,000 years, accumulating for 1,000 years, the strength that he had accumulated could not even block the person in front of him. Such a weak self, and saying that he wanted to become the left and right hand of Lord Genryu's Ushigakuni. For Shinigami, you have done quite well. Glancing at the wound on his wrist, Hueco looked at Chojiro Sasaki with a hint of praise in his eyes. It is enough to prove your ability to hurt me. The injury in this battle is beyond my expectation. However, what you can do is limited to this. From the beginning of this war between Shinigami and Quincy, you have no chance of winning. As soon as the voice fell, Hueco's figure appeared next to Chojiro Sasaki, and the knife in his hand stabbed to Chojiro Sasaki's neck. Zzz, the lightning flashed, and a terrible thunder fell from the air, accurately hitting him before Hueco made a move. It is useless. Strange lines appeared on the surface of the body, which was the strongest defense of the Quincy, the blood vein. Hueco did not even have a bit of defense, so he was completely attacked by Chojiro Sasaki. Puchy, the long knife pierced the neck of Chojiro Sasaki and nailed him to the ground. Blood sprayed, and Chojiro Sasaki closed his eyes unwillingly. Sorry, His Excellency, in the end, I still failed to complete the task you gave me. As a subordinate, your loyalty has been recognized by me. As an enemy, your tenacity has also impressed me. However, you are still too weak. In this war, weakness is the original sin. In the future I can see, there is no existence of Shinigami. Finally, after looking at the corpse of Chojiro Sasaki, Hueco adjusted his clothes and went straight down to the bottom of 1st Division building. All the Shinigami that appeared along the way were not his enemies. He was defeated with a simple look or a wave of his hand. It is here, there is nothing. The lowest level of the underground prison, the 8th prison, there was only darkness here, or rather, it was a space that even darkness could not identify. There was no space up, down, left, or right, no gravity. This was the prison called. There were only a few people, but Soul Society had to spend an extraordinary amount of effort to maintain this space for the sake of these few people. In order to make the sinner unable to sense it. In order to hide the sinner from within and let them forget the existence from then on. This was a huge hole created by Soul Society in order to make it. Now, almost no one knew who the first prisoner was, but the last sinner sealed here was still fresh in the memory of Soul Society's residents, and after he was locked up, he still left a considerable impression in the hearts of Shinigami. Aizen Shup. He was Shinigami, and he was also the king of the Hollow. This treacherous disciple descended into the void with the body of the ruler and threatened the incomparably powerful strength of Hueco to crusade against Soul King. But in the end, under the efforts of all Shinigami, not only did it shatter his ambition, but he also locked him in hell with an immortal body. Although the Sokioku that was specially used to execute Shinigami had been destroyed, even if the Sokioku was still intact, it could not kill Aizen, who obtained the immortal body from Hueco. Now his hands, feet, eyes, the touch of his skin was all sealed by the Bakudo and locked in the darkest space. However, at this time, a part of his senses were suddenly released from the seal. Without any warning, Aizen's one eye, one ear, and a cloth seal wrapped around with Bakudo on the mouth suddenly peeled off. After the black cloth was peeled off, Aizen's eyes still saw endless darkness. However, even if it was dark in front of him, Aizen could still clearly feel the person standing in front of him. He clearly felt the powerful spiritual power that the person exuded, the spiritual power that was completely different from Shinigami and had once felt. The corner of his mouth gently raised a smile, and Aizen said calmly, "At the critical moment of the war with Shinigami, not to face Captain Commander Yamamoto, but specially used a camouflage to come here to find me. Should I say that it is my honor?" Fluent speech. After an ordinary person has been sealed for more than a year, it must take time to retrieve the flexibility of the tongue and throat. When he just opened his mouth, he should not even be able to make a sound. However, the way Aizen spoke was the same as before he was locked in. There was no trace of pessimistic consciousness in his tone, nor was he subjected to guilt. He looked at the man in front of him with a leisurely attitude and eyes that knew everything. The leader of the Quincy, Hueco. Even if he was locked up, he accurately said the name of the person in front of him. At this time, Aizen's body is wrapped in a seal, only one eye, one ear and mouth can be freely controlled, and the body is fixed on a chair. However, even so, in the face of Hueco, he is still calm, with a familiar smile on the corner of his mouth, as if everything is under control. Aizen shook, attempted to suppress Soul King through that power, subvert the world. Although it failed in the end, it also let me see your ability. In the assessment, you are regarded as one of the 5 great special forces with powerful spiritual power. How about, do you want to submit to me, defeat Soul Society with us, and subvert Soul King? Submit to you? There was still a faint smile on his face, and Aizen's eyes flashed a trace of sharpness. In a trance, it felt like the fierce man who turned his hand over the clouds and rain, and rolled up the billowy waves in Soul Society returned again. Don't joke. Looking at Aizen calmly, there was no emotion on Hueco's face. After a while, he said, "It seems that the negotiation failed. A figure like you cannot be easily recruited. Fortunately, I did not have much hope for this matter." The door closed, and the darkness shrouded here again, as if nothing had happened. Only Aizen, who was in the dark, had a different light in his eyes. Chapter 293, The Real Hueco. I'm very sorry for not being able to complete the task you handed over, Your Majesty. Hearing the words that were cut in half by himself, Hueco, who fell to the ground and gradually walked to the end of life, the ominous premonition in Captain Commander Yamamoto's heart was getting stronger and stronger, and he only felt that something very bad happened. "Bastard! Who are you?" As soon as the voice fell, a flame burst out. The blue flame was produced by the high concentration of Rishi. In that, Captain Commander Yamamoto felt a familiar spiritual power of Hueco. That was. Turning his head to look in the direction of the flame pillar, Captain Commander Yamamoto's pupils shrank suddenly. That was the first team building. Chojiro. Feeling spiritual power, who was about to completely disappear from flame pillar, Captain Commander Yamamoto changed his face and his heartbeat instantly slowed down a beat. Since the establishment of 13 Division of Imperial Guards, guarding Soul Society and Siri Itai, for the first time in 1,000 years, Captain Commander Yamamoto lost his composure like this. "Hueco, you bastard." The voice was slightly trembling, but soon it returned to calm. Captain Commander Yamamoto looked at the real Hueco behind him at some point, and his eyes were burning with anger. Since Hueco came here now, the situation of 1st Division House was needless to say. Although he was very clear about Chojiro's strength, he was still a little inadequate in the face of Hueco, and he contacted his gradually dissipating spiritual power. Zanpakuto in Captain Commander Yamamoto's hand tightened, and spiritual power on his body gradually became stronger. The accumulated spiritual power was strong and solid, making people have no doubt that at this moment, Captain Commander Yamamoto, once he made a move, it must be a thunder strike. "You did very well, Stern Ritter. Why, the yourself, Royd Lloyd." Ignoring Captain Commander Yamamoto on one side, Hueco showed extraordinary confidence and looked at Captain Commander Yamamoto, who fell to the ground with his back facing him. He did not know when the Quincy who had recovered his original appearance was ordered by him to pretend to be him and Captain Commander Yamamoto, who had a battle and was killed. "You said I did very well? It was a great honor." The Quincy, who had been about to die, heard Hueco's words, and the gradually dim eyes suddenly released a bright light, and a little crystal-clear tears flashed in his eyes. In the face of the reaction of his subordinates, Hueco's mood did not fluctuate, just simply stretched out a finger, an attack released, and smashed the Quincy, who fell to the ground, into slag. The excellent subordinates who fought for themselves and even sacrificed their lives lost their value after losing their combat ability. "Shameless man, what have you done so far?" Seeing Hueco ignore the behavior of his subordinates, Captain Commander Yamamoto's eyes flashed with a trace of disdain and disgust. It was such a Quincy, so it was determined to destroy them all. It was raining in the sky at some point, and the raindrops fell on the face of Captain Commander Yamamoto, lying down along his cheek. It was unknown whether it was rain or the tears left by Captain Commander when he discovered his dead subordinates. What is hidden under the first division? In the face of Captain Commander Yamamoto's inquiry, Hueco opened his mouth flatly, but the words made Captain Commander Yamamoto's face change greatly. Central Great Underground Prison. It was a prison built under the First Division, used to imprison Soul Society sinners who committed a heinous crime, and all the criminals were imprisoned in Soul Society, especially the lowest level. All the people imprisoned there were the most heinous people in the history of Soul Society. They were the people whose Soul Society wanted to erase their existence, and the nearest person who was imprisoned was Aizen, who wanted to subvert Soul Society and replace Soul King. I came to see Aizen. I heard the answer I don't want to hear the most. I invited him to become a special force to pledge allegiance to me. As expected, he refused. But this is also good. Anyway, the future is endless. Turning around, looking at Captain Commander Yamamoto, Hueco's eyes were calm, and his calm eyes revealed terrible confidence. Even if he knew the strength of Captain Commander Yamamoto, he was fearless. So, did you use your full strength in the battle with the fake? How foolish, Yamamoto Genryu's Ishigakuni. What a joke. Dispel. The spiritual power on his body rose sharply, just about to completely liberate his strength again, but the strength on his body disappeared in an instant, and Yamamoto Genryu's eye felt as if he lost something in an instant. Ridiculous. Hueco held an astrolabe in his hand, and there was a black shadow wrapped around it. It could be clearly felt that a terrible force was struggling in it. Shinigami has already mastered the technology that cannot be taken away by our Quincy. Why don't you use it? Hueco held the astrolabe in his hand, which was the power of the strongest fire Zanpakuto of Yamamoto Genryu's eye, to defeat the Zakanotoki. In the previous battle with the fake Hueco, the terrible power that this Zanpakuto showed was almost invincible. It was worthy of the name of the strongest fire Zanpakuto. However, at the moment, the power was in the hands of Hueco. Because that technology borrowed the power of Hollow? The ridiculous persistence. It is boring. There was a flash of regret in his eyes. Captain Commander Yamamoto held his Zanpakuto and looked at Hueco on the other side. He felt a little powerless. In the face of Hueco in his peak state, he lost the power of his Zanpakuto. What was worse was that the power of his Zanpakuto was in Hueco's hands. Probably you think that no one can take away your Bankai. Because of the self-confidence of your own strength, you think that no one will be able to take away your strength, so you did not use the technology developed by Kizuke. In the previous battle with Royd, he did not use this ability to take away your Bankai, so it deepened your judgment. But, no. It is just because no one else can control your powerful Bankai except me. What should I do? As long as I use your Bankai, I can wake up the dead body of your dead subordinates. Yamamoto Genryu's eye bastard as if seeing his former subordinates being awakened and attacking himself in a muddle, Captain Commander Yamamoto only felt a surge of anger in his heart. The knife in Hueco's hand gently drew in the void, and a huge rishi bow took shape in the middle of the air, shooting down a long sword made of rishi, which emitted a terrible fluctuation. He reached out and pulled out the spiritual sword inserted in the ground in front of him, and a strange emotion flashed on Hueco's face. Farewell, Yamamoto Genryu's Ishigakuni. The light flashed, and blood splashed. Chapter 294, Confrontation. Little devil, I am not old enough to need the protection of you children. Looking at Suzuki Kusu, who was standing in front of him at all costs, seriously injured but still stubbornly standing, Captain Commander Yamamoto had a complicated look in his eyes. When did he become the object of protection? But, Captain Commander must fall here. Otherwise, who can support Soul Society? Wu crack appeared on Suzuki Kusu's Zanpakuto's tip, and then quickly spread throughout the blade. Suzuki Kusu's jade-like and exquisite Zanpakuto shattered like jade, turning into pieces and falling to the ground. PFFT, cough, is the gap so big? Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Suzuki Kusu's eyes gradually dimmed. Just one blow had such power. Even the power that her Zanpakuto displayed after her Bankai could not stop Hueco at all. Even Zanpakuto's body was smashed by Hueco's attack. Not only that, after shattering her Zanpakuto, Hueco's attack was still full of power, leaving a huge wound on her chest, almost splitting her in two from the middle. Plop. The consciousness gradually blurred, the blood was constantly lost, and spiritual power in the body was also quickly lost, and at the same time, Suzuki Kusu's life was lost. Hueco. The anger in his eyes almost turned into substance. Captain Commander Yamamoto called out Hueco's name word by word. The terrible spiritual power burst out from his body. Although the Bankai was taken away, at this moment, his spiritual power was like a fire, and the hot breath swept up, giving out a terrible strength no weaker than Bankai. Excellent subordinates. In the face of Captain Commander Yamamoto, who was burning in anger, Hueco looked calm, but instead commented on Suzuki Kusu, who blocked the fatal blow for Captain Commander Yamamoto. Loyalty, courage, and strength. These three sides are excellent, even in my stern Ritter, they are excellent. But such excellent subordinates died to protect you, and what can you do? Stupid person, Yamamoto Genryusai. Why do you think I didn't include you in the nameless special combat power? Why don't you treat your left arm? As long as you order the human girl, this degree of injury should be easy to heal. Why didn't you do this? I know, you are not willing to use human beings. Even in the battle with Aizen, you don't want to involve the human called Ichigo Kurosaki. Even now, you not only put Soul Society, but also put the safety of human world on your shoulders and then stand in front of me. You are weak. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. You weren't like this in the past. The 13th Division of Imperial Guards that you founded was a group of killers who carried the name of the Protectorate and killed my people. However, it was precisely because of this that it was a group that made people tremble with fear. The mountain and heavy country that ruled this group could be said to be the true ghost of the sword. In order to suppress the enemy, at all costs, not to mention human beings, even subordinates, are just cannon fodder for you. However, after annihilating us Quincy, everything has changed. You who have obtained peace and quiet, are more merciful to the things that must be guarded, for the sake of boring justice and glory, to become weak people who hesitate to advance. Although Soul Society has just begun to die, the 13th Division of Imperial Guards has been extinct with us 1,000 years ago. And now, it is the time for you to die. Ridiculous. This is the reason why your Quincy failed 1,000 years ago. You don't know the power of Shinigami at all. Moreover, do you think that I am called the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years because of my Zanpakuto's power alone? The whole body shook, and the clothes of the upper body turned to ashes, revealing the strong body of Captain Commander Yamamoto. The muscles contained amazing power, and terrible scars covered the whole body, witnessing the life of Captain Commander Yamamoto. Do you think you are still yourself 1,000 years ago? What can you do with your old body after losing your Zanpakuto's power? While speaking, Hueco cut down the Rishi's sword in his hand, and the terrible fluctuations emitted from it made people have no doubt about its power. Even Shinigami's Benkei, even if it is captain-level spiritual power, is vulnerable in front of it. Dang! Zanpakuto in his hand greeted him and collided with Hueco's. The blue veins on Captain Commander Yamamoto's arm burst out, and a terrible force followed. Bang! The body retreated and stepped on the ruins behind him. Hueco's face showed a trace of surprise. Yamamoto Genryusai's old body could still exert such strength. With my old body, I will pull you to hell with me. The blow forced back Hueco, and Captain Commander Yamamoto's body was steaming, and the momentum of the whole person became more powerful. Instead of pursuing the victory, he held a knife in one hand and stood in front of Hueco. Captain Commander Yamamoto gave out a strong momentum, and a sword intent was emitted. The sharp sword intent seemed to split Hueco in half. When the knife was swung down, the sword aura was horizontal, and the sword intent was brilliant. The terrible chop seemed to fall from the sky and hit Hueco fiercely. In the face of Captain Commander Yamamoto's terrible chop, Hueco's face changed slightly. Even he was not sure to take this level of attack in one piece. With a thought, the Rishi in the atmosphere quickly poured into Hueco's body, and a line appeared on the surface of Hueco's body now, which was the strongest defense of Quincy. Then, the blood vein line spread on Hueco's body surface, and instantly turned into a semi-spherical cover, surrounding Hueco's body. The extension of the blood vein can extend the quiet blood suit outside the body to block the attack from the enemy. Boom! Creak, creak, Captain Commander Yamamoto's chop fell on Hueco. Visible to the naked eye, cracks appeared on the current shell. Even the strongest defensive means of Quincy used by Hueco's power, in the face of Captain Commander Yamamoto's brilliant and mighty blow, it could not be resisted. Great Holy Bow! Although it was defeated, it still blocked the attack of Captain Commander Yamamoto for a moment. Hueco retreated, waved the Rishi's sword in his hand, and a huge Rishi bow came out in the air. Several huge Rishi arrows with terrible strength, with Hueco's wave of hand, fell from the sky and hit Captain Commander Yamamoto hard. Chapter 295, Worry It's Useless. Zanpakuto's last terrible power flashed, and a burst of flame waved out, smashing Hueco's attack. Captain Commander Yamamoto paused, and his body instantly appeared in front of Hueco. So fast. In the face of Captain Commander Yamamoto's thousands of years of grinding flash steps, even Hueco was a little slow to respond, but even so, Hueco did not panic at all. He raised his arm and the power on Rishi's sword surged out, blocking Captain Commander Yamamoto's Zanpakuto. Boom! A flame suddenly poured out from Zanpakuto, the Captain Commander Yamamoto, and wrapped around Hueco. Even if the Benkei is taken away, can you still use Zanpakuto's power? However, How can the strength of Shikai compare with the strength of Bankai? A flame suddenly rose from Hueco's body and swallowed up the flame from Captain Commander Yamamoto. The violent flame jumped around Hueco's body, and the manic strength seemed to burn everything up. How is the feeling of your own Bankai? What an excellent ability, simple and direct, but powerful. There are no other rules, just burning everything with absolute high temperature. In the face of this terrible high temperature, all means are meaningless. Holding the astrolabe that seized Captain Commander Yamamoto Bankai, Hueco had a mocking expression on his face. If he used Yamamoto's Bankai, with his ability, he could revive the subordinates of Yamamoto who had died under his hands. Now this Yamamoto was forced to face his former subordinates. What kind of expression should he have? It was really expected. You can try and see if you can hurt me by seizing my Bankai. In the face of Hueco's threat, Captain Commander Yamamoto looked cold and his mood did not fluctuate at all, but the aura emitted by his body became more terrible. Although Zanpakuto in his hand could not Bankai, but just relying on Shikai, the strength that Captain Commander Yamamoto showed at this moment was not inferior to him after Bankai. What is going on? His Bankai is taken away, but he can still unleash such a terrible power. Even if he is fighting with your majesty, he is not at a disadvantage. No. It is not that he is not at a disadvantage. To be precise, he is a little better. However, why was it like this? Even when he was fighting with Royd just now, after his Bankai, in addition to Zanpakuto's strength, he did not show such a powerful combat power. However, at this moment, whether it was strength or speed, they were far stronger than before. Even spiritual power was faintly stronger than before. However, for Shinigami, Bankai is absolutely stronger than Shikai. After Shinigami's Bankai, spiritual power will be 5 to 10 times stronger, this is beyond doubt. In the end, how did he do it? With the power of Shikai, he is above Bankai. On the other side, Maiyang, who had originally planned to go support Suzuki Kusu, was currently in a bitter battle. After experiencing so many battles, the current him was undoubtedly at the peak of his strength. His body, which was almost at the limit, made it impossible for him to continue fighting. And spiritual power, which had been consumed in battle time and time again, had not recovered at all. Mr. Chojiro. Suddenly, he felt the power of Chojiro Sasakibe's Zanpakuto dissipating, and his spiritual power disappeared quickly. Maiyang's heart was greatly shocked. The movement of his hand stopped, and an unstoppable blade light fell on his chest. If you are distracted in battle, you will die. Of course, even if you go all out, you will still die under my hands. As his body retreated, Maiyang looked at the opposite side with a gloomy face. It was another Maiyang standing there. The result of this war has been decided from the beginning. Shinigami went extinct and the Quincy won. Knowing this ending, isn't it normal for Shinigami to die one by one? The Zanpakuto in his hand shook casually, with a casual look. Maiyang looked at Maiyang with a sneer. Are you done? His heart was filled with sorrow. He didn't even have the desire to reply to the other party's ridicule. Maiyang's expression was cold. His figure flashed, and he suddenly disappeared from Maiyang's field of vision. If you're done, then go to hell. After a furious slash, Maiyang sheathed his saber. How could it be? With an incredible expression on his face, Maiyang fell to the ground, and his appearance quickly changed, becoming the same as the fake Hueco who died in the hands of Captain Commander before. Even if you imitate me and have the same strength as me, but the strength that does not belong to yourself, the strength that has not been tempered, can't be regarded as real strength at all. With the stolen strength, what do you think you can do? Throwing down the slowly dying Quincy, Maiyang endured the discomfort coming from everywhere on his body, and raised his foot to the direction of Captain Commander Yamamoto. In the place where the Chojiro died, in the 1st Division house, there was still a feeling of Hueco's spiritual power, so the one who fought with Captain Commander before this should be the Quincy who had the same or similar strength as the guy I just met. At this time, he also let his subordinates pretend to be his own appearance to delay Captain Commander, but he went to 1st Division. His goal is Aizen. Thinking of Aizen, who was imprisoned under the 1st Division, Maiyang's heart was covered with a layer of haze. If Aizen was released, it was no different from adding Blizzard to the Snow for Souls Society, who was already bad to the extreme. There was always a bad premonition in his heart. Thinking of Suzuki Kusu, who was now fighting alongside Captain Commander Yamamoto, the uneasiness in Maiyang's heart became more and more worried. With the terrible strength of Captain Commander, it would cause damage to Suzuki Kusu, not to mention that the one fighting with Captain Commander was the powerful Quincy leader and one other person. The guy who defeated Shinji and others in an instant, even Maiyang could not accurately grasp the strength of that person. Chapter 296, Tragic and Why? Hueco looked at the uneasy jumping flames around him in bewilderment. It was clearly the power of the Zanko no Tiki that he released through the astrolabe. Logically speaking, it should be the power that completely submitted to himself, but why did these flames not submit to me? Naive. This old man has trained for 1,000 years. How can my power be casually seized? His mouth was still full of ridicule, the killing intent on his body was still undisguised and strong, and the momentum he exuded was still violent and powerful, but the situation of Captain Commander Yamamoto at this moment was not optimistic, big and small wounds all over his body. Hasqualt quietly looked at the two people who were confronting each other. Although the momentum exuded by Captain Commander Yamamoto at this moment was daunting, it inevitably had a feeling of being strong on the outside but dry on the inside. What's more, even if His Majesty can't use the Benkai of Yamamoto Genryuzi, who has lost Benkai, how can he fight with His Majesty? What? Holding Zanpakuto in his hand, Captain Commander Yamamoto's eyes suddenly burst out a bright light, and there seemed to be a world burning in his pupils. This is... In an instant, Hueco seemed to see the Yamamoto Genryuzi 1,000 years ago. The flames of hell who held Zanpakuto in his hand waved a burst of flames, his heart was as cold as iron, burning everything in the world. Go to hell with me. The body suddenly appeared in front of Hueco, and Zanpakuto in Captain Commander Yamamoto's hand was raised high. The next moment, a terrible flame suddenly burst out, far more than the power that erupted after Captain Commander Benkai before. Burn my bones and blood. Spirit and flesh. Together with spiritual power who has been condensed for 1,000 years, sharpen the power of 1,000 years. I swear. I will kill you here. As Captain Commander's voice fell, his whole person seemed to become a sun, and a terrible flame surged on Captain Commander's body. The strange thing was that since Captain Commander joined the war, the hot breath that filled the whole Soul Society disappeared at this moment, and even a little cold. Terror. Terror. In the face of Captain Commander Yamamoto's desperate attack, Hueco's face changed dramatically. A strong fear emerged in his heart, which felt even more than the battle 1,000 years ago. I'm gonna die. Intuition told Hueco that even if he would die without doubt if he took this move head-on. Your Majesty. A cry of surprise came from his mouth, but Hasqualt's footsteps were motionless, and his hands under his sleeves were slightly clenched. It's over. At the last moment when the blade was about to touch Hueco, Captain Commander Yamamoto glanced at Siri Itai, the place he had paid for his life. It's over, whether it's this war, Hueco, or my own life. Boom. At the moment when the Captain Commander Yamamoto's Zanpakuto fell on Hueco, the terrible flame suddenly burst out, and a violent explosion burst out from the place where the two fought. The terrible high temperature burned everything in an instant, whether it was the house, or Shinigami who had not come to evacuate and Quincy. Fortunately, I caught up. Gently putting Suzuki Kuso on the side of Hueco and others, Kimura's eyes showed a trace of fear. If he came a moment later, Hueco and several others would die in the last desperate attack of Captain Commander. Did he sacrifice his life to end his enemy? Looking at the bottomless black hole not far away, Maiyang felt complicated. Captain Commander Yamamoto, who stood at the top of Shinigami and guarded Soul Society for thousands of years, finally died on the battlefield. However, at the last moment of his life, he was able to protect what he cherished with all his strength. The Captain Commander must have died in a good way. It's over? I let you down. You are the only one who has ended your own life. A low voice suddenly sounded from under the black hole. What? Maiyang was stunned and turned to look at the black hole. A figure covered in darkness slowly appeared. Although he looked battered and exhausted, spiritual power was not wrong. It was Hueco. How is this possible? Captain Commander Yamamoto burned all of his spiritual power and his life. He used all his strength, but it was not enough to completely defeat Hueco. Your Majesty. Compared with Maiyang's loss of composure, Hasqualt calmly bowed slightly and paid respect to Hueco's return. He did not know what kind of meaning was contained in his slightly lowered eyes. Let's stop here today. The next time we come, it will be the time to destroy Soul Society. His eyes swept slightly over Maiyang and several people around him. Hueco threw down a harsh sentence and turned to look at Hasqualt. As you wish, Your Majesty. With his head slightly hanging down, Hasqualt pulled out the long sword at his waist. A black shadow appeared and wrapped around the figures of Hasqualt and Hueco. Damn it. Looking at Hueco and Hasqualt not far away, a trace of hatred flashed in Maiyang's eyes. Although he survived from the attack of Captain Commander, Hueco was not unscathed. At this time, it was the best time to completely destroy him, but in his current state, it was difficult to even stand up, let alone fight. Strength. Still lacking strength. If he had enough strength, why would he let the enemy so easily invade Soul Society, trample over the quiet spiritual court, and hurt many companions? Dong. A black, slender Zanpakuto descended from the sky and stabbed deeply into the rubble. This is... It must be Ichigo Kurosaki. Looking at Zanpakuto in front of him, Hueco's face can't see any emotions. Are you the leader of the enemy? Looking at Hueco in black in front of him, Ichigo Kurosaki's face has a deep hostility. It is this guy in front of him, who turned the originally quiet and peaceful Souls Society into the current appearance of devastation. It is this bastard who hurt Rukia, Renji, and Shinji into that kind of state. It is this bastard who caused Captain Commander Yamamoto die. Go to hell, Getsuga Cross Moon Fangs. Accompanied by a roar, spiritual power, which was all over Ichigo Kurosaki's body, rose in an instant and converged into a terrible chop, with Ichigo Kurosaki's most determined mind, and waved fiercely at Hueco in front of him. Hasqualt, defeat the enemy for me. In the face of Ichigo's full blow, Hueco's face did not change, and he said lightly, "Yes, your majesty." Nodding his head slightly, he walked out from behind Hueco. Hasqualt casually pulled out the long sword at his waist. A light flashed, and the amazing crescent moon rushed instantly disappeared. The shock on Ichigo Kurosaki's face, who was facing Hasqualt, had not disappeared. He saw another flash of knife light in front of him. Pa-da, looking at Zanpakuto, which was only half in his hand, Ichigo Kurosaki's heart was blank. He had no idea what had happened. "Let's go, Hasqualt." "Ichigo Kurosaki, stay here for the time being. We will come to pick you up one day, my child born in the dark." "What do you mean?" Hearing Hueco's inexplicable words, Ichigo Kurosaki suddenly had a bad idea in his heart, and he held Zanpakuto's hand tightly. "It seems that you know nothing about your own life, and even don't know about your mother. What the hell are you talking about?" The uneasiness in his heart was getting stronger and stronger, and Ichigo Kurosaki only felt a mess in his heart. "If you want to know, go and explore it yourself." Slightly turning his head, he glanced at Ichigo Kurosaki, and then a black shadow wrapped up the figures of Hasqualt and Hueco, and instantly disappeared from Ichigo Kurosaki's sight. As Hueco left, spiritual power, who was scattered all over the quiet spiritual court, disappeared one after another. Obviously, he received the message sent by Hueco. With light rain spread across, Souls Society's hot air was gradually smoothed. Kurosaki Ichigo stood in the same place, thinking about what Hueco said before he left. Looking at the ravaged Souls Society, there seemed to be a fire in his heart. Feeling that the Quincy had disappeared, Maayang suddenly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and then his eyes turned black and he fell to the ground. Chapter 297, Post-War Recuperation Team 11-16, head to West 56th District. The rest follow me. The 3 groups and Matsuda 9 seats go to the North District. Don't worry about the bodies for now. Take the injured people first. Emergency delivery. Please send out your orders. Quick, send them to room 2 and 3. Finally, they started to move the wounded. Standing at the door of the operation room and looking at the soldiers busy moving the wounded, Aizen Kotetsu's eyes showed a trace of sadness. As a member of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, she could only hide in the courtyard of the 4th Division in the previous battle. It was definitely a painful thing to feel spiritual power disappear one by one. As a result, there was no one injured in the battle. Lowering his head, Aizen's eyes floated to Retsu Anohana standing by the window and looking at the outside. "Captain Anohana, can we stay in 4th Division like this? If we go to the Syriite AI to help, we can treat more wounded people." Aizen. Captain Anohana suddenly spoke. Her voice was as gentle as always, but in the ears of Aizen, there was an unspeakable bitterness. "Don't be emotional and say such silly words. Driven by uneasiness, it is easy to send all the people of the comprehensive rescue team out, but you should understand that you can't do this even without me explaining. Usually, you will never be so inconsiderate." "Yes. I am very sorry." Looking at the back of Captain Anohana, who was not wide but extremely firm, Aizen bit her lips and a few tears fell involuntarily. "I am really stupid. Captain Anohana must have felt more than me. More want to save everyone. Don't cry, Aizen. No matter what happens, 4th Division is not allowed to move out. Because this is the last order that Captain Commander gave us." "How is it going?" "Mr. Kimura is just too weak. He just needs to rest for a while. As for Miss Kusu's injury, it is quite serious. However, there is no time for spiritual power to treat her, so she has to undergo an emergency operation to sew up her vital parts. Now she is out of danger, and her body condition has stabilized." "That's good." Hearing the doctor's answer, Hueco breathed a sigh of relief. In the end, she was defeated without even touching the clothes of the enemy boss. It's really shameful. However, what a terrible opponent. Thinking of the Quincy who defeated them in an instant, Hueco Shinji's eyes flashed a trace of haze. That guy. Ichigo, who came from nowhere, heard Hueco Shinji words and said, "Me too, that blonde bastard. I didn't see what happened clearly, and cut my Getsuga Cross Moon Fangs into 2 pieces." Oh, it's Ichigo. Speaking of which, you also fought with that guy, right? After we were defeated. Yes, we were beaten very badly. By the way, how is Rukia and the others? Like Miss Kusu, they first had an emergency surgery to sew up the vital parts. They are temporarily out of danger. Is that so? That's good. Lord Ichigo Kurosaki, a member of the 12th Division, ran over, panting. Captain Mayuri called you because of the Zanpakuto. Looking at Ichigo, who rushed to 12th Division below, Hirako Shinji shook his head slightly. However, thinking back to what the leader of Quincy vaguely heard at the last time said to Ichigo, Hirako Shinji's heart flashed a trace of uneasiness. 1st Division, I couldn't find the body of Captain Commander. Several captains stood in a circle. In the middle was a broken Zanpakuto, which was left with only the handle, which was the only thing left by Captain Commander. Report to the captains. 6th Division Captain Byakuya Kuichiki and 11th Division Captain Kenpachi Zaraki, both survived, but the injury is serious. I am afraid it is difficult to recover. And 10th Division Captain Toshiro Hitsugai and Vice Captain Matsumoto Rangeku are still under the observation of Captain Kurotsuchi. Dismiss. I don't want to listen to this kind of report right now. Don't you understand Captain Commander has passed away? What kind of bad news do you want me to accept? Enough. It's too shameful to throw a tantrum at the messenger. Tantrum? Turning to look at Kensai, Soifan said, because you hate Captain Commander, you are so calm. What did you say? Soifan, you shut up. Kamimura's roar suddenly sounded, and his face was full of sadness and grief. Do you think you are the only one who wants to scream? Pa, the sudden clap woke everyone up from the grief. Looking at the people in front of him, Kiraku Shunsui tried to speak as usual in the tone, all right. Don't quarrel. According to the current development, everyone has to stand proud in the resting place of our Captain Commander. Crying and angry in front of him is disrespectful. It's really not presentable. 13 Division of Imperial Guards. Not to chase after the dead, nor to shed sad tears of the deceased. Soul Society exists to protect and to guide. Looking up at his companions who had cheered up a little in front of him, Kiraku Shunsui said seriously, we must move forward. We are 13 Division of Imperial Guards. Can't do it? Why? Don't you always break your own Zanpakuto and take him back, idiot? I'm not, but... Faced with Ichigo Kurosaki's doubts, Kurotsuchi Mayuri looked at him with contempt. It was difficult to explain this kind of stupid guy. There is only one way to fix Zanpakuto, that is to use the spirit of the owner's spiritual power, and the time needed to pour into Zanpakuto, that is all. I understand. In other words, I can only take it back and slowly repair it. If so. Hearing Kurotsuchi Mayuri's word, Ichigo picked up his Zanpakuto. Be good and listen to me. What I just said is only limited to the state when Zanpakuto was destroyed, and it is whole in other concepts. What? Of course, there are also exceptions, such as Kamimura. The owner has an extremely strong connection with Zanpakuto, so there is a huge flaw in his Bankai. If his Bankai is injured, so does himself. But in contrast, once the owner's injury is healed, Zanpakuto can also recover. I have obtained the final information of all the team members here. So far, the exception is only this one. The Bankai of Kakumatarame, which was destroyed during the battle with Edrad Leones, was reluctantly restored by Akin, but his abilities were never restored. Connection with Bankai? Then, how do you explain Renji's Bankai? I remember that his Bankai was once destroyed in the battle with Byakuya. Have you ever counted his Bankai's blade section? The blade section of the Zabimaru that was destroyed by Byakuya Kuichiki has been damaged since then. Then, what should we do? Holding the broken part in his hand, Ichigo's face showed confusion. The words of the Captain Kurotsuchi Mayuri had been very clear. His could not be repaired. After losing strength for 17 months, he finally recovered his strength again, but found that he still could not protect his companions. Even his Zanpakuto suffered irreversible damage. This result. Beep beep, it's me. Is it, as expected? I know, I'll go right away. After hanging up the communication, Kurotsuchi Mayuri called Ichigo Kurosaki and walked out with an inexplicable expression on his face. Come with me, Ichigo Kurosaki. It's better for you to meet them, though I don't want to see them at all. The big people of Zero Division have arrived. Chapter 298, Zero Division arrives outside the wall of the Syriite AI. The captain stood quietly, waiting for Zero Division to come. Everyone had different expressions on their faces, and a strange atmosphere was brewing. Shinji. What? Ichigo, are you also coming? I don't recommend you. Seeing Ichigo, who was following closely behind the Captain Kurotsuchi, Hirako Shinji's face was somewhat disgusted. Come to think of it, where will Zero Division come from? Even Siriite AI has become like this, but they still do not move out. Where do they usually stay? Looking around, Ichigo is puzzled. It was clearly welcoming Zero Division who was about to come, but he specially came out of Siriite AI to this remote place. Yes. Mr. Kyoraku. How about Spirit King Palace? Isn't it in the Siriite AI? Do you remember when you first came to the Siriite AI, the wall of the Siriite AI fell from the sky? Kyoraku Shunsui did not directly answer Ichigo's question, but instead talked about what happened when Ichigo first came to Soul Society. Because the Siriite AI has not been peaceful recently, it has been surrounded by the city walls. In fact, this is originally something. Since it is only defending the Siriite AI in an emergency, then where are these city walls usually defending? Look, it's here. Without giving Ichigo time to think, Kyoraku Shunsui pointed to the sky, and then a huge pillar suddenly fell in front of everyone. This is the mobile tool of Zero Division. All members of Zero Division are inside. All members? Are they all squeezed in such a small space? Looking at the pillar in front of him, Ichigo's face flashed with doubts. Even if there are many layers, it is too exaggerated to squeeze the members. Zero Division has no team, 5 members are all captains. As Kyoraku Shunsui spoke, the door slowly opened. Several strands of spiritual power came out of Ichigo's perception. It was not as powerful as Yamamoto Captain Commander, but gave Ichigo a vague feeling, just like Aizen after the evolution. And the total combat power of those 5 people is more than all the members of 13 Division of Imperial Guards. Gulp. Hearing Kyoraku Shunsui's words, Ichigo's throat unconsciously rolled, nervously looking at the few people who slowly came out from inside. The total combat strength of 5 people is greater than all the members of 13 Division of Imperial Guards. Doesn't that mean that each of them has the strength comparable to Captain Commander? Hey! Hey! Come, finally come! The big people of Zero Division have come. Long time no see, the little ghosts of 13 Division of Imperial Guards. Have a good meal, a good sleep, and kicking? With a burst of noise, 5 strange-looking people appeared in front of Ichigo. The tension and expectation he had built up before disappeared. Why is there a group of people that are very different from what I remember? Shinji couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He whispered the thoughts in Ichigo's heart. Pa. As soon as he finished speaking, a fat palm appeared behind Shinji's head and slapped down hard. It hurts. His body unconsciously leaned forward. Shinji covered the back of his head and turned his head in dissatisfaction. What are you doing, bastard? Long time no see, Shinji. Little Hori isn't with you? How rare. What long time no see? Who are you? Wait. Little Hori? Little Yang Yang? Hearing these 2 familiar names, the corners of Hueco Shinji's mouth twitched slightly. Looking at the round girl in front of him, an absurd idea appeared in his heart. What are you talking about? Have you forgotten? It's me. Gario. Are you really Miss Gario? Hearing the words of the guy in front of him, Hueco Shinji refused in his heart. The Miss Gario in his eyes was a beautiful woman. She was not the fat woman in front of him. You are so annoying, is it true that I've changed so much? This is no longer much. Who are you? Hearing the fat woman in front of him say the familiar words in a sweet tone, Shinji roared angrily. You're so annoying. You haven't changed so much either. I'm hungry. As she spoke, the enlarged version of Hikai Fungario took out a large piece of cake from somewhere and began to eat it. I think I probably understand why your figure has changed so much. Long time no see, Anohana. With a long bamboo stick in his mouth, Tenjiro walked to Retsu Anohana with a sloppy appearance. How is it? Is there any use for the healing skill I taught you to work hard? Of course. As if she did not want to see the annoying face of Tenjiro, Retsu Anohana lowered her head and closed her eyes. Really? If so, why did so many people die this time? What happened? As if he had not realized the emotions of the Anohana, Tenjiro had an annoying expression on his face and sneered loudly in an exaggerated tone. Retsu Anohana opened her eyes slightly and looked at the guy in front of her, who she had not seen for a long time and could be considered half a master. A trace of danger was revealed. Forget it. A long-lost reunion. Although there are many things to say, we can talk about it later. The monk with thick eyebrows and big eyes appeared behind Tenjiro and hugged his neck and shouted. Oh, everyone in Zero Division is still the same. Kyoraku Shunsui shrugged helplessly, and there was a trace of deep thought in the eyes under the bamboo hat. So, what are you doing here? Are you Ichigo Kurosaki? Without answering Kyoraku Shunsui's words, the monk turned to look at Ichigo standing on one side. This time, we follow the will of Soul King to rebuild 13 Division of Imperial Guards. First, Take Ichigo Kurosaki to Soul King Palace. What a joke. Hearing the words of the monk, the anger in Soifan's heart could no longer be suppressed. Although I don't know how great Zero Division is, the people who are still in Soul King Palace like this are now coming to rebuild 13 Division of Imperial Guards? Don't joke with me. Continue the topic just now, then. Hey. Bastard. Completely ignored by Zero Division, Soifan's heart was full of anger. It's too noisy. Suddenly appearing behind Soifan, grabbing her wrist and subduing her, Tanjiro's voice was low, finally showing a hint of momentum belonging to the Zero Division. This sentence should be our lines. What are you? The job of the King's Guard is to guard the Soul King Palace, and the job of 13 Division of Imperial Guards is to guard the Siriite AI? Because you people can't protect them well, we came to help. Tanjiro's words were like a knife, stabbed into the hearts of every captain present. Dong. A huge fist landed on Tanjiro's head. It hurts. Damn it. Let's talk about it after I tell you everything. Let's finish the important things first. There is no need for that. A cold voice suddenly sounded. Senjimaru Shutara smiled, and the several skeleton arms behind her each held something wrapped in bubbles. The people on the roster have all been collected here. Looking at Byakuya Kuachiki and several people brought by Senjimaru, the captains were surprised. How did she do it when everyone was unaware? No. In that sphere, it is Byakuya Kuachiki, Renji Abarai, Rukia Kuachiki and 3 people. Any one of them will be in danger if they leave the Siriite AI now, and you can't take them away. That's why we have to take them away. The voice of the Tanjiro sounded again. You should understand as well, right? You can't heal the 3 of them with your strength. What you can't do, I'll treat it. You should understand, Anohana, what you should do now is not treatment. His tightly knitted brows relaxed slightly. Retsu Anohana opened her eyes slightly, as if she had made a decision. Her whole temperament suddenly changed, and there was a bit of unspeakable meaning in the coldness. Chapter 299, New Commander-in-Chief. The one in this is the Tensei right? Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the few bubbles behind Senjimaru. Suddenly, he discovered something. Kurotsuchi Mayuri took 2 steps forward and looked at the Zanpakuto, which was brought over by Senjimaru. His face turned a little ugly. Have you invaded the research room? You are still doing things that look down on people as usual. Oh? I was still wondering who it was. It turned out to be Mayuri. You are still exaggerating as usual. I just put my hand on the door handle, and it easily opened. That's all. Compared to when I was here, the lock was much looser. Senjimaru looked at Kurotsuchi Mayuri with a bit of ridicule and her tone was full of mockery. Wait. Looking at the busy Zero Division people, Ichigo could not help but say, since you took them away for healing injuries, why did you take me away? My injuries are not as serious as them. I can be cured if I stay in Siriite AI. And I have something to do. I know. Only you were taken away for other reasons. Other reasons? Ichigo. I think it's better for you to go to Soul King Palace. Shinji? Although Captain Kurotsuchi can't repair your Zanpakuto, I think if it is Zero Division, there should be a way to repair your Zanpakuto. Captain Kurotsuchi, is that so? This can't be done, it can't be repaired. However, Soul King Palace has the unique way. Using those techniques, you can recreate Zanpakuto which is similar to the original blade. Then, take me to Soul King Palace. 8 Division Boom Captain. I'm coming in, Captain. Sorry for the impoliteness. Captain. Since you're here, please give me a good response. After pushing open the door of the captain's room and looking at Kiraku Shansui, who was standing by the window in a flowery dress, Nanai tried her best to speak in the same tone as usual. Nanao-chan, we might be separated. Kiraku Shansui's voice was a little sad, looking at the scenery of 8th Division outside. At this time, he was holding a messenger book in his hand. Spare me. Central 46. Appoint 2 vice captains? An old voice came from the sage seat on the top, with some doubts in the tone. Just being appointed as the captain commander and making such an unreasonable request, would there be more unreasonable requests in the future? Absolutely not. Yes, the Genshiro Okikiba is responsible for the team of 1st Division, and Vice Captain Aizen now is responsible for taking care of me. They are all the work they are best at. Let them be my vice captains together. No. How can you do it without permission? Hearing Kiraku Shansui's request, the sage on the front immediately retorted. This unreasonable request was to provoke the authority of the Central 46. The appointment rights of the vice captain is in the hands of the captain of the same team. The one who set this rule is Central 46, right? As Kiraku Shansui's voice fell, the room fell into a dead silence. Looking at the silent sage Kiraku, there was no joy of victory on his face, but it became more dignified. Compared to his next proposal, the request just now was simply insignificant. Then, can I continue? My first job of the captain commander is to teach Zaraki Kenpachi the art of killing. What? The room instantly erupted with even more noisy voices than before. The words that Kiraku Shunsui said made the expressions of the people sitting above change greatly, and waves of suppressed arguments echoed in the room. Although Captain Kachiki and others went to Soul King Palace, there is no guarantee that they can return safely. Captain Zaraki's combat power is very important, we can't let him stay in this state. As if he did not notice the strange atmosphere in the room, Kiraku Shunsui said his reasons. No. The sage above said in a voice that was almost ferocious. If his strength goes a step further, no one will be able to stop him if he plans to rebel. Have you forgotten that when Genri Uzaishi Gakuni wanted to teach him swordsmanship, didn't he also give up for a day? Then what do you plan to do? Compared to the exasperation of the sage, Kiraku Shunsui's tone was still calm, but the words he said made the people above speechless. Now, Soul Society can't resist the next wave of attacks. Everyone, can you protect yourselves? It seems that it is approved. After waiting for a moment, Kiraku Shunsui found that the people above still did not raise any objection. Kiraku Shunsui slightly tilted his head and looked at the door. Come in, I'll leave Captain Zaraki to you. Captain Anohana, no, the first generation Kenpachi, Anohana Yachiru. At the same time, somewhere in Soul Society who putting down the round stone in his hand, Shooting wiped the sweat on his cheek and looked at the cave not far away, with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Captain Kamemura, I have been in that strange cave for a long time. I don't know what is in it. In the dark cave, Kamemura slowly walked. The dark environment would not cause too much interference to him. After all, his body was different from ordinary people. Black secretly saw things was also a kind of racial talent. However, as he gradually went deeper, a strange emotion surged into his heart. Who is it? An old voice sounded in the empty cave and echoed in the cave. Long time no greetings, great-grandfather. As Kamemura's voice fell, two green lights lit up in the dark, bringing a touch of light to the dark cave, but the dim green light made the atmosphere in the cave a little more strange. Is it the Sujin? With a touch of light, he could see a huge body like a small hill lying quietly on the ground, emitting a terrible breath, and with undisguised disgust on his face, he looked at Kamemura, who is small to him. Why are you still so shameless to come back? Dong. Kneeling on the ground, Kamemura looked straight at his great-grandfather, his eyes full of determination. I came to ask Grandpa to teach me the secret skills of our clan. Ha 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 ha. It is really funny. When he heard Kamemura words, his grandpa suddenly burst into laughter. You're ashamed of the appearance of our clan, wearing a bamboo hat, wearing armor to live in the world, shameless thing, and have the face to say this. Please look, I am no longer wearing a bamboo hat. In these decades, the world has changed. I firmly believe that our clan can come out to live with the world openly, and it is not far away. And that world is now facing a crisis. Shut up. He opened his mouth and interrupted Kamemura. His great-grandfather looked at the younger generation in front of him with his eyes that witnessed the change of the world, and his old eyes contained wisdom. Are you mistaken? The world is not going to be destroyed, but the change of this world. We will not change, no matter who controls this world, we will quietly survive. I just said that such a life will change. For our descendants, we must change. It can't be changed, and there is no need to change. No matter who controls this world, it has nothing to do with us. Great-grandfather. In the face of the elder's cold words, Kamemura was emotional. There was still a huge difference between the two of them, just like that year. Do you still not understand? Sujin. The body that had been lying down suddenly stood up straight, and the momentum emitted by Kamemura's great-grandfather almost made him unable to maintain his posture. The terrible spiritual power pressed down, but he did not release it, only confined to the narrow cave. I mean, do not disturb the peace of us. If you have to do this, I will crush you. Looking at great-grandfather in front of him, Kamemura slowly closed his eyes, and then suddenly opened them. His eyes released a bright light, his body slowly but firmly stood up, with an indomitable momentum. I can't ask for more. Chapter 300, Ishitarayu. Unknown place. Pure white stone buildings stood tall, and the huge buildings were completely different from Soul Society's exquisite houses. They were more or less wrapped in a layer of ice crystals, adding a bit of a cold temperament to them. Pa. One figure after another moved forward in an orderly manner. The pure white uniforms made these soldiers look extraordinary, and their uniform movements proved their discipline. This was a group of soldiers who absolutely obeyed. Your Majesty. What? The leader held the stern Ritter medal in his hand, raised his head, and shouted in a fanatical tone. His eyes were full of fanaticism when he looked at Hueco, which was a kind of fanaticism willing to die for. Is everyone here? Stern Ritter. Glancing at the people below the stage faintly, Hueco's tone was very calm. Compared to these Quincy soldiers who worshipped him like crazy believers, his feelings were much thinner. For him, the so-called subordinates were just tools to realize his own mark, and loyal subordinates were just tools to be used. What's more, these Quincy with low abilities were just cannon fodder used to test Shinigami when fighting. Everyone, I have something to announce. Looking at the people below who were quiet because of his words, Hueco motioned to the person standing behind the scenes to step forward. With steady steps, Ishitarayu, dressed in a pure white dress of Stern Ritter, calmly walked to Hueco's side. What happened? Seeing Ishitarayu standing next to Hueco, the people of Stern Ritter below could not help but whisper. Not only the ordinary soldiers, but even the leaders of the high positions looked at Ishitarayu on the stage with astonishment. Who is that man? Why is he standing on the stage with His Majesty? Ishitarayu, the last Quincy who survived in this world. I appoint him as my heir. Hueco's announcement immediately caused an uproar among the members of the Stern Ritter. Everyone looked at Ishitarayu, who stood beside Hueco with an unbelievable expression. This guy who came out of nowhere, how could he be appointed as his heir by His Majesty? Please wait. Your Majesty. Looking at Ishitarayu on the stage, there was a hint of suppressed resentment in Basby's eyes. He stepped forward, but before he could say the next words, he was stopped by Hasqualt, who came out from the side. Don't have any objections, and don't worry. In the future battles, all of you present have a chance to experience his strength personally. I am finished. Looking at the performance of the people below, after Hueco made the above statement, he directly turned and left. Ishitarayu, who was very close to him, felt that at the moment when Hueco turned around, his body seemed to pause. It was not a deliberate action or any other meaning. If it was said, it was probably like the discomfort that was unconsciously displayed because of the original body. What the hell is going on? I don't understand what is going on at all. Who is that guy? Come and explain to me. Basby slammed the thing in his hand on the ground angrily. Basby was frowning, and his face was full of undisguised hostility. After thinking for a moment, he directly jumped off the high platform. Hey, Basby, where are you going? Go to His Majesty. I still can't recognize this matter. I will go to His Majesty to argue. Hearing Basby's words, the eyes of the Quincy above contracted slightly. Thinking of His Majesty's horror, his tone was a little eager to persuade Basby to stop. Idiot. Don't go. Do you think His Majesty will allow such a thing? Jugo. Looking at the person walking in front of him from the shadows, Basby stopped and his tone was slightly complicated. Where are you going, Basby? As for you, are you not going anywhere now? Instead of answering Hasqualt's words, Basby looked at the familiar and strange partner in front of him. I always thought that the heir of His Majesty should be you. If you were the heir, most of the members of the Stern Ritter will recognize you, but you yourself look as if nothing has happened. His Majesty's decree is everything. There is no room for a lowly person like me to interrupt. In the face of Basby's question, Hasqualt's face did not fluctuate at all. TSK, good for nothing. How disappointing. Hearing Hasqualt's answer, Basby frowned, took a step, and released a hot breath. If that's the case, then give up that chair now. If you don't mind giving that chair to that country bumpkin, then let me take it. Calm down, Basby. I'm quite calm now. You have to be calmer than you are now. Just as the atmosphere between the two was tense, a spiritual power cut in and resolved the imminent battle between the two. It's really. I can't calm down. It was unknown when the Quincy next to the two people now crossed his arms, held his chin, and spoke in a chanting tone. Did you not listen at all? Calm down. Calm down, what are you doing here, Naklavar middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot? Looking at the guy leaning against the wall, Basby was a little calmer. It's not good to help you. His Majesty doesn't like to fight, and there are good people here. Looking at a dark corner in the distance, Naklavar glanced at Hasqualt's unchanging face. Stop, you two. This kind of battle is not good for you, especially for you. There will only be, you should know, right? The next emperor. In this way, the inheritance ceremony will be completed. Before long, your power will begin to awaken. I now give you the same shrift as me. Watching Ishitarayu accept the power he gave, Hueco's face flashed a mysterious smile. Why do you want me to be your heir? Looking at Hueco sitting on the throne, Ishitarayu finally asked this question. In that form, I suddenly appear as your heir. I think this will cause conflict within the Stern Ritter. Fortunately, you are not a fool who only accepts the title. However, the consideration is not thorough. As for why I want to appoint you as my heir, you should understand it after thinking a little. Looking at the confused Ishitarayu, Hueco's mouth pulled out a smile. Do you still not understand? Then, Let me ask you, Ryu, why are you alive now? Hearing Hueco's question, Ishita Ryu's pupils contracted slightly and he understood in an instant. You understand it very quickly. Seemingly very satisfied with Ishita Ryu's reaction, the extent of Hueco's mouth slightly changed. 9 years ago, after I used my swell in it, all the mixed blood Quincy was wiped out. In addition to you, you are the only Quincy in history who survived. So, I specially used to introduce you. You have something beyond my strength. That is the reason why I am appointed as my heir. Understand, Ryu? Don't doubt it, come with me. Standing up and looking down at Ishita Ryu, Hueco's voice was full of oppression and temptation. By your will, your majesty. Ishita Ryu bowed his head slightly to Hueco. You are back, Lord Hasqualt. You haven't slept yet. It's already very late. You should rest. Looking at the maid who was standing straight and meticulous, Hasqualt took off his coat and hung it on the hanger on the side. I have heard about what His Majesty announced today. The maid did not listen to Hasqualt's words and went to rest. The maid lowered her head and glanced at Hasqualt from the corner of her eyes. Please forgive me for speaking too much. I think you should speak to His Majesty. Are you unconvinced? Doesn't Lord Hasqualt think so? Although I can't understand, this is His Majesty's will. By appointing an heir in that form, it is bound to cause unnecessary conflict within the knights. His Majesty will know this. In that case, there is only one answer. This is that His Majesty intends to create a conflict. The conflict will let each other monitor each other. Not only that, but it also makes everyone's eyes turn to Ishita Ryu. Who is he? What kind of power does he have? What kind of thoughts does he have? In this way, all his words and deeds will be under the eyes of everyone. That person, except for sacrificing himself for His Majesty, has no way to go. Even if that person notices His Majesty's deep meaning, it is too late. Hasqualt coldly and quietly analyzed the truth behind Hueco's seemingly strange behavior. Then he entered his room in the eyes of the maid worship and gently closed the door. There was an imperceptible strange look in his eyes. Compared with Hueco's announcement of the identity of Ishita Ryu's heir, what concerned him more was another thing. He thought back to the unnatural pause when Hueco left the field in the daytime, and the eyes that His Majesty finally revealed when he was at Soul Society. The sealed king of Quincy, after 9,000 years of retrieving heartbeat, 90 years of retrieving consciousness, 9 years of retrieving strength. He whispered the words of the Quincy, and there was an inexplicable look in Hasqualt's eyes. So, if he forcibly used the real power of the king of Quincy before the 9 years were up, what would the consequences be? Chapter 301, Distorted Timeline. He was still defeated. Waking up from his sleep, Ma Yang lay on the bed blankly, looking at the hanging drop hanging by the bed, and his heart couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. Obviously, he had done his best. Even when he faced Aizen, he had never treated it so seriously. After all, he had the advantage of foresight at that time. With hundreds of years of preparation, even in the face of Aizen, who was strong, deep, and intelligent, he was not afraid. But now, in the face of Quincy beyond his knowledge, in the face of the enemy who was even stronger in strength, and he lost the intelligence advantage, what he could do was too bad. Feeling that Soul Society was scattered everywhere, Ma Yang's heart became more and more heavy. Until now, after a miserable battle with the enemy, both sides paid a heavy price, but Soul Society still did not figure out a reason why the enemy could sneak attack Siriate AI. This was undoubtedly an extremely bad news. It had always been a thief for 1,000 days, and there was no reason to guard against a thief for 1,000 days. If he could not figure out a reason for the enemy's surprise attack and make an effective response, it meant that Soul Society would be invaded by the enemy at any time. In the case that the enemy had once experienced, the next time would only be more miserable. Although that was said getting up from the bed, putting on clothes and putting Zunpacto on his waist, Ma Yang's mind flashed Hueco's face, and his heart was heavier. Although he said that, if he could not defeat the enemy leader, no matter how well prepared Soul Society was, it would be meaningless no matter how well he performed in the next war. However, even if Yamamoto Genri Uzai burned all his life and spiritual power could not defeat the enemy, what other way could he defeat? After all, that was the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years. No matter what aspect, he stood at the peak of Shinigami. And Yamamoto Genri Uzai's last blow surpassed the blow of life. What are you spacing out for? A hand gently patted Ma Yang's shoulder, waking him from his meditation. Hiroko Shinji was wrapped in several circles of bandages around his neck and looked a little weak, but his face still had that cynical expression. His hands were casually inserted in his trouser pockets, as usual. This is not your style. Even if you are defeated, don't look like you are weak. You are the role model of many teams of 13 Division of Imperial Guards. At this time, you have to stand up straight. TSK, I am actually educated by a guy like you. It is really unpleasant. Putting away the worry in his heart, Maiyang waved to Hueco Shinji and walked outside. Through spiritual power's perception, Suzuki Kusa's spiritual power were very stable. Now there was no big problem. They just had to wait for recovery. Since the enemy launched an attack and completely defeated their strongest combat force, Captain Commander Yamamoto, then it was possible to launch a second attack at any time. Although the time was a little tight and there was no clue, he had to improve his combat strength in the shortest time. District 79, Kusajishi District. This was one of the few places with the worst security in Soul Society. The main theme of this place was burning, killing, and looting. Those who could survive here were some powerful and despicable people. Each person had a few lives in their hands. In the deeper parts of the Kusajishi area, near a tree forest in the wood area, a small house was hidden. It was the place where Maiyang lived. Although he had not returned for 100 years, the house still remained the same as before, without the slightest change. I have returned to this place, the place where everything began. Maiyang stopped in front of the small house. Instead of walking in, he sat cross-legged in front of the door and listened to the sound of the leaves shaking not far away. His mood gradually relaxed. He closed his eyes slightly and placed Zanpakuto in front of his chest. His mind gradually became immersed, and an inexplicable rhythm was produced beside Maiyang. Inner world, it seems that you have also noticed it. For once, Kazno didn't wave his folding fan, nor did he have his usual carefree attitude. Instead, he looked at Maiyang, who had appeared in his inner world, with a serious expression. Well, how can I not notice it? The eyes of Hueco that he saw before he fainted appeared in his mind, and Maiyang's face also showed a serious expression. That kind of rich time power is still happening in front of my eyes. I will notice it no matter what. That's right. Holding his folding fan tightly in his hand, Kazno looked excited, and a few wind blades circled around him unconsciously. The last move of Captain Commander Yamamoto is absolutely impossible to resist. That is almost the limit of the attack, and Hueco really can't resist it. He just used the power of time and changed the rules with the power of time he grasped, avoiding the power that Yamamoto Captain Commander used on him. But even so, he was seriously injured. Moreover, the use of that ability is absolutely not without burden to him, otherwise he will not use that power until the last moment. Moreover, it is absolutely not without any burden for him to use that power. It only took a few short breaths of time. After that, he even has no strength to defeat Ichigo Kurosaki. He can only let his subordinates make a move. Yes. However, so what if I know all of this? It won't take too long. As long as this kind of power is used at a critical moment, even if it is only for a moment, it will be enough to change the situation of the battle. Don't forget. Kazno suddenly stood still, sticking close to Maiyang, his eyes staring at him. You also possess the power of time. As Kazno's voice fell, a mysterious rhythm floated around him. The grass under his feet gradually withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then revived and continued to reincarnate. My power of time is too weak. I can't resist Hueco's power at all. He opened his hand and stared at the faint silver light in his hand. Maiyang frowned. Although I do have some power of time, my power of time can only interfere with myself and the flow of time around me at most. And it is limited to acceleration and deceleration. Even a temporary pause can't be done. And the power of time that Hueco has mastered is at least enough to make time freeze, or even regress. It is more likely that it is more powerful than these. No. It is not possible. It is absolute. I can clearly feel that the power of time he grasped is stronger than the rough power of time you have mastered now. However, that is only the current you, and the power of time you have mastered is not limited to this. The power of time I have mastered? Yes. Use your heart to feel it. In this place, at this time, with your current strength, you should be able to feel it. Your strength has been hidden all the time. My power? In the outside world, a ball of silver light faintly wrapped around Maiyang, emitting a mysterious rhythm. Everything around him underwent all kinds of crazy changes. The grass withered and the soil gave off an aura of decay. The originally withered flowers once again turned into flower buds. The wooden boards beneath them turned into logs, and then sprouts grew. Time seemed to have lost meaning here. At this time, a dazzling silver light suddenly bloomed from the small room behind Maiyang. It was exactly the same as the faint silver light on his body, but it was even more dense and powerful. This is... Turning his head, he looked at the silver light that was blooming from the small room, and his expression changed indeterminately. That power was very familiar, and it was constantly echoing him. This is your true power, the power of time that can distort the timeline. Kazno's voice rang out from Maiyang's heart. At the same time, The silver light in the wooden house merged into Miang's body like a sparrow returning to its nest. A thick and dazzling silver light enveloped Miang. In that instant, the terrifying power of time erupted. The timeline was stirred, twisted, and everything changed. Chapter 302, Kenpachi vs. Kenpachi. The dark sky, the continuous rain, the raindrops splashed, and dark red blood splashed. It fell on Shinigami's feet, and a flash of lightning flashed. The desolate ground was littered with corpses, and a strong smell of blood filled the rain. Pa-da! One foot stepped on the muddy ground, and the sticky feeling made it hard to tell whether it was mud or blood. Captain. The person was dressed in a black tyrant suit, and the white leather armor on his shoulder was almost completely soaked in blood. At this time, he was looking at the slender figure not far away with a fearful and fanatical gaze. As expected, there is still no hope. I feel that no matter how many times I search Rukongai, I can't find a strong person who can meet the captain's requirements. Hearing the adjutant's words, the person who was looking at the continuous rain in a daze slightly tilted his head. You can actually see through my intentions. Although she was surprised, there was no expression on her face. She still had an indifferent expression, as if nothing could interest her. Of course. Hearing the captain's words, the adjutant seemed to be greatly encouraged. His mood unconsciously rose and his head slightly raised. In order to maintain the peace of the Quiet Spirit Pavilion and eliminate the rebels outside Rukongai, the captain doesn't need to find such a reason if he doesn't want to find a strong person worthy of fighting. Speaking of this, looking at the seemingly delicate bat not far away, the adjutant couldn't help but show a longing look in his eyes. The person in front of him was one of the 13 captains standing at the top of 13 Division of Imperial Guards, and also the 11th Division captain who specialized in fighting, Anohana Yachiru. Kenpachi. Strong and indifferent were her synonym. Fighting was her instinct, and killing was her interest. Before she was invited by Captain Commander Yamamoto to join 13th Division of Imperial Guards, she was also Soul Society's famous, evil ghost sword. She was known to have mastered the sword style of Soul Society and had once set a terrible record of picking 100 sword schools in a day. None of the losers survived. This kind of guy, no matter how many he kills, it will be useless. Speaking of excitement, the adjutant Zunpakuto waved his hand up and down, pointing to a small mountain made of corpses in the distance. The size of this mountain of corpses is completely proportional to the dissatisfaction of the captain? A mountain of corpses? A ripple appeared in his eyes. Anohana Yachiru. Thousand frowned slightly as he looked at the mountain of corpses. When did this mountain pile? Wasn't this killed by the captain? The adjutant was stunned by the question of Anohana Yachiru. There was a bit of surprise on his face. This was Anohana's entertainment area. Other than her, was there anyone else who dared to approach? Looking at the mountain of corpses once more, the adjutant's expression changed. A child in ragged clothes, who looked to be only about 10 years old, had appeared on the mountain of corpses. At this time, he was half squatting on the top of the mountain of corpses. In his hand was a strange Zunpakuto that was much older than himself. The blade was full of holes, like saw teeth, making people wonder if this Zunpakuto could still fight. Damn it, what is that evil ghost? No matter what he looked at, his cold eyes looked like he was looking at a corpse. When the child looked at him, the adjutant felt a strong sense of fear, as if he was going to die at any moment. That kind of gaze. It couldn't be wrong. That kind of gaze was exactly the same as the captain's. It was the gaze of the best killer. It was as if it was the attraction between the same kind. The eyes of Anohana Yachiru and the eyes of the little ghost met. It was only an instant of eye contact. The two of them simultaneously realized that it was the person they had been looking for. Following instinct, the child jumped up from the corpse mountain. The serrated Zunpakuto in his hand was raised high, and a ball of golden spiritual power exploded from his body, condensing into the image of an evil ghost behind him. How terrifying. This spiritual power, is he really a little ghost? Sensing spiritual power, who was so powerful that he felt despair, the adjutant paled and instantly left their battle zone. The next battle was definitely not a level that he could participate in. Even if he was watching from a close distance, his life would be in danger. A trace of anticipation flashed across his face, and without any movement, Anohana Yachiru's Zunpakuto had already unsheathed his sword and slashed at the little ghost that was slashing down from above. Boom! The two similarly invincible and lonely Zunpakuto clashed. The two similarly invincible and tired swordsmen fought each other. Just a probing exchange of blows had set off a strong impact, smashing the pile of corpses in the distance into pieces. Dang 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 dang! The two Zunpakuto swords continuously collided. Clear and crisp sounds of blades continuously rang out. The impact caused by their exchange of blows recklessly destroyed the surrounding environment. The corpses were sucked into the battle, and in an instant, they were annihilated. It was this feeling. The ice-cold blade brushed past Anohana Yachiru's cheek, turning a few strands of her hair into ashes. Meanwhile, Anohana Yachiru's Zanpakuto also cut down on the child's waist, almost splitting him in two. However, it was precisely like this that danced on the blade. In the battle where their lives were hanging by a thread, the expressions of the two originally indifferent people became more and more vivid, and their eyes shone brighter and brighter. It was as if she found the meaning of life again. This is what she had been looking for, a battle that could please her. A smile could not help but appear on her face. The eyes of the Anohana Yachiru gradually became red, and the Zanpakuto in her hand waved more and more wildly. All kinds of sword skills were displayed in her hands, and the secret skills of various schools were at her fingertips. The sword moves were gorgeous and dangerous. On the other hand, the eyes of the child on the opposite side unconsciously widened, and a smile spread on his face. There was no order in the waving of Zanpakuto in her hand, and she was completely dancing with her mind. However, even if she waved it without any order, she could block all kinds of dangerous moves of the Anohana Yachiru. Over and over again, and each counterattack even made her dangerous. If the attack of the Anohana Yachiru is a sword style that integrated everything, all kinds of moves are in the heart, and every movement is a sword path, then the little ghost who fought with her is a natural sword ghost. He can't understand any sword path, he doesn't understand any moves, but he can rely on his natural beast-like intuition to swing the sword in his hand instinctively. Driven by instinct, he doesn't need to think. Every defense can perfectly resist the attack of the enemy, and every dodge can accurately avoid the attack of the enemy, and every attack can cut the weakness of the enemy at the most appropriate time. Puff blood sprayed out and splashed on the child's face. The warm blood made his whole body burn up. It was different. It was completely different from the past. Those guys from before, even if they were pierced in the chest by a knife, even if they were split in two, even if blood was spilled all over their bodies, they would not let him have the slightest emotional fluctuation. Cutting off trash of that level, rather than cutting people, it would be more like cutting grass or trees. They were equally fragile and powerless to resist. But this time was different. After hundreds of exchanges, dancing on the blade again and again, at the end of the day, the blood that sprayed out after sticking his knife into the opponent's chest was so bright. For the first time, she clearly felt her existence, felt the joy of battle, and not the dull and boring swinging of the knife. Found it. This is the person I have been looking for. Feeling the pain in her chest, she watched as her own blood sprayed out. Looking at the excited smile on the face of the youth in front of him, Anohana Yachiru also revealed the same smile on her face. This is the person I have been looking for all the time, the opponent who can fight with me to my heart's content. Let me enjoy the battle. The battle has just begun. Swinging her saber to force back the child in front of him, feeling the pain in her chest, Retsu Anohana became more excited, and her eyes became brighter and brighter. Please. Please me in the battle. The double sabers were wrong, accompanied by the blood dripping from the chest of Anohana Yachiru. This is the battle I have been looking forward to. Chapter 303, Confused Kimura who was so strong. He was clearly just a child, but he was so strong. He clearly did not understand any sword techniques, and only instinctively waved the Zanpakuto in his hand like a wild beast, but he was so strong. Even if she was proficient in all of Soul Society's sword arts, she could only fight with all her might. No. She was no match for him. Looking at the youth who seemed like an inexhaustible beast not far away, Anohana Retsu slightly gasped, but the joy in her heart was almost uncontrollable. This was the battle she had been looking for. However, under the extreme joy, there was an almost imperceptible sense of defeat. She was obviously looking forward to meeting an opponent that could fight a battle, but when facing an opponent that was stronger than her and enjoying this battle, an indescribable sense of defeat filled her heart. Especially when the enemy unconsciously sealed his power bit by bit in order to cater to her. How ironic. I, who carried the name of Kinpachi, am actually so weak. She blocked her opponent's attack with her saber. Anohana Yachiru's arm trembled slightly. After such a long battle, her physical strength had declined greatly. Whether it was the movement of her saber or her dodging steps, they were all much worse than before. She was no longer as strong as she was at the beginning. However, her physical strength had decreased, but her opponent's strength had declined in all directions. Her saber was still extremely fierce. It was wide open and wide, and her footsteps were still fast and nimble. After a long battle, her entire spirit became even more excited. There was no trace of dejection at all. However, the little ghost, who maintained such a good state, could only maintain an undefeated situation with the exhausted Anohana Yachiru. He was even at a disadvantage. The switched perspective, the opponent had become weaker. It was just a swing of the sword at the same level as before, but she couldn't block it as before. After the sword and blade clashed, This thought flashed through the teenager's mind. That was, he had never learned how to hold a sword, never learned how to use the sword, never learned how to fight. However, it was just killing. As long as he obeyed his heart and his instincts, killing people was as simple as eating and drinking water. But the guys that appeared around him were too weak. No matter if it was a newbie or a battle-hardened warrior, no matter if it was an expert with extraordinary talent or a cunning sage, there was no difference. It was just a matter of one slash. This kind of guy who could be killed with one slash, was really too boring. Killing them was like chopping down dead grass, meaningless. However, this guy in front of her was different. This was an expert she had never met before. In the battle with her, she could experience a different kind of happiness. Whether it was her own knife piercing her chest, her knife cutting through her skin, or even every time the sword clashed, every time spiritual power collided, she could feel a heartfelt joy. However, even the strongest opponent he had met was too weak. She was too weak, unable to block his attack. She was too weak, unable to keep up with his footsteps. She was too weak, unable to break through his defense. Was he going to be the same as before? He was cut into 2 pieces effortlessly. Even if his blood splashed and sprayed on his body, he would not feel any pleasure. It was as if he had cut a piece of dead wood. Don't continue to live like that. He finally experienced the joy of fighting with great difficulty. How could he endure the boring life of returning to his past? Since his opponent could not become stronger then, as long as he became a little weaker, he should be able to fight as happily as before. Anohana Yachiru covered the wound on her chest. Fresh blood seeped out from between her fingers and dripped onto the ground. The intense battle caused her wounds to have no hope of healing. On the contrary, it was getting more and more serious. The exhaustion and pain from all over her body told her that her body had reached its limit. This was a state that she had never reached before. Even if her body was at its limit, Zunpacto, which was in the hands of Anohana Yachiru, did not tremble at all. A drop of dark red blood dripped down the blade and landed on the youth's face. The youth who had previously fought with Anohana Yachiru was now lying in a pool of blood. He had clearly been cut in the head and fallen to the ground. He had even lost consciousness. However, there was a smile on the youth's face. It was a smile that seemed to have found the true meaning of life. It was this child. Only this child. Looking at the youth lying in a pool of blood, Retsu Anohana's eyes bloomed with a touch of light, and a voice screamed in her heart. This was the person she had been looking for. Powerful. Enjoying battle. He even sacrificed his life for battle. The youth in front of him was the person he had been searching for all this time. Only he was worthy of the name, Kenpachi. In order to enjoy the fun of fighting, he did not hesitate to seal his power in the darkest abyss, even if it meant sacrificing his life. But this was not my intention. However, not only did I not fulfill your wish, I even pushed you into the abyss to be able to enjoy the fun of fighting. You sealed your own strength. This is my sin. In the forest not far away, Maiyang quietly hid. After watching the whole battle, he forced himself to keep calm, but his scattered eyes reflected the waves in his heart. Looking at the Captain Anohana in the distance with loose hair and a long knife in her hand, Maiyang really did not know where to start. Although he had been mentally prepared before, knowing that the Captain Anohana was the captain of 11th Division and had a powerful combat strength and a brilliant record of blood. But until this moment, seeing the exquisite knife skills of the captain of the Anohana captain, the ruthless means still made him shocked. Although the captain of the Anohana I know is a little black-bellied, most of the time he still maintains the image of a gentle and sensible sister. He is definitely not such a terrible existence. Also, that little brat is Zaraki. It is him. However, although that guy is strong, he is absolutely not strong to such an extent. The combat power that the little brat showed at the beginning was too terrible. Even he can't be idle. He can definitely beat several Zaraki people he knows. Did I really go back to the past? Looking at Anohana and Kenpachi Zaraki over there, Maiyang frowned and his expression was uncertain. Chapter 304, Great Spirit Book Corridor. Just before, the completely unsealed power of time had stirred and disrupted Maiyang's timeline, causing him to go upstream from the river of time and return to the past. What had just descended to welcome him was this wonderful battle. The Battle of the Kenpachi. The timeline was only gently stirred, and it allowed me to reverse time and space. Now, it has appeared here. Looking at the two people not far away, Maiyang thought quickly. Although he didn't know why the kid was so strong, but judging from the speed of Shinigami's growth, it was probably close to 1,000 years ago. After all, for Shinigami, the stronger spiritual power was, the slower his growth would be. Hitsugaya had not grown up for decades, and Ikamarujin had only grown from 13 or 14 years old to 16 or 7 years old in 100 years. And the kid in front of him, spiritual power, was much stronger than the two of them at the same time. Compared with Kenpachi Zaraki, who looked like he was more than 30 years old, he was afraid that it was more than 1,000 years. The rishi in the atmosphere was more active. It could even be said to be violent. Moreover, it was clearly just Liahun Street, even one of the few districts in the back of Liahun Street, but the concentration of rishi in the atmosphere was very high. Even the range of Miayang's impression was not inferior. As everyone knew, Soul Society's rishi concentration was getting denser the closer to the middle area, and the spiritual pulse hall was the center of Soul Society. There was no doubt that the concentration of rishi there was the highest. With the situation here, it could be easily deduced that at this time, Soul Society's concentration of spiritual droplets was several times higher than his original time and space. The concentration of spiritual droplets was high. This meant that the Shinigami at this time period was also stronger than the Shinigami in the original time and space. After all, the difference in the environment was so great. The effect of cultivating in this environment was much better than the original time and space. Captain. At the end of the battle, a group of rough and fierce-looking men ran over from the distance, looking at Anohana Yachiru. I'm fine. Captain, this child. The adjutant looked at the child lying on the ground and hesitated. Although his strength was like the difference between heaven and earth compared to the two of them, he still had basic insight. Even if he was only watching from afar, he could clearly judge that this child was stronger than their captain. Although he didn't know what had happened in the battle that caused this child's strength to fall greatly, causing him to suffer a crushing defeat under the captain's sword, he was definitely an expert that was rarely seen even in the entire Soul Society. This child. Looking at Kenpachi Zaraki, who was lying in a pool of blood, the blush on Anohana Retsu's face gradually faded, and the excitement in her eyes gradually subsided, and a complicated feeling welled up in her heart. It was my fault. This young man sealed his true power because of me. This is undoubtedly my fault. Don't worry about him. His eyes swept across the surrounding soldiers, and everyone bowed their heads in understanding. Anohana Yachiru finally nodded. The operation to destroy Liahun Street ends here. Return to the Siriite AI immediately. This guy won't die from excessive blood loss, right? As Retsu Anohana led the people of 11th Division to leave, the place became silent. After all the creatures that could move had been killed by the two swords. Miayang looked at Kenpachi Zaraki, who fell over there, and just as such a thought flashed through his mind, he felt that Kenpachi Zaraki's injuries were recovering quickly. Seeing this, Miayang slapped his head. It seemed that he was worrying too much. This guy was the type that could not be killed no matter how he chopped. Since the play had been finished, the next thing to do was to do business. Looking at the direction that Retsu Anohana had left before, Miayang's eyes were deep. I hope that there won't be too much of a change in Siriite AI. It hasn't changed at all. Standing at the junction of Rukongai and Siriite AI, looking at the pure white building not far away, which was completely different from the style of Rukongai, Miayang didn't know whether he should be happy about the quiet spiritual court or the familiar appearance, or should he complain about Soul Society's unchanging state. Even the barrier formed by this murderous stone was exactly the same. However, this kind of thing is useless to me. A layer of pale silver light that was invisible to the naked eye covered Miayang's body. He moved his feet lightly, and in the next moment, he had already appeared in the Siriite AI. Sneak in successfully. It's as simple as expected. Somewhere in the Siriite AI, below the captain's room of 12th Division, in a secret room. The spacious room was full of all kinds of strange instruments. A beautiful and pale elegant woman stood in the room, 6 skeleton arms behind her fiddling with a pile of strange instruments, looking thoughtful. Just as Miayang passed through the wall of killing intent and entered the Siriite AI, the woman suddenly raised her head and revealed a bright and beautiful smile on her face. Oh, what a cute little fellow. Don't you know that I am the captain of Team 13, yet I dare to openly invade the Siriite AI? Along with a burst of laughter, the woman slowly floated up. She passed through the walls and ground and came out of another room. The screens suddenly lit up one by one, displaying the images of various places in the Siriite AI. However, to be able to easily break through the wall of killing intent and not cause any movement, you still have some ability. Such a fun toy is rare. Let me see who you are. The positions of each division did not change. He quickly looked around the Siriite AI and avoided the leaders of each division. Miayang once again sighed with emotion about Soul Society's conservativeness, but this was a good thing for him. After all, if the environment changed too much, it was not conducive to his goal of going to this trip. The Great Spirit Book Corridor. It had nothing to do with Shinigami's will, and it was a place where everything about Soul Society was forcibly collected and recorded. If there was a way to understand everything at this point in time the fastest, then it must be this place. This place records all of Soul Society's information, whether it is to understand the current time or to find information about Hueco, It is the best place. However, it is said to be forcibly collected and recorded everything, but, for some reason, before in the Great Spirit Book Corridor, there was no detailed information about Hueco at all, only a few words, the King of Quincy, as if it was deliberately covered by someone. I hope that at this time, the information about Hueco has not been covered up. Standing outside the door of the Central 46, Yang secretly prayed in his heart. A layer of pale silver light covered his whole body again, and then with a step, he came out of the interior of the underground discussion hall. Not far from him, a super-huge library flashed with a faint light, which was the Great Spirit Book Corridor that recorded Soul Society's history. Chapter 305, Exposed. It is not the work of a gentleman to enter without warning. Just as Yang was about to enter the Great Spirit Book Corridor, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. The soft voice startled him instantly. Careless. His body reacted in an instant. Unsheathed his sword and swept backward. How dare you be so rude to a lady? You really disappoint me. I didn't spread the news of you wantonly. Is this how you repay me? It struck empty air. What a quick reaction. Wait. There seemed to be only that person who had this type of speech. Sure enough. Finally seeing the face of the person who spoke, the corner of Yang's mouth twitched slightly. This face had once left him an indelible gray memory. Shutara Senjamaru. You know my name and still dare to invade the Quiet Spirit Pavilion. It seems like you have something to rely on? Looking at Yang, Senjamaru narrowed his eyes. This guy in front of her was not simple. Although she seemed to have easily dodged Yang's attack just now, only she knew that at the moment when Yang swung his blade, she felt the aura of death. This feeling had not been felt for a long time. Too much, I shouldn't have come alone. With this thought flashing through her mind, there was no change on the face of Shutara Senjamaru. When facing a lady, you should first tell me your name, this unknown Mr. Calamity. There is no need for the Calamity. I am also a Shinigami, just call me Kimura. Yang stared at Shutara Senjamaru and did not dare to relax at all. This woman was an existence that could crush Kurotsuchi Mayuri in terms of skill level. Now the other party's attitude was unknown. If she failed miserably in an easy task, it would be terrible. Moreover, the other side did not need to fight with him at all. As long as she handed out the news here, this group of 13 Division of Imperial Guards would not be stingy with their help. What's more, there was a head captain Yamamoto who was in his prime. Yang felt Yamamoto's spiritual power from afar and was secretly shocked. The deep abyss and violent spiritual power was simply unable to raise the thought of resistance. If Captain Commander Yamamoto was summoned, he was afraid that he would teach himself how to be a person in minutes. Then, Mr. Kimura, can you tell me what you want to do by sneaking into the Quiet Spirit Pavilion? Moreover, from your appearance, you seem to be very familiar with the Quiet Spirit Pavilion. I wonder if you can explain it to me. This. Hearing Senjamaru's words, Yang hesitated for a moment. In itself, he had disrupted the timeline and returned to the past. Not to mention whether his actions here would change the original timeline, even if he wanted to tell the truth, would anyone believe him? Looks like you don't intend to tell me the truth. Before he could finish speaking, a skeletal arm suddenly appeared in front of Yang's chest. When? Yang was shocked. There was no sign of the attack of Shutara Senjamaru, and there was no ripple in the attack. If it was someone with insufficient experience, he would have been hit. With these thoughts running through his mind, Yang moved his feet slightly and retreated far away. He was not here to fight, not to mention that he was not facing an enemy, so there was no need to fight. Most importantly, if the fluctuations caused by the battle attracted other people, it would be terrible. Just as his feet landed, another skeleton arm appeared in front of Yang's chest. It was the other arm of the Shutara Senjamaru. You can't catch me at this level. After easily dodging the attack of Shutara Senjamaru, the smile on Yang's face did not last for more than a second, and another arm passed through his chest. My flash steps is not that slow. Yang's body disappeared. Only a black coat was left on the spot. That's Yoruichi's looking at the unscathed Yang and the black coat in his hand. The face of Shutara Senjamaru revealed a dangerous smile. This is the Shiyuan's secret teleportation step. In my memory, the Shiyuan doesn't have a single person like you. I'm really getting more and more interested in you. Swoosh! 6 skeletal arms danced behind her back, attacking Yang from all directions at a speed that could not be discerned with a naked eye. Oh no, this crazy woman was targeting him. Being locked in by Shutara Senjamaru with a dangerous look, Yang's face changed and he secretly complained in his heart. It was impossible to read the information in the Great Spirit Book Corridor. Now the most important task had changed from looking up Hueco's information to escaping from the Quiet Spirit Pavilion safely and could not alarm the others of the 13 Division of Imperial Guards. Especially Head Captain. In the first division house, a captain with a head of black hair who looked like he was in his 50s was sitting behind a table. There were several people wearing white Captain Hori standing opposite him. Boom. A powerful spiritual power suddenly erupted in the quiet spirit pavilion, disturbing the peace. Huh? Captain Commander Yamamoto suddenly got up and looked at the place where spiritual power broke out. That place was Central 46. His face changed, and Captain Commander Yamamoto sat down again and picked up the previous documents to read. Is it okay, Head Captain? I think we should go and take a look. After all, that is where the sages are. Feeling spiritual power coming from there, a captain asked, on the hairy on his back, there was a big 6. It's okay, the captain of 12th Division is also there, believe in her strength. Glancing faintly at the captain who spoke, Captain Commander Yamamoto was calm. The person who spoke was the captain of 6th Division, and also the head of Kachiki family, one of the 5 nobles of Soul Society. Although now he joined 13th Division of Imperial Guards, as the representative of the nobility, he always placed the interests of the nobles first. Looking at the other captains in front of him, Captain Commander Yamamoto looked calm. 13th Division of Imperial Guards, although everyone is gathered together for the same goal, but each person is more or less a little selfish, which is inevitable. Similarly, as a newly created organization, now no one knows how many pairs of eyes are staring at 13th Division of Imperial Guards, just to take this opportunity to explore. After all, the next thing needs to be the whole of 13th Division of Imperial Guards to work together. Let's continue the previous discussion, about a gradually becoming stronger and ambitious to covet the power of Soul Society, Quincy. Chapter 306, The State of Soul Society. I am really too stupid. Looking at the old man with white hair in front of him, who seemed to be about to die at any time, Ma Yang was annoyed. The trembling old man in front of him, who seemed to die at any time, was an elder of this Rukongai. Although he did not have any spiritual power, he had lived here for several hundred years. In Rukongai, although there were not many people like him, it was definitely not an exception. At least in every district of Soul Society, there were several old people like this. Because of his rich experience and outstanding qualifications, these old people were often the elders of various districts and were respected by everyone. Most importantly, these old men knew a thing or two about Soul Society, and they could even tell him some secrets. From this old man, he finally obtained some information about the current time and space. This Soul Society originally didn't have the protection of the 13th Division, only 2 classes, nobles and civilians. The nobles occupied the most central area of Soul Society, the Siritai, and the civilians could only survive in Rukongai. Although among the civilians, there were often those who were talented and became the people whose Shinigami entered the Siritai to live, but as for the naturally powerful spiritual power of the nobles, and the accumulation of countless years, the civilian Shinigami could never rise up, and could only struggle at the bottom of the Siritai. However, decades ago, such a situation changed. The famous founder of 13th Division of Imperial Guards, Yamamoto Genryu's Ushigakuni gathered several experts of Soul Society and founded 13th Division of Imperial Guards together, to protect Siritai. At the beginning of the establishment of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, many people expressed their opposition. After all, such an organization with the name of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, once established, it will inevitably become the largest force of Soul Society. Many vested beneficiaries will definitely not be willing to accept such a thing. However, Captain Commander Yamamoto, who was in the prime of his life, swept away all opposition in one day. On that day, flames filled the sky, and waves of terrible spiritual power burst out from all over Soul Society, who knew how many residents of Rukongai were affected by the terrible spiritual power and died under him. On that day, the entire Soul Society seemed to have become a furnace, and everyone was suppressed by a kind of fear in their hearts. Several rivers across several blocks dried up, and a large expanse of lush woods disappeared without a trace. Then 13th Division of Imperial Guards is officially established, and Yamamoto Genryu's Ushigakuni is the captain and captain commander of 13th Division of Imperial Guards, and the other captain of each division are all legendary characters. Each person has mastered Bunkai. That is the peak of Shinigami's strength, and every person who can master Bunkai is a character recorded in the history of Soul Society. It is worth noting that Soul Society, who originally had a lofty status, is the head of the 5 noble families of 13th Division of Imperial Guards, and respectively serve as the captain of 2nd Division, 6th Division, 7th Division, 9th Division, and 10th Division, which seems to represent the original interest group of Siritai to officially surrender to the new forces. And at the same time that 13th Division of Imperial Guards is established, several other institutions are also established. Central 46, formed by the 40 sages and 6 judges selected by Soul Society in the whole realm, is the highest law mechanism of Soul Society, Once made by Central 46 Division, even Captain Commander can't object. In fact, all 46 members of this organization were selected from the old noble families who had lived in the Siriate AI for generations, or rather an organization set up to protect the interests of the nobles. On Mitsukido, responsible for collecting information and dealing with some special events. Kido Corps, the troops who specialized in using the Ghost Path homework, responsible for the enchantment and sealing the square. These organizations, in essence, are just the struggles made by the old forces who are unwilling to hand over the rights in their hands completely, and Captain Commander Yamamoto, out of consideration of stability, acquiesced to the establishment of these organizations. But Maiyang clearly knew the later situation of these institutions. The name of Kido Corps exists in name only. Most of the time, it is only responsible for assisting the work of 13 Division of Imperial Guards, and after Tsukubishi Tessai, the Grand Kido Master, went to human world with Gisuke because of Aizen, Kido Corps is even more in name only. On Mitsukido, this secret service, several teams under it, were very glorious for a period of time, but with Yoruichi being the 2nd Division captain and on Mitsukido Legion, its independence gradually disappeared, until it completely became a subordinate organization of 2nd Division. As for Central 46, it is worthy of the characteristics of all the nobles. In the next hundreds and thousands of years, it constantly disturbed Soul Society's order, causing several evil events to happen, until it was killed by Aizen alone. Although not long after the war, Central 46 was reorganized again, but after the matter of being wiped by Aizen before, the prestige of Central 46 was greatly reduced, and it was even more impossible to control the development of Soul Society. Especially, the new Captain Commander Kiraku Shunsui, he is not a guy who follows the rules. Then, thank you. Getting up to bid farewell to the old man, Maiyang wandered aimlessly in Rukongai. After what happened before, it was almost impossible for him to enter the Siriate AI again. He had seen how difficult it was to deal with Shutara Senjima'uru. He was afraid that he had already been discovered by her when he first entered the Siriate AI. When he thought of that terrible woman, Maiyang felt scared in his heart. That woman was a technical maniac who was not inferior to Kurotsuchi Mayuri. Whether it was in terms of technology or character. No. The surrounding streets suddenly became quiet. This was an extremely abnormal thing in Liuhun Street. Not bad, very sharp intuition. A slightly familiar voice sounded from behind Maiyang. Captain Commander Yamamoto? Looking at the robust middle-aged man with black hair behind him, Maiyang felt a chill in his heart. Although he was trying his best to restrain his spiritual power, Maiyang could still feel a terrible power. The power contained in that body seemed to be able to burn everything. Huh? Hearing the way Maiyang addressed him, Captain Commander Yamamoto frowned slightly. Once, he was called Ijaizai, and then it was Genryuzai Shigakuni. Now everyone called him Captain Commander Yamamoto. As for the name Old Man Yama, only the little ghost Shunsui would address him like this. He had never seen the person in front of him before. Why did he have such a name? Moreover, when did such an expert appear in Soul Society? Although Maiyang was also suppressing his own strength, just as he could feel the power of Captain Commander Yamamoto, Captain Commander Yamamoto could also feel the powerful power contained in his body. The power was powerful and mysterious, and it was a power he had never seen before. Moreover, the spiritual power was also extremely thick and pure, and there was an essential difference between him and ordinary spiritual power. From the posture and movements of standing, the other party was also an expert with a sword, and his attainments in the sword were absolutely not low. I wonder who you are, and why did you sneak into the Siriate AI? Staring at Maiyang, Captain Commander Yamamoto pressed his left thumb against the hilt of the saber, and a terrible spiritual power slightly leaked. Chapter 307, Surprise Attack. Captain Commander Yamamoto in front of him did not make a move. Just a simple action made Maiyang feel great pressure. Even the king of Quincy, Hueco, who had killed the old man before, was not as strong as the danger Captain Commander Yamamoto brought to Maiyang. At this time, Captain Commander Yamamoto was at the peak period. The super strong spiritual power which was the best at Soul Society, the swordsmanship close to Tao, the tempered body, and the combat experience accumulated over thousands of years. The strongest Shinigami, lived up to his reputation. If I said that I was just a lost teenager, would you believe me? Maiyang really did not know how to explain his origin. His head twitched and he said. However, as soon as he said it, Maiyang knew that it was not good. Captain Commander Yamamoto was not a humorous person. Sure enough. Cut. The saber light flashed, and along with a hot breath, it attacked Maiyang. The terrifying high temperature instantly destroyed the streets on both sides. Attacking without a word, isn't it too polite? Since you are unwilling to speak, then this old man can only capture you first. After forcing Aizen back with one slash, Captain Commander Yamamoto narrowed his eyes. His expression did not change, but the aura on his body became deeper, and a hot aura faintly emitted. Reduce all creation to ash. Rukongai. Boom. A ball of flame soared into the sky. The terrible high temperature made the sky red. The many captains in the Siriate AI all felt the terrible spiritual power that Captain Commander Yamamoto did not hide and turned their eyes to Rukongai. Rukongai actually has someone who is worthy of head captain to free his Zanpakuto? Just looking at the direction of Rukongai from a distance, the captains retracted their eyes. Since head captain has made a move, no matter what the matter is, no matter who the person is facing, the result is already doomed. This is the experience exchanged by countless experts of Soul Society with their lives. This is too much. Looking at the murderous Captain Commander Yamamoto in front of him, Aizen's face was ugly. This was Captain Commander Yamamoto in his prime. In his impression, although Captain Commander Yamamoto was usually serious and cold, he was still a kind person. And the person in front of him, this young version of Captain Commander Yamamoto, was stronger and had a more fiery temper. He pulled out his sword without a word. Moreover, looking at his murderous look, he really wanted to kill him. With a wave of his hand, the flames in the sky disappeared. Captain Commander Yamamoto moved and appeared in front of Aizen. He held the knife with both hands and chopped down. Not good. Seeing Captain Commander Yamamoto holding the knife, Aizen was alarmed. Head Captain's sword Dao, when he held the knife in both hands, the attack he swung was several times stronger than when he was single-handed. At the moment when Captain Commander Yamamoto waved the knife, Aizen only felt that he was completely locked in all directions. He could not dodge. He could only take it head-on. Since that was the case, then come. With a raise of his hand, the Zanpakuto in Aizen's hand had already changed form. The slender blade suddenly disappeared as he brandished the blade, and then reappeared, colliding with Shanben head Captain Zanpakuto. Boom. Flames splashed everywhere, wind blades shot everywhere, and a violent impact spread from where the two fought. With the impact of the fight, Aizen moved his feet and pulled away from Captain Commander Yamamoto. You can liberate Zanpakuto without saying anything. It seems that you have mastered Bankai. And the degree of mastery is still very high. Captain Commander Yamamoto added in his heart. Only when the mastery of Bankai is very skillful, can he liberate Zanpakuto without saying the word spirit, and the person who developed Zanpakuto to this extent is rare in the entire Soul Society. Recalling the situation of the two people fighting before, Captain Commander Yamamoto's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. It had to be known that he did not show any mercy in that blow just now. He had gone through the entire Soul Society several times. There were not many people who could receive a slash of his own. Your strength is not bad. Looking at Aizen in the distance, Captain Commander Yamamoto secretly nodded in his heart. Tell this old man your purpose, otherwise next time, it won't be so simple. Looking at Captain Commander Yamamoto, Aizen suddenly felt helpless. Fight. I'm afraid I can't beat him. Run. I guess I can't run away. Confess. The question is, will you believe it? Just as Aizen was hesitating about how to answer, a blue door suddenly appeared in the sky above Rukongai, and then dozens of similar doors appeared all over Soul Society. One by one, people in white uniforms stepped into Soul Society from the other side of the door in a neat pace. A door through the world just happened to appear in front of Captain Commander Yamamoto. The moment he saw the door, Captain Commander Yamamoto's eyes burst with a shocking killing intent. Saint soldiers. Dedicate everything for the Empire, and conquer Soul Society for His Majesty. Knights, attack. Stepping on the ground of Soul Society, the leader let out a cry of emotion, raising the bow and arrow in his hand, with a fanatical expression. Quincy. Captain Commander Yamamoto and Aizen shouted at the same time, and Zanpakuto in his hand suddenly waved. The terrible sword pressure accompanied the flames and hurricane, drowning the Quincy who had been teleported over, and destroyed along with the gate. It seems that at least you are on the same side as us in this matter. Glancing at Aizen, the chief captain of Yamamoto sheathed his sword and rushed in the direction of the gate. Although it was a guy of unknown origin, there was no doubt that he was Shinigami. At this moment, the Quincy invaded Soul Society again, and it could be seen from all over Soul Society that the enemy's attack was almost full. This was a decisive battle. This was the decisive battle between the Quincy and Shinigami. Since he was Shinigami, then in this battle, he was an ally. Whether he admitted it or not, this was already destined. Quickly rushing to his enemies, Captain Commander Yamamoto's eyes were burning. After the deliberate guidance of the previous battles, the enemy finally decided to throw all their strength into the battlefield at once, and also very conceited to choose Soul Society as the final battlefield. However, this was exactly what he had hoped for. The various arrangements he had made before could be used. Bakudo number 77, Heavenly Rickshaw Skynet. The spiritual power quickly spread and reached all of the captains and Kido Corps, issuing emergency orders. Lock down all the passages of human world and Soul Society. All the enemies who come will stay in Soul Society forever. Orders were quickly issued, and the newly established huge organization of 13 Division of Imperial Guards began to operate. The members of each division went to the various war zones in an orderly manner to fight against the Quincy who launched the attack from human world. Is this war between Shinigami and the Quincy? Feeling the battle fluctuations from all over Soul Society, Maayang was slightly moved. The later generations only knew that in the war between Shinigami and the Quincy 1,000 years ago, Shinigami won, but no one noticed how much Shinigami paid with his life in that war. Chapter 308, Bloody Battle. They were all wiped out as soon as they arrived. It is really a disgrace to our Quincy. An arrogant voice came from behind Maayang. A Quincy in a pure white cloak looked at the burnt land, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Then he looked at Maayang provocatively, and a ball of rishi quickly gathered in his hand. Turning around, he looked at the newly appeared Quincy with an expressionless face. From spiritual power on his body, this guy was much stronger than the previous wave of wiped out. However, no matter how strong he was, it was like this. Among the Quincy, in addition to several people, there are few who can be taken to heart by Maayang. Shinigami. That look of yours really makes me uncomfortable. Aware of the contempt in Maayang's eyes, a blue vein on the forehead of the Quincy, and the mass of rishi in his hand suddenly became violet. All kinds of things nearby, whether buildings or trees, even the land, quickly turned into rishi, rushing toward the hands of the Quincy, and the violent rishi even rolled up a whirlwind. See. This is the power of our Quincy. Soul Society is simply our home ground. The rishi in the air is so dense that even everything here is made up of rishi. Our strength here can really be exerted. It is many times stronger than in the modern world. Feeling the rishi that was rapidly gathering around him, feeling the terrible power that he controlled, the eyes of Quincy were full of fanaticism. So, you Shinigami, go to hell for me. Soul Society belongs to us, Quincy. With a roar, the rishi in the hands of Quincy condensed together and turned into a huge bow suspended above his head. A huge pure blue bow made of rishi suddenly shot out. Divine Saint Destroyer Arrow. In the face of the bow and arrow that emitted a destructive fluctuation, Maayang looked indifferent, just simply raised his own Zanpakuto to his chest, and a sharp sword she burst out from the blade. The silver-white slash effortlessly scattered the bow and arrow of the Quincy, without any obstruction, and no decay. In the horror of the Quincy, it passed through his body and disappeared into the horizon. This. A bloodline appeared on the forehead of the Quincy, and only had time to let out a groan, and was cut into two with full of unwillingness. Because the strength that Soul Society can exert is stronger than in the modern world, so he chose the battlefield to be Soul Society? Maayang always felt that the reason why the Quincy chose the battlefield to be Soul Society was absolutely not because of such a simple reason. There must be something that I don't know in this. Looking in the direction of the Siriite AI, Maayang's eyes changed a bit. There must be a reason for the outbreak of the war. If the outbreak of the battle between Shinigami and the Quincy was because of the difference in the way the two handled the hollow, Maayang would never believe it. War has always been driven by interests. If you can't get benefits through the war, no one will like the war. Let me take a closer look through the war 1,000 years ago. After taking a look at the battles all over Soul Society, Maayang rushed in the direction of the Siriite AI. When the war broke out, it must be the place where the battle was the most intense and also the place closest to the truth. In District 28 of South Flowing Soul Street, a Shinigami team was carrying out a mission. A few days ago, Shinigami, who was stationed here, reported that there were many cases of residents disappearing. Soon after, the name Shinigami also lost contact, and the newly sent Shinigami did not find any situation in 2 days, and also lost contact on the 3rd day. For such an abnormal situation, the captain of 5th Division directly sent out the 7th seat in the team and led a small team to investigate the situation. Shinigami, who was at the bottom, would never know, they were originally the pawns thrown out by the upper level. In many streets of Rukongai, something similar happened, and it was obvious that they knew the suspicious situation at a glance, and the captains of each division just ignored it. They just sent Shinigami in the team again and finally let the backbone officer lead the small team to investigate. A light blue door suddenly appeared in front of the current team of Shinigami. Behind the door, spiritual power came. From the spirit channels perceived by the door, it was a completely different existence from Shinigami. Quincy. Shinigami's face changed and he drew his knife. In the recent hundreds of years, Shinigami and the Quincy had a lot of friction. This situation reached the peak after the establishment of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. Although there was no official declaration of war, small-scale battles had never stopped. Unfortunately, Shinigami had always been at a disadvantage. According to the surviving Shinigami, the Quincy had a huge advantage in Soul Society. They could easily control the Rishi in the air, and could even force Soul Society to turn everything into Rishi for order. For the Empire, destroy Shinigami. In the nervous eyes of Shinigami, a team of Quincy came out of the gate. The leading Quincy looked at the team of Shinigami, who was ready to fight, and the corners of his mouth pulled out a cruel smile. Hearing the Quincy words, the pupils of the leading officer suddenly shrank. This was definitely not the small-scale battles in the past. This is war. The war has begun. The chief officer shouted loudly and released his Zanpakuto first. Crush it, Earth Rock Dragon. The Zanpakuto in his hand smashed to the ground, and a wave of fluctuation was released from the chief officer as the center. Rumble. The ground shook, as if there was a giant monster stirring in the ground. A crack appeared on the ground now, and then spread quickly. Several Quincy fell down without warning. Bang. The cracked ground suddenly closed, and several rapid shouts came to an abrupt end. It's really a disgrace to the Quincy. Avoiding Shinigami's attack, the leading Quincy looked gloomy, pulled his arm, and a Rishi bow came out in front of him. Rain of light. Countless Rishi arrows shot out from the hands of the Quincy, and the endless bows and arrows scattered to Shinigami's side. With the action of the leading Quincy, the rest of the Quincy who dodged all took out their bows and arrows. Wave after wave of arrows kept shooting at Shinigami. Rise. Spiritual power on his body surged violently, and Shinigami, who led the team, flushed red. With his roar, the ground in front of him rolled over, and a huge earth wall blocked in front of everyone, blocking the arrow rain of Quincy. Quick! Report the situation here to the captain. I can't hold on for long. The earth wall was destroyed by the rain of arrows and reorganized. It repeated for a short period of time for a group of Shinigami. The 7 seats of the light. Looking at the boss who tried to maintain the earth wall to protect the people, a group of Shinigami's eyes were red, and a member who was good at flash steps rushed back to the Siriite AI to report the news. The others stared with red eyes and gritted their teeth to the Quincy. Chapter 309, Approaching Shadow. What a boring persistence. He stretched out a finger and picked up the bangs in front of his forehead, but the Quincy looked relaxed. In front of him, dozens of Shinigami fell in a pool of blood, with anger and indignation on his face. However, weak guys have no right to speak, and have no right to survive. Waving his hand, he released a large rain of arrows, completely wiping out the body of Shinigami on the ground. The Quincy took his own team to the center of Soul Society, Siriite AI. Before the battle began, the Quincy gave instructions about the battle. The elite members of the mini-Quincy led dozens of small teams and randomly arrived at the places where Soul Society had strong spiritual power reaction. They cleaned up Shinigami's team scattered all over Soul Society, and then gathered together to the Siriite AI, wiping out all the Shinigami that they saw along the way. As the leader of the Quincy, His Majesty led the most elite Star-Crossed Knights. When Shinigami was divided into troops to support Soul Society because of the battle everywhere, he directly descended on the periphery of the Siriite AI and defeated Shinigami's main camp with the strongest strength. Well? A Shinigami came out of the perception range of the current Quincy, feeling the relatively weak spiritual power, and the Quincy mouth pulled out a smile. Yes. With one hand outstretched, a blue Rishi arrow shot out, crossing a long distance, and instantly appeared in front of Shinigami. Pa! A hand suddenly appeared next to Shinigami, holding the Rishi arrow shot by Quincy, and then crushed it. Scared, it wasn't until the spirit arrow was crushed that Shinigami cried out in alarm, standing Zanpakuto in front of him with a nervous expression. Leave this place to me. You can leave first, Captain. Ah. Hearing the sound, that Shinigami finally reacted and looked nervously at the person beside him. This is. His eyes fell on the other person's clothes, and Shinigami was relieved. It turned out to be the senior of 3rd Division. I am 3rd Division of 3rd Division, Yamada Bingo, you leave first, leave this to me. But, how can we let Senior alone? I said. Yamada slowly pulled out his Zanpakuto. You should have other things to do. Everyone has their own duties and missions. Everyone has their own duties. They don't interfere with each other but are closely connected. Obviously, they look unrelated, but they are connected together, so they burst out with amazing power. In this way, we are the 13th Division. It's so noisy. Raising his hand, a Divine Saint Destroyer arrow shot over, interrupting Yamada Bengo's speech, and a trace of excitement flashed on Quincy's face. However, if I didn't hear it wrong, you are the third party, right? Looking at Yamada Benwu, Quincy's eyes became more and more excited. If I can kill you, it must be a big credit. It is not impossible to be praised by His Majesty personally. While speaking, a blue light flashed under the foot of Quincy, and his body appeared not far from Yamada Benwu. He did not know when a huge bow was condensed in his hand, and an arrow with terrible fluctuations was put on the bowstring. Boom! Wave after wave of battle fluctuations came from all over Soul Society. One after another spiritual power burst out and then completely extinguished. Lord Genri Uzai, the enchantment seals of all places are ready. Grand Kido Master walked into the captain room of Captain Commander Yamamoto, with a few drops of sweat on his forehead. Although he had decided to deal with the attack of the Quincy at the beginning, everything so far was in the previous plan. But in the short time when the Quincy began to attack, Soul Society had arranged the enchantment everywhere, which was not a simple task for them. Do you need to activate the enchantment now? No. Standing on the sun platform, looking at Siri-eyed AI from afar, feeling the disappearing spiritual power, Captain Commander Yamamoto held Zanpakuto's hand with a few blue veins on the back of his hand, trying to suppress the soaring killing intent in his heart. Those disappeared spiritual power, there were Quincy and Shinigami. The leader of the enemy has not appeared yet. This war, if it cannot be completely defeated by the enemy leader, it will be meaningless. As long as we cannot defeat the enemy leader, no matter how many times we win, it will be a waste of effort, and everything we have done for this plan will become meaningless. After hesitating for a moment, Captain Commander Yamamoto said, "Let 5th, 8th, 9th, and 13th Division go out to meet Shinigami outside Liahun Street, and completely crush the enemy." Shinigami, who was in charge of sending the order, was slightly stunned. Although with his identity and status, he could not know the plans made by the people of the highest level of Soul Society, but this did not affect his own judgment according to the current situation. At this time when the enemy leader had not appeared and did not know when to attack, it was not a wise decision to send the strength of 4 divisions to Rukongai. Under such a decision, the enemy's main force, whether it was to choose to ambush the Siri-eyed AI or choose to destroy the 4 members of the foreign faction first, did not have enough strength to deal with it. With such a thought flashing through his mind, just as he was about to open his mouth to confirm, the messenger only felt a terrible spiritual power coming from the body of Captain Commander Yamamoto. Just a slight sense of feeling made him almost unable to stand firm. Yes. The messenger knelt on one knee and responded loudly, and then left the captain room of 1st Division with the fastest instantaneous step he could use. At that moment, he felt the aura of destruction. Just as the 4 captains received the order and led their subordinates away from Siri-eyed AI and attacked in 4 directions of Rukongai. At the junction of the 1st and 2nd districts of the Rukongai, a black shadow twisted in a swamp that reeked of decay. A head poked out from inside and looked at Siri-eyed AI from afar. A hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. As expected, they split up. Feeling the powerful spiritual power approaching him, the creature hiding in the shadows revealed a strange smile. In the other 3 directions of the north, south, and west of Rukongai, a black shadow appeared at the same time. After confirming the captain of the team, spiritual power gradually disappeared. Next, it's our turn. Chapter 310, All-Out War. Ladies and gentlemen of the Stern Ritter. Standing on the high platform, Hueco glanced at the many subordinates below. This was the most elite force under his command, the Stern Ritter. Those who could join the Stern Ritter were all elites that were 1 in a million, and those who could serve as cadres in the Knights were elites among elites, and each person was an existence called monster. Follow me to Soul Society and defeat Shinigami. This world belongs to the Quincy. Yes. As Hueco's voice fell, many Quincy below him responded with enthusiasm. Buzz! A huge blue door appeared in front of Soul Society, and the huge door faced the opposite of the Siri-eyed AIs, Cyreman. Step, 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 step. With a series of neat and powerful footsteps, a Quincy in pure white clothes and a black cloak walked out from behind the door and lined up in 2 rows, welcoming the cadres and the highest leader of the Quincy, Hueco. That is. Reaching out, he grabbed the 2 huge hammers placed on the side, and the guard of Shuiman, Higani Udo, looked nervous. As the guard of Siri-eyed AI, it was impossible for him not to know the iconic clothing of Quincy, and even more impossible to not know what happened recently. The war between Shinigami and Quincy was getting more and more intense, and now it had reached the white hot. Just now, the captain of 5th Division just left his side and went to Rukongai to destroy the Quincy. This was the first time in 100 years of battle with Quincy that the captain personally made a move. At this time, the purpose of these Quincy is self-evident. I'm telling you, with me, Higani Udo here, don't even think about. Zayu. Before he could finish speaking, a lightning-fast bow and arrow had already pierced through his head. After piercing through Higani Udo's head, the bow and arrow continued to move, heading straight for the street inside the Siri-eyed AI. Boom! A huge door descended from the sky, blocking the arrow. Just as the huge door descended from the sky, walls appeared one after another from the void and fell to the ground, surrounding Siri-eyed AI completely. Wrap yourself up like a turtle? Looking at the walls that blocked his bow and arrows and surrounded Jing Ling Ting, blocking everyone's line of sight. Quincy scratched his head and looked disappointed. No harm. Coming out of the gate, Hueco looked straight at Siri-eyed AI in front of him, with a strong confidence in his tone. No matter what kind of defense the enemy makes, the final outcome will not change at all. We will win. Is it? But the ending I see is completely different from what you see. Accompanied by a voice full of killing intent, the figure of Captain Commander Yamamoto appeared in front of the Quincy group. Behind him, the captains of 13 Division of Imperial Guard stood casually, and each person's body exuded a terrible fighting spirit. The soaring spiritual power stacked together, making the opposite Quincy face change grayly. Is there a enchantment around here? In the face of the oppression of Shinigami, Hueco looked calm, raised his hand to feel around, and his eyes flashed a little understanding. After we appeared, we immediately set up a barrier. Is it to prevent the surrounding environment from being destroyed? I'm really sorry, I guessed wrong. While speaking, Captain Commander Yamamoto slowly pulled out his own Zanpakuto. A terrible high temperature spread out, and at the same time released. There was also the terrible spiritual power who was almost solidified. To prevent destroying the surrounding environment and so on, it was just done casually. The real purpose of this barrier is to prevent you rats from running away. Boom! The voice of the Captain Commander fell together. And his terrible slash. The raging flames seemed to burn together, and those Quincy who could not escape were swept by the flames and completely disappeared. As early as when Captain Commander Yamamoto pulled out Zanpakuto, the captains behind him were sensible and left his side. For the strength of Captain Commander Yamamoto, they had a personal experience. Where Captain Commander was, there was no need for support. Your Majesty. Feeling the terrible attack of Captain Commander Yamamoto, several members of Stern Ritter changed their faces slightly and were about to go forward to block the knife for Hueco. Back off. Pulling out the sword at his waist to block Captain Commander Yamamoto's chop, Hueco shouted back his subordinates, and his eyes showed a rare hint of fighting spirit. But the members of the Knights wanted to say something, but Hasqualt raised his hand to stop them. His Majesty's decree, our mission, members of the Knights, attack with all your strength and destroy all the enemies. It is you who are eliminated. A dark-skinned, purple-haired captain flashed out of the middle of the Quincy. With a low shout, a blue lightning burst out from his body, and the whole person's speed instantly soared, turning into a lightning bolt shuttling through the Quincy. With only a pair of fists, he killed dozens of Quincy in an instant. Bang! A huge palm blocked his attack, and a hurricane burst out from the place where their fists collided, blowing away the surrounding soldiers far away. Yo, it seems that there are quite good goods among the enemies. Looking at the burly Quincy who blocked his attack, a playful smile flashed on the handsome face of Shayun Yoruichi. This sentence should be said by me. Looking at Shayun Yoruichi, the Quincy's face also showed a smile, which was a happy smile that could fight to the heart's content. His palm clenched, holding the fist of Shayun Yoruichi in his hand, the Quincy body expanded a little again, and the flesh of the whole body was full of terrible power. Your arm, I will take it. Holding the arm of Shayun Yoruichi, the Quincy pulled hard. Dream on, Uzumi. Her feet moved slightly and disappeared directly from the front of the Quincy. Behind him, a blue lightning appeared in the hands of the Four Maple Institute Imperial Hall. Her body twisted in the air and then punched the waist of the Quincy ruthlessly. Boom! The body of the Quincy and the ground made a violent impact, and a huge hole appeared on the ground. A terrible crack spread around with his body as the center. Well, it's just good. Looking at the Quincy who was knocked unconscious by her fist, Shayun Yoruichi shrugged her shoulders and looked at the battlefield in the distance. As far as the eye could see, the battle between Shinigami and the Quincy was everywhere. One by one, Shinigami waved Zanpakuto and fought with the Quincy who held the bow and arrow. But overall, the one who had the upper hand at the moment was the Quincy. Chapter 311, Quincy Consciousness Bankai. Ghost Teeth Instant Flower. A powerful spiritual power suddenly broke out from the battlefield, and a crystal flower bloomed in the crowd. It was the sword flower formed by the sword blade. The flower petals withered and the flower disappeared. At the same time, the life of the enemy disappeared. Quite an excellent ability. Hasqualt praised with an indifferent expression. Under the long eyelashes, there was no emotion fluctuation in those eyes. Whether it was in the face of Shinigami's attack, the death of the surrounding Quincy, or the battle on Hueco, it seemed that nothing could make him have emotional fluctuations. I will treat it as the appreciation of the enemy. Kayuyu Onzai waved the Zanpakuto in his hand. Every time he waved, there were petals blooming. Each petal contained terrible power, forcing Hasqualt to retreat step by step. Tick. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheeks and dripped onto the ground. Kayuyu Onzai he felt a huge pressure. Although it seemed like he was suppressing the other party and forcing the other party to continuously retreat, he was in a battle situation and knew clearly that the real situation was not like this at all. His Zanpakuto had two types of power, direct attack and Kido. With his own sword Dao as the foundation, he added 2 more damage to the enemy while attacking the enemy. Each sword flower had a terrifying lethality, and the petals withered would cause another injury to the enemy. But from the beginning of the battle until now, he had attacked hundreds of times, but the enemy was unscathed. Even if he used Bankai and burst out a stronger power, it was useless. Such a situation did not change at all. Looking at the sword flowers that he waved constantly blooming and withering on the enemy, and the enemy was not damaged at all, a panic rose in his heart uncontrollably. This was a situation he had never encountered before. The attack was completely ineffective. It's about time. Hasqualt, who had been retreating and passively resisting Kyuyu Onzai and the attack, moved. A blue light flashed under his feet and left the battle. What? Hearing Hasqualt's words, a feeling of extreme danger suddenly rose in Kyuyu Onzai's heart, and a few drops of cold sweat fell from his forehead. It's over. As Hasqualt's voice fell, hundreds of crystal petals suddenly appeared on Kyuyu Onzai's body. The dense petals wrapped his whole body, and the terrifying power of hundreds of attacks gathered together, almost destroyed Kyuyu Onzai's body in an instant. Puff, blood sprayed out from every part of Kyuyu Onzai's body. In just an instant, his aura fell to the extreme, like a candle in the wind. To be able to survive such an injury in an instant and still remain conscious, what terrifying perseverance. Looking at Shinigami, who was covered in blood and was barely able to stand on the ground with Zanpakuto, Hasqualt also slightly moved his face. Damn it. Damn it. As soon as he opened his mouth, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Kyuyu Onzai and his heart were filled with unwillingness. This was a power that he had painstakingly honed, yet it was actually defeated by his own strength. It was truly a disgrace. This guy who stole his power, trampled on his efforts and dignity. He really wanted to kill him. With a strong sense of unwillingness, Kyuyu Onzai he fell into eternal darkness. Kyuyu on. Things happened too quickly. In just an instant, Kyuyu Onzai he, who had the upper hand, was killed. He did not give the other Shinigami any chance to react or rescue him. When they noticed that side, Kyuyu Onzai he had completely lost his breath. Damn it. Although the relationship between them was not very close, seeing his colleague who he had known for dozens of years die in front of him like this, Shayun Yoruichi was filled with anger, and lightning danced on her body. Boom. Just as Shayun Yoruichi was preparing to take revenge for Kyuyu Onzai who had died under his attacks, a fist came from behind her with a terrifying momentum. Bang! He was keenly aware of the attack coming from behind her, and Shayun Yoruichi turned around to block the attack. How is this possible? Seeing the person who attacked her, Shayun Yoruichi's expression changed greatly. Combining the power of hand-to-hand combats and Kido, the body is wrapped in the rich strength of Kido. In the process of fighting, you can release terrible power with a raise of your hand. This kind of combat skill is called Shunko. This is a power that can only be mastered by honing the skills of White and Kido at the same time to the peak. Even she only completely grasped this power in recent years. After being hit by the weak part of the waist and abdomen by her own strength, it is impossible for the enemy to continue to fight. A very strong force completely destroyed my body. As if seeing through the mind of Shayun Yoruichi, the Quincy coughed blood and spoke. Just one punch, it is completely impossible for my muscle system to collapse, and I can stand up. Saying this, the Quincy is slowly walking to Shayun Yoruichi. But my mind is completely beyond the limits of the body. Even if all the bones in the whole body are broken, it can't stop my belief in fighting. A thin line of Rishi is wrapped around the Quincy, just like a puppet. With the words of the Quincy, the surrounding Rishi constantly converged to him, and even the soil turned into Rishi, gathering around him, and the rich Rishi wrapped him up, emitting a dazzling light, echoing with the lightning on Shayun Yoruichi. Although the Quincy is controlled by Rishi to fight, this degree is too exaggerated. In the vision of Shayun Yoruichi, this Quincy seems to have become a black hole, Rishi's black hole. This is the final form of our Quincy. The Quincy clenched his fist, and the rich Rishi gathered in the palm of his hand, condensing terrible power. We call it the Volstandig. In this state, I have reached an incredible level of control over Rishi. The drawback is that after using this power, I will lose all strength. The body moved unnaturally, and the Quincy face was determined. In other words, this is the power I bet everything. Then, are you ready, Shinigami? I will fight to the last second of myself, even if the whole body's trunk is broken, even if the bones are broken, and the blood flows out, I will get up again and again until your Shinigami is completely destroyed. Chapter 312, One-Man Army. There is no doubt that in this war, it is our Quincy who has the upper hand. While fighting Captain Commander Yamamoto, Hueco opened his mouth and said, "Although I don't know why you made a stupid decision to let the 4 captains go to Soul Society to maintain the situation, But in the current situation, the scales of victory in this war are tilting to our Quincy. In the face of Hueco's verbal offensive, Captain Commander Yamamoto's face did not change, but calmly waved his own Zanpakuto. The terrible, gentle and sharp sword she combined, and each blow had a destructive power. In the face of such a terrible chop, Hueco was still at ease, and every swing of the long knife in his hand blocked the attack of Captain Commander Yamamoto. Is it because you feel desperate about the situation, so you choose to be silent? Hueco's momentum suddenly grew a lot. After the chop of Captain Commander was scattered, the sword energy still had momentum and flew toward Captain Commander. Lifting his hand, smashing Hueco's slash, Captain Commander Yamamoto clenched his fist and felt the strength of Hueco's slash, and finally opened his mouth. I have long heard that the leader of the Quincy has the ability to grant others strength, and the ability to recover the power granted out. It seems that it is true. Looking at the Quincy who had just been killed by Shiryu and Yoruichi, Captain Commander Yamamoto knew in his heart. As expected of the leader of 13 Division of Imperial Guards, with just some clues, I have analyzed some of my abilities, but what can I do even if I know these? Although his ability was broken by Captain Commander Yamamoto, there was no panic on Hueco's face. As long as the war continues, his strength will continue to become stronger, whether it is the Quincy granted by him, or Shinigami who fought with the Quincy granted by him. Once they die, the strength will return to his body. Knowing this, I can make up my mind to kill you completely by thunder. The flames wrapped around Zanpakuto suddenly disappeared, and the flames that were originally scattered in the battle suddenly extinguished. Because of the outbreak of Zanpakuto's strength, the hot air suddenly cooled down. This feeling was like the calm before the storm. The calm was just to brew a bigger storm. Feeling the pressure, Shinigami's expression changed drastically. He thought of the fear that he had once been dominated and a terrifying figure that seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. Retreat. They decisively abandoned their opponents who were fighting fiercely, and the captains chose to retreat. This was the highest order given by Captain Commander before the war. Once the situation developed to the worst, all the captains would retreat to the Siriate AI. At this time, it was the worst situation. Look, your subordinates have all abandoned you. Although he was puzzled by Shinigami's behavior and had a feeling of uneasiness in his heart, Hueco still maintained a calm face. No harm. Standing outside the Siriate AI, with his back facing it and the Shinigami that he had, Captain Commander Yamamoto's back looked very tall. This war, this old man alone is enough. Hearing Captain Commander Yamamoto's words, Hueco's pupil suddenly contracted. Bunkai. Zanka no Tiki. As Captain Commander Yamamoto's voice fell, the Zanpakuto in his hand became like a charred wooden knife. The ordinary appearance, no matter how you look at it, does not seem to be the existence of the strongest Zanpakuto. However, the air suddenly became so dry. The moisture in the air seemed to be evaporated in an instant. Just by standing here, he felt as if his whole body was burning, just like standing in front of the sun. Protect His Majesty. Looking at Captain Commander Yamamoto not far away, Hasqualt's heart surged with an extremely dangerous feeling. In front of the power that was so powerful that it made people despair, everything is false. Captain Commander Yamamoto raised his foot and walked step by step to Hueco. Every step he took was like hitting Hueco's heart, making his mind shake. Go to hell. The huge gap between strength made many Quincy unable to understand the horror of Captain Commander Yamamoto. The strong desire to show themselves in front of His Majesty made them rush to Captain Commander Yamamoto recklessly. It was like a moth flying into the fire. Boom. The terrible flame was released, turning the body of Quincy into ashes in an instant. Like a moth flying into the fire. Zanpakuto in Captain Commander Yamamoto's hand was still hanging by his side, but the heat released by the body unconsciously will turn the enemy or to ashes. The power of this Bunkai is absurd. Seeing the terrible power of Captain Commander Yamamoto, Hueco's expression changed slightly. Even he, facing such power. Go. He is only one person. Kill him for His Majesty. That is, the living example is in front of them. Those Quincy still can't recognize the huge gap between them and Captain Commander Yamamoto. They fantasize that they can kill Captain Commander Yamamoto with their strength and win this war for Quincy. In the face of the dense Quincy, Captain Commander Yamamoto has no fluctuation on his face. Lifting the Zanpakuto in his hand swinging there was no sound, and there was no flame, and everything where the blade pointed was turned to ashes. A dark abyss stretched into the distance, until the end of sight. Whether it was the Quincy who did not care about the safety and fear death, or the woods and hills along the way, everything disappeared under the wave of Captain Commander Yamamoto. This power Ma Yang, who was watching this battle from the shadows, was secretly shocked. The power that Captain Commander Yamamoto burst out at this moment was more powerful than what he saw, the Bunkai after 1,000 years. Holding Zanpakuto in one hand, Captain Commander Yamamoto walked steadily toward Hueco, and Zunpacto in his hand occasionally or raised, casually waved and killed the Quincy who rushed to himself. Every time Captain Commander Yamamoto waved, he could take away a large number of Quincy's life. Under his terrible strength, the number completely lost meaning. Whether the Quincy who rushed over was 1 or 100, it was just a single cut. These Quincy from 1,000 years ago were much weaker than the ones after 1,000 years. Not only is it an ordinary Quincy, but even Hueco, the strength shown, is far inferior to him after 1,000 years. The Hueco I see in front of me is indeed very powerful, but this strength is much worse than the Hueco Maayang saw 1,000 years later. Moreover, on this Hueco, Maayang can't feel the slightest power of time. Although the power of his body is heterogeneous, there is no power of time. What happened between the 1,000 years when Hueco lost his power and fell into a deep sleep? What is the origin of his power? Chapter 313, burst with a terrible chop. The war between Shinigami and the Quincy came to an end. Captain Commander Yamamoto used overwhelming strength, and with his own strength, he destroyed half of the strongest group of Quincy, the Stern Ritter, and even Hueco, the leader of the Quincy, fell under his sword. Although because of the desperate protection of some Quincy, Hueco did not die on the spot, but was rescued by the remnants of the Quincy. But with the injuries he suffered at that time, he was absolutely unable to survive. Captain Commander Yamamoto, who used the Benkai to show absolute overwhelming strength, did not order to pursue and completely destroy the Quincy, considering that his Benkai power was too strong and would cause great damage to Soul Society and the whole world. After all, after its leader was defeated, the remaining Quincy was not to fear. Moreover, not all Quincy were in opposition to Shinigami. Even Hueco, known as the founder of the Quincy, could not affect the idea of all Quincy. The human heart was the most unpredictable. In the battle between Shinigami and the Quincy was defeated, and less than one of the survivors could not compete with Shinigami like before, and the remaining few Quincy families were just curled up in the modern world, silently guarding the human race. And Shinigami, who was the winner, also suffered a huge blow. 6 of the 13 captains of the 13 Division of Imperial Guards were killed. The 4 captains of the 5th, 8th, 9th, and 13th Division, who were ordered by Captain Commander to Rukongai, and all the soldiers led by them, were sacrificed, and none survived. According to the results obtained by Captain Shutara Senjimaaru of the 12th Division when they checked the battle scene, the enemy they encountered at that time was the Quincy. And with the power far exceeding that of the captain, the battle almost presented a one-sided situation. Such an investigation result undoubtedly covered a shadow of Soul Society's victory again. Why didn't the 4 Quincy, who were more powerful than the captain, come out of the current battlefield, but chose to destroy 4 captain who went to Rukongai? Moreover, why didn't they appear when the leader of the Quincy was defeated by Captain Commander Yamamoto? The only thing that can be confirmed is that the destruction of the enchantment that sealed the entire Soul Society, originally intended to destroy all the invading Quincy, must have a direct relationship with the few Quincy who did not appear. Rukongai, District 18. The ground here seemed to have been bombed, and it was a scene of devastation. There was no trace of the original few hills, but a huge canyon was left on the ground. What a terrifying destructive power, it completely changed the terrain. Maayang's figure appeared at the bottom of the canyon, feeling the remnants of spiritual power in the canyon. A feeling of amazement rose in his heart. He did not interfere in this bloody battle 1,000 years ago. As time passed, his understanding of the power of time became deeper and deeper. The more he understood this power, the more familiar he was with this power. His heart was filled with fear towards time. Time was the most ruthless. Time was also the most unpredictable. It was completely a coincidence that he could go against the river of time and return to 1,000 years ago. Even he himself did not know the reason. No one knew if what he did here would affect the world 1,000 years later. The slightest error could result in 1,000 miles of error. A small change could result in huge consequences. These were all unpredictable. It's really strange. I can clearly feel that he is here. A figure suddenly appeared in this canyon. After scanning the surroundings, Shutara Senjimaaru frowned. Shutara Senjimaaru was full of confidence in her own skills. Since she could detect Maayang's aura here, it meant that Maayang must be here. Standing on the river of time, Maayang quietly watched as Shutara Senjimaaru controlled the skeleton arms behind her and used all sorts of methods to detect her aura in the canyon. However, all of this was in vain. At this moment, although he was standing there, he was here half an hour later, not here at this moment. The gap between time completely isolated the two of them and was impossible to surpass. However, this did not mean that his power of time had been able to do this. All of this was just because he did not belong to this time and space. Before coming to this canyon, he had checked where the other 3 captains were killed. From the situation at the scene, the strength of the person who made the move was absolutely above the captain. The war between Shinigami and the Quincy had ended. There was no doubt that Shinigami won. However, the Quincy was not completely defeated. They hid in the dark and slowly accumulated their strength. Even the Quincy leader who was defeated by Captain Commander did not die, but restored his strength in an unknown place. Until 1,000 years later, they came back and stepped on Soul Society fiercely. A pulling force came from a distant place, pulling Ma Yang, who was originally standing on the River of Time, into the river. The turbulent flow of time carried him and flowed rapidly in the River of Time. 1,000 years of time quickly turned, and broken pictures flashed in front of his eyes. Soul Society's development of 1,000 years seemed to be condensed into an illusion film playing in front of his eyes. A strange feeling rose in his heart. A mysterious power was born in his body. The feeling was unspeakable, but there was a wonderful feeling in his heart. A faint enlightenment appeared in his heart. The silhouette of 1,000 years of condensed time remained in the sea of Ma Yang's mind, burying a seed, only waiting for an opportunity to grow. Rukongai. Kusajishi district. The sky was getting brighter and brighter. The moon shadow gradually faded and disappeared. A ray of sunlight shone on the cottage in the forest. A silver light flashed in the void. In the silver light, Ma Yang's figure gradually became clear. Standing in front of the house, Ma Yang closed his eyes. All kinds of scenes and fragments rolled in his mind. After watching Soul Society's development for nearly 1,000 years from a strange angle, many clever ideas and sparks of inspiration burst in his mind. After experiencing a strange journey of time, he had a completely new understanding of the power of time. Moreover, as time passed, with the digestion of those experiences and thoughts, his utilization of his own strength and understanding of the world would become stronger and stronger. This was Ma Yang's originally closed eyes suddenly opened, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. Just now, a completely different aura from Soul Society appeared in his perception. Although it was indeed spirit energy, it was a type of spirit energy that was fundamentally different from Soul Society's. That was the difference between dimensions. That was the aura of the Spirit King Palace. Chapter 314, Ichigo's Decision. Soul Society, Siriite AI? At this time, Siriite AI could no longer be called Siriite AI. The original ancient buildings disappeared completely, replaced by European-style stone buildings covered with a thin layer of ice. The battle happened in every corner. The corpses of Shinigami and Quincy were lying in the ruins everywhere. The collision between spiritual power, the team leader, made the entire range of Siriite AI shrouded in a strong sense of oppression. Hueco stood on a roof, looking indifferently at the battles happening everywhere. Whether it is the death of Shinigami or the death of Quincy, none of them can affect him at all. After destroying Yamamoto Genryu's, Soul Society has no enemy worthy of his attention. With the strength of Stern Ritter, this is destined to be a one-sided battle. Boom. Ichigo Kurosaki descended from the sky. With his newly forged Katsuga, he landed on the battlefield with a powerful momentum, bringing new hope for Shinigami, who was struggling to support himself. Feeling a completely different spiritual power from Siriite AI coming from the distance, and the familiar breath, Hueco's mouth slightly rose, revealing a smile. Ki. Hasqualt, who stood behind Hueco, pulled out the long sword at his waist, raised it high, and a few rays of light blossomed from his sword tip. A strange coat of arms appeared on the top of the house, and a wonderful traction force worked on them. A column of light erupted from the coat of arms and reached the sky, enveloping Hueco and several people led by him. What is that light? Turning his head to look at the light column that led to the sky, Ichigo Kurosaki had an extremely bad feeling in his heart. Ichigo Kurosaki, you should have heard my voice, right? As if feeling Ichigo Kurosaki's thoughts, Hueco's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Ichigo Kurosaki, guide us under the sunlight, I want to thank you. What do you mean by this? Ichigo Kurosaki's bad feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Lifting his hand to the sky, Hueco had an irrepressible smile on his face. He was finally about to take that step. Thanks to you, we can successfully invade Soul King Palace. Without waiting for Ichigo Kurosaki to ask, Hueco explained himself. The clothes you are wearing now are called Okayan. They are made from the bones and hair of Zero Division. It is made to forcibly break through the 72 layers of barriers between the Soul King Palace and the Siriite AI. And most importantly, in order to protect your body from the friction when forcibly breaking through these barriers, there is no way to make it with other materials. Super light and super defensive ability. I am afraid that there is no better than this dress in all of Shinigami's equipment. However, it is also because of that powerful defense. After you break through the 72 layers of barriers, the barrier will be in a state that cannot be closed for 6,000 seconds. With Hueco's explanation, the light emitted by the towering pillar of light became brighter and brighter. The bodies of Hueco, Hasqualt, and Ishida Ryu slowly floated up in the light pillar. Ishida. Rushing to stop Hueco, Ichigo Kurosaki, who intended to stop Hueco, looked at Ishita Ryu who stood together with Hueco and Hasqualt, and his eyes were full of astonishment and confusion. Although he always knew that this was the battle between Shinigami and Quincy, and Ishita Ryu was a Quincy, a proud Quincy, but Ichigo Kurosaki never thought that he and Ishita would be in opposing camps in this war. The sky seemed to be pierced by the light column, revealing a huge hole. In Kurosaki Ichigo's incredible eyes, Ishita Ryu stood respectfully behind Hueco and rose up with Hasqualt. There was no breath, a strong light flashed, and the light pillar disappeared without a trace. And Hueco and the other two. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying ray of light appeared out of thin air. The tyrannical power destroyed everything in the surroundings. Santenkeshun. Ichigo Kurosaki was still in a daze because of Ishita Ryu's choice. A barrier appeared in front of him, blocking the attack for him. Inoue. Sato. Looking at the two companions who had pulled him away in time, Ichigo Kurosaki fell silent again. Santenkeshun was shattered. Ishita-san is so good. Orihime had a silly smile on his face. He tried to ease the awkward atmosphere, but it was useless. Ichigo Kurosaki remained silent. Seeing this, Sato Yasutara silently walked to Ichigo Kurosaki's side. Ignoring Kurosaki Ichigo's exclamation, he raised him above his head and threw him out. What are you doing? Sato. Then what are you doing? Ichigo. Looking at Ichigo Kurosaki, who had finally regained some spirit, Chadutayu shouted, Ishida, stand on that side, the blow we suffered is the same as yours. But what can you change if you are angry about this? For Ishida, he decided to stand on the side of the Quincy. Presumably, he must have a considerable realization before the matter. But so what? Even if it is the truth, what we should do has already been decided. At the critical moment, Sato Yasutara, who had always been not good with words, could also say such words that hit the heart, which swept away the confusion in Ichigo Kurosaki's heart, and his eyes were firm again. Yes. With his personality and temper, it is difficult to persuade him. So, at least chase him and ask for a reason. If his reason can't convince me, then I will beat him hard and bring him back. What if his reason is acceptable? Even if that's the case, I will still beat him up and bring him back. That's right. Seeing that Ichigo had once again revealed that determined and confident expression, a smile appeared on the face of the Sato Yasutara. Whoa, it seems that I'm a step too late. Kisuke held the paper umbrella in one hand and put the other hand in his trouser pocket. He looked relaxed, not like he was in a battlefield, but like an outing. What are you going to do? Do you need me to prepare a travel ticket to Soul King Palace for you? But it will take some time. Compared to your travel voucher, I think my way will be faster. Maayang appeared behind Kisuke and looked up at the sky. As far as the eye could see, the space was folded and twisted. Maayang saw Hueco, who was rushing to the Soul King Palace with special means, and the people of the Soul King Palace who had been aware of Hueco's approach and made preparations. Mr. Kimura. Looking at Maayang, Kisuke was slightly stunned. He always felt that there seemed to be some changes in the other person, but he could not say it. I can go directly to the Soul King Palace, but I can only take one person. As he said this, Maayang's eyes fell on Ichigo Kurosaki. After going through the trip to Soul King Palace, Ichigo Kurosaki's strength had greatly improved. Even Kisuke might not be able to compare to him now. Only one person. Orihime and Sato were slightly stunned as Ichigo Kurosaki directly walked in front of Maayang. Chapter 315, Departure. Take me there, Mr. Kimura. Ichigo Kurosaki looked at Maayang firmly. As Hueco said, the reason why he could successfully invade Soul King Palace was completely because he was in a hurry to come back and rush to the empty hole caused by his full speed. No matter what Hueco wanted to do, he must go to Soul King Palace to stop him. What's more, Ishida, that guy, needed him to personally beat him up and drag him back. Kurosaki-kun. It's okay, Inoue. Ichigo Kurosaki turned to Orihime Inoue and Sato Yasutara showed a confident smile. Mr. Kisuke also said that he has a way to go to Soul King Palace. You can follow him later. After Ishida was beaten by me, I still need your help to treat him. Looking at Ichigo Kurosaki's bright smile, Orihime unconsciously blushed. Kisuke, you should have noticed. The enemy's goal has been Soul King Palace from the very beginning. Maayang looked at Kisuke. Yes. In the face of Maayang's serious eyes, Kisuke also stopped laughing and became a little more serious. Since you know this, I think I don't need to say anything. I think you have already thought about what should be prepared. After getting Kisuke's affirmation, Maayang nodded slightly. With Kisuke's wisdom and style of doing things, he must have already prepared everything. Now that he thought about it, the thing that he had asked the city to do before was probably already prepared for it. Don't resist. Placing his hand on Ichigo Kurosaki's shoulder, a complicated pattern appeared under Maiyang's feet. Swoosh, a silver light flashed, and Maiyang brought Ichigo Kurosaki several thousand meters above the sky. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, bringing Ichigo Kurosaki with him, Maiyang's figure constantly flashed, heading towards the distant Soul King Palace in an unknown space. Then, glancing at Maiyang and Ichigo Kurosaki who quickly disappeared from his sight, Kisuke turned his head and stared at Sato Tasutoura and Orihime Inoue. Are you ready? Follow Mr. Kurosaki and step on the unpredictable road, even if it is an abyss. Orihime nodded fiercely. Sato did the same. They had been aware of this since the beginning. If they had not had this realization, they would not have came to this day. Then, come with me, your journey may be a little bumpy. Yoruichi should almost prepare that thing. You are too slow. Kisuke. The ground of the original 12th Division. The Quincy invaded Soul Society with their shadow domain, and completely covered the whole Siri Itai, becoming the appearance of their Wandenrick. However, after the first invasion of the Quincy, Captain Kurotsuchi had guessed that the technology used by the Quincy had a close connection with the shadow, and it was very wise to build many rooms without shadows in the underground of 12th Division. When the Quincy invaded Soul Society, those were the few places that were not invaded. A huge fort stands in one of the rooms. It is a fort that is almost the same as the fort of Kakaku Shiba's family. Yoruichi stood in front of the battery, with one hand on her waist, and looked at Kisuke, who was walking leisurely with Orihime and Sato. Oh, as expected of Miss Yoruichi, so fast. Habitually covering his chin with a paper fan, Kisuke's face was always indecent. By the way, where is Ichigo? Looking at people behind Kisuke, Orihime and Sato, Yoruichi frowned slightly. Even if the two of them had grown a lot recently, it was almost impossible to stop Hueco just by relying on them. In fact, before we came over, we met Kimura. Hearing Maiyang's name, Yoruichi raised her eyebrows. If it is him, does he take Ichigo first? Yes. Mr. Kurosaki has been taken by Kimura to Soul King Palace first. So, we have to move faster, otherwise we can't catch up. Is the ticket to Soul King Palace that Mr. Kisuke said is this battery? Then again, why is there a battery of Miss Kakaku in the underground of 12th Division? From the moment 0 Division came down, it was made by the Kurotsuchi captain who saw the development of the situation. After meeting with me, it was completed. Oh. The appearance of Captain Kurotsuchi appeared in his mind, as well as the strange voice, and Orihime put a hand on her mouth. That person is really amazing. As expected of a scientist. Huh? The strange appearance of the Captain Kurotsuchi could not be connected to scientists at all, although he was indeed a genius. Captain Kurotsuchi is indeed a genius. Although he can't compare to me. While checking the situation of the equipment, Kisuke spoke. However, this is not completely copied. The Shiba family's fort is a work of art made using the technology of the Shiba family. It is not something that can be copied so easily. We can only shoot one shot of the battery here, and then it will be broken. Only one shot? Sato Yasutaura raised his head and was a little serious. Yes, so please sit quietly in the fort and don't move. I hope you don't fail. Lifting his head from the complicated equipment, Kisuke clapped his hands. Although the energy is still a little insufficient, as long as there is this thing Miss Yoruichi prepared, it is enough. What is that? Looking at the bottles in Yoruichi's hands, the eyes of Orihime Inoue were full of curiosity. I asked Yoruichi to investigate the bad influence between the modern world and Soul Society triggered by the Quincy. I think that the bad influence was deliberately triggered to cause Soul Society's chaos and disperse the combat effectiveness. According to the investigation of Yoruichi, we know that the moment of the bad influence formed and the moment of disappearance will produce a lot of energy. It was a huge mobile energy that could connect the two worlds. As he spoke, Kisuke loaded the strange energy that Yoruichi had brought over to the launch platform. The value of the energy that represented the energy quickly reached its full value, and a sound of notification rang out, making Orihime and Sato instantly nervous. Alright, let's begin. The trip to the Soul King Palace. Chapter 316, High-profile appearance. What is this thing? Ichigo Kurosaki looked at the strange thing in front of him. From there, he could feel a powerful spiritual power and vigorous vitality. This is the move of Sister Kiryu. Looking at this huge tree of life in front of him, a trace of nostalgia flashed in Maiyang's eyes. When he was still a vice captain under Hikaifuun Kiryu, he had seen this move once. The so-called Zero Division referred to the huge impact on Soul Society's history. It was almost equivalent to the people in Soul Society's history, and it was an organization that could only be promoted after obtaining the affirmation of the Spirit King. And Hikaifuun Kiryu, because of the concept of artificial soul she first created, and the technique to put it into the body, was invited to join Zero Division, and her attainments in the field of life were the best. The material of the dish made by Sister Kiryu transformed the life form was nurtured by her body. I believe that you have seen it when you came to Soul King Palace before. Thinking that Hikaifuun Kiryu, who was originally fat as a ball, turned into a beautiful woman after cooking, Ichigo Kurosaki nodded with deep feelings. This tree grew up from spiritual power who absorbed Sister Kiryu. With spiritual power as food, the more she was attacked, the more intense it grew. The people trapped in it were almost unable to escape, because no matter what kind of attack it was, it would definitely contain spiritual power, and it was impossible to break through the threshold formed by the Tree of Life. It seemed that this was the battlefield chosen by their Zero Division. This was good. With this thought flashing through his mind, Maayang moved and took Ichigo Kurosaki out of the edge of the current barrier. Mr. Kimura, it seems that they are fighting with the Quincy inside. How do we go in? Through the gap, Ichigo Kurosaki could see a trace of internal situation, just enough to see Ishidarayu, standing quietly behind Hueco. Rest assured, Kiryu will let us in, right? Ah. Little Ichigo, didn't you just go down? You came up so quickly. Hikaifuun Kiryu poked her head out from a branch and looked at the two travel-worn men. Eh? Why are you here too? Little Maayang Wu. Maayang's face changed slightly and quickly covered Hikaifuun Kiryu's mouth. If she were to say that name in front of Ichigo Kurosaki, she would die of shame and anger. What did you want to say just now, Ms. Kiryu? Ichigo Kurosaki looked curiously at Maayang and Hikaifuun Kiryu, but as soon as he said it, he felt a chill run down his spine. If he continued to ask, he would probably be cut down. With this thought flashing through his mind, Ichigo Kurosaki decisively said, "Let us in, Ms. Kiryu. There are people I must defeat with my own hands. There's no other way, then go in with him. But the next battle is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you will die. Who are you going in with?" As soon as he said that, a few branches stretched out from the trunk in front of him and wrapped around Ichigo Kurosaki and Maayang, pulling them in. Bang! A sink fell to the ground, and at the same time, there was a burst of exaggerated shout. Yoiyo Tsunemaya raised one of his arms and raised one of his fingers in an exaggerated gesture. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted by him. At the same time, they also saw the sink he had brought with him, as well as the zanpakuto that was placed in the sink. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, Nemaya. After the weird singing ended, Tsunemaya took out the zanpakuto from the sink, stood with a knife, and an extraordinary aura was emitted. Don't even think about passing through here. Cut the crap, you guys come together. Yo. From now on, it's Zero Division's battle. Yay. This saber, his gaze stopped on zanpakuto, WHCH was in Tsunemaya's hands. An imperceptible light flashed in Maayang's eyes. Zanpakuto that the god of blades, Tsunemaya personally bring to the battlefield, was definitely not simple. If an ordinary saber was drawn out of the water, it would more or less have some water stains, and it would definitely not be like this saber, completely untainted. Tsunemaya raised his knife to the opposite Quincy, and Tsunemaya smiled. Oh. The blade suddenly shook, as if it was going to fall. Is it because it hasn't been unsheathed for too long? The hilt is loose. Seizing this moment keenly, Gerard suddenly rushed up, and the big sword in his hand was swung out. Boom. Even the threshold of Hikaifuun Kiryu's life was cut out a huge mark by the sword energy when it was growing rapidly. You hid very well. Tsunemaya said jokingly as she leaned back to avoid Gerard's attack. Dodging a man's hug is etiquette, right? Really? Then what about the next move? As he spoke, Gerard changed the giant sword in his hand to chop, and the blade emitted a shocking sword aura. This time, it's my turn to attack. Tsunemaya's body was standing upright at an unknown time, beside Gerald, and with a low groan, the zanpakuto in his hand suddenly swung out. Bang! Gerard's body suddenly fell to the ground. You must be lying. Seeing Gerard defeated in a single move, a drop of cold sweat fell from Askin's face. Even among the star-crossed knights that were full of monsters, Gerard could be called a monster. It was not an exaggeration to say that his strength was definitely in the top 5 in the entire Wandenrich, but he was killed in a single move. Who do you think I am? After easily killing an enemy, Tsunemaya raised his 2 fingers and waved them, looking like he didn't care about it. He actually used a few strange moves. Leelbaro sighed slightly, his tone carrying a bit of ridicule. What do you mean? It's just a cover-up. You can tell at a glance. Leelbaro said as he raised his giant gun and aimed it at Tsunemaya. The giant cross-shaped star aimed at Tsunemaya, and an invisible bullet shot out. Bang! Tsunemaya simply stood with a knife in his hand, but 2 huge craters suddenly appeared on the Tree of Life behind him, and it returned to normal in a flash. What did you do just now? Leelbaro's tone carried a bit of caution. If it was said that he had used a camouflage when dealing with Gerard, but the bullets shot out by his, one that pierces everything, power was not something that could be defended by simple camouflage. Chapter 317, The Death Dealing as a Quincy, and a Quincy like him, there will never be a situation of aiming mistakes. Moreover, he just made one attack, but two places were damaged at the same time. Nothing slightly turning his head, Oa Tsunemaya flicked the Zanpakuto in her hand. If you put on a stance like this, you will be able to hit 100 bullets and split them into two. HMPH. Upon hearing Oa Tsunemaya's words, Leobaro let out a cold snort. What kind of joke was this? Even if he didn't use all of his strength, the power of his, one that pierces everything, was definitely not something that could be easily defended against. The gun in his hand was raised again, and bullets were fired continuously. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, bang. 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 Facing the opponent's attack, Oa Tsunemaya did not have the slightest hint of fear or nervousness. He simply waved the Zanpakuto in his hand, and all the bullets that came into contact with his Zanpakuto were split in half, leaving bullet marks on the surrounding Tree of Life. So strong. When he first entered Tree of Life, Ichigo Kurosaki wanted to rush forward to beat Ryu Ueshita and drag him back, but was held down by Ma Yang, while enjoying the scene of Zero Division. Looking at the enemy's storm-like attacks, Oa Tsunemaya, who was unmoved and approached the enemy step by step, couldn't help but exclaim. Hey! Walking to the front of Leobaro, looking at the other party who did not dodge, Oa Tsunemaya chuckled and waved the Zanpakuto in his hand. Without any obstruction, Oa Tsunemaya's Zanpakuto easily cut Leobaro and the huge weapon in his hand into two. Bah! The Quincy, who had been standing quietly at the back, covered in a cloak, suddenly made a intermittent sound. The cloak was violently rolling, as if there was something strange, and at the same time, a strange aura was emitted from his body. Oa Tsunemaya weighed Zanpakuto in his hand. Just as everyone thought that he was going to continue fighting step by step, he suddenly threw Zanpakuto out of his hand. Baro. Before the figure under the cloak finished speaking, Oa Tsunemaya's Zanpakuto directly pierced his head, and then Oa Tsunemaya's body appeared in front of him. So fast. A black shadow flashed past. Oa Tsunemaya had already appeared behind him, and his body subconsciously jumped back. The blade flashed, and the sharp blade cut his throat. Blood sprayed out, and his body fell to the ground. However, due to the subconscious dodge before he was attacked, he did not die. Not bad. Combined with my slash, I jumped back quietly. If you don't see through the sharpness of this blade, you can't do this. Didn't you find out? His throat was cut, and although he did not die immediately, his vocal cords were obviously affected, and the words he said were like leaking air. PFFT, without any intention of wasting time with the enemy, Oa Tsunemaya leaned forward, and Zanpakuto mercilessly cut off his throat. This one is a failed work. After killing the enemy in front of him, Oa Tsunemaya said. After killing 4 enemies in a row, the remaining people should have guessed the power of the knife in his hand, so it was better to say it out loud. The sharpness is too high, the blade is too smooth, so no matter how you swing it, the blade will not be damaged, nor will it be stained with blood. As a knife craftsman, I was also eaten by him. And most importantly, I can't make a scabbard that can hold this knife. In this way, it can't be called a knife, so I cannot bring it to the Syriite AI. While explaining, Oa Tsunemaya adjusted his state. Although he seemed to have easily dealt with 4 enemies just now, that was the release of his state that he had accumulated for a long time before the battle. A few short attacks had consumed a lot of his essence. Come to think of it, it is a good thing that you can break into the Soul King Palace. Thanks to you, this guy has a chance to appear. Thank you, my friend. In the time to speak, Oa Tsunemaya adjusted his state again. Although he could not reach the peak state when he first appeared on the stage, there were only 3 remaining enemies. Boom, just as this thought flashed through his mind, Oa Tsunemaya suddenly felt a force on his body. A strange feeling made him almost unable to stand straight. It's not over yet. His hoarse voice suddenly sounded. He, who was originally lying like a corpse, had actually recovered some of his vitality. This injury is not fatal. What the hell is going on? The feeling coming from his body was getting worse and worse. He was obviously not injured, but he felt extremely weak. There was even sweat on Oa Tsunemaya's face. The reason I can be used by His Majesty is because I won't die easily. It is a very shameful ability, right? I hate this ability very much. It always makes me think. As soon as he finished speaking, his voice gradually returned to normal. He could even barely stand up. As he spoke, he stuck out his tongue and licked the blood on the back of his hand. There was a morbid excitement in his eyes. One day, I will feel a fatal sensation. My shrift is D, the death dealing. For the absorption of specific substances, my brain will accurately calculate a 100% death rate of death dealing, and can freely control the percentage up and down. It seemed to be responding to the explanation Oa Tsunemaya had given them about his Zanpakuto. A skin Naklavar also explained his own strength. What did you say? While they were talking, Oa Tsunemaya felt that his physical condition was getting worse and worse, as if he was seriously ill. You didn't understand at all, did you? I was like this at first, but you don't have to worry about it. Even if you don't understand, it doesn't matter, because you are going to die soon. Even if you are clear and white, it will be useless. Plop. Oa Tsunemaya suddenly knelt on the ground, big drops of sweat dripping down, and he was extremely weak. Just now, I put a lethal amount of blood in your body. The more blood that controls your body movements, the closer you are to death. Oa Tsunemaya let out a rapid breath, and his body became weaker and weaker, as if he would die in the next moment. Is it very uncomfortable? But you are powerless. This is a fatal feeling. Understand? As he spoke, he covered his mouth and drank the blood in his palm. His face carried a morbid satisfaction. Same as me. Plop. The body of Oa Tsunemaya finally fell completely to the ground. Almost to the limit. Looking at Oa Tsunemaya, who had already collapsed on the ground, Askin's expression slowly calmed down. Do you not think too highly of me? You feel that the way I speak, as well as my entire temperament, are all like small characters at the bottom. Of course, the feeling I give people is indeed that of a small pawn, but it doesn't matter. I used to care a lot about this, but recently, I feel that this might be my strong point. As he spoke, Askin took out his weapon. It was a strangely shaped bow. That feeling is my fatal point. Chapter 318, Reversal. Thank you for your explanation. Without any hesitation, he used Zanpakuto to cut open the major artery on his neck. As blood sprayed out, Oa Tsunemaya also felt a burst of relief. He flashed out from behind his kin, and Zanpakuto, which was in Oa Tsunemaya's hand, was dodged by the opponent. The dizziness caused by a large amount of blood loss, as well as the weakness caused by the enemy's so-called death dealing, affected Oa Tsunemaya's body, causing his state to slip to the lowest point, and even his slashes were not as swift as before. The key to the death of blood is that the more blood in the body, the closer it is to death, right? In that case, as long as you release a large amount of blood and reduce it to below death, it will be fine. Oa Tsunemaya put his hand into the wound on his neck, and a large amount of blood sprayed out. It was clearly bleeding violently, but Oa Tsunemaya felt that his body condition was much better than before. You really are reckless. Askin was also shocked by Oa Tsunemaya's crazy actions. Normally, even if someone was clear about a situation, it would still be difficult for them to act so decisively, let alone bleed themselves like this. However, things are not that simple. Based on your physique, your weight should be around 60 kilograms, the blood volume per kilogram is about 65.7 milliliters, and the total blood volume in your body should be about 4 liters. If the blood loss exceeds half, which is 2 liters, and you will die of blood loss. However, your current amount of blood death is about 1.6 liters. In other words, if you don't continue to bleed until you die, you will be killed by your own blood. Askin coldly analyzed the situation of Oa Tsunemaya. In the current situation, the other party was almost dead. Even if he was clear and white, it was useless. From the moment he was hit by his own ability, this scene was already doomed. I see. I have to admit, this is really difficult for me. Oa Tsunemaya put down the hand that was inserted into his neck. The blood's depth was low to that extent, and it was impossible to use the method of releasing blood to restore the combat strength. However. Hey! Tenjiro! A blood-red boiling water suddenly gushed out from behind Oa Tsunemaya, wrapping around his body as if it was alive. You should have seen it in Hueco's shadow before. Tenshiro's hot spring is extracted from blood and spiritual pressure. However, it is a white hot spring. This red hot spring can replace lost blood and become fresh blood. As Oa Tsunemaya finished speaking, a shadow flashed out of the red hot spring, attacking at a speed that exceeded the reaction of his kin, and it only crossed with him in an instant. Oa Tsunemaya held the knife with both hands, and the eyes under the sunglasses were terrifyingly calm. Being reborn, I'm cool, right? Yes, very cool. A line of blood appeared on the lower abdomen of his kin. As his voice fell, his body fell to the ground weakly, red blood covering the ground. Then, it's your turn. Sweeping a glance at the Quincy who had caused a lot of trouble for himself, Oa Tsunemaya's eyes fell on Hueco. Holding Zanpakuto with both hands and putting him on the side, the body naturally relaxed. It was not too nervous, causing the flexibility of the muscles to drop, and it would not be too relaxed and cause the reaction to slow down. After a few battles, Oa Tsunemaya's body was now slightly excited, and some tension made him better grasp his strength. Should I wait for you to attack, or should I take the initiative to approach? For the strength of that guy, the information that he currently has is only the information that his original body had revealed in the battle with Genryu's Uchiha 1,000 years ago, as well as the information leaked in the previous 2 battles. On Hueco's hands, a ball of light bloomed, making Tsunemaya slightly nervous. Although I don't know what tricks you will have, it is obviously impossible to cut it in half. In this case, I will cut off one of your arms first and then take it slowly. A mysterious rhythm was emitted from Hueco's hand. Passing through the tree of life of Hueco, all the way to the quiet spiritual court below. Rise and fight. With the chanting of Hueco, the 4 Quincy who had been killed by Tsunemaya like cutting melons and cutting vegetables and had completely lost the breath of life, regained their majestic vitality again, climbed up from the ground, and a pair of wings appeared behind each of them, emitting a strong breath. How is it possible? Looking at the Quincy who had regained his life, Tsunemaya was slightly baffled. The enemies were all killed by him. He clearly knew that those people had completely lost their life breath. Bang! Just as Tsunemaya was absent-minded because of the sudden resurrection of the enemy, Leobaro decisively raised his weapon and fired 2 shots in succession, leaving 2 huge holes on Tsunemaya's shoulder. What's going on? This is... When she came back to her senses, her body had already suffered irreparable damage. A few drops of sweat fell from Tsunemaya's head. Zwellen. Collect the life force of those who are not needed, and distribute it to those who need it. The redistribution of power, those who are plundered will die, and those who receive the gift will be resurrected with greater power. This is one of His Majesty's many powers. Asqualt explained in a calm tone without a trace of fluctuation. The so-called strength of 0 division, in the battle just now, he had already seen it. It was indeed very powerful. However, in the face of the strength of the newly born personal guards, they were nothing to worry about. Because this is not the manipulation of Rishi, but the movement of strength. It can only defend against Tree of Life, unable to defend against this power. So that's how it is, stronger power? Does it mean that the bullets that could not penetrate my body just now can now easily pierce through my body? Blood flowed out of the corner of Tsunemaya's mouth uncontrollably. He was completely unaware of the enemy's attack. Right now, the entire left side of his body had almost completely lost consciousness. You have 2 points wrong. First, this power is not a stronger power, but the original power that I have not used just now. Second, what runs through your body is not bullets. As he spoke, Leobaro's gun was once again aimed at Tsunemaya, like a gaze of death, causing Tsunemaya to feel a strong sense of crisis. Fuunkirio and Tenjiro flashed in front of Tsunemaya, using their own Zanpakuto to try to block the enemy's attack. Because it is not the bullets, no matter how many layers there are, don't even think about blocking it. What? Looking at their weapons, the expressions of Tenjiro and Fuunkirio changed greatly. There was a round hole on their weapons. My ability is called one that pierces everything. There are no bullets, I simply poke a hole on anything between my muzzle and the target. Chapter 319, New Round. Even so, it's just a slightly more powerful bullet. Maiyang's voice suddenly came, causing Leobaro's expression to change slightly. Since it's a bullet, then if it doesn't get shot, then it should be fine. Fuunkirio and Tenjiro took away their weapons, but behind them, Tsunemaya had already disappeared. Maiyang. When did you come here? Staring at Maiyang who had saved Tsunemaya, Leobaro asked word by word. Before Maiyang spoke, he did not notice the existence of the other person at all. This was simply unimaginable. He, who had always considered himself as a sniper, had not been able to discover the existence of the enemy. The superiority of one that pierces everything was hit again and again, and from the beginning, Maiyang was in front of the other members of the personal guards. This made him, the captain of the personal guards, feel ashamed and angry. I was already here before this god of blade slashed you to death. Maiyang casually threw Tsunemaya to the side, but his body remained vigilant. Although his words were dismissive of Leobaro's power, Maiyang knew in his heart that the other party's power was not as simple as he said. It was the power that had already touched the rules. In the face of such an enemy, he could not be careless at all. As long as he was hit once, he would be finished. Getsuga Cross Moon Fangs. You. Ichigo Kurosaki, who had been suppressed by Maiyang for a long time, rushed out at the first time. He pulled out his brand new Zanpakuto and fiercely slashed at Hueco. The terrible chop contained terrible power, and spiritual power rushed over and over, completely drowning Hueco. Swoosh, a figure appeared in front of Hueco. The giant sword in his hand slashed down and split Ichigo Kurosaki's chop. Spiritual power rolled away from Hueco's side. Ha, are you Ichigo Kurosaki? Your strength is really good, but just like this, It is not worthy to be hung on His Majesty's heart. After blocking Ichigo Kurosaki's attack, Gerard waved the giant sword in his hand, with a little indifference on his face. You! Holding his Zanpakuto slightly harder, Ichigo Kurosaki's face flashed a trace of caution. It was effortless to block his own attack, and the strength of this big man was not to be underestimated. Swoosh! A Rishi light arrow suddenly shot out from behind Hueco and pointed to Kurosaki Ichigo's head. Pa! Ichigo Kurosaki reached out and grabbed the arrow of light. His face was filled with anger as he looked at Ishita Ryu. Ishita you, this guy. Hey, newcomer, what do you want to do? Turning his head to look at Ishita Ryu, Gerard's face was a little dissatisfied. To deal with this kind of guy, there is no need for you Shutsstaffel to take action at all. Just leave it to me. Ishita Ryu walked out from behind Hueco with a cold face. Oh? I remember, you should have been companions before. Reaching out and patting his head, Gerard's face flashed a trace of realization, and then he showed an excited expression. It's really wonderful, the opposite eyes of companions are enemies, but Ichigo Kurosaki should also have the blood of our Quincy. In fact, we are companions. I am not companions with you bastards. And Ishita, he is not the companion of you bastards. Gerard's words undoubtedly stung Ichigo Kurosaki. His head was hot, and he grabbed the two swords in his hand and was about to rush up to fight against Gerard. Zayu, just as Ichigo Kurosaki moved, a dense rain of arrows flew toward him, stopping him. Your opponent is me, Kurosaki. Zanpakuto gently waved in the hand of Maiyang's hand. A light silver sword energy was released. Such a weak sword chi, are you joking? Looking at the weak sword chi that Maiyang was releasing, Leobaro chuckled, and several strange lines appeared on his body. Blood vein. Pucci, dash as the sword chi reached his body, Leobaro suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger, and a deathly aura enveloped him. Driven by that sense of danger, he instinctively used the Hiron Kyaku to leave his original position. Even so, there was still a deep wound on his body. The defense of the blood vein was actually ineffective. What kind of attack is this? Feeling the pain from his chest, Leobaro's expression changed slightly. Blood vein's defense seemed to be useless. If he hadn't dodged at the last moment, it wouldn't have been a wound. Make a guess. With a slight smile, Maiyang moved his feet and approached Leobaro. Bang! After knowing Maiyang's terrible attack power, Leobaro put away his contempt and instantly caught the figure of Maiyang. The crossgun in his hand fired without hesitation. Even in the midst of the rapid movement, Maiyang easily dodged every attack of Leobaro. Lowering his head and turning sideways, Maiyang successfully approached his opponent after dodging Leobaro's 10 consecutive shots. He raised the saber in his hand, and a silvery white light appeared on the saber blade. This made Leobaro feel alarmed. Just now, he had only been scratched by the sword chi, and he had already been seriously injured. With Maiyang's attack power, if he was directly struck by such a slash, he might die. Pa! Pa! The spear in his hand was cut off by Maiyang, and Leobaro also took 2 steps back in a short time, avoiding Maiyang's slash, avoiding the end of being cut in half, but his chest was once again left with a deep wound. Did you block my attack with a weapon? But if so, you won't be able to attack. Looking at the half of the spear left on the ground, Maiyang said. In fact, Leobaro looked at Maiyang with lingering fear. Leobaro's palm touched the gun. The gun that was originally broken into 2 was restored to its original state. The remaining half of the gun body on the ground turned into spirit particles and disappeared without a trace. This gun called diagram is actually my bow. I made it with spirit particles. So that's how it is. Even if the gun is broken, you can just reform it with Rishi? That's right. Then. As he spoke, Maiyang's body suddenly disappeared from Leobaro's line of sight. Just as Leobaro was panicking, a sharp pain came from his chest. A Zanpakuto pierced through his chest from behind. If your body is damaged, can you reform it? Ah. After his body was pierced, Leobaro's expression changed slightly. His left eye, which had been tightly shut, suddenly opened.